Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter taken by Minerva after Abondoned by Dumbledore? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Good luck, Harry, said Professor Dumbledore as Minerva McGonagall watched the baby lying outside the door of number 4 Privet Drive. The aged headmaster turned on his heel, and with a swish of his cloak, he was gone. McGonagall knew that she was expected to leave as well. She knew she was supposed to trust Albus' judgment, but she had watched these muggles all day, and they were the worst sort of people you could ever meet. She bent down to touch the baby's hand one last time, and he started crying. She quickly picked him up and he stopped crying immediately. She gazed into the infant's eyes that looked so much like his mother's and sobbed. How can that man just dump James's and Lily's child on a doorstep like a milk bottle when he's never even seen these people? She muttered to herself. As images of what she'd observed coupled in her mind with what Lily had told her about her sister's hatred of magic and refusal to acknowledge she, James, and Harry as family, Minerva came to a decision to do something she'd never done before. Defy Albus Dumbledore. She looked at Harry's little face again and said sternly, "I will not allow that man to ruin your life," and disapparated away as people meeting in secret all over the country were holding up their glasses and saying in hushed voices, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived." As Minerva walked toward the house pushing a buggy she had conjured, she knew she had to act quickly if she didn't want the headmaster to know she'd taken the child. She'd spent the night in a Muggle hotel considering her options. If she didn't show up at Hogwarts, Albus would know she'd kidnapped Harry, and she'd be living as a fugitive. If she brought the baby to Hogwarts, Albus would find out soon enough and send Harry to the Dursleys, probably firing her in the process. She needed to find Harry an appropriate home, at least for a few years. She may eventually disguise and take him in to live with her at Hogwarts, claiming that he was her nephew or something if necessary, but not for a few years. She couldn't give him to a wizarding family, because they would all know who he was. She did agree that the boy didn't need to grow up famous. There was only one person she could think of. She hadn't seen him since last Christmas, nearly a year ago, but she'd always gotten along very well with him, and thought that he and his wife were wonderful people. She was very glad that the headmaster had called off classes in honor of recent events. She knocked on the door of number 8 Churchill Drive wearing a plain Muggle dress. The door opened, and a dark-haired woman with brown eyes, who was in her mid-20s, opened the door and smiled. She was wearing maternity clothes. She was 5 months pregnant and showing it very much. "Aunt Minnie?" she exclaimed, "and a baby, come in." Smiling at her nephew's wife, she said, "Hello Cindy. I must say you look absolutely radiant. Is Mark here? There's something I want to talk to you two about." Cindy grinned at Minerva. "Yeah. I'll go get him. Cute baby. Whose is he?" Minerva sighed. "That's part of what I need to talk to you two about." Cindy gave her aunt-in-law a strange glance, but walked out of the room. A few minutes later, a blond man with blue eyes walked into the room and hugged the kidnapper. "Aunt Minnie, it's good to see you again. Are you keeping those Gryffindors out of trouble?" he continued, not really expecting an answer. "Cindy said you wanted to speak to us." "Yes, Mark. It's a long story. You may wish to sit down." Minerva looked at her brother's squib son, who'd told his Muggle wife all about the magical world so that they could visit his family, and said, "I've kidnapped this child, and I want you to raise him." "What?" exclaimed both Mark and Cindy. "You see," said Minerva, "this is Harry Potter." She then told the quick story of how Voldemort had killed the Potters and been vanquished, and how Harry would be famous, and how Dumbledore had wanted the boy raised by the worst example of humanity I've ever seen. He hadn't even bothered to meet them. Just dropped him on their doorstep with a note. He may be a genius, but he hasn't got an ounce of common sense if he thinks Harry would be happily accepted into that home. Anyway, as soon as he'd left, I took Harry, and I was, hoping you would. Well, give him a home here. I realize it might not be the perfect time with another baby on the way, but I do hope you'll consider it." She looked at them nervously with pleading eyes. The young couple looked at Harry, Minerva, and then each other. Mark finally spoke. Well, I was going to tell you at Christmas, but in January, we're moving to America for my job, so you wouldn't really be able to see him much." Minerva smiled brightly. That would be even better, they'd never think to look for him there. Well, I think Cindy and I will have to talk this over. Why don't you watch television while we go to another room? Telly what? Asked the professor. After they'd set her up watching a soap opera, Mark and Cindy McGonagall walked into their bedroom and closed the door. He put his hands in his pockets and paced around for a few seconds before saying, "Well, what do you think?" "What do you think?" she countered. He took a deep breath. "Well, the things on the positive side are that we were planning on having more than one child anyway, and Harry does need a family. If no one has the slightest idea where he is, then he should be safe from the Death Eaters if they want revenge. Not to mention how cute he is, but we'd have to do something about that scar. It's too recognizable." He sighed, which brings us to the bad points. We'd not only have to hide his scar, we'd have to disguise him in other ways. Maybe change his hair color. She looked sad. You mean we'd have to keep dyeing his hair all the time? No, I'm sure Aunt Minnie could permanently change it. She took a deep breath. But don't change the green eyes. I like them. So die, he said smiling. So, are we doing this? Asked Cindy. If we do it, we will be kidnappers, said Mark. Cindy grinned. We could just claim we found him on our doorstep the way dumb old dork left him at the Dursleys. He began to smile as he considered it. We could have Aunt Minnie change his fingerprints and stuff so that they won't be able to identify him. Then we say we've grown attached to him and want to keep him. That way, we really will be his guardians. What should his name be? He smiled at his wife. Well, I think we could stick with the name Harry, since he probably already responds to it anyway. It is a common name that shouldn't arouse suspicion. But I do think we should change the middle name, and of course give him our last name. Cindy smiled at him. We'll call him Harry Mark McGonagall. Mark then kissed his wife deeply and then excitedly said, "We're gonna have a baby." They went back to find Minerva immersed deeply in a program on the telly. When they walked in the room, Mark said, "Aunt Minnie," and she about jumped from being startled. "We've decided to adopt him. We're going to name him Harry Mark McGonagall." The professor smiled the biggest smile of her life. "That's wonderful, thank you." After McGonagall had transfigured Harry's fingerprints, toe prints, jus to be sure, and hair, to blonde, and was able to temporarily hide the scar with a glamour charm. For a few days with a promise to redo the charm whenever they needed her to until they adopted him, she accompanied them to the child welfare department, but didn't go into the office with them. She waited impatiently for over an hour until they finally walked back with Harry in Cindy's arms. Without waiting for his aunt to speak, Mark announced, "They were happy to let us keep the child while they run the fingerprints, and told us that if they couldn't locate a relative." "Which they shouldn't thanks to you," interjected a grinning Cindy. "That there probably shouldn't be any problem with us adopting him before we leave for America." Over the next few months, Minerva was getting owls from her dead brother's son almost every day. She'd made it a point to only have them come when she knew she'd be alone instead of at breakfast. As promised, whenever they were going to bring Harry to any kind of official meeting, Minerva visited their house the night before and hid the scar. Mark and Cindy planned on talking to some kind of muggle doctor about hiding Harry's scar permanently when they got to America. Albus, in the meantime, hadn't mentioned Harry, so neither did Minerva. She'd gotten a book on occlumency the day after she kidnapped Harry and was working on it in every spare minute she could find so that Dumbledore wouldn't find out Harry's whereabouts from her. On the same mid-December day that the horrible news of the attack on Frank and Alice Longbottom was in the Daily Prophet, Minnie got the good news that Harry had been officially adopted. He now was officially Harry Mark McGonagall, and the courts decided to claim his date of birth as August 12, 1980. Minerva was impressed that the Muggle doctors had guessed it within less than 2 weeks of his actual birth. She spent Christmas break at their house, and brought a ton of toys and outfits for Harry, along with some baby clothes and toys for the expected addition to the family. She also gave them a magical two-way mirror that they could use to communicate with her. She magically hid Harry's scar for the last time as Mark and his family were about to go to the airport to fly to America. As they parted, the stern teacher started crying. She knew she'd miss them all. Within a few months of moving to Lansing, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago, where Mark worked, Harry's scar was now completely invisible, thanks to the work of a Muggle doctor his adopted parents had taken him to. It was the day after McGonagall received this news that she was summoned to the headmaster's office. She opened the door to find a very worried-looking Dumbledore, pacing the floors. "Hello, Minerva. Would you care for a lemon drop?" he said absently. Fawkes was nowhere to be seen. After McGonagall shook her head and sat down, the headmaster sat back in his chair. "I'm afraid I have terrible news, Minerva." Terrible news. What's happened, Albus?" "I managed to place a squib on Privet Drive to keep watch over Harry Potter a few days ago, and she has reported that he's not there. I personally went there myself, and I discovered that they never found Harry on their doorstep." For a moment, she thought she'd been caught, but wasn't about to make it easy for him. "They didn't find him?" she repeated, sounding and looking as distressed as she could. Dumbledore nodded sadly, and then he looked back up at her. "Minerva, you spent the day there. Did you spot anyone unusual in the area? Someone who may have been watching us and took young Harry as soon as we left him there?" Making sure her occlumency shields were up as strong as possible in case he probed her mind, she answered, "No, Albus. I didn't notice anyone." She would have added, "except those horrible muggles you left Harry with," but didn't want to remind him that she didn't approve of the Dursleys. He buried his face in his hands. "I fear that Death Eaters kidnapped him. Either to take revenge upon, in which case he's dead, or to raise him to follow their ways, perhaps even to be the next Dark Lord." Her eyes widened in shock. "Surely you don't believe. What else could have happened, Minerva? It's my fault, as Remus was gracious enough to point out to me when I informed the Order. I should have knocked on the Dursleys' door and personally handed Harry to them. That would have activated the Blood Wards. We hope that Harry's alive since no one has bragged about killing him, which the Death Eaters probably would do, but we just don't know. Even if he's alive, they could literally be anywhere on this planet, maybe even in a house under a Fidelius charm, by now." He half grinned at this. "They could be as close as Hogsmeade if they used that charm, and we'd never even know it." He sighed, looking older than ever before. "Well, you've listened to me ramble on long enough. You may go. If you think of anything at all, no matter how insignificant, let me know." As Minerva left Albus' office, she felt terrible about lying to him and making him so worried, but she reminded herself that he deserved this for trying to leave Harry on a doorstep. She also reminded herself that it had been nearly 5 months since Harry had been left at the Dursleys, and he's finally checking on him. She knew that no residual magic would still be there by now to show she'd apparated with the baby if anyone bothered to check, so she was in the clear. Time passed by quickly, and before they knew it, on March 8, 1982, Harry's sister, Brianna Minerva McGonagall, was born. She had brown hair and blue eyes. Aunt Minnie naturally had to spend the Easter holiday with them to meet the new addition to the family. She of course brought a ton of baby clothes with her, as well as a few presents for Harry. "Daddy, it Mommy and Brinny," said little Harry excitedly as Cindy McGonagall walked into the room carrying his 8-month-old sister. Mark was sitting on the couch in the living room. Harry still had blonde hair and no scar showing. They'd been living in America for a year, and life was good. Today, Aunt Minnie was going to flow to O'Hare Airport to spend Christmas with them. The transcontinental flow network only went to international airports so muggles wouldn't get suspicious of foreigners just showing up somewhere. People who used that were even given airline tickets. They simply went into an area of the airport similar to platform 9 3/4 and waited for their turn. Every 10 minutes, the huge fireplace that fit 20 people would take everyone inside to a different airport. "Good morning, Harry," Cindy said, hugging her little boy. "Mornin', Mommy." "Mornin', Brinny. Today your Aunt Minnie's coming to spend a few weeks with us." "Yay," the little boy said. "She bring presents." Mark laughed while Cindy tried to look stern. "We don't like Aunt Minnie because she gives presents. We like her because she's a nice person." "And give presents," said Harry excitedly. This time even Cindy gave in to the laughter. "We've got to go to O'Hare Airport and get her," Cindy finally said. After a drive through terrible Chicago traffic, they finally arrived at the airport and looked around until they spotted the older woman wearing a long brown dress with a matching hat. She was pushing a trolley with several bags on it. "Aunt Minnie!" shouted Harry excitedly as he ran up to her, throwing his arms around the dignified woman's legs. She bent down and returned the hug. "Hello, Harry. It's good to see you. Did you bring presents?" he asked, grinning up at her with his puppy dog eyes. "Harry," said Cindy as she and Mark walked up. "Well, as a matter of fact I did, for BTH you and your sister," said Minerva, "but you won't get them until I've gotten a full report on your behavior from your parents." "I been good, ain't I, Mommy?" Cindy smiled for about 30 seconds as her little boy awaited her assessment. "I suppose so." Minerva hugged both Cindy and Mark, who embarrassed his aunt by kissing her on the cheek. "Mark, stop it." True to her word, Aunt Minnie gave both Harry and Brianna one present each when they got home. Brianna's was a soft stuffed hippogriff and Harry's was a working miniature train that was a replica of the Hogwarts Express. She told Harry's parents that she'd transfigured the train from rocks. They decided not to tell Harry about magic until he had his first accidental bout of it. He knew that Aunt Minnie taught at a school called Hogwarts that he'd go to someday, but had no idea of it being magical. She was saving the rest of the gifts for Christmas Day. Mark and Cindy found it funny the way the kids had their great aunt wrapped around their fingers. They had her doing things that people from Hogwarts would have never believed, such as playing hide and go seek and tag. They even got her to play the tickle monster. They greatly enjoyed Christmas, where they were showered with gifts, and most importantly love. Harry started kindergarten at 5 years old, and it wasn't long before he had his first experience with accidental magic. He'd made friends the first day with a kid named Matthew Burke, but they quickly made an enemy out of a bigger kid named Brian Popovich. He'd made fun of Harry because he needed glasses, so he and Matt decided to prank him. Brian was sitting down on a chair when Matt, accidentally, spilled his drink, orange soda, on the floor in front of Brian. Harry was on the floor tying Brian's shoes together. While Harry was tying them, Brian noticed and grabbed Harry's hand and started squeezing it as hard as he could. Harry was scared that his hand would be broke, and all of a sudden Brian's hand started to hurt, so he let go. Forgetting that his shoes were tied together, he got up and fell, landing face down in the puddle of soda. Unfortunately for Harry, the teacher had seen part of it, so Harry was in trouble. After school, while Harry was being grounded as his sister enjoyed the story, there was a knock at the door. Mark answered it. A short, thin middle-aged man with black hair that was starting to turn gray was standing at the door wearing a gray suit. "Hello. Mr. McGonagall, I presume?" "Yes." The stranger extended his hand and Mark shook it. "I'm Stephen Kirk. May I come in for a few minutes? It has to do with your son and what happened at school today." He sighed, hoping the other kids' parents weren't suing or something stupid like that. "Come in." Once they were settled down in the living room, and Cindy had gotten them some tea, Stephen said, "To put it simply, your son performed accidental magic today, which means he is a wizard." He paused, as though expecting an argument. Cindy smiled. "Well, that explains it. We were wondering if you were a wizard or not." Mr. Kirk seemed surprised. You know about magic." Mark smiled. "Oh yes. You see, I'm a squib from England. In fact, my aunt is the deputy headmistress at Hogwarts. I guess Harry will be going there when he's old enough." "Really?" said the man happily. "If your aunt teaches there, I suppose there wouldn't be much point in trying to persuade you to send Harry anyplace else when he's 11. He chuckled. "I'm afraid not. If I sent Harry to any other school, she'd never speak to me again. If you're from England, then I assume you've heard of the restriction for underage magic they have over there." "Yes," he said, nodding. "We in America think that's ridiculous. All we worry about is secrecy. As long as he doesn't perform the magic around muggles, we don't care. While we do have boarding schools like Hogwarts that start at age 11, we also have schools where wizarding children are taught basic magic, as well as the foundations of many of the courses taught at Hogwarts. They meet from 5 to 6 p.m. on Monday through Friday, and on Saturdays 7:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Each weekday is a different subject, and Saturday is all 5 subjects. The first-year classes are Latin, which is helpful in learning spells. Basic wand handling, which includes safety and all the different wand movements. Simple charms, simple transfiguration, and simple herbology. Some of them continue while others, such as wand handling, are replaced by classes such as potions, and eventually defense, although we wait until the children are 10 to start that. If you started him now, he'd be well ahead in his classes, and might even be able to skip a grade at Hogwarts. Instead of going by ages, we start kids when they perform their first accidental magic. We find that teaching to control magic then helps prevent more accidents. Our first term starts 2 weeks after Muggle terms, because starting school tends to cause accidental magic. Therefore, by waiting those 2 weeks, we almost double our enrollment." "Well," said Mark, looking at his wife, "what do you think?" "It sounds good, but maybe we should ask Harry what he thinks." "We should probably ask Aunt Minnie's opinion too. Mr. Kirk, Could we get back to you? Of course, he said with a smile. I know that's a big decision. Here are some forms to look at, he said, pulling out his wand and conjuring a brochure, along with legal-looking papers. Just let us know by the end of the week. I've also left instructions to the nearest wizarding neighborhood where you can buy wands and books, and anything else magical you'd like, whether you choose to put Harry in Wentworth Witchcraft Elementary School or not. That night, they talked to Minerva over the two-way mirror, who seemed very pleased about it. She was unaware of the differences in American wizarding laws. She'd always assumed underage restrictions were the same everywhere. She was all for it, so they just needed to talk to Harry. Well, Harry, said Mark nervously, do you remember how that boy Brian's hand was hurting for apparently no reason? Uh-huh, said Harry, looking down like he expected to be in more trouble. You did it, said Cindy. No, I didn't, Mommy. I don't know how. We know you didn't do it on purpose, said Mark. You did magic. I did? He asked, amazed. How? Can you do magic? I can't, but your Aunt Minnie can. Harry looked excited. She can? Yes. Hogwarts is a magic school that you'll go to when you're 11. His eyes were wide. Really? Can I see it now? Mark chuckled. Not for a while, but you're learning to read. When you're ready, you can read a book about it that Aunt Minnie gave us. It's called Hogwarts, a History. Cindy rolled her eyes, knowing it would be years before Harry could read that tome. Can y'all read it to me tonight? He asked pleadingly. Maybe, Mark said, but for now, I have a question. Do you want to start learning magic now? Yeah, said the smiling boy. If you do, it means more school, said Cindy. But at magic school, said Harry. Then you'll start in a week, said Mark. Saturday, we'll get you a wand and other school supplies. Yay, he said, raising his fists in air, victoriously. Oh, one important thing. You can't tell anyone about being magical or learning magic. That's very important. If you do, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Okay, it's secret, said Harry. Yes, said Cindy, it's a secret. Is Brianna magic too? Asked Harry. We don't know yet, said Mark. You gots to wait till she accidental magics someone like I done, he said, grinning. Cindy giggled. Yes, dear, we've got to wait to see if Say does accidental magic. Harry and Brianna, who they told since it wouldn't stay a secret in the house very long anyway, but she knew it was a secret she couldn't tell anyone, were fascinated by Little Salem, the local wizarding neighborhood about the size of Diagon Alley. This one was entered through an arcade. There was a game called Witch's War. In a corner that was marked, out of order. If you sat in it and leaned into the wall it was against, you'd fall through it, but land on your feet in an area unlike anything Harry had ever seen before. He was the first to bravely try, followed by Mark, Brianna, and Cindy. They all looked around, intrigued by the names on the shops, such as Calumet Cauldrons, as well as all the different types of creatures walking around. Mark chuckled when he noticed a restaurant called Magical McDonald's. They soon saw a goblin walking out of there toward the local branch of Gringotts, which was going to be their first stop until Cindy noticed a Gringotts ATM machine by the entrance. You'd use your debit card from a Muggle bank, and it would give you wizarding money, after charging $1 fee. They took out enough for Harry's books and wand, along with plenty for anything else they might want to buy. After they got the books and supplies, they walked into a wand locker outlet, which was apparently part of a popular American chain of wand shops. They were surprised to find a young woman behind the counter. Harry blushed when he saw the attractive blonde woman who was in her early 20s. Brianna noticed and giggled until he elbowed her. The woman was very worried as wand after wand rejected Harry, who was getting more and more embarrassed, until finally she handed him a wand made of beechwood and phoenix feather, 9 inches. A few red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework when he held it. She said uncertainly, "This doesn't seem to be a perfect match, but it looks like it will work. You may want to try another shop, but the nearest one is in Michigan." Mark smiled. "I think we'll take this one," he said while wondering if the perfect wand for Harry might be in England. "Well," the woman said, "we normally charge 7 galleons, but I'll let you have it for 6 galleons since it's not a perfect match to this young man's exquisite taste." She winked at Harry, who blushed and hid his face. "Thank you very much," said Cindy, smiling. As soon as they left, Brianna started giggling madly and shouted, "Harry got's a crush on da lady in der," repeatedly until Mark caught Harry's fist that was about to punch his sister. Harry's face was completely red. "Brianna, stop teasing your brother," said Cindy, "and Harry, don't try to hit your sister." "Fine," the siblings said together with their arms crossed over their chests and matching angry expressions on their faces. Mark then smirked at his son. "Is that true that you liked the lady in there?" Which caused Brianna to laugh so hard she fell as Harry hid his purple face in his hands while Cindy glared at her husband. Harry did pretty well in his new classes. He hated the Latin, which was currently concentrating on the alphabet, and herbology, but enjoyed charms, wand handling, and transfiguration. Brianna was easily impressed when Harry did his homework in front of her, magically sharpening his pencil. Mark, and Aunt Minnie, when he told her, was surprised to find that Harry's school used regular paper and pencils and didn't require wizard robes. The pamphlet they'd read pointed out the fact that these peculiarities often alerted muggles that something was unusual. Besides, paper and pencils are easier to handle than parchment, quill, and ink, especially for younger children. When the kids are older they start using pens as well. Harry tended to be at the top of his class at Wentworth Wizarding School while average at his regular classes. When his parents confronted him about it he said, "Magic more interestin' and I be goin' Hogwarts anyway." "Until then you'll be going to Muggle school and you'll get your grades back up unless you want us to pull you out of magic school," said Mark, bluffing. He knew he'd never pull Harry out of magic school. After all, that's the world he belonged in. He did however know that Harry would need reading, writing, and arithmetic even in the wizarding world. "No. Yaw can't take me out of magic school. I run way if yaw do." Mark grinned at the panic he saw in Harry's eyes. Cindy said, "Then pick up your other grades to prove we don't need to." "Fine," he said. "Don't take that attitude with me, young man," she said. "Sorry, Mommy," said Harry, looking at her with his best pathetic puppy dog face. She sighed and patted his blonde head while smiling. "Why don't you run along and work on your reading?" He walked to his room without another word. Harry's Muggle grades did improve after that, although he did require occasional encouragement in the form of threats and/or bribery. During the spring of Harry's second year, a few weeks after Brianna's 5th birthday, she did something she shouldn't have done. She wanted to try doing magic, so she borrowed Harry's wand without telling him when he'd left his room for a few minutes in the middle of doing homework. When he returned, he saw that his wand wasn't where he'd left it, so he immediately got mad and went straight to his sister's bedroom. When he quietly opened the door without knocking, he found her pointing his wand at a pencil, trying to sharpen it. She was so absorbed in her task that she hadn't noticed him yet. "Give it back," he shouted, scaring her and causing a red light to shoot out of the wand that she'd instinctively pointed at the source of the noise. The blast hit Harry square in the chest, causing him to go unconscious and fall to the floor, just as Cindy and Mark approached the room to see what the noise was. As Harry collapsed, tears started falling from Brianna's horrified face. She dropped the wand and ran toward her brother. "Harry, I'm sorry," she shouted as she took him in her arms in time to see her parents, who did not look happy at all. She started trembling, afraid she'd hurt Harry badly or even killed him. Sorry, I take wand. Harry surprise me." At this point she couldn't even speak anymore. She just sobbed for a few minutes on Harry's unconscious form, leaning her head on his chest. Her parents watched, not sure what to say. Mark bent down and checked Harry's pulse, smiling slightly when he felt one. Harry gonna be okay, right Daddy?" Brianna finally said through her tears. "I think so," Mark said. "I'm gonna call the Department of Accidental Magic though, just to be sure." "I'll do it," said Cindy. As she walked toward their bedroom to retrieve the other phone book, Brianna sobbed, "I sorry Daddy. Is I goin' to jail? I didn't mean it. He scare me." He gave his daughter a hug. "I know honey, and I love you, but I can't simply overlook the fact that you took your brother's wand. You will be punished after we find out how Harry is doing." "Yes Daddy," she said with her head bowed low in penitence. "I love you, too, and, Harry. If anything wrong I don't know." "We'll find that out now," said a friendly-looking man with dark hair and a graying beard. He was standing with Cindy. "I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Oliver Brown. I'm from the Accidental Magic Department. We can apparate directly to the other side of a phone call. I take it that this pretty little girl here is the one who performed the magic on the boy." "Yes," said Mark, moving with Brianna to give the wizard room to examine Harry. I doubt she's hurt her brother seriously, he said as he bent down. He pulled out his wand and performed a spell on Harry. He then chuckled as he saw the results written in shining letters in front of him. How old is your daughter? Brianna's 5 years old, said Cindy. Amazing. She's performed a perfect stunning spell on your son. I'd hate to duel her when she gets older. She's going to be a very powerful witch. He then turned his wand toward Harry. Enervate. Harry opened his eyes and saw a stranger smiling at him. He flinched and then noticed his parents there too, and he remembered what had happened, all the way to the point of the spell hitting him. Brianna, I'm gonna kill you, he shouted as he got up. Now, Harry, said Cindy. Brianna in the meantime had gotten to a far corner of her room. I didn't mean it. Well, said Mr. Brown with a grin, since Harry's already going to magic school, you should have no trouble enrolling Brianna there as well. It appears you have a family crisis to deal with. I'll see myself off, and you'll get a bill in a few days. Bye. He then disappeared with a soft pop. Harry started to run toward his sister, but found the strong arms of his father were holding him back. She stole my wand and hexed me. We know, said Mark, and she'll be punished. But hexing you was an accident. No it wasn't. I hate her, he shouted and ran off to his room. Harry, shouted Brianna, it was accident. I not want hurt. Harry's door slammed shut and Brianna sat down in the corner where she'd been standing, and cried with her face in her knees. I'm sure he didn't mean it, sweetheart, said Cindy, walking up to her daughter. Yes he did. I was bad and now he hate me, she said between her tears. I'm gonna go talk to him, said Cindy, while I think about your punishment. I do Harry's chores for a year, Brianna declared, causing Mark to chuckle. Well, said Cindy, I'm not sure about a year, but 2 years, cried Brianna, maybe he forgive me then. I meant that 1 year might be too long, Brianna. Your father and I will discuss it and let you know our decision. Cindy then picked up Harry's wand from the floor and left the room. Harry sat on his bed fuming. He knew his sister could use her sad puppy dog eyes, which she did even better than him, to get out of any punishment. She'd gone into his room, taken his wand, and hexed him. He admitted to himself that it had to have been an accident since she didn't know any spells, but she shouldn't have had the wand to begin with. He was interrupted from his thoughts by a knock at his door. He ignored it, knowing it would either be Brianna or one of his parents telling him to forgive Brianna. His door opened. Hi Harry, said his mom. I brought you your wand back. She closed the door as she entered. Put it on my desk, where I left it, he said coldly. Do you know exactly what Brianna did to you? She said, sitting on the chair by Harry's desk. She hexed me, Harry said, on purpose. No matter what she says, I meant what spell she used. His expression softened. No, but it's like I fainted. Exactly. It's called the stunning spell. Have they taught it to you yet at school? He put his head down. No. Cindy wore a fake worried expression. She looked around as though to make sure no one was listening in. I think she's been running off and learning dark magic so she can hex us all. Harry's expression changed from angry to surprised. What? You were right to tell her you hate her. I think I'll tell her that too. Huh? Your father thinks we should get her a wand and enroll her at your school, but I know better. Why you do? Harry was getting worried about his mom's sanity. Of course. Look at what she did with your wand. We're just lucky she was still practicing. I'm sure she really wanted to kill you, and then everybody else. Mom? I think we should kick her out of the house now before she's too powerful. What do you think? Do you want to hex her a few times first? Harry was now clearly scared, and his mom was having a very hard time keeping a straight face. I don't think she's doing that. It was an accident. She wasn't trying to hurt me. But she took your wand. It must have been her plan all along. She was just curious. She wanted to know if she had magic. You can't kick her out for that. Why are you trying to defend her? You said you hate her. As his mom's expression changed from fear to amusement to neutral, his face fell. I did say that, didn't I? Yes you did, and she's right now in her room crying. I've never seen anyone as scared or sorry as she was when you fell down. She thinks she should do your chores for 2 years, and then maybe you'll forgive her. What do you think? He smirked. Well, 2 years without chores, Harry. All right. I'll talk to her, but she did take my wand. I know Harry, and your dad and I will punish her for that, but I think that she needs to know you still love her. Mom. I know you boys don't like this kind of mushy stuff, but you know that you love your sister, and she needs to know that too. If you can say that you hate her, you can say that you love her." She took a deep breath. "She really looks up to you, and it really hurts her when you say things like that. You've got to learn not to say things you don't mean when you're angry. You can ruin a friendship that way." "I already said I'll talk to her, Mom." She then hugged her son. "I knew you would." Brianna was sitting in her room alone, still crying in a corner. The door was open because she didn't bother to get up and close it. This should have been a happy day. She found out she was a witch. Unfortunately, her very first accidental magic had hurt her brother, and now he hated her. She looked up when she heard her door close. Harry was standing there looking nervous. "Hi, Brianna. I'm so sorry, Harry. I never do magic again." "What kind of rubbish is that? Of course you'll do magic. You'll be going to my school. You'll probably do better than me, judging by that spell you accidentally sent at me," he said with a smirk. She smiled a bit when he admitted it was an accident. He walked up to her and squatted down. "I'm still not happy that you took my wand." "I'm sorry, let me finish. I know you wouldn't really try to hurt me." He took a deep breath. "I said some mean things to you. I didn't mean them either." "You didn't?" she asked, finally daring to hope he didn't hate her. "No, I don't hate you, sis. I love you." He then hugged her and she returned the embrace, crying on his shoulder. "I was so scared," she said. "I'm so glad you okay." Brianna ended up doing Harry's chores for a week. Their parents felt bad about punishing the girl after she'd been through so much, but they felt that a lack of punishment would encourage more rule breaking. Aunt Minnie was thrilled to find out that Brianna was magical. They went to Little Salem that weekend and got Brianna her own wand, mahogany and dragon heartstring, 8.5 inches, at the same shop from the same woman Harry did not have a crush on. This wand was a perfect match for Brianna. She borrowed her brother's first magic books and got her mom to help her read them. Cindy had begun teaching both of her kids to read when they turned 3, but Brianna wasn't quite ready to read books like that on her own. The summer came and went, with Brianna practicing her reading and spellwork in anticipation of attending Wentworth Witchcraft Elementary School. She also began kindergarten that year as well. She turned out to be somewhat of a bookworm, and was at the top of her classes in both Muggle and Magical school. She did gain a few friends and went to some sleepovers. Harry wasn't happy when his sister invited her friends to sleep over at their house, and managed to arrange to spend the night at one of his friends' houses whenever the girls were staying at his house. The McGonagalls got a Nintendo Entertainment System that included Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt the summer that Harry turned 10. Brianna was 8. Both siblings greatly enjoyed that, and were known to spend hours in the living room fighting Bowser and his allies to save Princess Toadstool. Harry enjoyed Duck Hunt a lot more than his sister, and would wait until one of his friends, either magical or Muggle, would come over so he could compete with them. That was the same year that he learned both defensive spells. He finally learned how to stun Brianna and told her so, causing her to pale, and modern magical history, which included a recent war in Europe fought over ridiculous prejudices. This particular war had been started by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Americans didn't fear the name, and was ended by a boy named Harry Potter. No one knows what happened to the boy, who disappeared the day after Voldemort did. Some said he was killed by the same Death Eaters who tortured Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. Others think he's alive and being trained as a dark wizard to take Voldemort's place. Still others simply think that someone hid him away in a good home where nobody knew who he was so that he'd be safe. The point was that no one knew what had become of him, except that his name was still down in the registry of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which indicated that he wasn't dead. Harry came home after the lesson on the demise of Voldemort excited to talk about it with his parents. He didn't know why, but the whole story of Voldemort seemed very interesting to him. "Hi Mom," he said after the Eagle bus took him and Brianna home from school. Once Harry had turned 10, his parents let him and Brianna take the magical bus to and from wizarding school on Saturdays. It went incredibly fast like a roller coaster, but had seatbelts so that you weren't thrown around when it made sharp turns or stopped. Their house was on the Flow network, but both Harry and Brianna greatly enjoyed riding the bus, so their parents allowed it, figuring that it meant they didn't have to visit Six Flags Great America nearly as often, although they did end up going at least twice every summer. Once with Mark's company before the park was open to the public, before the new rides were open, and once in August. "Hi Harry, Brianna," said Cindy. "How was school?" "It was great. I learned a spell that will freeze a person until they get revived in defense class, and about Voldemort and Harry Potter in history class." Cindy froze for a moment when Harry mentioned his true identity. She then decided to change the topic. "What about potions, transfiguration, and herbology?" "They were fine too, but this kid Harry Potter, who would be my age, he somehow killed the most powerful dark wizard alive 9 years ago, and ended a war. But then he disappeared." "Did he?" asked a frightened Cindy who wasn't sure what to do. "Yeah. Some say he's being taught to be a dark wizard. I hope they're wrong." "I'm sure they are," said Cindy. "I wonder if Aunt Minnie knew the Potters," said Brianna, who'd heard the whole story while they were riding home. "Harry said her boss, Professor Dumbledore, did." "I am sure she did. They, probably were her students at one time." "Oh yeah," said Brianna. At that moment Mark walked in the house behind them. He'd had to work that Saturday. "Maybe I can ask Aunt Minnie about Harry Potter to help with my report," said Harry. Mark coughed behind them at the mention of that name. Harry P. Potter?" "Yeah. Did Aunt Minnie tell you anything about him? He went missing just a few months before we left England." Mark and Cindy looked at each other. Cindy nodded and then so did Mark. "Kids, sit down and we'll tell you everything we know about Harry Potter." Harry smiled broadly. "So she did tell you something about him. I knew it." Cindy said, "Yes. The day after his parents died, she brought him to our house and asked us to raise him as our son." Harry frowned. "And you said no? Why? I guess you were already planning on moving and had me. Did I play with him while he was visiting?" Mark continued, I think you're missing the point." He took a deep breath and looked at his son. "You're Harry Potter. This is a complete secret and you can't tell anyone. Aunt Minnie transfigured your hair blonde and we had a doctor remove your scar. Your fingerprints were changed as well, but we kept your eyes the same color." Brianna was staring at her brother, who was looking astounded. I'm not your son." He looked at Brianna. I'm not your brother?" "You are as much a part of this family as any of us," said Cindy sternly, "and we love you every bit as much as Brianna." Harry seemed to relax a bit, but he was still in shock. Okay. They wanted to keep where I am a secret so no one could get revenge. I guess I understand. I suppose as a kid I could have blabbed it. So Dumbledore lied when he said I disappeared to throw the Death Eaters off the track." Mark answered. "No, he dropped you off at your only living relative's house like a milk bottle. Aunt Minnie had watched them all day and saw that they were the worst kind of people you could imagine, and she remembered terrible things Lily Potter had said about them. That dumb old dork didn't bother trying to meet them. He simply went to the house and left you on the doorstep with a note. 5 months later he checked on you to find you were missing." Cindy continued, "She took you as soon as he left. She would have raised you herself, but she knew that Dumbledore would have found out and put you with those people. So she had to find someone to take care of you." "You," said Harry. "Yes," said Mark. "She brought you to us and we happily welcomed you to our family. We claimed you'd been dropped on our doorstep and we had no idea who you were, and adopted you. Dumbledore has no idea. When you go to Hogwarts, you need to try to keep that secret. First, because I don't think you want everybody staring at you like an exhibit from the zoo. Secondly, because it could get your Aunt Minnie, maybe even us, in trouble. Thirdly, Dumbledore will probably want to send you to those people." "I understand," said Harry. "I won't tell anyone." Mark smiled. "I know, but there are magical ways to find out anyway. One of my teachers mentioned Legil-Monkey." Mark chuckled. "Legilimency. What do you know about it? That it requires eye contact, so I shouldn't look him in the eyes." Cindy continued, "Or another professor named Snape. He's also a Legilimens. But there is a defense against it called occlumency. Aunt Minnie learned it right after she, kidnapped you so that she wouldn't be found out. She gave us a book on it. It seems even muggles can learn to protect their minds. She sent us the book once we came into contact with the wizarding world." "When I started magic school," stated Harry. "Exactly. We'd like you two to read it and start learning. It's more important for Harry to learn it first since he's going to Hogwarts, but you both should learn it. Your magic school has a strict policy against reading the minds of students, but if you ever feel that one of your teachers is looking straight into your soul, break eye contact immediately." "All right," both kids replied. "By the way, We're going to be spending the summer in England with Aunt Minnie, said Mark. Yes, no, said Brianna. We won't be able to practice magic there. Minerva had explained that the ministry didn't detect underage magic in wizarding homes, but had also sworn them to secrecy about that fact, giving them a story to tell the kids. Mark said, "Don't tell anyone, but because you're from America, you're allowed to do magic in Aunt Minnie's house as long as no one but family is there." Cindy continued, "She does want you to meet other kids though. The Muggle-born students are going to have an orientation at her house a few days after we arrive. She wants both of you there as well since we're Muggles, although technically your dad is a squib." "Why me?" asked Brianna. "I won't be going to Hogwarts until Harry's 3rd year." "She thinks you'd be rather bored otherwise, and that you may enjoy meeting some children, even if they're Harry's age," answered Cindy. Harry then got an angry look on his face. "Voldemort murdered my real parents." "Yes," said Mark, "but I doubt it'll help for you to be angry at someone you somehow already got rid of." "I guess not." Harry then smiled. "So, does my true identity mean I can get my presents on July 31st instead of August 12th this year?" "I'm afraid that would blow your cover," said Brianna with a smirk. "Besides, Aunt Minnie intended on inviting any of the Muggle-born students you like to a birthday party on August 12th, but if you don't want one, that's fine," said Mark. "No, that's fine. I can keep my birthday as it is." The months passed quickly, and at the end of the school year, Harry bid goodbye to his friends, telling the Muggle friends he'd be attending a private school in Scotland, while telling his wizarding friends he was going to Hogwarts. Minerva was getting nervous as she waited for her family to arrive. She'd entered both Harry and Brianna McGonagall's names on the list at Hogwarts when they'd performed their first accidental magic, and had casually let it slip that her nephew had magical kids who would be attending so that it wouldn't come as a surprise that the headmaster would investigate. She was also glad that Harry already knew who he was, and was also glad he was keeping it secret. She was proud of how quickly they'd devoured the occlumency book and how much effort they'd put into learning it, but she knew she'd have to actually test their shields to find out how well they were doing. It was imperative that Harry be a master occlumens as soon as possible, preferably before his first class with Snape. That was another thing Albus did that she didn't understand. Ever since he'd hired that insufferable Git, not that she'd actually call him that, his absolutely blatant favoritism of the Slytherins made a complete mockery of the point system. Breathing seemed to be Snape's main reason for taking points from Gryffindors and adding points to Slytherins. According to the school records, the man had never taken a point from a Slytherin or given a point to a Gryffindor in the 10 or so years he'd been working there. She pointed out all these facts, along with accounts from dozens of witnesses from every house but Slytherin, and Albus completely ignored it, saying that he trusted Snape. She'd even shown him pensive memories from students that proved Snape didn't even teach. He simply put instructions on the board and started taking points from Gryffindors. For that reason, no house but Slytherin had won the House Cup since he'd become the head of Slytherin House. She honestly wondered what was wrong with the headmaster. Ever since she'd realized how foolish Albus had been regarding Harry, she'd started questioning many of the decisions he'd made. For example, he'd hired a complete fraud who enjoyed predicting student deaths as divination teacher at about the same time he'd hired Snape. Now he just asked her to help him set up protections to guard the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. Why would a school be used to guard anything but children? What if some dark wizard came to the school looking for the stone? He might kill every student he sees along the way before he gets to the obstacles protecting the stone. What if a student, accidentally or purposely, came across Hagrid's three-headed dog? She had slowly begun to believe that Albus Dumbledore wasn't actually that good of a headmaster. He seemed to have his own agenda that superseded his responsibility to the students, to provide a high-quality education in a safe environment conducive to learning. She knew he wasn't a dark wizard, and that he probably had the best intentions, with what he felt was the greater good at heart, but hiring bad teachers and making Hogwarts more dangerous shouldn't have been an option. He quite obviously didn't have the students' best interests at heart. She sighed, figuring that there was nothing she could do about it anyway, and continued waiting for her family at the airport. "Aunt Minnie!" shouted Harry and Brianna happily as they ran toward Professor McGonagall with outstretched arms. "Harry, Brianna," she said as they each in turn embraced her. "Mark and Cindy, it's good to see you as well. I'm just glad my job let me have this long of a vacation." "So am I," said Minnie. We'll all have to take the night bus to my house and discuss a few issues that I'm concerned about. After a ride wherein everyone was tossed around the bus, Cindy McGonagall walked up to Stan Shunpike and shouted, "Why the hell don't you have seatbelts? The bus like this in America does." They realized that passengers probably don't want to be tossed all over the bus during the ride. "My kids probably have brand new bumps and bruises thanks to you." Stan stared at her. "I'm sorry we have offended you, ma'am. What's a seatbelt?" After she very patiently cured the ignorance of the night bus conductor, he said, "Wow. That's a great idea. Did you hear that, Ernie?" Once they were settled in McGonagall Manor, thanks to the help of a house elf named Blinky. Much to the annoyance of the Americanized and anti-slavery McGonagalls, which was located in Scotland, Minerva sat in the living room with her guests. "Well, since I'm the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts who writes the Hogwarts letters, I already have Harry McGonagall's ready. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to send one to Harry Potter on his birthday as well. I shall have to dissemble yet again and claim that it was returned unopened. I just hope he doesn't ask me to keep trying." "That would be funny," said Harry, "to send a whole flock of owls after me." Brianna laughed. "That reminds me. Do you have an owl?" asked Minerva. "No, my American friends all had telephones, even the wizarding ones. I'd like to get you one so that you can keep in contact with the friends you make here. Just remember not to try sending it across the ocean to your family over the school year. To talk to them, I'll get you your own mirror." His face lit up from that news. "Thanks, Aunt Minnie." Brianna frowned for a few seconds but said nothing. Minnie said, "I'll also be getting a mirror for you, Brianna. I'd imagine that you may wish to speak to your brother without your parents listening in. Would you like an owl now or when you start at Hogwarts?" The 9-year-old girl smiled brightly. "Now, please. Having a pet is a responsibility, both of you," said Cindy. "You'll have to take care of them." "Yes, Mom," they both said together. Minerva looked at Harry. "Now, as I understand it, when you got your wand, you were told that it wasn't a perfect match." "Yes, but it's worked so far," he said defensively. "I'm sure that it's a fine wand, but you'll get the best results with the wand that suits you best. I have a suspicion I've never voiced that the wand meant for a witch or wizard always somehow makes its way to the wand shop closest to where that person was born. In Brianna's case, it was Little Salem, but in your case, it would be Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley. I would like to visit there tomorrow when we pick up Harry's school supplies." "We're going there tomorrow?" asked Mark. "Yes," Minerva said simply, "and while we're there, I'd like to resolve another issue. I know that James and Lily Potter left an inheritance for their son at Gringotts, though I'm not entirely sure what it consists of. The goblins there are very discreet. They don't normally disclose any information about the activity of accounts or who visits Gringotts. You can even ask them to be even more discreet than usual. Just remember to be polite." "Are you asking us to take Harry to Gringotts claiming his real identity?" asked Mark. "Yes," said Minerva, earning surprised looks all around. "Not publicly. Simply ask for a private meeting when you arrive and tell the goblin you speak to that this is confidential, and that Harry is indeed Harry Potter." "And they'll believe us?" asked Cindy skeptically. "Of course not, but they'll take a small sample of his blood." "They're gonna stick me with a needle? No way." "Actually, they'll prick your finger with a knife, but heal it once they get the blood. They'll then be able to create a new key to your vault, and at the same time the existing key will disappear, right out of Albus' safe." She smiled briefly. "He will eventually notice that the key disappeared and will probably ask the goblins if they made a new key for your vault. You should specifically say you don't want Professor Dumbledore to know about it. Fortunately, his form of legilimency doesn't work on goblins, only humans." She then looked at her niece and nephew. "Have you been practicing your occlumency?" "Yes, Aunt Minnie," said Harry, putting up his shields as his sister did the same. He soon felt a pressure move against his shields. At first it was gentle, and then it got gradually stronger as he kept her out. Finally she dropped the attack for a moment and Harry relaxed, only to be attacked at this momentary weakness. He soon found himself reliving some of the most wonderful moments of his life: birthday parties, Christmas mornings, the first time he saw his sister, and when he learned he was magical. "You did very well, Harry, except that you relaxed too soon. Truthfully, unless you give them reason to suspect you, that's the strongest attack you'll get. But if they do become suspicious, they'll attack much harder than that, especially Snape. We'll need to work on this every day this summer and into the school year as necessary." Yes, Aunt Minnie. Now I'll test Brianna's defenses. Brianna turned out to be a bit easier to read than Harry, and also agreed to work on it that summer, and then to continue working on it after they left so that hopefully the next time they saw each other, Aunt Minnie wouldn't be able to read her mind. The first stop they made was at Gringotts. Minerva did not accompany them inside the bank out of fear of being recognized. Mark walked up to the teller. "Excuse me. My family and I would like to talk with someone who can handle accounts in private." "Yes, sir," said the goblin. "Wait in that room." He pointed at an open door on the other side of the room. They walked into the room that had a rectangular table with 6 uncomfortable wooden chairs around it. They all sat down and waited. After 15 minutes, a goblin walked in. "Hello. My name is Griphook. May I ask your identities?" "My name is Mark McGonagall. Are you of any relation to Minerva McGonagall?" "Yes. She's my aunt. This is my wife Cindy and my daughter Brianna. The boy's identity is to be a complete secret from everybody, including Albus Dumbledore. Will you agree to that?" "Yes, of course. We here at Gringotts are most discreet. Who is the boy?" "This is my adopted son, Harry Potter. He would like to find out what inheritance he has coming." The goblin's eyes flicked up to where the scar should be. "We had his scar hidden through a Muggle operation, for obvious reasons. His hair and fingerprints have also been altered. The name he goes by is Harry Mark McGonagall. We will have to take some of his blood to prove your claim. May I assume that you do not possess his vault key?" "That's correct," Harry said as he held out his hand, closing his eyes tightly. His sister looked away. After a slight irritation on his finger, Harry opened his eyes to see that the wound was healed and his blood was dropping into the top of a miniature replica of Gringotts that hadn't been on the table a moment ago. A few seconds after the drop of blood entered the bank's chimney, the doors opened and a key stuck out of them. Griphook pulled the key out, and a small piece of paper like a receipt came out the doors behind the key. The goblin took it out as well and read, "Harry James Potter has inherited the Potter Vault." After a quick ride to the vault, the stacks of gold impressed the whole family. Harry took some, but not much because his mom wouldn't let him waste your entire inheritance in one day. They met up with Minerva at Flourish and Blots, where they found her immersed in a magical romance novel. She put it away immediately and complained about the poor quality of writing. Cindy put it in their basket when Minnie wasn't watching, intent on giving it to her for Christmas. Harry got his school books, as well as the updated version of Hogwarts, a history. He then noticed a book called Quidditch Through the Ages and asked, "Can I get a broom?" "Harry," said Minerva, "I'm afraid first years can't have brooms." "Sorry," said Mark, "but you can have the book." They got a few other books, one of which because it talked about the boy who lived and vanished, that presented all the main theories about him, including that he'd been vaporized from the curse Voldemort sent, only a day late. They visited Ollivander's and showed him Harry's wand. "Oh yes. Not one of mine. Beechwood and phoenix feather, 9 inches. A good match, but not a perfect one. He was born in England, but we moved to America when he was a child. We got the wand there. The saleslady knew it wasn't a perfect match and gave us a discount," said Cindy. "Oh yes, that American rubbish about letting kids run amok with wands before they can read," he muttered to himself. "We'll try a few wands with phoenix feather cores." After trying a few that all seemed close matches like the wand Harry already had, finally the wandmaker took a wand out saying, "I wonder." As soon as the wand found itself in Harry's hand, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Ollivander cried, "Oh bravo!" He frowned for a second, and looked as though he were going to say something but changed his mind. "That'll be 7 galleons, Mr. McGonagall." After Mark paid, Minerva said, "Let's go to the Owl Emporium so I can keep my promise, and then we'll get some ice cream." After Harry picked out a female snowy owl he named Hedwig and Brianna picked out a mostly brown male eagle owl with striking orange eyes she named Barnabas, they went for ice cream and finally back to Aunt Minnie's house. The house actually belonged to both Minerva and Mark equally as the McGonagall ancestral home, and upon Minerva's death it would fall to Mark and his heirs, although whenever they spoke of that, he said that she may yet fall in love and have kids, which irritated her and made her blush at the same time. It had several rooms spread out over 4 floors. Minerva had it decorated very conservatively in Gryffindor colors. At precisely 4 p.m. the day after their trip to Diagon Alley, a large group of people all holding onto a length of rope landed in a heap on the floor, which had just been treated with a cushioning charm, of a large hall in McGonagall Manor. It had red carpet with very light pastel gold-colored walls. The group consisted of Hagrid, the new Muggle-born students, and their families. Harry's family was already waiting for them with Aunt Minnie. Professor McGonagall walked to the front of the room. In her most professional voice and a friendly demeanor, she said, "Welcome everybody. I am Professor McGonagall, Transfiguration teacher, head of Gryffindor House, and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Thank you for coming to the orientation." The hand of a small brown bushy-haired girl came up immediately. "Yes, Miss Granger, Hermione Granger. I was wondering. You see, the rest of us met Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron. I was wondering who that family is." She spoke quickly out of nervousness. Minerva smiled. "It might be a good idea for us all to introduce ourselves. That particular family consists of my nephew, Mark McGonagall, his wife Cindy, and their children, Harry and Brianna. Harry will be starting at Hogwarts this year and Brianna will be starting in a few years. They're spending the summer here before all but Harry return to America, where they've been living for several years. In America, they don't have the underage restriction on magic that we do here, so Harry and Brianna have both been attending a magic school, as well as a Muggle school, since they were 5 years old. They thought this would be an excellent opportunity to meet some of the students that will be Harry's classmates. Miss Granger, why don't you introduce your family?" After everyone, including Dean Thomas and Justin Finch-Fletchley's families, had introduced themselves, Hermione's hand went up again, causing Harry to smile. "Yes, Miss Granger," said Minerva. "Actually, I'd like to ask Harry and Brianna what it's like in the American Wizarding School, and what did they teach?" Harry and Brianna both put their heads down, attempting to hide their blushing faces. Minnie looked at her nephew and niece. "Harry, why don't you answer first?" Well, at the school we go to, I used to go to, we wear regular clothes and use pencils, pens, and paper instead of quills, ink, and parchment like at Hogwarts. That'll probably take getting used to. We had a spell for sharpening pencils though. I learned Latin and wand handling, along with the basics of almost every class at Hogwarts. I'll find out how much it helped me this September." Brianna added, "It was nice to be able to learn magic, although I had to wait 6 months for a new term to begin after I learned I was a witch. They let you in that school once you've done your first accidental magic, and then you learn how to control it, so accidents became much less frequent." Hermione said, "I wish I'd had that opportunity. Of course, I'm ever so pleased to be able to attend Hogwarts. I've read all of the class books and a few more besides, but I wish I'd had the opportunity to try out the spells. You all will have that opportunity at Hogwarts. The restriction of underage magic applies to all the students who have been raised in Europe, and no one else who was raised in America will be attending Hogwarts. Most students, even the ones born to magical families, will be starting at the same point as you. Are there any more questions?" She waited a few moments, but no hands were raised. "Now I will show you the way meals are served at Hogwarts." She pointed at a table with her hands, and instantly a Hogwarts-style feast appeared. Harry sat down first and began to fill his plate when Hermione sat down next to him. "Hello Harry," she said. Her face began to get pink. "I was wondering if you could be, my study partner." For a reason he couldn't fathom, his face began to turn pink too. "What exactly do you mean?" She looked down at the table. To do class work and homework together, to study together." "Oh, you mean like friends?" "Well, yes, almost like friends." Harry wondered why she'd say, almost like friends, as though she never had friends before. He suspected it was her obviously studious nature that classified her as a bookworm that prevented her from gaining friends. "Sorry, can't do it," he said with a grin. "I'm sorry to have bothered you," she said as she began to get up. She sounded like she was about to cry. "If you want, we can be friends, and study together as well. But I'm not good at being almost like friends." She sat back down with a huge grin that showed her buck teeth, but more importantly it showed real happiness. "Friends? Do you mean it?" He now knew he was right and she didn't have many, if any, friends. "Of course I mean it. Look, Aunt Minnie just got me an owl. I'll send you a letter every week until school starts. We'll sit together on the train. She looked down. Don't have an owl. Then I'll have my owl wait for your reply. I'll introduce you to her after dinner. In her excitement, she hugged Harry for a moment and then pulled her hands back and blushed furiously. Thanks, she said. You're welcome, Hermione. The hug didn't go unnoticed by the others at the table. The Grangers were thrilled to see that their little girl seemed to have made a friend. They suspected she had a crush on him as well. Brianna knew she had something to harass her brother with for the rest of the summer and probably well into the school year. The boys figured that Harry was just as much of a bookworm teacher's pet as Hermione seemed to be, probably worse since he was related to a teacher. They knew that they didn't want to be friends with either of them. After they were done eating, Harry and Hermione snuck out of the huge room and went to his bedroom. Hermione was impressed as she looked around the mansion. I wish I had time to show you the library, said Harry. Her eyes widened. There's a library here, he chuckled. When they got to his room, Blinky was in there dusting. Hermione let out a small shriek. It's all right, Hermione. Blinky is a house elf. Blinky, I told you that you don't have to clean my room for me. Blinky is sorry, Master Harry, but Blinky is knowing you isn't supposed to be here now. It's all right. I'd like you to meet my new friend, Hermione Granger. Hermione smiled at being introduced as his friend. Blinky bowed low. It is an honor meeting your grandee, sir. Hermione asked, are you their butler or something? I is Blinky the house elf, bound to serve the McGonagall family forever, he said proudly as he wore a fancy linen that displayed an ornate M on it. Serve? You mean like a slave? You don't get paid, her face fell. Of course Blinky isn't being paid, he answered patiently, knowing that she was a muggle-born and didn't understand many wizarding customs. Hermione turned to Harry. You own a slave? No, I don't own a slave. Aunt Minnie does. My family lives in America. Elves aren't slaves there. My dad tried to talk her into freeing Blinky, but she wouldn't hear of it. Blinky now looked terrified. Your family isn't wanting Blinky if you is inheriting McGonagall Mansion? Not as a slave, said Harry. I'm sure Dad wouldn't kick you out on the street, though. But you don't have to worry. I'm sure Aunt Minnie will be around for many years. Why yes sir. Blinky must go now, he said as though in a trance, back to the kitchen to get the plates. The kitchen? Asked Hermione. You cooked the food we ate, didn't you? Yes. Didn't you like it? It was wonderful. She then turned to Harry. You knew it was made by slave labor but ate the food anyway? If I refused to eat, all that would accomplish is me starving to death. I'm staying here all summer. Oh, I see your point. But there must be something we can do. I hope so. Aunt Minnie is nice to Blinky, but there are some masters who punish their elves. Punish, she said with a horrified expression. I should say torture. They order their elves to do things like bang their heads on walls and iron their hands. Hermione's eyes were starting to tear. Iron their hands? It's disgusting. Even Aunt Minnie is against that. Thank goodness that doesn't happen to the elves at Hogwarts. Wait. Hogwarts has house elves. Probably more than any other place in Europe. You heard my aunt. Now I'll show you, the way meals are served at Hogwarts. She sighed. Now I'm not sure if I. Please don't change your mind. At least they're not tortured there. Maybe we can do something about the house elf enslavement. If you don't go, there won't be anyone there who agrees with me. She smiled at her first friend. Maybe we can make a difference. What if we form a club and give away information to students? Maybe we can call it, she paused, the Society for the Promotion of Elvish Welfare. No, people would call us spew. We need it to be something good. He paused and smiled. What about Community for Advancing the Rights of Elves? CARE. That's perfect, declared Hermione. Maybe I can spend some of my inheritance on this, he said without thinking. What inheritance? She asked. He shook his head. Oh, never mind. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's none of my business if you've inherited from someone. That's fine. I do have some money I should be able to use to start it. Maybe we can get badges and sell them to try to make more money for our literature so that you don't have to keep funding it. I'll also talk to my parents and see if they'll donate any money. We'll definitely need to stay in contact to prepare. You were going to introduce me to your owl. Yeah. He walked up to the snowy owl that was perched in his room. Hedwig, This is my friend Hermione. Hello, Hedwig. You are adorable, Hedwig hooted in agreement. We'll be asking you to carry letters between us this summer. Is that all right, girl? She hooted again. Harry patted her on the head and then said, "We'd better be headed back." "I never would have expected my brother to sneak a girl to his room less than an hour after meeting her," said Brianna with a smirk from the doorway. Hermione's face turned red with embarrassment while Harry's turned pink with anger. "What are you following me for, you little snoop? I ought to hex you." "For your information, Aunt Minnie sent me to find Hermione before the Portkey left without her." "Oh yes," said Hermione, recovering. "I've got to go. It was great to meet you, Owlme." She ran off, leaving the siblings alone. "So, my brother's got a girlfriend." He blushed. "I do not, she's just my friend, and she's a girl." "But not girlfriend. Do you think she's cute?" His face was totally red now. "Aha. You do think your girlfriend's cute." She turned around and left, closing the door behind her, thus ensuring that she had the last word. The weeks passed swiftly, with Harry and Hermione owling back and forth at least twice a week. During the first week, Hermione surprised him by sending a wallet-sized photo of herself that had been taken during the last school year. He decided that he would be expected to send her a picture as well. Unfortunately for him, Brianna walked in the room when Harry asked his parents for a picture to send Hermione. If his dad hadn't grabbed the wand out of Harry's pocket, he would have hexed her. That was when Harry decided to start carrying both of his wands. He soon got his parents to take him back to Diagon Alley, with Brianna as well, and after talking about CARE with his parents, they agreed to let him take out money to order 50 badges and some literature. They met the Grangers at Fortesque's Ice Cream right after the trip to the bank, and they went to a shop that made magical badges. The Grangers insisted that they paid for half of the CARE badges once Harry and Hermione agreed on a simple design that only used the sticking charm. They also bought books that they believed would help them create the literature, and after Mark noticed a man with long blonde hair, fancy robes, and a fancy cane kicking a house elf, he ran into a nearby shop and bought a magical camera. He found them again and got a few great zoomed-in shots of the elf being hit with the cane and kicked as they made their way toward Knockturn Alley. One photo focused on the elf's appearance in a filthy tea towel with bruises all over his body. One photo did include the wizard's face. "Must be a respected member of high society," hissed Mark loathfully. "Anyway, I think one of these photos should be good for the cover of your literature. Just make sure not to show that jerk's face or he'll probably sue or something for defamation of his lack of character." Harry finally got to show the McGonagall library to Hermione on his birthday, when she spent most of the day at the manor. She was simply amazed at the size of the library, and how many out-of-print books were inside. She found tomes on almost every topic, including a diary written by hand that actually described the way that some wizards started harassing a group of elves because they were small and looked funny. The elves fought back after several had been tortured to death. Only one of the wizards survived, the one who wrote the diary, and he told a different story to his fellow wizards, wherein the elves attacked them unprovoked. At the end of a long and bloody war, European elves were forced into signing a magical contract with almost every old pureblood wizarding family that their descendants would serve the wizards' descendants forever. Fortunately, some elves refused to sign it, and soon became fugitives, outcasts of society who eventually fled to the New World when it was discovered. Aunt Minnie paled when they showed her that, asking her to magically copy that for them. After that, they'd had the party, where Harry hadn't invited anyone else but the Grangers and his own family. His dad got him 2 wand holsters that could attach to a belt or tie onto either an arm or leg. They'd been charmed to repel summoning spells, and were invisible to everyone but the wearer once they were properly attached. The wands could not accidentally fall out or be removed with physical force by anyone but the wearer. If it was on your wrist, the wearer could set a magic word he or she could say to have it shot into his hand. Like a spring pushed the wand out of the holster. Harry was thrilled that he had such a great way to keep both of his wands with him, one on each wrist. He practiced catching his wands with either hand when shot out of the holster. Fortunately, each holster let the owner set the magic words. Harry chose Old Wand for his left and New Wand for his right. However, when they started flying out of his holsters during normal conversations about his wands, he changed it to Old Sparks and New Sparks. Aunt Minnie gave him a 10-pound. Weightless got the attention of Muggles, 7-compartment trunk so that he could be better organized at school. She also gave him a weightless double-capacity book bag that she claimed came free with the trunk. Hermione really wanted one of them. The Grangers gave Harry a fancy magical stationery set complete with special quills, ink, and parchment. Before he knew it, Harry was at King's Cross Station and pushing a trolley through platform 9 3/4. He'd managed to completely keep Minerva out of his mind for the first time the day before. His family soon joined him as he gazed in awe at the train. He still had the model of it that his aunt had given him, but there was something special about seeing the real THNG. "Hello, Harry," said Hermione from behind him. He turned and saw the Grangers, along with several other families, including a very large group of redheads. "Hi Hermione," he said with a smile, "we should say goodbye to our families and get a compartment." She nodded and Harry walked to his family, hugging them each, even Brianna, in turn. "I'll talk to you tonight in our mirrors," he whispered to his sister before kissing her on the cheek. He then looked at all three of them. "I love you." "We love you too," said Cindy as she kissed his cheek one last time. "I'm so proud of you." Together Harry, McGonagall and Hermione Granger boarded the Hogwarts Express. Please review. The rest of the chapters won't be anywhere near this long. I've just made a few minor changes to Brianna's birth date so that she will go to Hogwarts during Harry's 3rd year. Please don't flame me, because your time could be better spent reading a story you enjoy. Besides, I don't pay attention to flamers anyway. Ready or not Hogwarts, here we come. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 2. Ready or not Hogwarts, here we come. As they walked onto the train, they noticed that most of the compartments were already filled. Through the windows on the doors, they saw a set of red-haired twins looking at what appeared to be a tarantula that their dark-skinned friend was holding in a box. They saw one compartment that seemed to be filled with first years, including a brown-haired boy who was holding a toad. They'd have gone inside, except that it only had room for one person. "You can go in there, if you want, Harry," said Hermione sadly. "I'm sure I'll find somewhere to sit." Harry kept walking with her. "Hermione, I said we'd sit together, and that's what we'll do. I don't lie to my friends." He then smiled at her. "Besides, we need to do some planning for CARE. This compartment seems empty," the bushy-haired girl said with a grin. "Good thing, too. It looks like the last one." Without hesitation, Harry opened the door and allowed Hermione to go in before him. They put their stuff on the shelves above them and sat down together. "I was thinking," said Hermione, "that it would be better to wait about a week to start talking about house elf rights. That way we might get to know people a bit before we convince them we're nutters," he said, chuckling. "Sure. The first Saturday after classes begin we'll set out the flyers in our common room to start with our housemates." Hermione got a worried look on her face. "That's assuming that we're in the same house. I know your aunt is the head of Gryffindor. Do you think that's where you'll end up?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I'd like to think I'm brave enough for Gryffindor, smart enough for Ravenclaw, loyal enough for Hufflepuff, and sneaky enough for Slytherin. But I don't want to be in that house." "But Slytherin is supposed to be for ambitious people, not sneaky. It's the people who will step on anybody's toes to climb the ladder of success. According to Aunt Minnie, not all of them are dark, but it is the preferred house of dark wizards. Even the ones who aren't dark put their own ambitions above everything else. They just don't have an ambition to go dark. Aunt Minnie also warned me that the head of Slytherin completely favors his house unfairly, so be careful around him. He's the potions master here. His name is Snape." "Don't you mean Professor Snape?" Harry whispered. "Don't tell anyone else this, but my aunt says he doesn't teach at all, so he shouldn't be called a professor. She's been trying to get him sacked for years, bringing the headmaster proof that he's a horrible teacher, but Dumbledore won't listen." Hermione looked shocked. But she's deputy headmistress. He's got to listen to her." "Apparently not. Just make sure not to aggravate Snape." "That's what my brothers say," said a voice from the door. They turned to see yet another redhead who appeared to be their age. "About Snape, I mean. To hear Fred and George talk about him, he'll give you a detention for not wearing Slytherin robes, no matter what house you're in. I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." Harry McGonagall. He reached out and shook Ron's hand. "Hermione Granger," she said, also shaking Ron's hand. "Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." "That's fine," said Harry, so Ron sat across from them. This is Scabbers, by the way, he said, indicating the rat in a cage he was carrying. This is Hedwig, Harry said, pointing at the snowy owl in a cage that was on the seat next to Ron. So are you two friends, or did you just have no other choice where to sit? We're friends, said Harry, causing Hermione to smile. We met at a Muggle-born orientation. So you're both Muggle-born, then? Asked Ron nonchalantly. Hermione nodded while Harry spoke. Technically, my dad's a squib and my mom's a Muggle. I'm originally from London, but moved to America when I was really little. My little sister's a witch, too. She'll be coming here in a few years. I've got a little sister, too. This seems a long way to travel for school, even if you are from here, said Ron. My aunt is one of the professors here. It would hurt her feelings if we didn't come here. Ron's eyes widened. McGonagall? She's your aunt? Technically my great-aunt, but yeah. Wow. Ron then turned to Hermione. Well, Muggle-borns don't have any more problems learning magic than anyone else. No one's allowed to do magic before Hogwarts anyway. Actually, said Harry with a grin, it's different in America. There is no age restriction, just secrecy. You can do all the magic you want as long as it's not in front of Muggles that don't know about us. Ron's eyes went wide. Wicked, Hermione said. Harry has been going to magic school since he was 5 and probably knows all of the first-year spells already. We're going to be studying a lot together this year. Would you care to join us? Ron's face turned pink and he looked down. He didn't want to spend all his time at Hogwarts studying. He was hoping to get Fred and George to let him join in their pranks. I'll probably be too busy. No problem, said Harry nicely. Harry, said Hermione, why don't we practice magic now? I'm sure the Ministry doesn't care if we do it on the train. Harry grinned as Ron paled. Sure. I'll go first. Harry muttered, new sparks, causing his wand to spring out of his invisible wrist holster into his right hand. Wow. Said Ron with his eyes wide. You conjured that out of thin air. Of course he didn't, silly, said Hermione in a condescending tone. He received an invisible wand holster for his birthday last month. She deliberately didn't mention the other one, since she figured her friend might want that to be a secret. That's still wicked, said Ron. Thanks. Harry then pointed his wand at Scabbers' cage and said, Wingardium Leviosa, causing the cage to rise as the rat, apparently afraid of heights, started running around the cage frantically squealing. Put him down, said Ron in a panic. Can't you see he's scared? Sorry, said Harry as he lowered the cage. Hermione pulled her wand out, along with a book of matches. I read about this spell in A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. One of the first spells is to change a match into a needle. She then took out a match and set it on the seat. After her first attempt, the match was silvery and pointed, but clearly it was still a match. She put down her head in shame. Harry, who'd learned this spell the year before, said, Hermione, I think you didn't move your wand exactly right. Lieutenant me show you. He then demonstrated the movement with his wand, and she tried again. This time it became a needle. Hermione smiled brightly at him, fighting the impulse to hug him. Thanks, Harry. It was nothing. You just hadn't seen a demonstration yet. It's hard to describe wand movements in a book. They should make a video of it. That would be extremely helpful. A what? Asked Ron. A Muggle device that shows moving pictures, said Harry, sort of like a magical photograph. Oh. Ron's face turned purple as he realized that they were looking at him expectantly. He scanned his brain to come up with some spell to demonstrate, but could only think of one. My brother George told me one that's supposed to turn Scabbers yellow. He then pulled out his old-looking wand. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. He waved his wand, but nothing happened. Scabbers stayed gray. Are you sure that's a real spell? Asked Hermione. Well, it's not very good, is it? Ron muttered. It must have been one of his stupid jokes. At that moment, the snack trolley came to their compartment. Would you like any snacks? Harry smiled. Sure. I'll take 3 chocolate frogs and some Drooble's best blowing gum. Would you like anything, Hermione? She smiled. My parents don't really approve, but I would like to try a few licorice wands. How about you, Ron? I've got sandwiches, he muttered miserably. Are you sure you don't want anything? Well, I wouldn't mind a few chocolate frogs and a box of every flavor beans. Harry looked at Ron in surprise. If that's what you want, but honestly, I hate those beans. You never know what you're getting with those disgusting things. A brown one may taste like chocolate, or it might taste like manure. Why Bertie Bott thinks people want vomit-flavored beans I'll never know. That's disgusting, said Hermione with a look of revulsion. At least with Muggle candy you know what you're getting. All right, I'll get gum instead of the beans, said Ron. After Harry had paid for it all, he closed the window saying, I knew a wizard in one of my American classes who had a chocolate frog jump out his window. Ever since then I've been paranoid about it. After they'd eaten their candy, Harry and Ron looked at their chocolate frog cards. Harry got one of Dumbledore, and read the information out loud. Before he could look at the others, there was a knock at the door. A round-faced boy was standing there. He looked on the verge of tears. Harry magically opened the door and the boy stepped in. Why, you haven't seen a toad anywhere, have you? Your pet got away? Asked Harry. The boy nodded. What's its name? Trevor, said the boy. Harry pointed his wand out the door. Accio, Trevor. The three kids in the compartment with him watched in amazement as the toad flew right into Harry's hand. You really should get a cage for him. Yeah. Thanks a lot. I'm Neville, by the way, Neville Longbottom. Harry shook Neville's hand and remembered part of the history of the Voldemort War. Are you related to Frank and Alice Longbottom? Neville looked down and shifted his feet uncomfortably. Yes, they're my parents. Harry realized that Neville was uncomfortable with this topic. They're famous heroes even in America for defying Voldemort. Everyone winced. Sorry. In America we're not afraid of names. Mind you, if he showed up I'd be scared enough, but the only thing scary about that name is trying to spell it. A lot of people spelled it with an I instead of an E on the history test at school. Why, you learned about that in a school? Harry's been going to an American wizarding school since he was 5, said Hermione proudly. Why don't you sit here and I'll tell you about it, said Harry, glad they'd gotten off the topic of Neville's parents. He certainly didn't want to be the one to tell everybody about their condition, especially since Neville obviously didn't want to talk about it. Neville still seemed a bit nervous that Harry would talk about his parents, and seemed visibly relieved that he hardly mentioned them at all as he described important battles that he'd learned about in school. It was during this conversation that Ron said, Did you hear about Gringotts? Yes, said Neville nervously. The Daily Prophet said that some dark wizard broke into a vault that had been emptied already. It was the day after my birthday. Neville and Ron went on to explain all that was in the paper about the break-in and how the goblins insisted that nothing was stolen as Harry and Hermione listened intently. Hermione said, But if the vault hadn't been emptied earlier, something would have been stolen. Exactly, said Harry. The goblins are trying to pretend that their security measures prevented the theft, but they didn't. Hopefully they'll come up with a way to prevent that happening again. I hate to think that someone could rob my safe. Before long, the train pulled into Hogsmeade and the students were told to leave their luggage and disembark. It wasn't long after they stepped off the train that Harry and Hermione heard a familiar voice call out, Fur's years, and they found Hagrid. They knew from the orientation that Hagrid brought the first-year students to the castle on boats. Harry and Hermione shared a boat with Ron and Neville. All of the students, Harry included, stared at the castle in awe as they got their first look at it. After they reached their destination, they walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. Everyone here? Asked Hagrid before he raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face. Harry smiled broadly and said, Hi, Aunt Minnie, causing some chuckles from the other students as the professor's ears went pink. She looked at the blonde-haired boy with an irritated expression, although Harry could see the faintest hint of a smile on her face. Harry, what did I tell you this morning? I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, he said with a serious expression on his face, despite the fact that he really wanted to laugh. It's all right, Mr. McGonagall. Just don't let it happen again. She then looked at the other students. If you'll follow me, I'll lead you to the Great Hall, where the sorting will take place. As they were walking, he heard some of the students whispering, Aunt Minnie, while giggling. One boy who had very light blonde hair. Harry's was a dirty blonde color, walked up to Harry with one goon on each side of him. So, you're McGonagall's nephew. I believe she called you Harry. Being well connected in school is very important. The head of Slytherin House is my godfather. My name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." "Really?" said Harry, trying to imagine what kind of parent would have that evil git as their kid's godfather, and what kind of child would be proud of it. For some reason that kid reminded him of the man his dad had photographed abusing a house elf. "Snape's your godfather?" "Yes. You've heard of him?" "I have," Harry said simply with a neutral expression while Hermione listened to the conversation. "Good. Associating with the right sort of people who have more connections can be beneficial. I can help you there. My family, as one of the oldest pureblood families in Europe, has all of the right connections. The most important thing you need to do is to avoid hanging out with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Draco extended his hand to Harry, expecting him to shake it. Harry glared at Draco, wondering how he had the nerve to brag about the purity of his blood, something he had absolutely no control over. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thank you." Harry then turned around and walked to the front of the line, followed closely by Hermione. Ron and Neville had stayed toward the back of the line to avoid Malfoy because they'd both heard of him. Before long they were waiting to be sorted. Most of the kids were nervous about how that was done, but Aunt Minnie had told him what would really happen and sworn him to secrecy. When he saw how nervous Hermione was, he whispered to her, "Aunt Minnie told me not to tell anyone what will happen, but it's not a test to be nervous about. You don't have to know anything at all to be sorted, I promise. Although if it were a test, you'd be sure to get the best grade." She blushed and whispered, "Thanks, but I'm not all that smart, I just..." "Being smart isn't something to be ashamed of. You know that there's a whole house here that's devoted to being smart." At that moment, they were escorted into the Great Hall for the sorting. As they walked in, Harry looked at the ceiling, which was showing stars. Hermione said, "It's not really the sky. It's just enchanted to look like it. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," said Harry, grinning. Hermione blushed. "It's a great book, isn't it?" "Absolutely, but I will say that not much changed for the latest edition." Her eyes went wide. "What edition did you first read?" "The 1980 edition. Aunt Minnie gave it to my parents before we moved to America. I had Dad read it to me when I learned I was magical." Minerva placed a hat on a three-legged stool. After the hat sang its song, Abbot, Hannah, was the first person Minerva called forward to put on the sorting hat. After a moment's pause, the hat yelled, "Hufflepuff." Kid after kid was called in alphabetical order until finally, Granger, Hermione, was called. The small bushy-haired girl timidly walked up to the stool and put on the hat. Harry watched nervously as well, hoping he and his best friend would end up in the same house. Finally the hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." And she took off the hat and joined the table that was applauding with a worried look on her face. Harry was a bit surprised that Neville Longbottom became a Gryffindor. He seemed more like a Hufflepuff to Harry. He wasn't surprised, however, when Draco Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin. Harry shook his head as Draco arrogantly strutted over to Slytherin table as though it was an honor to be sorted into the house that values ambition above loyalty, intelligence, and bravery. "McGonagall, Harry," his aunt called as many whispers at the tables began. Harry heard people saying, "Is he related to her? Betty's a Gryffindor, and doesn't look like her," as well as similar things as he walked toward the hat. He could see Aunt Minnie looking frustrated at the whispering as well when he put on the hat. "Let's see," said the sorting hat, "who do we have here?" "Harry, wait a minute, I distinctly heard the name McGonagall. Pretty sneaky to change your name, Please don't tell anyone. Please don't tell, all right. I never reveal what I find in people's heads. I can see that this wasn't your doing anyway. I don't sense any real thirst to prove yourself. Seems like you don't have self-esteem issues. I can see that you've got plenty of courage, and the loyalty you have to your family is admirable. Not a bad mind either, but where to put you?" "Ravenclaw, please." Harry silently asked the hat. "It's where you sorted my friend Hermione." "Are you certain? You could do well in Gryffindor, you know." Harry smiled. "I know, and I'm sure that's where Aunt Minnie wants me, but I'd really rather be with my best friend." "Very well," said the hat. Then it shouted, "Ravenclaw." Harry happily took off the hat and saw the slightly disappointed look on his aunt's face. As he walked toward his table, he saw that most students that weren't in his house were watching the next kid walking up to the hat. He sat down next to an ecstatic Hermione, who said, "I was so worried we wouldn't be in the same house after I was sorted here. I hope you're not disappointed. I also hope your aunt isn't either. She talked a bit fast, and Harry found it a bit amusing. This is fine. As much as I love my aunt, I think it's better if she's not my head of house. People would always blame favoritism if I achieve anything, and if I got in trouble and someone didn't think I was punished enough, they'd claim the same thing. Besides, just because I'm in Ravenclaw doesn't mean I can't talk to her. As they were speaking, the other first years were sorted. They were surprised to see a set of twins, Padma and Parvati Patil, separated into Ravenclaw and Gryffindor respectively. You see, said Harry when that happened. They're not going to stop being twin sisters just because they're in different houses, are they? Hermione motioned Padma to come and sit by them. Hello, Padma Patil, she said. I'm Hermione Granger and this is Harry McGonagall. Hello. It's nice to meet you, said the girl. Harry said, it's good to meet you, too. I guess you're the smart twin, The girl blushed, and for some reason Hermione looked slightly annoyed. I guess so. She's more interested in things like fashion than her education, but she's still bright. She's more popular. Are you really related to the head of Gryffindor House? After Harry nodded, they turned their attention back to the sorting. After Ron Weasley was made a Gryffindor, and Blaise Zabini was made a Slytherin, Albus Dumbledore stood up and said a few words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and the feast began. Harry got to meet some of the other Ravenclaws, including another first-year boy named Terry Boot as they were eating the magnificent dinner the house elves had prepared. Harry thought about talking to his aunt when he was done eating, but wasn't sure if that was proper or not. He didn't want to embarrass her in front of her colleagues. He figured he'd find her office the next day. While he was lost in thought, he was startled by the entrance of the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's resident ghost. She wasn't very talkative, but seemed very smart and kind to Harry as she welcomed the new students. When Harry finished eating, he looked up at the head table to see his aunt talking animatedly with an extremely short man. He turned to the nearest older student, who was a pretty girl with long, curly hair who was wearing a prefect's badge. Excuse me, he said, gaining her attention. Yes, Harry McGonagall, right? Harry smiled. Yes. I was wondering who that short man is that Professor McGonagall is talking to. That's Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher and our head of house. Are you related to Professor McGonagall then? Yes, she's my great-aunt. Penelope smiled. She's probably talking to him about you, then. By the way, I'm Penelope Clearwater, but almost everybody calls me Penny. I'm the prefect who will lead you all to the dorm after the feast. It's good to meet you, Penny. At that moment, Harry felt a searing pain in his forehead. He immediately put his right hand on the spot where it hurt. He noticed that a man who could be no one but Professor Snape, based off of his appearance, had just noticed him. Next to him was a man wearing a strange turban who was facing the other way. A moment later he felt a Legilimens attack and immediately pushed the greasy gid out of his mind with all the force he could muster. The potions professor, caught completely off guard, fell backwards onto the floor, gaining Aunt Minnie's attention. She looked from Snape to her nephew and mouthed, "Occlumency," to which he nodded. He saw her expression change from concern to fury as she turned toward the professor, who was being helped up by the man in the turban. What's wrong? Asked Hermione, Penny, and Padma at once with concerned expressions on their faces. Snape, said Harry with gritted teeth. He tried to read my mind, Aunt Min. I mean Professor McGonagall warned me that he would. He certainly didn't waste any time. Hermione nodded in understanding while the others stared blankly at him. Penny's eyebrows moved closer as she appeared to be in deep thought. Finally she said, Legilimency? Exactly, said Harry. They then explained it to the others who had noticed Harry's momentary headache. Many were amused at how Harry had caused Snape to fall off his chair. They soon saw Dumbledore escorting a very angry Minerva and Severus into a small room connected to the hall. For about half a second, yells were heard from the room until somebody apparently put up a silencing charm. Harry laughed. I almost feel sorry for Snape. That should be illegal, said Penelope. It's an invasion of privacy. Professor McGonagall has complained several times to Dumbledore, but he won't do anything about it. That's why she insisted that both me and my little sister learn occlumency before coming here. A few minutes later, Harry started laughing out loud when Snape left the room with a red handprint on the side of his face, evidence that he'd been slapped by Aunt Minnie. They both looked furious and Dumbledore, who was the last to leave, looked rather worn out. He walked up to the podium wearily. He quickly made some start-of-term notices, including avoiding the third-floor corridor, and now bedtime. Off you trot. Well, all of you first years, follow me to your home away from home for the next 7 years. Ravenclaw Tower. She obviously felt a great deal of pride in the tower as she led them toward the west side of the castle, up several flights of stairs. Why do the staircases move? Asked Harry. Magic, Penny said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I know it's magic, but what's the point in staircases randomly moving? That's not very helpful and can make you late for classes, or even get you lost. I mean, it would be one thing if you could stand on the edge of the staircase and say where you want to go, but this is stupid. Penelope, along with everyone else, stood there for a few moments thinking about what he said. Finally, Miss Clearwater said, "You're right, Harry. It is stupid, but that's the way it is." Hermione whispered into Harry's ears, "Maybe we'll find a way to change that while we're here," causing him to grin. "That'll put us in the newest edition of Hogwarts, a history." Hermione laughed with him at that idea, but he could tell that she would love to be mentioned in that book. Finally they reached their destination. They were facing a life-size portrait of a man with very messy white hair and a thick mustache wearing glasses and blue wizard robes. He smiled at them. "Hi, everyone. My name's Al. What's the password?" "Relativity," said Penelope. After the door opened, she whispered to the students, "Whatever that means." Harry looked around to see a large common room decorated in Ravenclaw colors. The carpet was bronze-colored while the walls were painted light blue. The padded chairs and couches were blue while the tables were wooden. There were portraits of various geniuses sitting at desks reading. The bulletin board had a few announcements on it, including Quidditch team tryouts open to second years and above. They were shown 2 staircases at the other end of the room leading down. The one on the right led to the boys' dormitory and the one on the left led to the girls'. Before going down to his dormitory, Harry thanked Penny and said goodnight to Hermione. He found doors on his right labeled with different year numbers on them. Harry saw that the first door was labeled for 7th years and they went down from there. Across from the 4th-year dormitories was a rather large bathroom. When he finally reached his dorm, he opened the door to find a room with 4 large 4-poster beds that had blue bed curtains and blankets. He quickly identified his trunk. It was the only one with multiple compartments, next to one of the beds, and took out a pair of pajamas. After he changed, he pulled out an advanced potions book to review. He had a feeling that Snape was going to give him a hard time in class. He wasn't sure when that would be since the schedules would be handed out the next morning, but he did know that he wanted to be ready. While he was reading, his dorm mates Terry Boot, Michael Corner, and Anthony Goldstein showed up and got ready for bed. "What are you studying all ready for?" asked Terry. "I know we're Ravenclaws, but we don't have homework yet. I think Snape's gonna try something in potions class and I want to be ready. Professor McGonagall warned me about him, and he's already mad at me." "So she is your aunt?" asked Michael. "Technically my dad's aunt, but yes." "Why is Snape already mad at you?" asked Anthony. "He tried to read my mind during the feast and I knocked him off his chair." "Snape is that guy?" asked Michael. "How did that happen?" After Harry explained mind reading and the defense against it, the others were in awe. "Wow," said Terry. "My aunt didn't want that git rummaging through my mind, so she insisted that I learn it before coming here." He sighed. "I better keep practicing, though. I don't think he's gonna admit defeat that easily." After Harry's roommates went to sleep, he pulled his 2-way mirror out of his trunk and snuck up to the common room. Brianna. 30 seconds later, her smiling face appeared. "Hi, Harry. We traveled by international flow, so we're home already. My classes start tomorrow. How was the train ride? What house were you sorted in? Have you kissed Hermione yet?" Harry blushed but hissed, "I am not gonna kiss Hermione, and if you say that again I'll hang up on you." "Fine," she said with a smirk. "Denial is the first stage. Did you make Gryffindor?" "Actually, I'm in Slytherin." "What?" His sister looked terrified. "How? All I had to do was lie to my sister." Come on, what house are you in?" "Ravenclaw." "Is Hermione in there too?" "Yes. Snape already tried to read my mind at dinner." She looked concerned. "Really? What happened?" He told her about Snape falling off his chair, and about Aunt Minnie slapping him. She was laughing her head off by the time she was called down to dinner. "Dinner?" asked Harry, confused for a moment. "Oh yeah, The time difference, duh. Yeah, big brother. I thought you were supposed to be a smart Ravenclaw. I've got to go now. See ya. See you later. Tell everyone I said hi. The next morning he met Hermione in the common room talking to a few of the girls. Padma was there, along with the other girls in their year. Mandy Brocklehurst and Lisa Turpin. A cute second-year Asian girl named Cho Chong was telling them what to expect for their first year. Hermione and Harry sat with Padma and Anthony at breakfast. After Flitwick handed them their schedules, Harry looked at them in horror. Hermione, seeing his reaction, checked her schedule. Oh dear. We have 2 hours of potions with the Hufflepuffs right after breakfast. The meal became a solemn affair after that. Sort of like when an inmate on death row knows it's their last meal. The first-year Ravenclaws slowly made their way downstairs to the dungeons, knowing exactly what to expect. Harry paid attention from the very beginning of class, taking notes as Snape talked about bottling fame and brewing glory until finally Snape yelled, "McGonagall!" Harry's head shot up as he reinforced his occlumency shields. However, instead of reading his mind, Snape started asking him questions. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry stopped himself from smiling. Draught of living death, sir. Harry knew this was a NEWT-level potion, so he was glad he'd read up on them the night before. Snape appeared irritated. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Harry noticed that Hermione's hand was up as he answered, the stomach of a goat, although there are probably a few in your cabinet in case someone gets poisoned here. There were several chuckles at that comment as Snape's ears went red. 5 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek, McGonagall. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing, sir, Harry said coldly, knowing full well that he should have earned his house at least 20 points by now. It also goes by the name of aconite. Snape's face was red now, and he turned to the other students. Well, why aren't you all copying this down? While the others wrote down those questions, Snape tried to catch Harry off guard and attacked his mind again. Harry felt the stronger assault, but still pushed him out, causing the bully to stagger where he stood for a moment, until he said, 5 more points from Ravenclaw, because Mr. McGonagall doesn't seem to think he needs to take notes. Hermione, who'd been getting madder and madder while watching the exchange, blurted out, why should he write them down when he answered the questions? 10 points from Ravenclaw, Miss Granger, I believe. She nodded with an angry expression, for speaking out of turn. Every student, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff alike, were fuming when they left the classroom. Some of the Hufflepuffs came up to Harry and said Snape should have given him 50 points. They had some free time before lunch, so Harry said to Hermione, I'm gonna talk to my aunt. This is ridiculous. May I come with you? Asked Hermione, as a witness to how Snape was behaving. Harry smiled that she didn't use the term professor to apply to that creep. If you'd like. Soon they found themselves outside the Transfiguration classroom as a class was just leaving. Harry walked inside and said, Professor McGonagall, may we speak to you in your office? Minnie smiled. You're always welcome, Harry. Hello, Hermione. When they were in her office, Harry said, First of all, I want to make sure that you're okay with my being a Ravenclaw. She put her hand on Harry's blonde head. Of course I am. I, of course, had hoped you'd be in Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw is an honorable house as well. Good. Now, do I want to know what happened besides you slapping Snape last night? She chuckled. Nothing but yelling that fell on deaf ears, I'm afraid. I think Snape would have to actually murder a student in the middle of a feast before the headmaster. She then paused. Never mind. I know you just came from potions. How did it go? Awful. That so-called teacher started on Harry from the moment class started. He tried to stump him with questions about NEWT-level potions, but Harry got them all right. Minerva smiled proudly, but he took points from him anyway. And then, Hermione went in a rant until Minerva got up and opened a cabinet to reveal something Harry hadn't seen before. This is my pensieve. I acquired it 9 years ago while collecting evidence against Snape. The headmaster, of course, completely ignored the evidence, but I still make use of this marvelous device. Harry, I'm going to hold my wand to your head and I'll need you to remember exactly what happened in class today. Once she'd extracted the memory, she summoned an elf to bring lunch into the room as they watched the lesson played out. Minerva gave points appropriately to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff for correctly answering questions. She also gave back every point Snape stole during the class. Since the headmaster will do nothing to stop Snape's blatant disregard of school policies, I will. He shouldn't be allowed to give and take points. Just don't tell anyone else about it. Thanks, Aunt Minnie, Professor McGonagall. You're welcome. I'll add your memory to my evidence. I'd take this to the Board of Governors, except that Lucius Malfoy, who controls it, would be taking Snape's side and threatening anybody who doesn't agree with him. We met his son, said Harry. As the week progressed, Harry and Hermione were at the top of every class they went to, impressing Flitwick and Sprout. Harry had trouble staying awake in History of Magic during the lecture, so he tuned it out and read the chapter Professor Binns was going over instead. Defense Against the Dark Arts would have been a really great, fun, and interesting class were it not for one small factor. The teacher. Professor Quirrell, with his classroom smelling strongly of garlic and his fear whenever any topic related to defense was brought up. His stuttering didn't help, nor did the awful smell emanating from his turban. Harry was excited to have his first transfiguration lesson with Aunt Minnie. He hadn't known she was an animagus, so he was as surprised as everyone else when the cat turned into her. She immediately went into her lecture. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Harry had never seen her more stern than while she was teaching. He knew even he wouldn't be able to get away with anything in her class. He was glad to see the proud look she had when he turned his match into a needle a few moments before Hermione. She gave them 5 points each as she smiled at them both. No one else was able to get any reaction from their match. On the way out the door he heard some Slytherins, who they shared the class with, muttering about teachers' pets, until Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle actually walked up to them. I'll bet Aunt Minnie showed you how to do that right before class started, said Draco. Actually, said Hermione, Harry showed me how to do that spell on the train. He's already had years of magical education in America. It's none of your business anyway, Malfoy, said Harry. Let's go, Hermione. Together they turned their backs on Draco and started walking away until they heard him say, Petrificus, at which point Harry grabbed Hermione and pulled both of them out of the way, Totalis. The spell hit a nearby statue as Harry summoned his wand out of its holster, and shouted, Accio wands, causing all 3 wands to come into his left hand. Harry! Shouted Minerva as she walked out to see him pointing 4 wands at 3 terrified Slytherins. What's going on? Your nephew stole our wands. After you tried to petrify us from behind, said Hermione. Draco's spell hit the statue after we dodged it. Which wand is Mr. Malfoy's? Asked Minerva. After she'd seen that Draco's wand had performed the bodybind spell, he claimed, he stole my wand and shot a spell at me. Professor McGonagall, said Harry, why don't we use your pensieve? Draco's eyes went wide at that suggestion. Minerva looked at him with her meanest look. If you admit attacking them now, you lose 10 points and get a detention. If I have to take my pensieve out and it's proven that you attacked them, you'll lose 50 points and get 5 detentions. It's up to you, Mr. Malfoy. His face turned red with anger, but he knew he was caught. Fine, I did it, Aunt Minnie, and stormed off with his bodyguards. McGonagall called after him, 15 points from Slytherin in detention tonight at 7 cleaning the bathrooms under Mr. Filch's supervision. I shall give your wands to Professor Snape tomorrow at breakfast. Harry, said Minerva after Malfoy was gone, that was impressive summoning. I'm curious why you didn't use a defense spell on him. I figured he'd pretend to be hurt and I'd end up in trouble because of his daddy. Very good thinking, Harry. 5 points to Ravenclaw. By the time Saturday came around, Harry and Hermione thought they'd waited long enough to talk about CARE with Penny's help. They arranged for most of Ravenclaw to meet them in the common room at 10:30 to discuss the issue. Harry started out nervously. Does anybody here not know what a house elf is? A few Muggle-borns raised their hands and the meeting went from there. Hermione explained what they'd found out about the origin of their enslavement. Many of the kids that owned elves were very surprised to find this out. But if it's a contract, said Cho, surely there are some loopholes. Probably so, answered Hermione, but we don't know where the contract is, so we don't know the exact wording. We searched both the Hogwarts library and Professor McGonagall's. We'll keep trying to find it when we can, but for now we'd like to focus on 2 goals. Harry continued. One is to inform people, and the other is to work for better treatment of elves. At this point they passed out brochures with wizard pictures of an elf being beaten, as well as information. My dad took these photos in Diagon Alley while we were shopping. The elf's owner was shamelessly beating him in the middle of the street. They're treated worse than vermin, said Hermione, and nobody does anything about it. What we want to do is form a community to advance the rights of elves, said Harry. Hermione pulled out 10 CARE badges. 2 sickles to join and you get the badges. The money goes for our literature. Professor McGonagall said that if we got 10 members, she'd sponsor us to be an official Hogwarts club, said Harry. Then we could have a small information booth in the Great Hall and notices in every common room. Padma was the first to buy a badge, followed by Penny, Cho, Michael, Terry, Anthony, Lisa Turpin, Marietta Edgecombe, Mandy Brocklehurst, and Roger Davies. Others joined as well, but that was the list they gave to Aunt Minnie. By Sunday morning, half of Ravenclaw and a few members of other houses were wearing CARE badges. Some of them even sent literature to their parents. Hermione got an idea to start a petition for the ministry to make house elf abuse illegal. Harry and Hermione were sitting at an information booth in the Great Hall when Malfoy walked up to them, flanked by his bodyguards, holding one of their pamphlets looking furious. Harry had some idea what Malfoy was mad about. He muttered, "New sparks," to get his wand and then pointed it under the table. When Malfoy was close enough, Harry muttered, "Accio wands." The Slytherins didn't even notice the wands flying out of their pockets and under the table as Draco shouted, "How dare you show pictures of my elf?" Harry and Hermione both acted completely surprised, and Hermione loudly said, "We had no idea your father was the monster beating a house elf senseless in the middle of Diagon Alley." Forgetting where he was, Draco shouted, "How dare you say anything about my father, you filthy mudblood." 20 points from Slytherin for using that word, shouted Flitwick from nearby. Malfoy paled for a moment and sneered at Harry. "I challenge you to a wizard's duel tonight." Harry smiled, knowing the coward would never really do that. "Sure, but I want it official and in front of the whole school. I'll see if Professor McGonagall can sponsor it." Malfoy paled. "A son of a squib like you isn't worthy of a wizard's duel. I'll just set your booth on fire," he sneered as he arrogantly reached for his wand. Both Harry and Hermione burst out laughing at the look of horror and then comprehension on his face. "Professor Flitwick," called Harry, "could you come here for a moment?" "Certainly," he said as he walked over. Hermione said, "Draco has just threatened to burn down our booth, so we were wondering if you could hold his and his friends' wands for us until we're through here or he's leaving." Flitwick seemed to think about it for a moment. "Considering what I heard him shout a minute ago, I believe you." He turned to the Slytherins. "May I have your wands?" "Actually, we have them, Professor," said Harry. "I managed to summon them before they did any damage." Flitwick was astonished. "You summoned them?" "Yes," he said simply. "Professor McGonagall informed me that you've had previous education, but this is amazing." Draco interrupted. "We're leaving now, Professor. Can we have our wands back?" "Yes. Just make sure you don't use them against other students, especially Ravenclaws." He handed them the wands and watched them leave. Harry said to his head of house, "Americans tend to be lazy, and the summoning charm is a wonderful tool for lazy people. They made it a high priority. I learned it when I was 8. It was one of the hardest charms they taught, but it was well worth it in my opinion. I haven't had to leave the couch to get the TV remote since then." "You are so lucky," said Hermione with a grin. "Amazing," said Flitwick. "I wonder how much more advanced we could go if the ministry let us start teaching kids at a younger age. Carry on. I'll see you later." He then left his students. Hermione then turned toward Harry with puppy dog eyes. "You have got to teach me that charm." The next week, Harry and Hermione continued to study together and be at the top of their classes. 5 first years asked them for help with their classes in one day. They were Padma and Anthony from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and Neville from Gryffindor. All of them were CARE members already. They decided to set aside an hour in the library each day to meet as a group to help them with different classes. Just the actual topics of the week. Not working weeks ahead like Harry and Hermione were doing when it was just them studying. When it came time for their first flying lesson, all the first years showed up. Hermione was very nervous despite the fact that they'd both read a few books on Quidditch and flying. Harry tried to calm her down to no avail. When Harry put his hand out and said, "Up," His broom went straight into his hand. Hermione's did not. It simply rolled over on the ground like Padma's. Neville's didn't move at all. Madame Hooch then showed them the proper way to grip the broom. Harry was amused when Madame Hooch told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. When everyone was about to start flying, Neville lost control of his broom. After a terrifying flight, he broke his wrist, and Madame Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing, warning everybody to stay on the ground. Malfoy took the opportunity to steal Neville's Remembrall, which had fallen on the ground. "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry shouted. "Make me, McGonagall," he said as he flew off on a broom. Within a second, Harry's wand was in his hand. Accio, Remembrall. Draco was holding it so tightly that he was pulled with it and fell off his broom, which was 5 feet in the air, before letting go of the orb that flew straight into Harry's hand. After he moaned in pain, Crabbe and Goyle walked up to him, but looked completely unsure what to do. Hermione had wanted to help Draco, but Harry said, "He can't be hurt badly if he can moan like that. He's faking. Besides, you know what he'd call you if you tried to help." At that moment, Madame Hooch walked in alone and immediately noticed Draco on the ground. Her face turned red. She was furious. She rushed toward him while shouting, "I told you not to use the brooms. You are not getting an odor flying lesson in this school. You have a detention polishing all of these brooms once Madame Pomfrey says you're all right, and I'm going to recommend that you are never allowed a broom, along with a lifetime Quidditch ban, just in case you decide you want to play." The rest of the class started laughing as Draco limped out of there, apparently with a sprained ankle, next to Madame Hooch. Chapter end notes. I hope you don't mind Harry and Hermione being Ravenclaws. I felt that with a friend that accepted her studious ways she would be more comfortable there. I honestly believe she asked the hat for Gryffindor, because she said that was what she hoped for on the train. I also think Harry would want to be with his best friend on the continent instead of Gryffindor if given a choice. I know that this isn't the Ravenclaw entry described in Deathly Hallows, but I had begun writing and publishing elsewhere this story years before that book came out, and I'm not changing that. I hope you can enjoy it anyway. Secrets revealed. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall. Chapter 3. Secrets revealed. When Madame Hooch finally returned, she said, "I know that half our time is up, but if we can avoid any more foolishness or accidents, I can still teach you the basics of flying. Line up again and get your brooms. Quickly now." They all scrambled back to where they'd been and mounted their brooms under Hooch's instructions. Harry soon found that he was a complete natural on a broom and was laughing, purely enjoying himself, as he outflew everyone there. After 5 minutes, he noticed that Hermione was having trouble. She was off the ground, but not moving much at all, and was clearly terrified of falling. Madame Hooch was helping someone else. He flew over to his friend. "Hermione, how are you doing?" She put her head in shame. "I'm fine. Why, you're doing really well." "Thanks. I want to help. What precisely is the problem you're having? You're brilliant at everything else." "I just can't control this broom. There's no spell or something I can learn to help." Nodding his head, Harry said, "You're right. There's nothing to memorize to make this easier. I was lucky. Apparently I'm good at this naturally." He searched his mind to think of a way to help his friend. I guess it's like riding a bike. There's no book that can teach you how to do that either." "I had a hard time learning that, too," she admitted, "but I did learn," she said with determination. Harry smiled. "And you'll learn this, too. The first thing you need to do is..." Harry patiently instructed Hermione in flying, explaining how he was controlling the broom he was on, and having her watch while he demonstrated what he somehow knew instinctively. Unbeknownst to them, Madame Hooch had noticed and was watching them when she wasn't correcting others who were having minor problems. After about 20 minutes, Hermione was flying fairly well, and beginning to enjoy herself. "Wow, I never thought that this could be such fun." Harry chuckled. "I thought so. My parents wouldn't let me get a broom, but I saw a few Quidditch matches in the States and thought it looked exciting. I definitely want to try out for the Quidditch team next year." "And I'm sure you'll do well," said Madame Hooch, who'd flown up to them. "Mr. McGonagall, I'd like to compliment how well you instructed Miss Granger. I couldn't have done it better myself. 5 points to Ravenclaw." "Thank you," he said, blushing slightly. That night, Harry pulled out his mirror to call his family once the common room was cleared out. "You are gonna have to get me a broom next year," he declared excitedly to his parents. We just had our first flying lesson and it was awesome. Mark chuckled. Let me guess. You plan to be captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team next year, too? Harry's ears turned pink. I do want to try out for the team. Isn't there a place in Little Salem where people can practice flying and Quidditch? Yes, I think so, said Cindy. Frank's Flying Funhouse, I think is the name. We can certainly find out about it before you return for the summer. How did your girlfriend fly? Asked Brianna. Harry's ears turned pink, but he firmly answered, I don't have a girlfriend. You know who I mean, his sister replied, grinning. Don't tease your brother, said Cindy sternly. Mark added, or we might tell him about Bobby. Brianna's face went scarlet. Whoops, he said in mock regret. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Who's Bobby? Just a boy in my class who moved from Michigan this summer. We did our homework together, once. Magic or Muggle? Muggle, and don't start. Well, then if your new boyfriend gets out of line, you can stun him and he won't be able to defend himself. He is not, we'll see about that. What does he look like? This is not about Bobby. How did Hermione fly? On a broom. How tall is Bobby? Dad, why did you have to bring him up? Mark simply laughed. Does he carry your books? Asked Harry, clearly enjoying his revenge. No, he doesn't. Then you should let him know that boyfriends do that kind of thing. He is not my boyfriend. Do you carry Hermione's books for her? Of course not, but she's not my girlfriend. But you did buy her an enchanted book bag for her birthday, said Brianna with a smirk, same difference. Cindy decided to change the subject. Matt, Emilio, and Chris said, hi, when we ran into them at the mall last week. They said school's not quite the same without having you there to help prank the teachers, said Brianna. Harry smiled. Yeah. I wish they were here to help me prank, Harry, said his mother sternly. I mean to study with. But then one of them would try to steal your girlfriend, Brianna teased. Harry replied, maybe I can get them to follow you and Bobby around. They can use their squirt guns on you too when they see you kissing. Ew. I am not gonna kiss Bobby. Not with anyone watching, anyway, answered Harry laughing. The next day at breakfast, Draco, with his bodyguards, strutted up to the Ravenclaw table and said with his sneer, McGonagall, I thought you'd like to know that Hooch's punishment was overridden. My father. The coward who beats house elves, interjected Hermione with a smirk. Draco's ears turned pink. How dare you say that about my father, you filthy mudblood? Crabbe and Goyle both laughed stupidly as though Draco had said something clever. You brought that filthy elf beater up, said Harry angrily. He, just like you, struts around like he's important because of something he had no control over, when in reality he's nothing more than a bully and a bigot. How dare you? If you don't want us to insult you and your pathetic family of self-important nothings, go back to the Slytherin table where you belong, said Hermione. I was just saying that in 4th year I'll be able to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Well, big deal, said Harry, I'll just summon you off your broom again when you're higher off the ground. Draco's face went pale. You will not, he said, turning around and stomping off. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and laughed. He actually thinks I care that he calls me a mudblood, said Hermione. Apparently some purebloods are too stupid to realize that no one of intelligence believes that nonsense. I mean, look at Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione giggled at Harry's little joke. They're the stupidest, least magical kids in our class, and they're purebloods. Draco didn't say anything about his detention, said Hermione thoughtfully. Harry grinned. I'd say that means he still has to polish those old brooms. The next potions lesson that they had, Snape wasn't specifically targeting Harry. He picked a different target this time. Miss Granger. Why must you insist on being an insufferable know-it-all? 15 points from Ravenclaw. But all she did was answer the question you asked, yelled Harry. 20 points from Ravenclaw, Mr. McGonagall. He then turned back to Hermione. Miss Granger, you have not answered my question. Why must you be such a know-it-all? Looking down at her desk, she muttered, I simply answer the questions you ask, Professor. Look me in the eye when you speak to me. 5 points from Ravenclaw. No, sir, Hermione answered coldly. What, 20 points from Ravenclaw? How dare you refuse? I don't want you performing legilimency on me like you've tried doing to Harry, sir, she said firmly, earning the attention of the class. The Ravenclaws already knew what he did, but the Hufflepuffs who didn't gasped. "I do not," he said unconvincingly, then with a cold expression on his face he added, "But if I did, do you have something to hide?" Hermione was furious, as she refused to look up at the teacher. "I'm not breaking any school rules, if that's what you mean, but I don't want you reading my mind like you do everyone else's. That's an invasion of privacy." People started murmuring in class at this pronouncement, and she shouted for the class, "Whenever you look him in the eye he reads your minds. You have just earned yourself a detention, Miss Granger." "Fine," she said coldly as she got up and left the room, making sure to not look at Snape. Harry got up angrily and followed her. "You've also earned a detention, Mr. McGonagall." As Snape looked around the room, he noticed that no one in class would look up toward him as the door slammed shut. "Hermione, wait up," said Harry. "You shouldn't have followed me, Harry," she said while stopping. "He targeted you because he can't get me. Your aunt has to teach me occlumency. I can't stand the thought of that greasy git in my head. It's disgusting, and I know for a fact that it's illegal." "Then let's see her. We should also talk to Flitwick about this, since he's our head of house." A few minutes later, they found themselves outside of Professor McGonagall's classroom while she was teaching. They were surprised to hear her say loudly, "Mr. McGonagall, Miss Granger, there's no point in waiting out in the hall. Go into my office and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. They walked into the room, both blushing slightly as they made their way to her office door. They heard some slight chuckling from the students. They hurried into the office and shut the door. 9 minutes later, Minerva came into the room to find the two kids sitting down silently. "Now, why don't you tell me what Snape has done this time?" "You may want to call Professor Flitwick as well," said Harry. "Snape gave us both detentions." After Flitwick had been called, and they'd both watched the memory of the last 5 minutes they'd spent with Snape, Flitwick was furious. "Snape uses legilimency on students and Dumbledore knows about it. Why hasn't he been fired?" At that moment, Snape and Dumbledore walked into the office. Severus sneered, "I suspected that Mr. McGonagall would go running to his auntie for help. How touching." "Against a pathetic bully like you," shouted Minerva, whose face was red with fury, "all the students need help." Now, said Dumbledore benevolently, "I'm sure we can find a peaceful solution to this minor disagreement." Flitwick shouted, "This teacher performs legilimency on the students, only to ensure the safety of the school," Snape said coldly. "You see," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling, "it's not that he wants to invade the privacy of the students, but he feels that it's his responsibility to make sure they're not planning anything dangerous." "Poppycock," said Minerva angrily. "Professor Dumbledore, I know that you don't care at all about the students, but don't you dare accuse me of not caring about the students. I subject them to this monster who makes sure that no one but Slytherins can learn potions and constantly invades their privacy. Subject them to a divination teacher who not only is a fraud but enjoys terrorizing them by predicting one of them to die every year. Not to mention." "That's enough, Minerva. We can't have students walking out in the middle of class. The detentions will be served with Mr. Filch, but the house points will be restored. Professor Snape, please cease attempting legilimency on Mr. McGonagall and Miss Granger." At that moment, Harry felt a subtle mental attack, but Snape wasn't looking at him. He pushed the attack away with all his might, and Professor Dumbledore stumbled backwards, clearly surprised. Harry was furious, but before he could say anything, Professor McGonagall shouted, "Albus, I'm surprised at you. It's bad enough that you condone Snape's behavior, but to do it yourself. I'm glad I taught Harry occlumency. I wonder how many students' minds the two of you assault every year." "If there's nothing more," said Dumbledore, whose ears were now pink, "we'll be going. It's almost time for lunch." Dumbledore and Snape quickly left the room, leaving the others alone. Flitwick was beside himself. They both read students' minds and think that there's nothing wrong with it. Minerva sighed sadly. "I wonder if it was a good idea to have Harry come here at all. There are other schools in America he could have. But I wouldn't have you to talk to Aunt Minnie or Hermione." The brown-haired girl blushed but spoke up. "Professor McGonagall, I was wondering if you would teach me occlumency. I believe that I'll need it." "Of course, Miss Granger," said the head of Gryffindor. "Let me get you a book to read. Once you've read it, let me know and we'll start lessons." As Harry and Hermione were walking toward the Great Hall, Hermione stopped and angrily said, "I can't believe that Snape is getting away with this. And we got detentions. She clenched her fists in frustration. I wish there was something we could do about it. Maybe there is, said Harry mysteriously as a smile appeared on his face. We'll talk about it in the common room later, not where we can be overheard. By dinner time, Hermione's pronouncement that Snape was reading the mind of anyone who looked him in the eyes had spread all over the school. People from different houses came up to Harry and Hermione to ask about it. They answered the questions truthfully. When dinner was finally over, Harry and Hermione reported to Filch, who had them scrubbing floors for 3 hours. Half an hour after they were released, they found themselves sitting alone in a corner of Ravenclaw Tower. Most of the students had gone to bed already. Harry whispered, I think we should pull a prank on Snape. At first she looked shocked, but then a small smile started forming on her lips. I hope you don't get us both expelled. What's your idea? Harry grinned at his friend. Well, I was thinking that Snape probably protects himself from pranks, because I'm sure every non-Slytherin in the school hates him. Someone probably tries to prank him every day, said Hermione thoughtfully, so why will we be successful? Because we'll base them on his routine, just like me and my American friends used to do. It can't happen while we're in the classroom though, said Hermione with a worried expression on her face. Harry grinned. Then we'll need to get the memory of someone who is in the class so we can watch. Definitely, she said smugly. We'll need to sneak out after curfew to do it, though. She leaned forward conspiratorially. What is it exactly that you want to do? At about midnight, the portrait of Al was opened and 2 students wearing school robes that clearly had their house badges covered with black cloth snuck out the door to Ravenclaw Tower. Their hoods were up so that it was difficult to see their faces. One of them closed the door, carefully avoiding waking the portrait up. The short figures silently moved through the castle. Their shoes had been charmed silent. As they approached the staircases, Harry whispered, I wish we could have brooms. Well, we can't, his partner in crime responded. I wish we had an invisibility cloak, but don't have one of those either. That would be awesome, he whispered as they waited in the shadows for the stairs to move to the right position, narrowly avoiding being noticed by the Bloody Baron. Maybe we can learn how to disillusion ourselves. When the stairs were in the right position, they soundlessly made their way down them quickly. They slowly and carefully made their way through the castle, with one of them getting on the floor and peeking around each corner. They ducked into several classrooms on false alarms, learning about the thrill and fear of sneaking around Hogwarts after hours. When they finally reached Snape's classroom, Harry performed the Alohomora spell, and nothing happened. Fine, muttered Harry, who stuck the end of his wand under the door and summoned the hinges. After Hermione performed a silencing charm on the door, just in case they dropped it, they carefully opened it and replaced the hinges, leaving it slightly ajar to make sure they weren't trapped inside the classroom if the door locked. They then pulled a few items out of their pockets and set up their prank. Less than 15 minutes after they got to the door, they were leaving. Harry closed it, and found that it did lock itself. As soon as they got around the corner, they heard someone approaching the classroom from the other direction. They didn't stop to see who it was, but they both heard Snape's voice laughing, saying something about stupid kids thinking that a simple unlocking spell would break into his classroom. So they snuck back through the castle much the same way that they had to get to the dungeons. When they approached a certain stairway though, it was already in the correct position, so they got on. Unfortunately, when they were halfway up the staircase, it started moving again. While it was moving, they noticed Peeves turn a corner toward their general direction, so they ducked down so he didn't spot them. When the stairs finally stopped moving, they snuck up to wherever they stopped, not noticing that it led them toward the forbidden third-floor corridor. Where are we? Whispered Harry. In trouble, Hermione said, pointing to the right, where a certain cat was looking at them. Mrs. Norris, Harry said as the cat ran off. Where Mrs. Norris is, said Hermione. Filch is not far behind, come on. They ran down the corridor until they slammed into a door. They heard footsteps coming and the voice of Mr. Filch saying, What is it, Mrs. Norris? Harry tried the locked door, and Hermione magically unlocked it. They quickly got inside and closed the door softly behind them. What is it, girl? Filch said on the other side of the door. There are no students here. I'll bet you can sense what's on the other side of this door. Don't worry, it won't get you, come on. While Harry and Hermione were listening to that exchange, they were looking straight into the eyes of a monstrous dog. Specifically, Harry was looking at one set of eyes, and Hermione was looking at another set. There was a third set as well, but neither was staring at that set as the formerly sleeping three-headed dog stretched out its legs as it glared at them. When the thunderous growls began, Harry grabbed the door and pulled it open, preferring detention or even expulsion to becoming a chew toy for a three-headed dog. Luckily, Filch had already left, so they slowly and carefully made their way back to the staircases. As they were walking, they whispered back and forth. "What was that thing, Hermione?" "I don't know, but it was obviously guarding something. You saw the trapdoor, too." "Naturally. I don't care what it's guarding. They shouldn't have a thing like that inside a school. It could kill someone." "It was behind a locked door," defended Hermione. "That anyone who knows Alohomora can get past." "Good point. Thank you." At about this time, they'd gotten past a staircase and heard two sets of footsteps behind them. They heard a male voice say, "Stop, you there," and ran for it, but no matter where they turned they couldn't seem to shake off their pursuers. "Hermione," Harry panted, "let's split up. I'll try to give you cover. You can't. We're in this together. Both of us getting in trouble won't help any. Be careful. I'll meet you at the tower. Now go." Reluctantly, she ran off quietly in the direction Harry indicated, while he went the other way, purposely making noise. He was happy to hear that both were following him as he tried to find a way to lose whoever was following him. Finally, he came to a dead end. As he saw the two figures approaching him, he realized that they were definitely students, and appeared to be too young to even be prefects. He wondered what they wanted as one of them put a piece of parchment into his pocket. As they came closer, he saw that it was a set of twins with red hair. If he remembered correctly, they had been looking at a tarantula on the train, and were Gryffindors. Their wands were pointed at him. "What do you want?" "To introduce ourselves, of course. I'm Gred Weasley." "And I'm Forge. The question, my friend, is, who are you?" I'm Harry," he said nervously, not knowing what was going on. "Harry McGonagall." The twins looked at each other with mock sorrow on their faces. "Isn't it terrible, Gred, how kids these days can lie so easily?" "Yes, Forge, it is a shame. I'm not lying. I am Harry McGonagall. Harry Mark McGonagall, if you must know. We agree that your first name is Harry. But your middle name is James, and your last name is Potter." Harry's face fell. He couldn't understand how they knew. If they read his mind, they were the most gifted legilimens in the world because he didn't even feel it. "I am not," he decided to lie. "Oh, but you are. Now tell us why you're here and what happened to your scar and hair." Realizing that they weren't going to be fooled, he decided to find out how they knew and who else knew. "Fine, but not in the middle of a corridor." Fred and George smiled. "Very well, walk ahead of us." After they'd directed Harry at one point into a secret passage, one of them said, "Okay, Harry Potter, how did you become a McGonagall? Are you using Polyjuice Potion?" Harry first wanted answers. "I'll answer your questions if you'll answer mine. How do you know who I am, and does anybody else?" "I don't think that's a good idea for us to answer," said Fred, "considering that some people believe you're a dark wizard. And we've found you impersonating our head of house's nephew. How long did it take for you to convince the Hat to put you in Ravenclaw instead of Slytherin?" Harry was getting intimidated by the way they could complete each other's sentences. "I am not a dark wizard. I was adopted by Professor McGonagall's nephew right after my birth parents were killed and I was raised in America. I only found out that I'm Harry Potter last year, and the Hat wanted to put me in Gryffindor." "So you're saying that Dumbledore lied to everyone when he said you'd gone missing?" Harry's ears turned pink. "Not exactly. He left me on the doorstep of my only living relatives with a note. Aunt Minnie, I mean Professor McGonagall, had watched them all day and thought they were the worst sort of muggles imaginable, while Dumbledore didn't even bother to meet them. She, my parents, and my sister are the only people who know about it." The twins looked at each other as though to mentally confer. Harry saw his chance. He muttered, "New sparks, Accio wands." Both twins felt their wands pulled away. They tried to hold on, but it was no use. Within a moment, Harry had their wands. "That was fast. Looks like you've been trained by someone. Where'd your wand come from?" Harry looked at them, exasperated. "All I did is take your wands. It's not like I crucioed you. I answered your questions, now answer mine." For the first time in history, Fred and George Weasley were silent. Harry took a deep breath. Okay, I understand. You think I'm a dark wizard, so you're not answering me, figuring that I might kill you once you do. Basically, they said together. He knew he had to gain their trust. How about this? Here are your wands back, mine too. He still had his second wand hidden if this didn't work. All I ask is that you march me to Professor McGonagall and no one else. As they took the 3 wands, the twins looked at each other again. One finally spoke. Well, he did. But what if? Why was he? Harry, why were you and Hermione Granger out in the corridors at night? You seem a bit young for snogging. We were pranking Snape's classroom, he said proudly. He'd heard of their reputation. How'd you get in his door? Said Fred, challenging Harry. I stuck my wand underneath and summoned the hinges when Alohomora didn't work. Summoning the hinges, the twins said together as matching grins appeared on their faces. The prank we set up should happen during your class. Your 3rd years, right? Yes, and we share potions class with the Ravenclaws tomorrow. Pretty clever to not have it happen on a day you have potions. So, do you believe me? For now, said one of them. Will you keep my secret? For now, said the other one. Then I'll need you to talk to my aunt privately tomorrow and tell her you know who I am. Then ask her to teach you occlumency. Oh, and don't look Snape or Dumbledore in the eye until she says you can. He's serious. He wants us to tell McGonagall. It's been long enough for Polyjuice Potion to wear off, and he hasn't drunk anything. But we don't need occlumency lessons. We taught ourselves in 1st year once we realized that Snape and Dumbledore can read minds. We'd have never gotten away with anything if we didn't. They handed Harry his wand back, and he put it in the holster. Wicked, they said together. An invisible holster. I've heard of those. They also repel summoning charms, don't they? Yep, said Harry smugly. His face turned serious again. You really should talk to my aunt to set your minds at ease if you have any doubts. I'm here to get an education and pull pranks the same as everybody else. I just don't want Dumbledore to take me away from my family. We understand, mate. But we're not telling McGonagall we know about you, because she'd be trying to figure out how. You still haven't answered my questions, said Harry. Harry looked at twin smiles. We're the only ones who know about you, but we're not telling you how. But we will show you one thing you might be interested in. As one of the founders of CARE, we thought you might want to see where the house elves here are. You're gonna show me the kitchens? Asked Harry excitedly. Exactly, and then we'll help you back to Ravenclaw Tower. About an hour later, Harry happily snuck into Ravenclaw Tower, his wand in his left hand, to find a lone bushy-haired girl sitting in one of the chairs looking terribly frightened. She looked up at the noise, put down her occlumency book, and rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Oh Harry, I was so worried. What with that dog in one corridor, I wondered what else was in this castle. Are you all right? Were you caught? Are you in trouble? She said all this quickly without taking a breath. Harry smiled widely. Thanks for caring. I am fine. The people chasing us caught me, and they turned out to be Fred and George Weasley. They found out. Harry shook his head, frustrated with himself. I mean, they offered to show me where the kitchen is so I could meet the house elves. I would have gotten you if I could, but I didn't have time. Anyway, I learned the way into the kitchens. Hermione's face turned pink. So you've been having a midnight snack while I've been worried sick? Calm down, Hermione. I'm sorry that you were worried. I really am. I brought you something. He then put his wand back in his right hand and flicked it, muttering an incantation. A tray of food floated from the floor near the entrance onto a table. It had a plate with a sandwich and a pumpkin pasty and 2 glasses of pumpkin juice. I already ate, so the food is yours, he said, taking one of the glasses of pumpkin juice. She smiled shyly. Thank you, but you're just gonna watch me eat? Why not? He said, chuckling. I've seen you do it before. By the way, I told the twins about our prank, and they volunteered to let us borrow one of their memories to watch. We'll simply tell Aunt Minnie that we want to watch it, not that we did it. Hermione looked worried, but she'll suspect, won't she? Harry snorted. To turn someone in for pranking that git, she'd have to have 2 witnesses, a confession, and irrefutable evidence, not suspicions. She'll probably watch it with us. Hermione laughed at that statement. But what did the Weasley twins find out? Harry's face turned visibly pale. Slip of the tongue. Nothing. She gave him a strange look, and then smiled again. Thanks for the snack. The next day at lunch, when Harry and Hermione showed up in the Great Hall, Snape wasn't there. When Hermione pointed that out, both of them laughed. They sat down next to the other first years. While they were laughing, the Weasley twins stepped up to their table. Fred was holding a capped vial. They both appeared to be in a very good mood. "Hello Harry, Hermione, and the rest of you young Ravenclaws. You missed the best potions lesson we've had in all the time we've been here," said Fred. "But we have a copy of the memory to share with you," said George. Fred handed Harry the capped vial. "Here you go, Mr. McGonagall." Fred winked as Harry took it. "Thanks," said Hermione. "No problem. We've got to be off to Gryffindor table." "What was that all about?" asked Padma. Harry chuckled. "Someone pulled a prank on Snape during their class. They know how much we hate Snape," added Hermione. "So they thought we'd enjoy watching him humiliated in Professor McGonagall's pensieve." "Will your aunt really let you watch that?" asked Michael Corner. "Let us?" asked Harry, faking offense. "She'll probably join us." "Can we watch, too?" asked Padma as the rest of the first years nodded eagerly. Harry chuckled. "I can ask her after class today, but no promises." After lunch was over, they went straight to Transfiguration class, where they had a productive lesson. Harry and Hermione were still at the top of the class. When it was over, Harry walked up to his aunt's desk while the other Ravenclaw first years stayed outside by the door. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said with a grin. "Yes, Harry? Did you hear about something happening to Professor Snape during a third-year class this morning?" He could see his aunt desperately holding back laughter. "Yes, I did. One of the students provided me with the memory," he said, showing her the vial, "and I was wondering if you'd allow me to watch it. Perhaps join me." She looked around as though expecting Dumbledore to be in the classroom. With her most stern expression, Minerva said, "I suppose that as deputy headmistress I should investigate the matter for the sake of school safety. You may accompany me during my investigation." "May the rest of the first-year Ravenclaws join us in this investigation as well?" Harry said with a straight face. Still holding her stern face, she said, "I believe that would be appropriate. Have them accompany you here after dinner." From the time Harry left the classroom giving his friends the thumbs up, the day passed slowly as anticipation grew. Harry was disappointed to see that Snape was fully recovered and in attendance at dinner, although his hair was much shorter than usual. As soon as the meal was over, the first-year Ravenclaws marched straight to McGonagall's office. With her teaching face on, Aunt Minnie said, "You realize of course that this is an investigation to prevent further incidents like this from happening." At this point, all the kids burst out laughing, followed by the professor. Finally, the memory was placed in the pensieve. "Now, everybody hold hands as we enter." The group found themselves in the potions classroom. About half of the students, including Fred and George Weasley, were already there. Harry and Hermione led the group to watch Professor Snape as he picked up his attendance sheet. While he was holding it, the parchment transfigured into some sort of green slime that dripped from his hand. Some fell on his desk, some on the floor, and some up his right sleeve. He looked venomous as he glared at Fred and George, who were laughing along with most of the class. He calmly said, "So, you two think it is funny to ruin an attendance sheet, not to mention befouling the room with this filth? 20 points from Gryffindor, and you both have a detention cleaning this room from top to bottom. Now, for your assignment." He pointed his wand at the board, but instead of showing the instructions, his wand was summoned right out of his hands to the chalkboard, causing more laughter. Although his ears were pink, Snape was still speaking calmly as he took 40 more points from Fred and George. He angrily walked toward the board where his wand was stuck until he fell over face first into a puddle of ketchup. He got up in the midst of the laughter to see that Muggle fishing line had been tied tightly 2 inches above the ground. That's what he tripped on. 80 points from Gryffindor, he growled, "and Mr. S. Weasley, you will have detention for a week." "But we didn't do it. Although we wish we had, 20 points for your cheek, and another day's detention for both of you." He walked over to his cabinet to retrieve a towel, only to find it locked. He picked up a Ravenclaw student's wand and pointed it at the cabinet. "Alohomora." The cabinet opened and a few select potions flew out at Snape, as though summoned. The towel stayed where it was. An uncapped beaker with a dark green liquid hit his head, spilling all over his greasy hair, which started turning gray and falling off. Another potion hit his robes and turned them all hot pink. Snape was now bald, wearing all hot pink, and his face was full of ketchup. He angrily walked over to the cabinet and grabbed the only towel there, wiping the ketchup off his face. When he removed the towel, the ketchup was gone, but where it had been, his skin was now pastel green. 100 points from Gryffindor. Class dismissed. He screamed through the laughter. Soon the group of Ravenclaws found themselves sucked out of the memory, laughing hysterically. McGonagall said, 220 points to Gryffindor, since it hasn't been proven who the culprits are, in between snorts of laughter. And I'll see about those detentions he gave the Weasleys, once I regain my composure. Although Gryffindor points didn't matter much to the group of Ravenclaws, they could see how unfair Snape was being, so they understood. Harry and Hermione were hoping Fred and George wouldn't have to serve the detentions. Harry could see Brianna almost started hyperventilating when he described the prank he and Hermione had pulled on Snape. Through their mirrors. Since it was just them talking, he admitted that they were the culprits. They'd come to an agreement. She didn't tease Harry about Hermione and Harry won't tease her about Bobby. And the jerk still has no idea it was you? She asked, still laughing. No, said Harry, who was starting to laugh with her. He's convinced that it was Fred and George, but couldn't give them detentions because he couldn't prove it. That's good, yeah, I found out that they're pretty good blokes after they found out my little secret. What secret? Asked Hermione from the girls' staircase. Harry looked at her in surprise. She was holding a thick book in her hands. I couldn't sleep, so I came up to read for a while. I wasn't spying on you. Nothing, said Harry while Brianna fell silent. Just guy stuff. Do you want to say hello to Brianna? Hermione looked either slightly hurt or slightly angry for a moment, but then said, sure, and walked over to the mirror Harry was holding. Hello, Brianna. How are your schools going? Great, said Brianna happily. I'm still at the top of all my classes. That's wonderful. What's this I hear about a boy named Bobby? A few days later was Hermione's birthday. Harry had arranged for their study group for September 19th to throw a surprise birthday party instead. In the morning, Harry gave no indication that he knew it was Hermione's birthday. He saw her look of disappointment, but she didn't say anything. As they got out of their last class, Harry said, we have a few minutes before dinner. I'd like to get out of the castle for a little while. Want to take a walk around the grounds? She shrugged her shoulders. I suppose so. Together they walked out the entrance hall while Harry indirectly led them to a spot Padma had picked out. As they walked up to their study group, Hermione saw a picnic blanket, a basket, and a few pitchers of pumpkin juice. She also saw that everyone still had their book bags. Well, said Harry with a grin, what do we have here? Surprise! Shouted Neville, Padma, Hannah, Susan, and Anthony. Harry said, Happy birthday, Hermione. The girl looked close to tears. She grabbed Harry and pulled him into a hug. Thank you. She then went to each of them, doing the same. The picnic basket was enchanted for size, so they were able to pull out dinner, as well as a cake, before it was time for presents. Each of them removed their gift from their school bag. Hermione looked so happy as she carefully removed the wrapping paper from her presents. She got a set of fancy quills from Neville. Anthony gave her a set of inks. Padma gave her a magical diary with a lock that only the writer could open. Susan gave her a small purse. She opened Harry's present last to find that it was a bottomless, weightless book bag like he had with her name monogrammed on it. She hugged Harry again and kissed him on the cheek, causing them both to blush. Before they left, she thanked them all for coming, and of course for their gifts. A few hours later, while they were studying in their common room, Hermione admitted to Harry that the only people that had ever celebrated her birthday were family. Speaking of which, said Harry as he pulled out his mirror, it's sold be just about time. At that moment, his mirror received a call, so he answered it, making sure Hermione could see as his mom, dad, and sister sang, Happy Birthday, to her. Harry took Hermione to the kitchens that Saturday to introduce her to the elves, who they asked about the house elf enslavement contract. We is knowing about the contract, Miss Grangie, said Dottie, the elf they were speaking to, but we isn't knowing where it is. Hermione said, we're part of a group that's interested in the welfare of elves. I'd like to know if you're happy here. Oh yes. Hogwarts is being the happiest place for house elves to work. I'm glad to hear it, Hermione said. How do elves like you feel about the way some masters hurt their elves? She then showed them their brochure with the picture. Them is bad masters, but bad master be better than no master. "We're trying to find a way to make this kind of treatment illegal," said Harry diplomatically. Based off of the reaction of Blinky, his aunt's elf, to the idea of freedom, Hermione agreed with Harry not to rush the elves into accepting the idea of freedom. For now the goal was to provide them a happy life. People like that are unworthy of the wonderful help that house elves provide. Elves is happiest with a worthy master, agreed Dottie. The weeks passed by pretty quickly after that. No student besides Harry, Fred, and George would look Snape in the eye, and every book the library had that even mentioned occlumency or legilimency had been checked out. The study group was going well, and the students Harry and Hermione were helping were improving quite a bit, as Professor Flitwick pointed out to them after one charms class, where the only kids who'd made a feather levitate were the ones in Harry and Hermione's group. He awarded them 30 points. Neville seemed to be improving the most under their tutoring, gaining confidence that he didn't have before. It soon became obvious that he had an aptitude for herbology, but did abysmally in potions. It seemed that Neville was the Gryffindor first-year Snape had chosen to pick on. Padma did well in transfiguration, but had trouble in charms. The others hadn't found their best subject yet, and were hoping it would be one of the elective classes they'd take in third year. Harry and Hermione were a month ahead in assignments, and already had read all the way through their books for the entire year. They figured that at the rate they were going, they wouldn't have any assignments to do for the last 2 months of school. They each planned on purchasing the next year's books during Christmas break. Hermione, who'd worked extremely hard at it, had mastered occlumency a week before Halloween. Harry thought about telling her his true identity, but decided against it for the time being. It was bad enough that the twins knew, and he wanted as few people as possible knowing the truth about him. On Halloween afternoon, during defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell was teaching and turned around to get a cage that contained a dark creature they were studying. The moment the back of Quirrell's turban faced Harry, he involuntarily reached for his forehead as he winced in pain. "What's wrong, Harry?" whispered Hermione, who was sitting next to him. "I don't know." Hermione looked at her friend in concern. "This isn't the first time that's happened. Where exactly does it hurt?" He ran his finger in the shape of a slash down his forehead and Hermione's eyes went wide. She stared at Harry for a few moments before looking straight ahead, ignoring his attempts to get her attention. Quirrell turned around and continued the lesson. Once class was over, Harry took her by the arm and pulled her into a nearby empty classroom. "What's wrong?" Hermione looked very concerned. She started muttering more to herself than Harry. "The scar? Harry? You had to learn occlumency. You have an inheritance you don't want to talk about. You have green eyes. Fred and George found out your little secret." A terrified expression came across her face as she backed away from her best friend. "You're Harry Potter." Harry was shocked that she'd realized this. "Let me explain, Hermione." Harry stepped toward her. "Stay away from me, you liar." She then ran off, and Harry could hear her crying before she'd left the room. He didn't know what to do. He was afraid that if he followed her, she'd start shouting at him and someone would overhear. He was also afraid of losing his friend. He took off after her until she stopped, turned around, and pointed her wand in his face. "Don't follow me, Harry." Well, he thought to himself, that answers that. Harry sat miserably at the Halloween feast next to Padma, very much aware that Hermione was nowhere to be found. "Have you seen Hermione?" he asked. She looked very uncomfortable. Yes, but she told me not to tell you where she is." She took a deep breath. "She's, mad at you about something, but she wouldn't say what." Harry was relieved that she wasn't blabbing it to everyone, but he wanted to get his friend back. He nodded miserably. "I need to apologize to her for something, and she won't let me." "I'm sure she'll forgive you for whatever it is. She probably just needs some time alone." He gave Padma a small smile and fixed a plate of food for himself and tried to enjoy the feast. Just when he was feeling a little better, Professor Quirrell showed up in the middle of the feast and shouted, "Troll! In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know," before fainting. Less than 30 seconds later, Penny Clearwater, while hastily making a head count, was leading them toward Ravenclaw Tower. Harry stopped suddenly to talk to Padma, who was right behind him. "Where's Hermione? She doesn't know about the troll." A look of horror came upon her face. "In a girl's washroom. This way." She grabbed Harry's arm and together they ran down the hall while Penny was facing the other way. He heard Padma say, "There's no time to get a teacher." Hopefully the troll's still down in the dungeons. As they approached their destination, they heard Hermione screaming. Harry pushed the door open and called his wand to his right hand. He saw the troll swinging its club at Hermione, destroying half the bathroom in the process as she scooted out of the way just in time. It took another swing at Hermione, who'd gotten herself trapped in a corner, and Harry shouted, "Accio Club!" causing the club to fly out of the troll's hand, right at Harry. As he quickly moved out of the way, he said, "Maybe that wasn't such a brilliant idea." The troll turned around when it lost its club and focused his attention on Harry. He pulled back his fist to punch Harry, but before the fist made contact, Padma had thrown a metal pipe, hitting the troll in the face. It now growled at her, stepping away from Harry. In the meantime, Hermione had her wand out and was placing herself so that the troll was directly between its club and herself. She climbed on top of one of the few remaining sinks and shouted, "Accio Club," while pointing her wand. Harry saw the club he'd summoned minutes earlier start moving at full speed toward the troll's head. The monster was about to move toward Padma until Harry sent a stunner that he knew would only annoy a troll at its foot. The spell startled the troll long enough so that he didn't move out of the way. The club hit the monster in the face like a knockout punch and the troll fell to the floor unconscious with a broken nose and teeth missing. At that moment, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell entered the room. Minerva took one look around and seemed to age 10 years. "Explain yourselves." At that moment, a panic-stricken Penny Clearwater burst into the room. "Thank God you're alive. When I saw you weren't with the group, I left them with the other prefects. Why did you leave us?" Hermione spoke up. It was my fault," said Harry firmly while Hermione stared at him in surprise. "I thought I could handle the troll and went looking for it. Hermione and Padma were trying to save me from my own stupidity. If it weren't for them, I'd probably be dead." "You?" asked Minerva, clearly looking displeased. "You are arrogant, aren't you, Mr. McGonagall?" "I'd say a detention is in order, along with," said Snape, who had torn pants revealing blood on his leg and was limping. 5 points taken from Ravenclaw for this serious lack of judgment. "I'm disappointed in you, Harry," said Minerva, overriding whatever ridiculously unfair amount of points Snape planned on taking away. She turned to the others. "Both of you girls are very fortunate. Not many first years could take on a fully grown mountain troll. 5 points each will be added for sheer dumb luck." Soon the 3 first years were walking toward the tower with Penelope behind them, making sure they actually went to Ravenclaw Tower. When Hermione came up to Harry and whispered, "Why did you say it was your fault?" "Because it was," he whispered back. "I should have been honest with you. I hope you can forgive me. Why didn't you tell me last week after I finished occlumency? I didn't want to make you worry about letting the secret slip. I mean, I mess up enough as it is. I did think about it. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you. I guess I haven't been much of a best friend to you. If it makes you feel any better, I haven't actually told anybody. Not my friends in America, no one. I don't have a clue how Fred and George found out about it, but I only admitted it at one point. Honestly, Hermione, the only thing I've lied about is my name. I've never lied to you about anything that wasn't directly related to that. Now I don't have to lie to you about anything. I guess I can understand that, but it hurt me to find out that way. If you'd like, I'll tell you the details tonight after everyone else is upstairs. I would like that, thanks. Maybe you can help me keep my secret better." At this point, Harry raised his voice so that Padma could also hear him. "Did you notice the injury that Snape had on his leg?" "Yes," said Padma. "I guess you're talking to me again?" "Yes, I'm sorry Padma. It's just. I know you two had some kind of argument that you had to get sorted out. Anyway, I hope they can't fix his leg." Hermione smiled. "Maybe that cut will get infected and they'll have to remove his leg. Then they'll just need to remove the rest of him as well." Chapter endnotes. Wouldn't a responsible prefect actually check to make sure that the kids, especially first years, she's leading are really following? Percy's youngest brother was one of the 3 missing first years, but he couldn't see past his shiny new prefect badge to notice they were missing. There were a total of 8 Gryffindor first years and 3 were missing. Someone should have done a head count. Protesting against Snape. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 4. Protesting against Snape. "And so my official name actually is Harry Mark McGonagall, and until last spring I didn't know any different." He added with a smirk, "So legally, I wasn't lying when I said my last name is McGonagall." Harry was explaining the details of how he'd been kidnapped and adopted to Hermione. "That's truly amazing," said the girl. "It's also a brilliant way to keep you safe. Only one person in Britain knew where you were, and she's not the one anybody would guess." "And no one would have guessed that I was in America," Harry added. "And they still don't know you're at Hogwarts. So now that you know, do you think you can forget?" "No, but I can help you stop messing up." She took a deep breath. "Most of the clues I had were from spending so much time with you, but some things, like the pain in the shape of a lightning bolt on your head, were easy to spot. I don't know why I have that pain, but what can I do about it? For now you can pretend that it's your whole head and not just that small area, and we can start making note of every time you get the headaches to try to determine what is causing them. There's got to be more to it than just being at Hogwarts." "I know. The first time was at the opening feast just before Snape tried to read my mind. At first I thought it was part of the attack, but the headaches don't just come when I'm around him. We were in Professor Quirrell's classroom the last time it happened. Have you gotten the headaches in any other classrooms?" "No, I mean Snape tries using legilimency on me in his class, but I don't get a headache from forcing him out of my mind. It's actually a bit amusing." Hermione furrowed her brow in concentration. "So it happens in Professor Quirrell's classroom and in the Great Hall, where he's eating. Has it happened any place that he wasn't at?" "No, now that you mention it. I wonder why that is. Do you think he could be up to something?" "I'm not sure what that means, but we should keep an eye on him. Maybe I'm just allergic to whatever that smelly thing is that he keeps inside his turban," said Harry, chuckling. The next morning at breakfast, Harry and Hermione were sitting with Padma and Penny when a Gryffindor prefect with red hair walked up to the table. Hermione was asking Penny how she liked being a prefect when she was interrupted. "Hello, Penelope," he said pleasantly, completely ignoring the younger students near the Ravenclaw prefect. "Hi, Percy, isn't it?" He nodded. "Is there something I can do for you?" "Why, yes, there is. There is a Hogsmeade visit this Saturday, and I ask that you would do me the honor of allowing me to be your escort." She blushed slightly. All right. What would, splendid. I'll see you then." He turned around and walked away without another word, leaving her speechless. "That was rude," said Padma. "He was, probably nervous," said Penny, and then relieved that he'd gotten an answer, so he left in a hurry. "If you say so, Penny," said Hermione, "but I wouldn't go out with a boy who just walks away while I'm speaking to him." "Isn't he one of Fred and George's brothers?" asked Harry. "Yes, he's Percy Weasley," said Penny. "By his own admission, he's the best prefect in the school. He completely disapproves of his younger brothers. He always seems a bit arrogant." "Then why are you going out with him?" asked Padma. She shrugged her shoulders. "I thought I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Besides, I didn't have a date." The next potions class Harry had was the same as usual. No one but Harry and Hermione would look Snape in the eye, and every 15 minutes or so, the greasy git would try to read one of their minds and get forced out, stumbling backwards. This caused him to take more points away as students chuckled at him. During this particular class, Harry noticed a small beetle flying in one of the corners. The day of Penny's date arrived, and she joined Harry and his friends at breakfast a little later than usual. "Good morning, guys," she said. "Morning, Penny," said Harry. "Is that a new outfit?" She smiled and nodded. "It looks real nice." "Thanks, Harry. You really do look great," said Padma. "You'll knock Percy's socks off." Hermione nodded in agreement. "Penelope, you're late," said Percy from behind them. "What?" asked Penny, turning around to face him. "You showed up here later than usual, so you won't be done with breakfast at your usual time. Which means that we won't have as much time in Hogsmeade. Do try and hurry up." As he took off without another word, Hermione said, "You should tell him the date is off if he wants to act like that. He didn't even say what time he wanted to leave with you." Penny sighed. He just wants to spend time with me, and he's afraid we won't have time. I did show up 15 minutes later than usual. He's just anxious for our date to start." "If you say so." 15 minutes later, Percy and Penny were walking together toward the carriages. She'd let him hold her hand when he grabbed it as soon as she got up after hurrying through her breakfast. "You really should work on your punctuality, Penelope. Just call me Penny. For example, I've never been late to any class for my entire Hogwarts career. I've worked hard and as a result always gotten the best grades, and now my prefect status." He stuck out his chest in pride. "It's not going to stop here, you know." I intend to be head boy. After that, I'll get a job in the Ministry of Magic, and rise up through the ranks. I should be head of an important department before I'm 30, in the perfect position to become the next minister when Mr. Fudge decides to step down. About halfway through this speech, Penny started tuning him out. They were now leaving the carriage as Percy continued bragging about what he was going to do. While wearing a prefect badge, we should be examples to the other students. I understand that during the troll incident, you left most of the Ravenclaw students behind when you were supposed to be leading them to Ravenclaw Tower. 3 of the first years were missing, so I had to find them, she said, snapped back into the conversation by mention of the troll. But those 3 troublemakers got you to shirk your responsibilities to the other students. There were 5 other prefects with them. But there should have been 6. You shouldn't have bothered with the students who refused to follow you. But it's our job to make sure that they're safe. No, it's our job to tell them what they should do to be safe. If they don't want to listen, it's not our fault. Take that ringleader Harry McGonagall for instance. You should have known he was a troublemaker the moment he wasn't sorted into his aunt's house. He's been trying to stir up trouble since classes started with that stupid CARE club, trying to make the most respected members of our society look bad. I understand he's even had altercations with the Malfoy boy, a member of one of those respected families. He's also caused trouble with Professor Snape. You should have lost points for leaving the group to find him and his friends. He's an 11-year-old boy, and he's right about house elves. Malfoy's father is one of the worst elf abusers out there. They've got pictures of him beating an elf in the middle of Diagon Alley. Harry's at the top of all his classes but potions, and that's because of the trouble Snape is causing by trying to read everybody's mind. Harry knows more about potions than I do. He's never been anything but nice to me and anybody besides Snape and Malfoy, and what's wrong with being a Ravenclaw? Nothing, Penelope, said Percy condescendingly, it's just that Gryffindor is where his family is, and so he must have been rebellious to end up elsewhere. Maybe he's just different. I can't believe you want to simply show off your prefect badge without doing anything. No matter what you claim, that's what you're doing if you wouldn't go after 3 missing first years while there's a troll in the castle. I thought you were supposed to be a brave Gryffindor. Anyway. She took a deep breath. Look, I don't think we're going to get along very well, so let's end this date right now as a mistake, okay? Fine. If you'll take a first year's side rather than a fellow prefect, then you obviously have problems with your priorities. He took off with a red face, leaving Penny behind. She wasn't sure if she was happy or sad that the date was over, but decided that she would never date Percy Weasley again. When Penny got back a few hours later, walking hand in hand with Oliver Wood, she had bought some snacks from Honeydukes for all the Ravenclaw first and second years. When asked how the date went, she simply replied, "We both realized it was a mistake before we got to the first store and split up. We have absolutely nothing in common. While I was at Honeydukes, I ran across Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, and we decided to have a butterbeer together at the Three Broomsticks." The next morning when the Daily Prophet arrived, most of the students received a surprise. The front page was about Hogwarts. Hogwarts students' privacy regularly invaded. Headmaster Dumbledore does nothing about it by Rita Skeeter. The right to privacy is essential to all our lives, but it is robbed from our children when we send them to Hogwarts. It has come to this reporter's attention that Potions Master and head of Slytherin House Severus Snape, a former Death Eater under Professor Dumbledore's protection for questionable reasons, regularly practices legilimency, a type of mind reading which requires eye contact, on his students with the blessing of the headmaster. The reason this has come to light is that certain students have been taught occlumency, the defense against legilimency, and have frustrated his efforts. However, that's not all that Snape is guilty of. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, has recently given this reporter access to overwhelming evidence that Snape has abused his position over and over again for the past decade. She has presented this evidence to the headmaster countless times calling for action to be taken, but claims, "My pleas have fallen on deaf ears." For full details of Snape's abuses of his position, see page 3. One has to wonder what Headmaster Dumbledore is playing at, putting a man like that into a teaching position. He most certainly does not have the children's best interests at heart. Another article talked about how a troll got into the castle on Halloween. Rita Skeeter basically tore Dumbledore's reputation to shreds. Harry, along with every student who received the paper, looked up to the head table where both Dumbledore and Snape appeared furious. Minnie appeared rather smug until Albus said something to her. She shouted her reply. I will not see you privately so you can sack me without witnesses. I simply gave that reporter the same evidence I've been showing you for 10 years. This is supposed to be a school, not a torture chamber for children. That's what potions class is if you're not a Slytherin. I will not apologize for telling the truth. Harry started clapping for his aunt and was soon joined by almost everybody who wasn't in Slytherin. She started to blush. Silence, said Dumbledore authoritatively. He then took the podium with a pleasant look and a twinkle in his eyes. As most of you are aware because of this morning's edition of the Daily Prophet, there is a dispute between a few members of the faculty. I believe that as students, you should simply ignore it and go about your studies as you normally would, showing the proper respect to all your teachers. Someone from Gryffindor shouted, but he's a Death Eater, he should be in Azkaban. Another said, I always knew Snape was no good. More comments about both Snape and Dumbledore were said until the hall was filled with so much noise you couldn't hear yourself think. Silence, said the headmaster again. I believe it is time for breakfast to end. It being a Sunday, they didn't have any classes. Harry and Hermione decided to visit Minerva. The first thing Harry asked was, Are you getting fired? She smiled. No, Professor Dumbledore knows that if he fires me right after that article printed, he will be sacked as well. He can get away with almost anything, but not that. I had to do something when I learned that he doesn't even bother reading negative mail sent by parents. He has an elf deal with that, even the Howlers. I had wondered why he wasn't bombarded with them after you two made sure everyone knows that Snape's reading their minds. So what's going to happen, Professor? Asked Hermione. Well, the Board of Governors will meet and look at the evidence. However, I don't expect to win. Lucius Malfoy owns the board, and he's one of Snape's few friends. Snape is Draco Malfoy's godfather, added Harry disgustedly. But regardless, said Minerva, this is putting some pressure on Professor Dumbledore. Is that true about Snape being a Death Eater? Asked Harry. I actually don't know. All that the headmaster says to anyone who questions Snape is that he trusts him, as though that alone would put our minds at ease. If I were to guess, I'd say that he was a Death Eater who betrayed you-know-who. Perhaps did some espionage for the light side, so Dumbledore decided to protect him. So he's probably a murderer who betrayed his friends to stay out of Azkaban, said Harry with a mean look in his eyes. Yes, said Aunt Minnie. Maybe the details will be revealed at his hearing. I would say that even if it turns out that he deserves protection, that still doesn't make him a good teacher. I'd think a reformed Death Eater wouldn't act like he does anyway. He's certainly not discouraging Slytherins from becoming dark wizards. He's teaching them to lie and cheat their way to the top. Wait until you see their first Quidditch match. When Gryffindor plays, I only hope there won't be any serious injuries. I know we won't win because of the poor sportsmanship of the Slytherin team. They win by injuring all the other team's players, not by Quidditch skills. And then Snape brags that his house won like it was an accomplishment. The next week, if possible, Snape was even worse during potions than before. He vanished both Harry's and Hermione's potions 5 minutes into the lesson, and declared they each earned a 0 for the day and both had a detention with Filch. A few days after that, Harry found out that parents had put together a petition to get rid of Snape. That Saturday would be a hearing with the Board of Governors, Dumbledore, Minerva, Snape, and Cornelius Fudge. Fudge would be there with a few oars in case they needed to arrest Snape after the hearing for invading the privacy of minors. Any other member of Hogwarts faculty, as well as any ministry department head, was welcome to attend. No one else, including reporters, students, and parents, was allowed at the hearing. Friday night, Harry was talking to his family with his mirror. Aunt Minnie doesn't think he'll be sacked. She believes he'd have to murder a student in the Great Hall in front of 100 witnesses before Dumbledore would stop protecting him. It sounds like you're not getting a good potions education, said Cindy with a frown. I already know all the first-year potions, so I'm not missing much. Aunt Minnie says that he doesn't conduct the OWLs or NEWTs, so as long as I study the subject, it actually doesn't matter what grades that slimy ba. Harry, said a stern-looking Cindy while Brianna giggled. Mark looked like he wanted to laugh. I was gonna say, slimy bad teacher. Honest, of course, dear. Sure, Harry, said Brianna. I'll bet Hermione doesn't like it when you use that language. Does Bobby like it when you do? Asked Harry, reminding his sister of their truce. He looked at his parents again. The point is that Snape doesn't matter. He takes house points all the time so that Slytherin wins the meaningless house cup no matter what. The only things that bug me are detentions. And they're really stupid. This is a magical school, but if you have to clean or something, they make you do it the Muggle way. What do you learn from that? The truth is that the magical way gets things cleaner, and it's faster. I'll bet the entire school could be cleaned magically in one day, but Filch the caretaker does everything by hand so he gets through the castle in a week unless he's got a dozen kids doing it for him. Then while we're cleaning he talks about the old punishments where they'd hang kids by their toes. The man is psychotic. Then why don't you prank him, Brianna? Said Cindy. Your brother gets into enough mischief without you giving him ideas. Harry smiled but said nothing. Try to stay out of trouble, Harry, said Mark. I always try, Dad, answered Harry, but I get in trouble with Snape for breathing. I honestly think I'd be in less trouble for just skipping class. I'd learn just as much if not more. Now Harry, don't make me come over there, that might be a good idea, Mom. You can tell Snape and Dumbledore off. The next morning at breakfast, Harry and Hermione were approached by Fred and George Weasley. You may have noticed that our revered potions master is gone, and will be gone for most of the day. We were wondering if you'd like to help us, show him our appreciation and respect by leaving him a surprise in his living quarters. Harry and Hermione looked at each other for a moment before Harry said, Absolutely. Hermione said, If anyone deserves it, it's that creep. Padma then surprised them by saying, Count me in. Harry quickly smiled at her. Great. Where can we meet to discuss the finer details? After they met in a hidden passageway, they snuck into Snape's living quarters by pointing a wand under the door and summoning the hinges. He never figured that out, and set up a prank for the first person to walk in. At dinner, they saw that Dumbledore, who looked tired, Minerva, who appeared livid, and Snape, who had a smug look on his face, were back at the head table. What do you think happened? Said Padma. Obviously Snape wasn't sacked, said Hermione. He hasn't been back to his office yet, either, said Harry. After dinner, let's ask Professor McGonagall. They continued eating until they were full, and waited until Minerva had left the Great Hall to follow her. They arrived at her door while she was still walking through it. Professor McGonagall, Harry called out. Yes, Harry? Could you tell us what happened? She sighed. Oh, I suppose. Come on in. After she got them all some tea, she began speaking. The meeting began with Lucius Malfoy stating that he believed the allegations against Snape were false. I honestly don't know why Professor Dumbledore didn't stop backing Snape when he realized that he was on the same side as Malfoy. I knew from the beginning that I was fighting a losing battle no matter how much evidence I had against Snape. I at least was able to demand to know why Dumbledore trusts him, and that's the worst part of it. Why does he trust him? Asked Harry. She gave Harry a pointed look. I trust you've all heard of Harry Potter. Harry and Hermione controlled their expressions to remain neutral while Padma said, The boy who lived and vanished. You mustn't tell anyone what I'm about to reveal. All three of them nodded. Yes. You see, Snape gave you know who the information that caused him to target the Potters. You see, James Potter and he had been bitter enemies at school. Anyway, just before they were killed, Snape came to Professor Dumbledore with a cock and bull story about being sorry that the Potters were being targeted, and he believed him. Snape was a Death Eater, and had personally killed and tortured countless people, but Professor Dumbledore protects him because he claimed to be sorry about one target and became a spy for a short time. It's interesting that when I asked, Professor Dumbledore had to admit that none of Snape's information led to the capture of a single Death Eater, nor did it save any lives. Without Padma noticing, Hermione took Harry's hand while his aunt was revealing this information. Padma said, I wonder if Snape took Harry Potter and killed him. I hope not, said Hermione, playing along. He probably wanted to, said McGonagall seriously. I can just imagine how he'd treat the son of his worst rival. Oh, and here's the best part of the story. Snape said he owed James Potter a life debt. Even if that were true, paying that debt wouldn't mean he shouldn't go to Azkaban. It would mean that Snape has no remorse at all about what he's done, and that he only felt obligated to help James. Harry was staying quiet, but he was very mad. Minnie could see it in his eyes. Anyway, Snape has been ordered not to read any more students' minds. I don't know how they expect him to obey that. He has also been put on probation for the rest of the school year. Until that is finished, he cannot give or take house points, nor can he hand out punishments to anyone who is not in Slytherin. If he feels that a student in another house needs to be punished, he must inform that student's head of house, who will investigate the matter. I have told both Professors Sprout and Flitwick that they are more than welcome to use my pensieve to determine appropriate action in such an instance. I for one won't simply take Snape's word for anything. Well, that's good, isn't it? Asked Hermione nervously. It's better than nothing, said Minnie, but they wouldn't hear a word about his incompetence as a teacher. Therefore, the important subject of potions still isn't taught at Hogwarts. She sighed. At least we got some results. I think the only reason for that is so it looks like the Board of Governors is doing something. Lucius Malfoy wants to at least appear like he cares about students in a case like this one where the press is involved. I'm sure tomorrow's headlines will make him out to be a hero for slapping Snape on the wrist. I guess, said Harry coldly. Miss Granger, Miss Poddle, I believe you should probably be getting back to your common room. I'd like to speak to my nephew for a few minutes if you don't mind. Of course not, Professor McGonagall, said Hermione, figuring that she wanted to talk to Harry about Snape's involvement in his birth parents' deaths. Once the girls had left, Minerva charmed her door for privacy. I thought about not telling you about it, but I know that I'd want to know in your position. Thanks for that, Aunt Minnie. I can't believe that Dumbledore lets that murderer walk free. There's more to the story, I'm afraid. I haven't been told all of it, but there was a prophecy made regarding you and you know who. Snape heard part of it and told his master. Professor Dumbledore isn't sure about the prophecy anymore because of how you disappeared, but he still hopes that you'll fulfill it. All he said is that according to the prophecy, you were the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. I'm hoping that it already was fulfilled when James and Lily were killed. There is a copy of it in the Department of Mysteries, but only you can touch it where it's kept. To see it, you'd have to reveal your identity to someone at the Ministry, and I'd strongly advise against that for obvious reasons. He sighed. That's all right. It looks like I haven't been following it too closely anyway. Besides, you always said that divination is a woolly discipline. Anyway, if the prophecy is true, it'll happen whether I know about it or not. She took a deep breath. I suppose so. Sometimes I wonder why I even stay at Hogwarts. At the same time, Severus Snape was strutting into his quarters. He performed the special unlocking spell that he'd invented on his door and opened it with something similar to a smile on his face. As he took his first step inside the room, an orange cloud appeared above his head and began to rain pumpkin juice on him. As he was getting drenched by the sticky liquid, he pulled out his wand. As soon as he cast a spell, a neon green powder filled the room, sticking to his body as he chalked on it for a few moments. He ran to the toilet to clean up, but found that he couldn't open the door, and every time he tried another spell, the room filled up with the powder again, except it was sky blue. He tried his bedroom to find it was also locked. With apparently no alternative, he quickly walked out of his quarters toward the nearest men's room, only to be photographed by a flashing camera that was floating in front of the door. As soon as the picture was taken, the camera disappeared and a venomous Snape managed to finally clean up after walking past a small group of students gaping and laughing at him. The next day, copies of that photo could be found all over the school. The other heads of houses each got one to hang in their offices, although Dumbledore did not approve. Snape's behavior in classes actually did change. He simply put instructions on the board and ignored everyone. Even Neville commented during a study group how much easier it was to make potions without Snape's interference. All the Gryffindors had to worry about was making sure the Slytherins didn't interfere, since they're the ones who shared a class with them. Ravenclaws were with Hufflepuffs. And that was solved by dividing the room evenly into two sides, making sure the two houses stayed separate. Snape didn't say anything about the new seating arrangement because he knew that he was on probation and the students knew he couldn't threaten them. One thing that did temporarily raise Snape's spirits was the Quidditch match on November 9th, wherein Gryffindor's keeper and captain, Oliver Wood, was put out of commission by a Slytherin beater very early in the game. His broom was broken by the destructive ball, and it couldn't stay in the air for long after that. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt too badly when he hit the ground, but was unable to play for the rest of the game even if he'd found a replacement broom. Without a decent seeker to bail them out, Gryffindor lost terribly, but not before Fred and George Weasley knocked both Slytherin beaters off their brooms with well-timed bludger hits. Unfortunately for Snape, At the end of the game, the Weasley twins also, accidentally, sent a bludger that hit Snape in the face, breaking his nose and effectively removing his gloating smile. They both got detentions from McGonagall, but felt it was worth it. A few weeks later, Harry mentioned how he missed the American holiday known as Thanksgiving, where students got Thursday and Friday off school and had a turkey feast. Brianna naturally gloated to Harry about that on Thanksgiving Day. Soon November turned into December, and with that came the end of term exams. Harry and Hermione both knew they'd aced their tests, although it remained to be seen what grade Snape would give them. They decided to worry about that when they got the results. They also knew their study group would do well. CARE was doing well with membership in the school, but Hermione was still hoping to make more of a political difference. She planned on finding out if any members had any political connections that could be helpful. For now, they were leaving the castle for their Christmas break. Christmas break. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 5. Christmas break. Harry woke up early on the day they were leaving Hogwarts for Christmas break. He'd ordered assorted candies from Honeydukes for most of his friends, to be delivered at Christmas. However, he had something different for his best friend, and he thought he'd prefer to give it to her now. After he had dressed, he went down to the common room holding a small wrapped package and found Hermione relaxing on a couch with her head buried in a book. Without her noticing, he plopped down on the couch beside her, causing her to drop her book in surprise. "Good morning," said Harry as he chuckled at her. She lightly slapped Harry on the arm. "Harry, you scared me." "Sorry," he chuckled. "You are not," she said as she picked up her book. "Maybe not, but I do have a gift for you." She smiled at her best friend. "Really? Shouldn't we wait until Christmas? I want you to have it now." Harry handed her the small wrapped package. "All right," she said as she carefully unwrapped the gift. When she removed the wrapping paper, she found 2 mirrors like Harry's. "I thought you'd like a way to talk to your parents while you're at Hogwarts. One answers to your name, the other to your mom's. You can also call mine Brianna's. My parents are Aunt Minnie's with it. They work like phones in that you can call anyone who has one. Mine answers to Harry McGonagall, in case you were wondering." She wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome, Hermione. This really does mean a lot to me." She then pointed her wand toward the girls' staircase and said, "Accio Harry's gift." About a minute later, a neatly wrapped package came floating toward them. She lowered her eyes as she said, "It's not nearly as wonderful as what you gave me, but I hope you like it." He grinned as he took the present from her. "I'm sure I'll love it." After tearing the wrapping paper off of it, he found that she'd given him a set of the Lord of the Rings books, which also included The Hobbit. The illustrations on the covers were moving. Imagine my surprise when I found out Tolkien was a wizard, and his books were about events that actually happened a long time ago. When I found that out, naturally I tried to find out what kind of spell could have been placed on the ring to keep Sauron from dying, as though his soul were somehow connected to it, but I couldn't find anything in Hogwarts library about that. It must be a very dark spell. Anyway, I guess I'm rambling on and on. You don't already have them, do you? Harry smiled at his friend. "No, I don't. I have heard of them, but never actually read the books. Thanks a lot." "You're welcome. I hope you enjoy them." "I'm sure I will. I hope you're still planning on picking up our books for next year during the break." "Of course, Harry. I got the list of second-year books from Cho last night. You're so lucky that you can practice magic during the holidays." Harry chuckled. "I just don't understand why the Ministry of Magic is against kids doing magic. I mean, the parents of Muggle-born students have to wait 7 years before they can see what their kids learned in school. They may even wonder if their kids are actually learning anything. It's like the ministry is hoping that your parents will decide to withdraw you from Hogwarts because they don't think you're learning anything useful." "I know. It's hard to explain what I'm learning in a letter. Maybe I can convince my parents to make our next vacation in America so we can see you. Then we could put on a bit of a magic show for them to demonstrate what we've learned." "That would be great." Harry then looked at his watch. "I guess it's about time we went down to breakfast." He then stood and helped her up, and together they walked down to the Great Hall for the last time that year. After an excellent breakfast, all the students who weren't staying for the holidays rode the carriages into Hogsmeade with their luggage. Harry and Professor McGonagall joined Hermione and Padma on one of them. "Professor McGonagall," said Padma, "I'm surprised you're joining us. I admit this is my first time accompanying students on the carriages, she said with a slight smile, but I thought it would be best to get an early start. As you should know, one cannot apparate inside Hogwarts grounds. Yes, it's written in Hogwarts, a history, agreed Hermione. Yes. When we get into Hogsmeade, I'll be apparating Harry and myself to the airport so we can spend the holidays with our family. Padma looked surprised. You ride Muggle airplanes? No, but most international airports have a hidden section like Platform 9 3/4 that leads to an international flow network. She went on to explain it for the rest of the carriage ride. When they got off the carriages, Harry wished Padma and Hermione a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hermione hugged Harry quickly before stepping onto the train. I'll call you tonight, Harry. Have a good trip. You, too. Happy Christmas, Professor McGonagall. Happy Christmas to you, too, Miss Granger. After Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express, Aunt Minnie took Harry's hand and they disappeared with a small pop. An hour later, Harry was walking toward the exit of O'Hare Airport in Chicago with his aunt, and they were looking for their family. Harry was pushing a trolley that had 2 trunks and an obviously upset Hedwig in her cage. She'd never traveled by flow before and obviously didn't enjoy it. It was hard to hear anything above her squawking. Harry, Aunt Minnie. Over here, came the loud voice of an excited 9-year-old girl with brown hair and blue eyes who ran up to them, hugging them both fiercely. Hi, Brianna, said Harry as he happily returned his sister's hug. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Harry, you too, Aunt Minnie. She then yawned, covering her mouth with her hand. Even though it was about noon Hogwarts time, it was very early Chicago time. Hello, Brianna. How are you? Minerva stepped back and looked her niece over. You've gotten taller. She smiled. So has Harry. I'll bet Hermione likes. How's Bobby doing? Interrupted Harry, silencing his sister while making her blush. Harry, Aunt Minnie, said a tired-looking Mark, who just walked up to them with his wife. It's wonderful to see you both, but why don't we get to the car so we can speak more freely? Besides, parking here is expensive. After some hugs were exchanged, they left the airport and braved Chicago traffic. The first thing Harry noticed when they got into the house was, "You put up the Christmas tree without me." Cindy said, "We didn't want to put up the Christmas tree just a few days before Christmas. That would be too much work to have it up for such a short time. We wanted it to stay up for a few weeks. However, you can help put the gifts under it." At present no presents are present under the Christmas tree, said Mark with a smirk. Harry shook his head. That is not very funny, Dad. That doesn't change the fact that you need to put the presents under there. All but yours and Brianna's are in the closet. They're somewhere else. Your mom and I know about how you can use magic to find out what you're getting. What? Said Harry in mock offense. How could you insult our integrity like that? We're truly hurt, said Brianna, adding fake tears to the show. I'm sure, said Cindy with a smile. She then hugged Harry, not for the first time that day, saying, I missed you so much, before kissing him on the cheek. Come on, Mom, Harry said while pulling away from the affection that embarrassed him. I talked to you at least once a week while I was gone. It's just not the same. So, Aunt Minnie, said Mark, changing the subject as Harry summoned the presents from the closet. How are things going in school administration since Snape kept his job? She sighed. To be honest, staff meetings are like a Cold War. Almost everyone is against Professor Dumbledore and Snape. I'm glad that Snape's not harassing the kids this year, but what about next year and the year after that? I don't know what to do now. I'm seriously considering leaving Hogwarts next year. Maybe getting a job at an American school. I'm sure Harry's credits could be transferred if he wants to leave as well. I'm tired of being a part of a school where Snape's behavior is tolerated. You can't just leave, Aunt Minnie, said Harry. All the magical kids in Europe have to put up with him. If you leave, then nobody will stand up for them. What if you hired a lawyer? Suggested Cindy. There's a wizarding law office in Little Salem, said Mark. Maybe you could talk to them. Even if they can't take a European case, they may be able to recommend someone. Minnie looked thoughtful. I don't know. Come on, Minnie, said Cindy. We were planning on going there the day after Christmas anyway. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt. Then it's settled, said Mark with a yawn. For now, I think I'm gonna go back to bed for a nap. I'm tired. At lunchtime, I think we should go out to celebrate Harry's return. If any of you are hungry, then just eat a light snack. Okay, I'll let Hedwig loose to fly around and get to know the neighborhood. She's never been here before. Once she's out, I'll unpack. Brianna then said, Hey Aunt Minnie, could you test my occlumency if I help you unpack? The aged woman smiled. Of course, dear. Come up to the guest room with me. She then levitated her trunk up the stairs, and the two of them followed. Harry said, I'm gonna start reading my gift from Hermione. He then showed his mom the books, explaining what his friend had told him about them being historic. Cindy was astonished at this news. After having lunch at Pizza Hut, the McGonagalls returned home and Brianna magically stuck their newest Christmas cards on the wall, bragging that it was her job. Aunt Minnie complimented her niece's sticking charm, as well as her mastery of occlumency. Harry then started playing Mega Man on his Nintendo, commenting, I didn't realize how much I missed this until I didn't have it. As dinner time approached, Harry was beginning to feel very tired and said he wanted to go to bed. You're experiencing jet lag, said Cindy with a slight smile. The only way to beat it is to stay up until bedtime. If you do that, tomorrow you should be almost back to normal. Harry was about to reply when he felt the mirror in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out to find out that Hermione was calling him. Hi Hermione. How are you doing? How was the train ride? As he spoke to her, he made his way to his bedroom and closed the door. It was all right. I sat with our study group. My parents were thrilled with the mirrors you gave us. They wanted to say something. Her face moved out of the mirror, soon to be replaced by Mrs. Granger's. Thank you very much, Harry. This was a very thoughtful gift. We're glad our daughter has a wonderful friend like you. Harry blushed slightly at the compliment. You're welcome. She's a great friend, too. We hope you enjoy the holidays with your family. Be sure to tell them we said, Happy Christmas. I will. You have a Merry Christmas, too. When Hermione's face was back inside the mirror, she said, We went to Diagon Alley after the train ride, so I picked up our sets of second-year books. Hopefully they'll be the same ones we use next year, but even if they're not, they should cover the same material anyway, so we'll know the information. Harry smiled. Thanks. No problem. I also found out that Susan Bones is related to the head of magical law enforcement, Madame Amelia Bones. She's her niece. She has a lot of pull with the ministry. I've written Susan to talk to her aunt about CARE. I'm still finding out about the others, but if we can get enough influential people involved, we could really make a difference. That's great. You're really doing a great job, Hermione. I just know we'll be able to make a difference. She blushed at the compliment. Thanks. It's the truth. Aunt Minnie is going to talk to a lawyer about Snape. A solicitor? Do you think that could help? I hope they'll be able to force Snape out of Hogwarts and get a proper potions teacher. He makes everybody who's not in Slytherin abhor that class, when there's so much to be gained by properly understanding that subject. A potions NEWT is required for countless occupations, but the vast majority of students happily drop the class once they've taken their OWLs. Penny said she plans on dropping it next year, just to get away from Snape. She had hoped to be a healer, which requires a potions NEWT, but she just can't stand that greasy git, and frankly I don't blame her. Harry chuckled slightly at Hermione's outburst. Who knows, maybe he'll be gone next year. She sighed. We can always hope. By the way, I started reading The Hobbit. It seems quite interesting. That character Gandalf must look a lot like dumb old dork. Her image smiled up at him through the mirror. I hadn't thought of it, but you're right. Don't worry though, Gandalf is much more helpful. I'm glad you're reading the book. You know how much both my parents and I appreciate your gift. That was no problem at all. I'm just glad you called me. I need something to keep me awake until dinner. He smirked at his friend. She frowned. You must be experiencing what they call jet lag. Tell me, what is it like? It feels like I didn't get enough sleep last night. My mom says the best thing to do is try to stay awake until a normal hour so that I'm pretty much adjusted tomorrow morning. She should know since she's gone through this a few times. Let me know if that works, will you? I asked my parents, and they said they'd consider taking a vacation to see you next summer. Hopefully I'll be able to convince them by that time. Harry grinned widely. I hope so. They continued talking until dinner, and then after the meal, Harry and Brianna played Super Mario Bros. Together until bedtime. The later it got, the more Harry's skill diminished as he fought off sleep. Thus his sister, as Luigi, did much better than Harry did as Mario. Finally at 9 o'clock, Harry left the living room and went to bed, falling asleep before his head even hit the pillow. The next day, Harry was woken up by his sister pounding on his door. "It's time for breakfast. Get up, lazy. We've got places to go." I'm up, he shouted without even opening his eyes as he lay in bed. "No you're not," she said, opening the door and pointing her wand at him. "Aguamenti," she said, causing her wand to shoot water in his face. "Ah," he shouted, moving his hands to protect his face, "I'm gonna get you." He grabbed his wand off his nightstand. He always kept one by his bed ready to grab if he needed it, as she bolted out of the room. He then grabbed his glasses with the other hand and ran out after her, wearing nothing, a pair of jogging pants. "Mom, Harry's trying to hex me for waking him up," he heard her shout as she ran down the stairs. "How do you wake him up?" asked Cindy. "By shooting water at my face. I think she even got some up my nose," he shouted before she could answer. "Brianna!" shouted his dad. "Yee-ah! Harry!" At that moment her whole back was soaked from Harry doing the same spell she had. As she spun around and her parents saw the back of her hair and pajamas, they both laughed at her. "Don't shoot water at your brother without expecting him to do the same to you," said their mother with a pretty smile on her face. Harry said, "You always told us to follow the golden rule, so I assumed that she was doing unto me what she wanted me to do to her." "Well, I think you two have settled that, so we don't have to punish either of you," said Mark, earning a surprised look from Minerva, who remained silent, "but we need to hurry up. We've got a 10 o'clock appointment for Harry, followed by Brianna." "Where?" Harry asked. "The eye doctor," answered Cindy. "My glasses are fine," he said. "I remember you telling me once that you could see fine without glasses," said his dad with a slight smile. "You already know that your vision gets worse very gradually and you don't even notice it. That's why Brianna has an appointment as well." She gave a disgusted face behind her parents' backs. "She's always had perfect vision, but we like to make sure every year before it causes a problem." "I can see just fine," she said, "well enough to aim my wand directly at Harry's face." Mark chuckled. "That may be, but I'd like Dr. Heil to determine that." "Fine," she said unhappily. After a visit to the eye doctor, wherein Harry did need new glasses, but Brianna still had 20/20 vision, which slightly annoyed her brother, they went out to a mall and got new winter coats, hats, gloves, and boots for the kids. Both children had outgrown last year's winter gear. They arrived back home at 11:30, and Harry went to his room to work on the homework that had been assigned over break. After he'd been working for a few minutes, he could have sworn he'd heard someone near his door, but then it was quiet again. Minerva pocketed her wand with a slight smile, having just cast a silencing charm on Harry's door. She then walked back downstairs to continue the preparations. At exactly 12:30, Harry was startled to hear Aunt Minnie say, "Come down, Harry, it's time for lunch." He hadn't heard her walk up the stairs. He shrugged his shoulders, figuring that he'd been too absorbed in his charms essay to notice. "I'll be right down." He put his work down and opened his door. He walked down the stairs and opened the door to the kitchen. Surprise! He jumped back in shock, and then looked around at his family and the guests as a broad smile formed on his face. A dozen of his best friends from both Muggle and Magical School were standing in his kitchen. There was a sign hanging from the wall that said, "Welcome back, Harry." "Hey Harry," said Matt Burke as he walked up with Emilio Tucker and Chris Ritter. "It's not the same at school without you there to help us stick the teacher to his chair," said Emilio. "Yeah, you never told us what kind of glue you used, and we haven't been able to figure it out," added Chris. All of Harry's magical friends hid their chuckles as they recognized the description of a sticking charm. Harry could even detect a hint of a smile on the edge of Aunt Minnie's frown. The party lasted a few hours, wherein Christmas gifts were given to him, and he found out that his parents had gotten gifts for his guests as well. After most of the visitors had left, 3 of his magical friends, Paul Grabowski, Melissa Hearn, and Luke Wisniewski, stayed for a while longer to talk more about Hogwarts. Paul was taller than Harry with dark hair and brown eyes. Melissa was a pretty blonde girl with green eyes. Luke had pale blonde hair like Draco's, but didn't act like him at all. He had blue eyes. They had successfully pranked several professors in their magical school. In his bedroom away from adults, Harry entertained them with tales of the pranks he and Hermione had pulled at Hogwarts, as well as discussing future pranks. "Maybe you can charm one of the halls to have a huge dirty spot in the middle of the floor that can't be cleaned without magic," said Luke. "That Filch sounds to me like he's a squib." "My dad's a squib," said Harry defensively. "Yeah, but Filch seems to hate anyone who can do magic from what you said." "I also wonder about his relationship to that cat," added Paul. Melissa giggled but said, "That's disgusting," in mock protest. "Actually, he calls the cat Mrs. Norris, not Mrs. Filch. Makes me wonder what happened to Mr. Norris," said Luke. "Anyway," said Melissa, changing the subject, "what's this Brianna says about Hermione being your girlfriend?" The two boys stared at him while his cheeks turned slightly pink. "She is not my girlfriend. You spend a lot of time together, if I remember right, sneaking around the castle at night." "She's my best friend there, not my girlfriend." He actually considered Hermione his closest friend anywhere but didn't want to offend any of his other friends. Melissa grinned at him, deciding to take a different approach. "Is she ugly, then?" "No, she's not ugly, but certainly not cute. Am I right?" she said, smiling brightly. The other boys were busily holding their laughter in. "Well, I think she's kind of cute, but that doesn't mean." "Of course not," she said with a wink, causing his whole face to turn red. The boys couldn't stop their laughter at that point. "I'm gonna hex Brianna," Harry muttered under his breath. At about 5 o'clock, his friends left Harry's room to go to their homes after speaking briefly with Harry's parents. It was only a few days later that Harry found himself waking up on Christmas morning. Putting a t-shirt on before leaving his room, he slept in pajama bottoms. He hurried down the stairs to find that his and Brianna's presents had finally been placed under the Christmas tree. He also noticed that she was there as well, sitting on the floor looking at the packages, knowing that she'd be in big trouble if she touched them or used her wand on them before their parents were with them. "Mom, Dad, Aunt Minnie," Harry called backwards from the hallway, hoping to wake them up. "Merry Christmas." He hoped they'd take the hint and hurry up to let him at his presents. After an eternity that consisted of about 5 minutes, the adults were downstairs and the chaos that is opening presents began. Harry got several gifts, both magical and muggle, but what stuck out the most to him was a small rectangular gift that he'd saved for last. As he mercilessly ripped the paper off of it, he saw that it was a black case that had a yellow lightning bolt in the center of the top. Beneath the lightning were written the words, "Touch lightning and say, lightning bolt." Shrugging his shoulders, he did as he was instructed, and felt the case begin to enlarge. He dropped it on the floor in surprise and watched it stretch out as the outside became transparent. When the process was over, he saw that it was a clear case containing a broomstick, but not just any broomstick. It was the lightning bolt, an American broom that was slightly better than the Nimbus 2000 that was so popular in Europe. It still had a small lightning bolt in the middle with instructions to say the phrase, "storm cloud," while touching the bolt to shrink it down. He stared at it, literally speechless, until his dad said, "Tomorrow we're going, along with your wizarding friends from the party, to Frank's Flying Funhouse in Little Salem to test out your new broom." Although Minerva was staring at the broom in appreciation, she did say, "That's a wonderful broom, but I hope you do realize." Cindy smiled. "We realize he can't take it to Hogwarts until next year. But at least he can get some practice on it beforehand," continued Mark. "I think that if he really wants to make the team, he should put in all the practice he can. What do you think, Harry?" "Wow. Thanks." He then got up and hugged both his parents tightly. "We also got you a broomstick servicing kit that we expect you to use," said Cindy. "Sure," Harry said as he held the broom, which he'd removed from its case, and inspected it carefully. The handle was all black except for several small gold lightning bolts along it pointing forward. Half of the bristles were black, and half were gold. "Can I see it?" said Brianna excitedly. "In a few minutes," he said as he seemed to be memorizing every square millimeter of his new treasured possession. As Minerva began opening her gift, Brianna looked at her parents. "Why can't I get a broom?" "Because Harry's been taught how to ride one," said Mark. "I can learn," Brianna said. "The first thing you need to learn, young lady," said Cindy sternly, "is to not interrupt your father." "I'm sorry. I just really want a broom." Mark looked at those eyes he still had a hard time resisting. He looked at his wife, who nodded slightly. "We'll see how it goes tomorrow. If, and I do mean if, you prove to both your mother and me that you are responsible enough to own a broom, Then we'll consider getting you one for your birthday." "Thank you. But if we do," continued Cindy, "we'll only let you have it when we're going someplace safe to use it." At that moment, Aunt Minnie recognized her present as the romance novel she'd looked at in Diagon Alley that past summer. She looked from the present to Cindy, to see her smile and wink at her. After the rest of the presents were passed out, Harry called Hermione's mirror and the McGonagall family sang, "We wish you a Merry Christmas" to the Granger family. After the song, Harry walked up to his room while telling his friend everything that had happened. Hermione was excited about Harry's new broom, but for some reason she seemed a bit sad for a moment when Harry talked about his American friends. "I guess you really missed them, huh?" she asked, trying her best to look happy. "Don't get me wrong, Hermione. I was glad to see them, and I'm happy we'll be playing on brooms tomorrow, but I didn't really think about them much while I was at Hogwarts. I'm sure they didn't think about me that much either." She seemed a bit happier. "Really, aren't you really close to them?" "I'm friends with them, but I realized that you're my best friend. Is something the matter?" Harry was now worried he'd said something wrong, because it looked like she was going to cry. No, nothing's wrong," she said, suddenly grinning broadly. "You're my best friend, too." She sighed. "I guess I just really liked hearing that. It's an even better present than the mirrors." "Speaking of presents," said Harry, "I finished The Hobbit and started The Fellowship of the Ring." She beamed at him. "I'm really happy you're enjoying the books. I'm really happy you're my best friend. Merry Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Harry. I miss you." At that moment they both heard Cindy yell, "Harry, get down here. Breakfast is ready." "Me too. I think I'd better go. I'll talk to you later. Bye." Bye. The McGonagalls spent the day mainly watching Christmas movies, which Harry didn't mind once a year, but really he was itching to ride his lightning bolt. Not soon enough for Harry or Brianna, they found themselves inside Frank's flying funhouse. Mark was signing everybody in and renting the necessary brooms. Only a few of Harry's wizarding friends had their own brooms. Each of the kids had to pay for their own broom rental, as their parents had been told previously. Harry excitedly stepped into the practice area, whose floor was charmed with a very powerful cushioning charm. Brianna and the other kids who needed to be taught how to fly went to an area with a teacher, while those like Harry who already knew how to fly simply practiced on their brooms. The plan was to put together a Quidditch game in the pitch in about an hour, once the others had learned the basics of flying. Harry excitedly pulled his shrunk broom case out of his pocket and restored its size long enough to remove his lightning bolt, and then shrank it, handing the case to his mom. Aunt Minnie had separated from them once she saw where they were at, promising to return before they left. She was going to talk to a lawyer. Harry carefully mounted his broom and took off, momentarily surprised at the new broom's acceleration, but he enjoyed every second of it. Before long he was doing loops and dives, pulling up before his mom would become too frightened, and was actually drawing a small audience. He didn't notice that until he heard clapping after a particularly amazing stunt. He looked around to see why everyone was clapping, and blushed when he realized they were watching him. Even his friends were amazed at his talent. From behind him he heard Melissa shout, "Think fast, hotshot." He turned to see a red quaffle flying at him and immediately took one hand off the broom and caught the quaffle. He noticed a single hoop behind her and put the quaffle under his left arm and grabbed his broom, flying defensively past her, despite her failed attempt at stealing the quaffle, and made a goal less than 10 seconds after catching the ball. He heard more applause and grinned to himself thinking, "I guess I'm not that bad at this." Soon his friends, as well as others, were throwing the quaffle around, trying to steal it, pass it, and score goals. Before long, he sensed something coming at him from the side and dodged, only to see that someone had let loose a bludger. It didn't take long for him to identify Luke as the one holding the bat, grinning happily. He heard someone call his name and turned just in time to catch the quaffle. He was flying toward the goal when he noticed the third type of Quidditch ball near the floor. Instinct took over then. He flew up toward the ceiling, and then went into a spectacular dive that first took him behind the keeper, where he tossed the quaffle through the hoop. Without stopping, he continued his dive toward the floor, catching the tiny golden snitch in his hand 3 feet above the ground. He then pulled up holding the winged ball proudly in his hand. The entire move took about 20 seconds, and won him more applause than anything else he'd done so far. He was thrilled until he saw the look of terror on his mom's face. While Harry was apologizing to his mom and promising never to dive like that again, with his fingers crossed behind his back, Minerva was just finishing her explanation of what was happening at Hogwarts to the lawyer, Sam Gordon. The lawyer looked thoughtful for a few minutes. Normally, I don't work on overseas cases, but this one seems rather interesting. Is Harry a citizen of England or America? Actually, he has dual citizenship. So we could use the angle that an American citizen has been assaulted by a Hogwarts teacher, and the perpetrator has merely been slapped in the wrist, to make it an international matter. I'd naturally want to talk to Harry about that to get his side of it. She nodded. Of course. He'll be in America for a week and a half more. I also believe we can take this case much further than that. If this Mr. Snape is as bad as you say he is, we could put together a class action suit against both him and Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Snape for mentally raping and verbally abusing students instead of teaching them for the past 11 years, and Mr. Dumbledore for knowingly allowing it to happen at his school. I found it very interesting that he actually admitted that Mr. Snape is not there because of his teaching credentials at all. I wonder if he had anything to do with Harry Potter's disappearance all those years ago. She put on her best horrified face while reinforcing her occlumency shields and said, I hope not. After I speak with Harry, I'll take a trip to Hogwarts. That is, after contacting the American government so I don't get into trouble. After that I'll view your evidence. I'll then interview as many Hogwarts graduates that sat under Mr. Snape as I can. I'll be able to get you a copy of the rosters. As I said before, Snape treats the Slytherins much better than anybody else, so they probably won't have any complaints. He smiled at his new client. That would probably work to my advantage. Then, during Easter break, I'll interview as many students as I can. I hope to go to trial early in August, but I don't want Mr. Snape aware of it until after school is out, so that he doesn't take it out on his students. I'll also find out just how many parents and students have informed Mr. Dumbledore of Mr. Snape's conduct. Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. She then shook his hand and left. When Minerva arrived back at Frank's Flying Funhouse, she found that there was a full Quidditch match in progress in the pitch. One team was Harry's friends, and the other consisted of strangers. She was delighted to see that her niece was a chaser, and doing very well for someone who'd never flown before today. Melissa was another chaser, and she didn't know the name of the boy who was the other one. She saw that the boy she believed was named Luke was one of the beaters, but she didn't know the name of the other one. Paul was the keeper. She briefly wondered where Harry was until she noticed him flying above everything, looking around and concentrating very hard. She then realized that he must be the seeker. She looked at the scoreboard to see that the game was 220 to 180, with Harry's team losing to the other team that had all older players. She thought that the youngest player on that team was at least 13, probably 14, and most of the other players were at least 15. She watched with excitement as Brianna intercepted the quaffle while the other team was passing it. She proudly watched her niece avoid the other players, as well as a bludger, as she made her way toward the goal, flying toward the left hoop until the keeper moved to guard it. She then quickly tossed the quaffle into the right hoop. Minnie was positive she'd heard the keeper use an expletive, and briefly wished she could give him detention. At that moment, she saw Harry dive straight down toward the ground, the other seeker in hot pursuit. She held her breath as she hoped Harry knew what he was doing as he got closer and closer toward the floor. At the last second, he turned 90 degrees and flew toward the other side of the pitch with his shoes less than an inch above the floor. The other seeker crashed onto the magically padded floor, but everyone's eyes were on Harry, who suddenly reached out and grabbed the golden snitch, which had been almost directly beneath the other seeker's original position. As she was clapping more loudly than anybody else, she said, "What a seeker, I wish he'd been sorted into Gryffindor." She walked up to Harry, saying, "Well done, Harry. Ravenclaw may win the Quidditch Cup next year if they're smart enough to put you on the team." As soon as she finished saying that, she heard Cindy start yelling about how dangerous that stunt was. "Honestly, Mom, I knew the floor was padded. Look, the other seeker is fine." When he pointed toward him, both women could see it was true as he walked in their general direction. Cindy took a deep breath. "Just remember not to do that when the ground's not padded." She then smiled. "You were amazing, though." His mom hugged him fiercely. "Way to go, champ," said Mark as he walked up, putting his arm around his son. "You too, Brianna," he added as she approached happily. "Thanks. I didn't do anything nearly as dangerous as what Harry did." She then looked at her brother. Not that you weren't awesome out there. She then looked back at her parents. So can I please have a broom for my birthday? We'll think about it, said Cindy after exchanging a look with her husband. She then turned her attention toward Minerva while the other players, even the opposing seeker, complimented Harry and Brianna on their performance. How'd it go with the lawyer? Minnie smiled. He wants to interview Harry before he goes back to school. I was hoping it could be tomorrow to get it over with. Mark nodded. Then he's going to interview as many of Snape's past and present students he can and put together a class action lawsuit against both Snape and Dumbledore. He hopes to bring this into court in early August. That's great news, Aunt Minnie, said Cindy. Hopefully no other student will have to put up with that man next year. Harry was more than happy to tell the lawyer everything he could recall about Snape's behavior, even providing some memories in Mr. Gordon's pensieve that showed Harry's first 3 encounters with the greasy git. Hermione was also very happy about the lawsuit as well, and told Harry to tell Mr. Gordon that she would be thrilled to participate in the case, and also told Harry she would be studying more law books. She also said she had some good news about CARE, but would rather tell Harry in person at Hogwarts. He reluctantly accepted that, figuring that he could wait 1 more week. On New Year's Eve at midnight her time, and then his time, Harry and Hermione made sure they were talking to each other and toasted the new year with grape juice. Hermione was delighted that he'd finished reading the Fellowship of the Ring before the break was over. Before Harry knew it, and after a heartfelt goodbye, he, along with a nervous-acting Hedwig, was flowing back to Europe with Aunt Minnie, who made sure that he left his lightning bolt behind. Conspiracies Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 6 Conspiracies. As Harry was sitting at the completely empty Ravenclaw table in the Great Hall, he looked around. The 4 Weasleys were at the Gryffindor table, and there were a couple Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, but apparently not one Ravenclaw had elected to stay at Hogwarts for the break. The staff, including Aunt Minnie, were at the head table. Harry had arrived with her about an hour before, and they were waiting for the other vacationing students to arrive. He knew that they were due back any minute. Snape and Dumbledore were looking anywhere but at him. The doors opened, drawing everyone's attention to the crowd of students that were entering the hall and separating into their houses. After about 15 seconds, he heard a female voice call his name. After a few moments, he spotted the origin of that voice as his bushy-haired friend broke through the crowd and ran toward him. "Hi, Hermione," he said happily as she sat down next to him. "How was the train ride?" "Great, except that Draco Malfoy had to visit us." She grinned. He was awfully mad. She chuckled. "I guess he's even madder now." Harry couldn't help smiling as she was laughing, even though he didn't know what happened. Why was he mad? "You know that news about CARE that I have?" "Yeah." Mandy Brocklehurst showed her mum, who works at the Daily Prophet, all our pictures, including the one that clearly shows that Lucius Malfoy was the man beating his elf. "So," she huffed impatiently, "so he doesn't want to ruin his reputation as a benevolent creep." She showed him the photos and got him to give clothes to that elf, Dobby, in exchange for keeping his name and picture out of the article she wrote about elves. "That's great about Dobby." Mrs. Brocklehurst wrote an article in the Daily Prophet? Harry asked wide-eyed. "Yes. It was a really good one. It even mentioned CARE. She's gotten several people that want to get involved with it, at least to stop the physical abuse of elves. Of course she got some negative responses as well." "She didn't get in trouble at work, did she?" he asked, worried. No, her editor feels that if there's a major response to something, it's a good thing. He even wants her to write a follow-up article every few months." "That is great. We got a few hundred more members, all adults. I had to order more badges for them." "That's great. Do you need some money to cover that?" "No, enough sent the money in advance that I was able to take care of it." "Terrific." "Yeah, and Amelia Bones is drafting a bill to make house elf abuse illegal. She's not sure if it will pass or not, but she's going to try. Neville Longbottom's grandmother has a seat on the Wizengamot, and she's actually joined CARE. A lot of the new members will be placing our literature out in their places of business, Flourish and Blots, the Leaky Cauldron, and even a bar called the Hog's Head that's located in Hogsmeade." He smiled broadly. "That's wonderful." "Yes." She then looked at him more closely. "You've got new glasses." His ears turned pink. "Yeah, my dad had me get my eyes checked. I really like those gold frames. They match your hair." Even your eyes, better than the black frames. Whispering, he said, actually, the black frames match my original hair color. Smiling and still whispering, she said, I suppose, but I just have a hard time picturing you with dark hair. It doesn't seem right to me. Me neither. I've seen a few baby pictures taken before that night, but they just don't seem like me. I've always had dirty blonde hair, and I think I always will. Unless I get found out. He then spoke in a normal voice as another friend approached the table. Hey Padma, how was your Christmas? Terrific. Thanks for the chocolate frogs, by the way. You're welcome. Hermione tells me that Draco visited on the train. Both girls started chuckling. Yes, he did. Feeling left out of the joke, Harry insisted, what happened? Hermione and Padma were sitting in a compartment with Anthony Goldstein, Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, and Susan Bones. They were discussing their recent success with CARE when the compartment door opened, revealing Draco and his bodyguards. Hermione subtly drew her wand. Well, what do we have here? Malfoy sneered, the mudblood and her little study group. He then glared at Hermione. You and your little boyfriend, along with Brocklehurst, cost my family one of our servants. He looked around. Looks like McGonagall isn't here to protect you. He pulled his wand slowly out of a holster. Expelliarmus, Hermione said, knocking Draco backward as his wand flew into the air. Accio wands. All three Slytherin's wands flew into Hermione's left hand. Looks like I don't need Harry to defend me against squibs like you, she said calmly with a smile on her face. I am not a squib, you mudblood. Draco's face was red while his bodyguards looked confused. Hermione's friends were laughing, though they had their wands out. Give me our wands. Susan, said Hermione with an evil smile, do you have your camera? Giggling, Susan pulled a wizarding camera out of her purse. Be ready to take a picture. You three goons, one at a time, Draco first, will kneel before me as Susan takes a picture. You will say, I, Draco Malfoy, am a squib, and Hermione Granger is my hero. I will not bow to a mudblood. Then I will snap all three of your wands, and I don't care how much detention I get, I'll tell everyone in the school what happened. I'll break one of them, said Padma, then you'll get less detention. I'll break the other, said Neville, then it won't just be Ravenclaw losing points. Draco was breathing hard, while Crabbe and Goyle were looking at him for guidance, with fear written on their faces. Put the camera away, he said calmly. Then it'll be just your word against ours, you mudblood. Do it, said Hermione. Susan replaced the camera in her purse with a frown. Hermione handed the wands to Neville. You wait by the door. If Draco does it right, give him his wand as he walks out. Same goes for the other squibs. And so each of them did it, said Padma, laughing, and when they were all gone Hermione said. I guess they don't know pictures can be taken inside a pensieve. By this time Harry was laughing so hard he almost fell off the table. He glanced over at Draco to see him glaring back. He obviously knew what they were talking about. I wish I'd have been there. When we get those pictures, we need to send a copy to each of their dads. I'll bet they give the worst howlers this school has ever seen. Just to be certain, we'll send a note that explains that you're Muggleborn. Those bigots will take that as the worst disgrace their pathetic families ever had. And we'll hang a picture in the Great Hall, said Hermione. Not to mention our common room, said Padma, and I'm sure Neville will want one for Gryffindor and Susan will hang one in Hufflepuff. At about that time, food started appearing in front of them, so they tucked in. Later on in the Ravenclaw common room, Hermione gave Harry his second-year books, and they started studying them. After about a half hour, he smiled at his best friend. You know, over Christmas break I heard a song about a long Quidditch match on Muggle radio. She looked at him like he'd grown a pig's tail out of his forehead. Impossible. Oh yeah, it went like this. When I was a seeker, I saw both night and day I asked the Lord to help me. And he showed me the way. That is not a song about Quidditch, and you know it, Hermione argued, obviously fighting the urge to laugh. What? Don't you go tell it on a broomstick? She ignored the question and went back to her studies as he whispered, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on a broomstick, the Quidditch game is here. She simply shook her head, boys. The next day, Harry and Hermione were allowed to use Minerva's pensieve, for the stated purpose of sharing holiday memories. To be safe, They did share a few happy scenes that Hermione took pictures of with Susan's camera, which she borrowed. Harry watched Hermione meeting her parents at the station, opening presents, and reading the House Elf Rights article in the Daily Prophet. Hermione watched Harry arrive at the airport, have the party and Quidditch game, and open presents. Finally, it was time for the memory they'd really wanted to watch. They watched the whole scene unfold until finally the part Harry had wanted to see arrived. With a red face and a look that could have burned through a wall, Draco stood in front of Hermione and slowly got on his knees. "Iskbhr grow," he said quickly and got up. "Where are you going, you filthy squib?" she said, getting into the part. "Speak slowly and clearly if you don't want your wand broken. Now get back on your knees." "Fine, you filthy." At that moment Hermione did a hex that covered Draco with mud. As he looked at himself in disgust, Hermione said, "Don't call me filthy. It could have been manure instead of mud. Now, since I don't want your filth on me." She scourgified him and pocketed her wand. "Now, Bo." He complied and said, "I, Draco Mal," louder. "Fine, I, Draco Malfoy, am a squib, and Hermione Granger is my hero," he said through gritted teeth. Harry laughed hysterically as Hermione snapped the pictures of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle all bowing to her. Harry arrived at the Owlery extremely early one morning with 4 envelopes in his pocket. He knew that Hedwig would get jealous if he sent a package with a different owl than her, but he didn't want to send his beloved pet into the home of Malfoy, Crabbe, or Goyle. She immediately flew onto his shoulder. As he petted her, he said, "Hi girl. How are you doing?" He gave her an owl treat and pulled an envelope addressed to Quality Quidditch Supplies. He decided to order a pair of Seeker gloves, as well as a snitch. He had a plan about how to sneak his broom into Hogwarts that Brianna had already started. He wanted to practice this term. He tied the order form to Hedwig's leg and sent her away. Once she was out of sight, he called down 3 school owls and sent a picture of each of their sons bowing to Hermione, who was identified simply as a Muggleborn. Harry loved the way the magical picture showed them keep kneeling before her over and over. He chuckled at the thought of the reactions those fathers would have. The same day, the Weasley twins got a Slytherin in their year who can't stand Draco and his goons to stick the photos to the bulletin board in their dormitory with a variation of the sticking charm that the twins had invented. No teacher had yet unstuck anything they'd used that charm on. The only problem with it was that it only lasted 24 hours. Harry felt that was plenty of time for every Slytherin to see it. Ravenclaw would keep the photos up for the rest of the year. Penny promised that no Ravenclaw prefect would pull the picture down, and they didn't think the Hufflepuff prefects would either. Gryffindor, however, was different because of one prefect, Percy Weasley. Fred and George decided to use the same sticking charm that was being done in the Slytherin dorm. It was decided that a picture in the Great Hall would be pointless since every student would see it anyway. The cover story they came up with was that the 3 Slytherins were asking Hermione to date them. Since no wands were shown in the photos, they couldn't prove that anyone was forcing them to bow. Draco knew that if he insisted on using a pensieve, he'd be the one in trouble. He made up a ridiculous story about begging the mudblood not to touch them. At breakfast that morning, Harry noticed that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were sitting alone at one end of the table, and getting glared at by most of the other Slytherins. He also noticed that Draco was glaring at Hermione, and he promised himself to be ready to defend his friend. While he was thinking about this, an owl landed in front of him. After removing the letter from the bird, he found out that he'd received a letter from Sam Gordon, the lawyer. He quickly opened the envelope and read it. "Dear Mr. McGonagall, I thought I'd let you know that I'm currently in Europe. I have associated myself with a local lawyer named Matthew Marcus. I've sent your aunt more details. I just thought I'd let you know in case he contacts you. I've interviewed a few of Mr. Snape's former students, and they all agree with you and your aunt about him. You'll hear from me before Easter break. Sincerely, Sam Gordon." As Harry was pocketing that note, another package arrived for him. Before he could open it, however, 3 howlers arrived at the Slytherin table. Draco received the first. A calm, yet clearly displeased voice said, "Draco, I have just received a photograph of you kneeling before the Granger girl. We will speak of this during your next break from school." Draco's already pale face got even whiter. The next howler arrived in front of Goyle. It wasn't calm. "How could you, a pureblood, kneel to a mudblood? Don't you have any pride? I ought to crucio you?" The third one went to Crabbe. Why were you on your knees in front of that filthy mudblood? I told you that they should bow to us. Smiling to himself, Harry picked up the other package that he'd gotten. It was from Brianna, and he knew what it was. He was about to open it when his aunt stood behind him. Hello, Harry. Hi on, Professor McGonagall. Is there something I can do for you? With a half smile, she said, yes. Open that package from Brianna. It looks like it's the size of your broom's case. He looked at her with an innocent expression as Hermione kept silently eating her breakfast. Why would she send me my lightning bolt? She probably wants to sneak it out and fly herself. Because her brother can provide her with a lot of galleons. Open up the package. He shrugged his shoulders and opened it up, revealing a small cardboard box containing a Superman action figure. He shook his head in anger. I told her to send Spider-Man. Can she ever get it right? He pulled out the toy and handed it to his aunt. I apologize. I was convinced you were sneaking your broomstick here. It may not be a broomstick, but I can get him to fly. He then levitated the action figure and had Superman fly a quick lap around the table. With a small smile, Minerva said, from now on leave your toys in Ravenclaw Tower. I have to prepare for class. I'll see you later. After the professor had left, Hermione looked at Harry. I was convinced it was your broom, too. He smiled slyly at her. Not yet. Her eyes widened at this pronouncement. He quickly changed the subject. I finished Return of the King last night. That scene in the volcano was great. I thought Frodo was gonna. He succeeded in temporarily distracting Hermione. He'd tell her his plans, but not in the middle of the Great Hall. Later that day, Harry pulled out his mirror to call his sister. Once he saw her face, he said, Phase 1 complete, thanks a lot. Don't thank me, big brother. Just send money. It costs to ship things this way. First I pay for international flow mail and then for owling the package to Hogwarts. Don't worry, Brianna. You'll be paid once I get my lightning bolt. I'd better, she said with a grin. I told Aunt Minnie you were shipping Spider-Man next. Okay. Expect him in a few days. Once I've gotten a package she doesn't inspect, then I'll have to send the lightning bolt. Harry smiled broadly. I can't wait. I'll talk to you later. Bye, Harry. Bye, sis. Harry? Said the voice of Hermione from behind him. You are going to. Shush. Can we talk quietly? Fine. She looked worried. Yes, I am gonna sneak my broom here, but what about? No one's gonna catch me. I'll be flying where no one can see me. I need you to keep this a secret. I was gonna tell you about it. I thought you might want to have a go on my lightning bolt. It's a lot better than the school brooms. As a smile formed on her face, she said, according to Flyfree's Quidditch Encyclopedia, our school brooms were donated to Hogwarts while your aunt was a student. The weeks went by quickly after that, and 2 more packages arrived from Brianna. Minerva did not inspect the second of those 2, so he told Brianna to send the broomstick. She told him that she'd gotten one of her magical friend's older brothers to transfigure a rock into a good imitation of the lightning bolt case, and had switched it with the real one. She was ready to mail it. Harry did some very minor transfiguration on his Superman action figure, changing the colors, and carried it to breakfast in a wrapped package on the morning of the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match. While he was eating his bacon and eggs, another owl from Brianna arrived. She's still sending you more dolls, Harry? Asked Professor McGonagall from behind him. Harry jumped slightly. Oh, Professor. You scared me. Yeah. Brianna sent me the wrong one last time. And they're action figures, not dolls. I stand correct. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, said Hermione as she accidentally spilled her drink onto her shoe. Let me help you. As Hermione grabbed a napkin and wiped pumpkin juice off of the deputy headmistress' shoes, Harry switched the package that had just arrived with the package he'd brought with him. His aunt didn't see him sneak the box into his pocket. He then opened the package and said, good. She sent Camouflage Superman. He showed off his Superman figure with green and tan instead of blue and red. It's for when he's flying in a forest so no one knows he's there. Of course, said Minerva indulgently, knowing that toy manufacturers do make slight modifications to sell multiple copies of the same thing to children. He certainly wouldn't want to be caught. Exactly, he said with mock enthusiasm. He then put it in a different pocket. I know I can't play with it here. I don't think I'll need any more. That's good. Carry on. I need to make sure Gryffindor's team shows up. She sighed. Harry, I really wish you were a Gryffindor. I just know you'd catch the snitch. The seeker we've got couldn't. Never mind. I'll see you later, Harry, Hermione. Bye. Good luck. We'll be rooting for Gryffindor. I'm sorry again, Professor, said Hermione repentantly. It's quite all right, Hermione. Everybody spills their drink on occasion. Once Minerva was gone, Hermione looked at her best friend and whispered, I can't believe I let you talk me into doing that. I was sure I was going to lose house points, and I'd have deserved it. If it had been Snape, he'd have had you executed, said Harry with a smirk. Or worse, expelled, she said before a smile crossed her lips. Harry chuckled. Seriously, this isn't a joking matter. I purposely spilled pumpkin juice on my favorite professor to provide a distraction so you could break another school rule. We could both be big trouble. Harry took a deep breath. Hermione, I promise that if I'm caught, I won't bring your name into this. Thank you very much for helping me. She sighed. You're welcome, I suppose. Are you still gonna help us tonight? Of course. Filch deserves it. Besides, Fred and George will be with us, and they never get caught, right? Not anytime this term. Okay, I hope. I guess we should hurry up if we want to get good seats. Harry and Hermione sat in the bleachers watching the game, realizing that aside from a pathetic seeker, Gryffindor's team was better than Hufflepuff's. 5 minutes into the game, Harry pointed his finger. There's the snitch, Hermione. Why aren't the seekers going after it? She squinted in the direction her best friend was pointing. Oh, you're right. I guess they don't see it. Now it's gone. What's wrong with those idiots? Are they wearing blindfolds out there? Aunt Minnie was right. Harry was obviously frustrated. That seeker wouldn't catch the snitch if it flew up his. Harry, language. She then tried to calm her friend down. At least Gryffindor's chasers are doing well. The score is, what's going on in the stands over there? Harry looked where Hermione was pointing and saw that a fight had broken out. He pulled out a pair of binoculars and soon observed, it looks like Draco, Crabbe and Goyle are fighting Neville and I think Ron Weasley. Oh look. A few more Gryffindors have gotten involved. Oh. Some of the older Slytherins are joining too. For about 5 more minutes, more and more Gryffindors and Slytherins were joining the fight until finally Professor Dumbledore approached the area. His normal eye twinkle was missing. Minerva looked like she wanted to leave her post next to Lee Jordan, but knew that someone needed to keep the commentator from showing too much bias. The fight was over very quickly, and all of the participants marched quietly off the stands as Hermione watched through Harry's binoculars. He started watching the game once the fight was over. After a while, Harry said, Hermione, the game is over. The snitch appeared right next to the Hufflepuff seeker. She caught it but Gryffindor won. 160 to 150 points. Oh, well I guess we should be going now. Off the stands anyway, said Harry mysteriously. Once they were on the ground, Harry looked at Hermione. You go on back. I'm gonna try out my lightning bolt. But you'll get caught, Harry. He smiled. Not in the forest. But it's forbidden for a reason. There are all kinds of dangerous animals, not to mention werewolves. I'll be fine, I promise. Go to the dorm. I won't be that long, if you're determined. I am. Then I'm coming with you. It's been a long time since I've been on a broom. Harry's jaw dropped. But you. If you do run into trouble, 2 wands are better than 1, right? If you insist. They carefully made their way into the forest without anyone seeing them. They quickly found a clearing and Harry opened the package Brianna had really sent him that day. Hermione picked up the cardboard box Harry had thrown on the ground and put it in her pocket. Harry placed the case on the ground. Watch this. Hermione was mesmerized as she watched the case expand and become clear. He opened it, pulled out his broom, and reshrunk it. Then he put the case in his pocket. He was going to mount the broom, but then decided to be considerate. Would you like to try it first? Well, if you don't mind. But it is your, then fly it. I have already used it. Thanks. She put her hand over it. Up, she exclaimed, and it went straight into her hand. She took off immediately, enjoying herself immensely thanks to the help Harry had given her during their flying lesson those months ago. She didn't do any stunts like Harry enjoyed, but she flew between the trees for a good 10 minutes before landing next to Harry, smiling broadly. That was fun. This broom is easier than the school brooms. I know, He agreed as he took off on his broom, doing loops and dives, scaring Hermione as he convinced her he'd lost his mind. When he finally landed, she started on him immediately. "Are you mad? That was dangerous." "It was fun. I haven't even started using my snitch yet. Do you want to ride with me?" "Not if you're doing that. I don't. I promise not to flip or dive. Will that make you happy?" She took a deep breath. "I suppose." She got on behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. He took off. True to his word, he didn't do any dangerous stunts as they enjoyed the wind blowing through their hair. After they'd been up 10 minutes, they noticed an angry Snape talking to a terrified Quirrell nearby. Harry flew a bit closer to listen, but made sure no one could see them. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all," said the greasy-haired Gid as Hermione softly gasped behind Harry. Quirrell seemed to have mumbled something, but Harry and Hermione couldn't hear. "Have you found a way to get past that three-headed dog of Hagrid's yet?" "BB but Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," said Snape, taking a step toward him. "I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean." At that moment, an owl on the opposite side of the professors hooted, drawing their attention. Hermione whispered, "Let's go now before we're caught." Harry complied and they quickly made it to their clearing and Harry put the broom in its case. Hermione insisted they run back into the castle. She didn't speak until they were in the library. "Get us a private table. I'll be right back." "Okay," Harry said, confused. He had no idea why they were there. A few minutes later, Hermione found him. She was carrying a huge book, and was flipping through the pages as she walked. When she got to their table, she put the open book down in front of Harry, smiled, and pointed at an entry. He whispered what was written there. "The Philosopher's Stone. What the three-headed dog is guarding." Harry and Hermione went on to read the details, including the fact that a man named Nicholas Flamel was the only known maker of the unique stone. While they were still in the library, Harry remembered that he'd seen Flamel's name on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card and was sure they were friends. "Do you think we should tell your aunt that Snape wants to steal it?" Harry looked thoughtful for a few seconds. "Probably not. She'd ask us how we know and take away my broom. Besides, she already doesn't trust Snape. She's probably onto him." Now, that night, at exactly 1 a.m., both Harry and Hermione snuck into their common room, which thankfully was empty, and out the door. Al the portrait was sleeping. They walked into the nearest classroom, and were relieved to find a pair of twin redheads waiting for them. George Weasley was looking down at an old piece of parchment while Fred whispered, "Are you two ready?" "Of course," whispered Hermione. "Why would we be here if we weren't? Is it clear, Forge?" "All clear, Gred." "What's he looking at?" asked Harry. "How does he know it's clear?" added Hermione. "Trade secret," both twins said together. "Come on," said Harry. "We're all in this together. It's only fair. You know my secret. We could show them. It's not like they could get into Gryffindor Tower to take it, and we are working together." "I suppose." Together the twins said, "This is the Marauder's map." They then explained what it did and where they got it from while the others stared at the map in amazement. "So that's how you knew my secret," said Harry. "Exactly," they said together. They soon carefully walked to their destination with George making sure no one caught them. They got to the closet Filch kept his cleaning supplies in and Harry magically unlocked it. Fred passed a small vial to both Hermione and Harry, and handed 2 types of cleaning fluids to each. "You know what to do." While George watched the map, Harry and Hermione emptied their vials into the bottles they'd been given. Fred performed a spell on the mop bucket. It took less than 60 seconds. "He's coming," George announced. "We're done. Let's get out of here. We'll see the results of our work tomorrow." The twins kindly guided the Ravenclaws back to their portrait and left. Al didn't appreciate being woken up, but let them in, saying it wasn't his job to make sure they followed curfew. He then winked at them, which caused them to blush. They did hear him mutter something about them being a bit young as they closed the door. "Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry." The next morning, everybody saw the results of their prank. The floor in the halls and classrooms had random stripes of various bright colors spread out. Many people thought it looked great. The prank was that it would go away by itself if it was left alone for 12 hours. However, Filch himself was spreading the colors around with his mop. They simply didn't show up until a half hour after it dried. The more he'd clean, the longer it would stay. As they approached the Great Hall, they saw Percy Weasley yelling at a first-year girl for saying that the floors looked better than before. The Great Hall was no different, although Dumbledore seemed to enjoy looking at the results of the prank. Snape was unhappily attempting to remove the colors from the floor in one corner of the hall. He quickly got frustrated and sat down to breakfast. Filch was looking at the headmaster, apparently oblivious to the fact that Albus found it amusing. "It wasn't like this when I finished mopping, Professor, I swear. I can't wait to catch the kids who did it. Probably the Weasley twins. I want to see some punishment. I've still got the old chains oiled in my office." He then went to a corner with his mop and bucket trying to clean the color off the floor in the hall again. Harry whispered in Hermione's ear, "I wonder how long Filch will spend trying to remove it before he leaves it alone. He'll wonder what's wrong when it disappears this afternoon at every place but where he's cleaning." They both laughed as they sat down at Ravenclaw table and tucked into breakfast at what was promising to be an amusing day. Chapter Endnotes Observation. I wonder why Fred and George never noticed Pettigrew on the map. He was at Hogwarts with Percy and then Ron long before they gave the map to Harry. Surprises Harry McGonagall, Chapter 7 Surprises. That night, Filch decided to concentrate on cleaning only the Great Hall after he'd tried unsuccessfully cleaning the other halls of the castle. He figured that he'd have to clean up the floors one room at a time for the rest of term because of the prank that had been played. The next morning, on the way to breakfast, all the students noticed that the floors were back to normal everywhere except the Great Hall. As they sat down to eat, they noticed Filch mopping the floor, looking completely exhausted. "I wonder if he knows that everywhere else is clean," whispered Harry to Hermione at the Ravenclaw table. "I doubt it. I don't think anyone likes him enough to let him know." Grinning, Harry replied, "Probably true. Besides, others probably think he managed to clean it up last night and this is the only room he has left to clean. Argus wound up working on that room for over 30 straight hours until he passed out in exhaustion in the middle of the night. The next morning, the Hogwarts staff found him unconscious on the finally clean floor next to his mop and bucket. Dumbledore woke him up as students began filling the hall. "Mr. Filch, I must congratulate you on a job well done. The entire castle has been restored. But you must take better care of yourself. I suggest you take the day off and see Madame Pomfrey to make sure you're all right, and spend the day relaxing." Filch, who knew he hadn't managed to clean up the castle himself but was unwilling to admit it, said, "I suppose I did work too hard last night, if I ever find out who did it." Now, Mr. Filch. We are investigating the matter. You should simply relax." Filch picked up his mop to find that the spot directly beneath it was still colored from the prank. "I guess I missed a spot," he said, and then proceeded to wipe that section of the floor with his mop. The result was that the formerly restored section of the floor began changing colors again. He glared at the floor and then his mop. He swore loudly, calling into question the chastity of the mop's mother. Most of the students started laughing loudly while others, such as Hermione, looked horrified. "Language, Mr. Filch," said Dumbledore sternly. "You don't want to be a bad example for the students, do you?" Harry, who overheard that, whispered to his best friend, "Like having Snape here raping everybody's mind is a good example." Hermione nodded, though she did say, "It's still not good for faculty members to use foul language." "But it's worse to treat students in a foul manner," said Padma, who was sitting next to them. "True," agreed Hermione. "In any case, we have to get going. Class will be starting in 10 minutes. The weeks passed quickly, with Harry sneaking around to practice with his broom and snitch at least once every week. On Valentine's Day, Harry sent Hermione, Minerva, Penny, and the other girls in their study group each a card with Hedwig. Hermione blushed when she noticed that hers was the best. It was nicer material than the others. She decided to give him the one she'd prepared but wouldn't have given him if he hadn't given her one first. Both of them were simply friendship valentines, but they each were glad the other had thought of them. Soon it was March 8th, Brianna's 10th birthday. Harry had known in advance what their parents were buying her, and sent a gift that went along with it. Hermione had sent her a set of books with Harry's present. It was a Saturday. When it was late enough, Harry and Hermione called Brianna on his mirror from a quiet corner of the common room. "Hi, Brianna," said Harry when her happy face appeared. "Hi, Harry, Hermione." "Hi, Brianna," said the bushy-haired girl. "We just called to say," said Harry. He and Hermione began singing, "Happy Birthday to You," and Hermione slapped his arm after Harry sang as the second line, "You belong in the zoo." "You know the real words," said Hermione sternly while Brianna enjoyed watching Harry's reaction to getting hit. "Oh, come on, she did that at my party, but you're supposed to be the older, more mature sibling." But, fine. I'll sing it right." He gave in while looking at his best friend's determined face. He realized he was fighting a losing battle. Together, they sang the song correctly as Brianna laughed at her big brother. "She really does have you wrapped around her finger, Harry. If you're already this whipped now, imagine when you start kissing. Unless you've already." "We are not kissing," said both of the blushing Ravenclaws together. Nonplussed, Brianna responded, "Not yet anyway." "Have you kissed Bobby yet?" asked Harry, effectively stopping that line of questioning. "Mom said he's coming to your party tonight." "He's my friend." Chuckling, Harry said, "It is rare that mentioning a friend's name can cause your face to turn red. Mentioning Angie doesn't do that." "Shut up. Remember our deal? You started it, sis, but since it's your birthday, I'll stop if you will." "Fine." "Have you opened any presents yet?" asked Hermione. Brianna's face lit up. "Yeah, thanks for that set of the Chronicles of Narnia. Did that happen, too, like Lord of the Rings?" "No, I'm afraid not. Although that wardrobe reminds me of a vanishing cabinet," she said thoughtfully. "Did you open what Mom and Dad got you?" asked Harry. "Of course," she said smugly. "You already knew about it." "Not the exact model. Did they get you a lightning bolt?" "No, they didn't want any confusion. Besides, I like mine better. It's the silver bullet," she said, no longer hiding her excitement. "The one named after the Lone Ranger?" he asked, acting disgusted. "The one that's silver and can fly faster than your broom." He smiled, knowing that hers had a slightly higher maximum speed, but his had faster acceleration, cannot. "Can too. Mine accelerates faster, that's most important. If you're a seeker, maybe. But I'm a chaser. I need to grab the quaffle and fly too fast for anyone to steal it from me. Thanks for that quaffle, by the way." "Sure. Now all we need are a few bludgers." "No thank you. Oh, we almost got in major trouble. We're going to Frank's Flying Funhouse tomorrow and Dad suggested letting one of my friends borrow your broom. I told him you'd be mad. I think I convinced him." "I hope so," he said, panic written on his face. "Tell them you mentioned it to me and I started yelling." "Will do. I've gotta go. We're going out to lunch. Bye guys." "Bye," said both Harry and Hermione as Brianna's image faded. "That really put me in the mood for flying," said Harry. "You wanna come?" "Harry, it's getting late. I don't think it's a good idea. Curfew is in an hour." "Come on, Hermione. You know you enjoy sneaking around the castle," he said with a smirk. "That's when the Weasley twins are with us, and we're using the map. Besides, I for one don't want to wander about the Forbidden Forest when it's dark." He sighed in defeat. "Okay. We'll go tomorrow. Have a good night." He turned to go to his room. "All right. We'll go then," said Hermione with a smile, knowing that she really did have him wrapped around her finger. "Go where?" asked Padma, who had snuck up behind her. They glanced nervously at each other. "Nowhere," said Harry. "Come on. You guys have all the fun. I know you two did that floor prank on Filch. I want in on whatever you're up to." "We're not pulling a prank," Hermione whispered. Padma's eyes widened. "You're not sneaking off to a broom closet, are you? My mom said we're way too young." "We're not doing that. Harry looked around and whispered, "Tomorrow we're sneaking out to the forest to ride the broom I snuck in here." Padma's eyes brightened. "You snuck a broom here? Awesome. Please let me go with you. I'd love to try flying something besides the school brooms." He shrugged his shoulders and looked at Hermione, who nodded. "All right," he answered. The next day after lunch, Harry got his broom in its shrunken case and walked out the door and outside the castle into their clearing in the forest with both Hermione and Padma. That time, he let Padma ride the broom first. "Thanks a lot, Harry," she said as she excitedly mounted the broom and flew away. Harry re-shrunk the case and put it in his pocket. "You really do follow the ladies first rule, don't you?" asked Hermione with a grin. "With the exception of my sister, yes. My dad taught." At that moment they heard some sort of animal nearby crying out in pain. "What was that?" said a scared-looking Hermione. It sounded like a horse. Let's go. Wands in hand, both kids charged headlong through the trees toward the sound. What they saw was horrifying. A beautiful silver-white stallion with a horn protruding out of its snout was lying on its side, bleeding from a deep cut in its throat. Something or someone with a black cloak that appeared to be floating toward the unicorn noticed them and turned. "Ah!" screamed Harry as he fell to his knees, clutching his forehead. Hermione's eyes widened as she realized the implications of Harry reacting that way. Slightly trembling, she pointed her wand at the unicorn's killer that was still approaching slowly. "Expelliarmus!" she shouted, causing a red beam to shoot from her wand and hit the attacker's face. He was pushed backwards about a foot, and continued moving toward them. "Hermione!" came Padma's voice from above them where she was flying. She looked terrified, but was pointing her wand at the attacker as well. It looked up at the flyer while Hermione shot it again. If Voldemort had been in Quirrell's body at the time, and not in this subhuman form, he would have killed all 3 children. As it was, he knew he couldn't defend himself from them. He briefly wondered if the boy suffered from some form of epilepsy and was having a seizure. As Hermione continued to hold him back, Padma lowered the broom behind her and managed to get Harry on it. When Padma said, "Now," Hermione jumped on the broom and they flew away. Even at their small sizes they barely fit on the broom handle, and were moving noticeably slower than usual. However, they managed to get out of the forest as Harry came to himself. Padma landed them in a secluded spot outside the forest and Harry put the broom back into its case. "What happened, Harry?" she asked in concern. "Who was that?" Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. "I don't know," he said. Padma looked from Harry to Hermione and knew she was being lied to. "Come on, I know you know." Hermione said, "You'll be happier not knowing what we suspect. I saved you, admittedly with Harry's broom. Don't I have the right to know what I saved you from?" Harry took a deep breath. "Voldemort." She gasped and flinched at the name. "Why do you think that? He was killed by Harry Potter. Why would he be here?" "The Philosopher's Stone," said Hermione, with comprehension dawning on her face. "The elixir o' life," said Harry, finishing her thought. He turned to their friend who looked even more confused than ever. "He didn't die. They never found a body. He was weakened and lost his powers. He's looking for a way to come back." Hermione continued. "We overheard Snape and Quirrell talking about the Philosopher's Stone being here. Actually, Snape was threatening Quirrell, talking about the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor that's guarding a trapdoor. Anyway, we looked up what the Philosopher's Stone was. It can turn any metal into gold, and produces the elixir of life, which can make the drinker immortal. It could let Voldemort come back," finished Harry. Padma flinched again. "So why would he be killing a unicorn?" Hermione answered, "I don't know, but I know where we can find out." An hour later, they were in the library looking up unicorns in various books when Hermione exclaimed, "I found it." "Shush," said Harry. "Do you want us thrown out?" "Sorry. I just got excited. It says here that drinking unicorn blood will keep someone alive no matter how close to death they are, but it will give them a cursed half-life. I guess that he's just surviving on that until he can get his hands on the stone." "So what can we do about it?" asked Padma. "Tell my aunt." "But then you'll have to admit being in the forest." He swore under his breath as he tried to think of a way around that. "I could tell her about Quirrell, not Snape." Comprehension dawned on Hermione's face while confusion formed on Padma's. "Snape's a mind rapist and an evil git who should be sacked, but Quirrell's the one working with Voldemort." Hermione finished his thought. "So he was trying to get past the dog, not Snape." "What?" said Poddle. "Quirrell wouldn't have the guts. Why would you suspect him anyway?" Harry and Hermione looked at each other, knowing that if they explained how Harry's invisible scar hurt when he was with Quirrell and then when he was with Voldemort, they'd be revealing his secret. They also knew she could tell when she was being lied to. "Padma," said Harry, "I won't lie to you. The answer to that question is a secret that I can't tell you." "But you can tell, Hermione?" she asked, looking offended. "No, I figured it out." "How?" The smart Poddle twin started thinking about Quirrell, trying to figure out why Harry suspects him. Is this about the headaches Harry sometimes gets in class? Judging by how uncomfortable her friends looked, she knew she was on the right track. "Your head hurt today, too. So something about Quirrell and you know who gives you headaches." She turned to Harry. "Are you a seer or something?" Something, said Harry with a worried look on his face. Please don't ask more. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I can't tell anyone. But if I figure it out like Hermione, please don't try. He looked at her imploringly. Sighing, she said, okay. For now I won't try to figure out your secret, but this isn't over. Fair enough, said Harry with a grin. A few hours later, Harry was alone in Minerva's office talking to her. I think there's something wrong with Quirrell, Aunt Minnie. She looked surprised. I know he's a bit timid, but he's a fine man. That's not what I mean. A lot of times when I'm in class with him, my head hurts here for a few seconds. Harry traced a lightning bolt shape on his forehead, surprising his aunt by tracing the exact location of his erased scar. Your scar. That's how Hermione figured out who I am. I was rubbing it. I've been careful since then to just rub my whole forehead when it happens. I feel at least a small twinge almost every class. I thought it would go away, but it hasn't. I was wondering if it could have something to do with Voldemort. She flinched at the name. But I mean, there's no reason he'd want to be here, is there? Harry enjoyed watching his aunt's face pale at that question. He knew she wouldn't tell him the answer to that question. I'm sure that you're safe. I'll look into it. Be careful. Thanks, Aunt Minnie. He got up to leave, and she pulled him into a tight hug. Don't be alone with him, Harry. Make sure one of your friends is with you. Try not to call any attention to yourself in his class, and try to pretend your head's not hurting. I will, Aunt Minnie. As he left the office, he knew that he'd done the right thing by talking to her. Harry knew that his aunt couldn't tell Dumbledore about Quirrell without revealing their secret, but he did notice that now Snape wasn't the only one harassing the stuttering professor. Of course, she was being much more subtle about it. She'd seem to appear out of thin air whenever Quirrell's classes were ending. She'd act friendly, but Harry could see that she was escorting him so he couldn't sneak off anywhere. He also noticed that she always had her hand on her wand. That made him decide what to order for her upcoming birthday, which would occur during Easter break. They were staying at the castle for that, and Harry was arranging a small surprise for her. As Easter break approached, Hermione seemed to get very obsessed with reviewing for their end-of-term exams, and had just handed Harry a study schedule. He certainly didn't want to hurt his best friend's feelings, but he honestly felt that they didn't need that much time for reviewing it. Hermione, thank you for this schedule, he began. You're welcome, Harry. But I honestly don't think we need to spend that much time reviewing. We're over halfway through next year's books. But it never hurts to be prepared. I agree with you there, but I think we both know the material well enough. How about if instead of going over our notes we quiz each other right now to see how much we need to study? Intrigued by the idea, Hermione agreed. Harry picked up his potions book and went to the review questions of one of the last chapters and asked one of them. She answered it perfectly. She then picked a question for him out of the herbology book, which he got right. For over an hour, they quizzed each other on every subject they were studying, and demonstrated all the spells that came up. They didn't demonstrate potions and plants in the questions. Finally, Harry said, you see, I think that if we quiz each other like this every week, we'll be fine. I really think we should give the study schedules to our study group, though. I think we could spend the extra time either helping them or finishing up the second-year books. Seeing that he was right, she nodded. I guess so. Maybe I did get a bit carried away. He smiled at her. You sometimes forget how brilliant you are, but I don't. She blushed at the compliment. You're just as brilliant. Shaking his head, he admitted, not quite, but hanging out with you has made me smarter. For some reason he felt like telling her how much he appreciated her. He knew she still had some self-esteem problems from before they'd met and wanted to make sure that she knew he thought she was brilliant. You are so sweet. She hugged him and did her best not to cry at his kind words. It's just the truth. When Easter break finally arrived, they decided to spend 2 hours per day playing games. Harry had decided against flying around the forest, for obvious reasons, so they decided to play some board games that Hermione had gotten her parents to send them. On Monday, Harry, Hermione, and Padma were playing a game of Monopoly, with Hermione as banker and Harry as property manager, when Harry voiced a concern he'd had growing for a while. I wonder if Quirrell knows how to get past that dog yet. I don't think he's had the chance to try. I honestly don't think he's gone to the loo without your aunt knowing. He chuckled. I'm more concerned about what else is guarding it. Any muggle with a gun could get past the three-headed dog. You're right. Just shoot each head. You might want a semi-automatic weapon at least, commented Harry. What about the death curse? Suggested Padma. Some magical beasts might be immune. Maybe, said Harry. But not to every curse, said Hermione confidently. I'll bet a few, reducto, curses would do it. She then looked at Padma and explained. That's a 5th-year spell that can break solid walls. Oh. I hope there are worse things guarding the stone than just that monster, said Harry. I'll bet Hagrid would know, since he's helping to guard it, said Hermione. I'm sure it's not guarded with anything we could get past, said Padma. Maybe, but I'd like to make sure, said Harry. I've read about what it was like when Voldemort was around, and would not like to experience that firsthand. Me neither. Why don't we go now? Said Hermione. 30 minutes later, they found themselves standing outside Hagrid's cabin. The windows all were shuttered close. Harry nervously knocked on the door. They heard something drop on the floor, followed by a loud voice saying, "Just a minute." They listened to the sounds of things being moved around until finally the door opened. Hagrid's dog immediately started licking Harry as Hagrid said, "Hello, Harry. McGonagall, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, Aunt mentioned you a couple times over the years. I was surprised were sorted into Ravenclaw, but the hat's always right, isn't he?" Looking at the girls, he asked, "And who might be?" "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Padma Patil. We heard that you know about every magical creature there is, and we have a question about one." They could see the half-giant blush through his beard. "Well, I do know 'bout most o' dem, yes. Please come in. We'll have a spot of tea." As they walked in, Harry noticed that it was very hot in there, and a large garbage can had been put in front of the fireplace. They sat down at his table. "So, how long have you been working here?" asked Harry, making small talk while Hagrid fiddled around with the tea kettle. "Almost 50 years now. Since Dumbledore talked the headmaster at that time into hiring me. Great man, Dumbledore." "I'll bet you know everything that goes on here," said Hermione. "Pretty much," he answered proudly as he set out the cups of tea. "If I'd known ye were comin' I'd made some rock cakes." "We heard that there's a 3-headed dog guarding something in the castle," said Harry. "And we wanted to know if it's true," added Padma. "How'd ye hear about Fluffy? Wait, I don't want ter know." "Fluffy? Well, he's got ter have a name, don't he?" "How do you know his name?" asked Harry, already knowing the answer. "He's mine." "So, what's he guarding?" asked Hermione innocently. "Sorry, can tell ya he's guarding the Phil, can't say what he's guarding." Harry had to bite his tongue to stop himself from laughing at Hagrid's near slip-up. He found that he liked the rather large man, but he would never tell him a secret. "Whatever it is must be really important for Professor Dumbledore to have trusted you to guard it. I wonder if there's anyone else he's trusted as much," said Padma. Hagrid smiled proudly. "He's only trusted a handful as much as me. Let's see. He of course trusts your aunt, Harry. He trusts Professors Sprout, Quirrell, Flitwick, and Snape. I understand you've had some trouble with him, and I admit he's not the most pleasant bloke I ever met, but Dumbledore trusts him. You should too. Great man, Dumbledore. They're all guarding the thing they're guarding. Of course, Dumbledore has something too. Bit excessive, if y'all ask me. Ain't nothing can get past Fluffy." The trio smiled broadly. Hermione decided that it would be rude to leave as soon as they got the information they wanted. "Thanks, Hagrid. So tell me, what other interesting creatures are around here?" He then talked to them for another hour, talking about hippogriffs, thestrals, acromantulas, and finally his favorite. "I always wanted ter own a dragon," he said happily as he got up and removed the large garbage can from in front of his fireplace, "and now I got me one." They looked in surprise to see something they did not expect. "Is that a dragon egg?" asked Hermione. "A Norwegian ridgeback," he said proudly. "But your house is wooden," Padma pointed out shakily. She seemed really frightened as she stared at the egg like it was about to attack her. "When it hatches, it'll burn the house down. Dragons are dangerous." "Them seriously misunderstood creatures," he said, shrugging the warning off. "Thanks for the tea, but I'd really like to go now." Padma looked like she wanted to run away, and really Harry didn't blame her. He'd learned a bit about them in his old school and knew he didn't want to mess with one. "It's getting late anyway," said Harry politely. "I'm sorry if I scared ya, but really dragons aren't that dangerous." We'll take your word for it, said Padma shakily. We promise not to tell anyone about your dragon, said Hermione, but you really should try to find some other place for it. I've read that there are reserves in Romania. I'm surprised you never tried to work at a dragon reserve, said Harry. Charlie Weasley, one of the Weasley brothers who graduated last year, got I am a job workin' with dragons right out of Hogwarts. He said the same thing to me. But I just couldn't leave, not wit, the trust Dumbledore's put in me. You've kept the job for 50 years, Hagrid, said Padma as she got closer to the door, and he's never given you a promotion, has he? Hagrid's eyes bulged out. Not since me predecessor retired 48 years ago. I ain't gotten a raise either. I live here and get free meals, and can afford to have a pint at the Hog's Head now and then, but I ain't never been able to save any money. I wonder why. Maybe it was a simple oversight, suggested Hermione. Anyway, we've got to go. Thanks for the tea. Goodbye, said the half-giant as he sat down wondering for the first time whether Dumbledore was a great man, or not, if he was just being used as cheap labor. The trio figured that each of the teachers that were protecting the stone had set up some barrier like Fluffy that a thief would have to get past. They decided not to ask Professor McGonagall about her protection. They wondered about what Hagrid would do about his dragon, but definitely didn't want to get involved in that. Padma pointed out that if it so much as bit them, they'd be in serious trouble. She had a cousin that had died at a dragon reserve when one got out of control. Aunt Minnie, said Harry a few days later, have you heard anything from our lawyers? They're supposed to be conducting interviews this week. He was in her office where she had been working all morning until he came and knocked on her door, saying he wanted to talk to her. He was facing the door while she was facing him. She smiled, something few students ever saw her do, but her nephew was an exception. Yes. As a matter of fact, I received an owl this morning that said they've gotten over 50 current students to join the class action lawsuit. All non-Slytherins. They won't interview Snape's students until after the semester is over. Neither can believe how cruel that man is. Most parents they've spoken to have sent letters, and even howlers, to Dumbledore at one time or another but have never gotten replies. That's good news, he said as he noticed the door glow orange. Isn't it about lunchtime? I believe you're right, she said, looking at her watch. We can walk together. They got up, and Harry opened the door for her. Surprise! Shouted several students, startling the head of Gryffindor. Happy birthday, on, Professor McGonagall. She looked around to see some Gryffindors, like the 4 Weasley boys. Percy was even there. Always kissing up, Parvati Patil was there, along with Padma, Penny, and Hermione from Ravenclaw. Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff was there as well. There were several others there too. Harry was surprised at the turnout. It seemed that every non-Slytherin that had stayed for the break was there, as well as a few older Slytherins who apparently had grown to like and respect his aunt. She was as happy as he'd ever seen her, and he suspected that she wanted to cry. Happy birthday, Professor, was yelled by several students at once as she looked around. Her classroom had been rearranged for the party. The desks were no longer there. Instead there was a long table in the middle with chairs. It was similar to a house table from the Great Hall. Harry had gotten the elves to bring lunch to that room. It was already on the table, along with place settings. A cake with an unlit solitary candle was in the middle of it, and a smaller table filled with wrapped packages was in a corner of the room. Thank you very much, she said earnestly as she walked up to the table and sat down, with Harry and Hermione on either side. They all sat down and ate lunch, and then Harry lit the candle on the cake with his wand. I haven't had a birthday party in years. How old are you? Asked Ron, only to get smacked in the arm by Parvati. It's impolite to ask a lady's age, she said. Harry had pulled out his mirror and made a quick call. Professor McGonagall, he said, there are a few other people who want to talk to you. He handed her the mirror and she saw Mark, Cindy, and Brianna McGonagall grinning at her. Happy birthday, Aunt Minnie, they all said together. Thank you, she said, it's great to see you all. You knew about this? She handed the mirror to Harry, who turned it so they could watch Minerva easily blow out the candle after everyone sang to her. After the cake had been served, she went to her presents. Some of the kids had given her things like sugar quills or other candies. Others, including Hermione, gave her a book. Percy gave her a fancy quill, ink, and parchment set. Fred and George gave her an apple. But when she touched the apple, it turned into a chocolate worm, Like the frogs that tried to crawl away. Harry gave her a wand holster like his. That way you can draw your wand at a moment's notice. I do recommend you practice catching with it. Thank you, Harry, she said with a grin. You're welcome. She'd already gotten her presents from the 3 people who were watching her open the presents from Harry's mirror, so they weren't on the table. The party went on for a little while longer with different students wishing her a happy birthday and thanking her for help she'd given them in the past. Just before people started to leave, a bunch of lit sparklers started floating around the room. McGonagall looked straight at the Weasley twins with her stern teacher look. Should I ever find out who was responsible for those fireworks, I shall have to give the perpetrators detention. However, they are rather lovely. After everybody but the trio had left, Minerva thanked them, especially Harry, who received a hug that embarrassed him in front of his friends. His aunt said, "You should be thankful I waited for most of the students to leave," and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Elves and Dragons. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 8. Elves and Dragons. The rest of Easter break went by quickly, and soon it was Monday morning. Everyone was at breakfast preparing for their classes to resume. Hermione was sitting next to Harry at the Ravenclaw table when an owl flew that morning's edition of the Daily Prophet to her. "Anything interesting in the news?" asked Harry. "Give me a minute," replied Hermione as she flipped through it, scanning the article titles. "Oh, Mrs. Brocklehurst wrote one of her CARE articles." She then started smiling brightly as her eyes scanned the article. "Here, Harry. You'll want to take a look at this." He took the paper from her. House Elf Abuse Deterrent Law Passes Wizengamot, by Wendy Brocklehurst. Following an article in January about the Hogwarts student organization known as CARE, Community Advancing the Rights of Elves. The movement to prevent the overt abuse of house elves has grown by leaps and bounds. This brought attention to this often overlooked issue, and has had several positive results. One is community awareness. Another is that several Hogwarts graduates joined the group, making it no longer just a Hogwarts club. Another direct result has just passed the Wizengamot. Moved by photos of an elf being beaten by his master in the middle of Diagon Alley, and knowing that similar situations occur every day all across magical Europe, the head of Ministry Law Enforcement, Madame Amelia Bones, drafted and presented a bill to make house elf abuse illegal. It is called the House Elf Abuse Deterrent Law, HEAD. This was a very controversial bill among the members of old wizarding families, and had to be edited in its recommended punishments before being passed. Originally, someone found guilty of abusing a house elf would have all of their elves taken away, lost the right to ever own another, and served 6 months in Azkaban. Some members of the Wizengamot thought that too harsh of a punishment, so a compromise was reached. On the first offense, the offender is fined 1,000 galleons. For the second offense, the victimized elf is confiscated by the ministry, to be given or sold to another family. On the third offense, all of the offender's elves are confiscated. Finally, on the fourth offense, the abuser loses her right to own house elves. This is the most severe penalty that an offender will face. In the final draft of this bill, house elf abuse is defined as performing any harm to a house elf that is still evident 12 hours later. It also added that performing unforgivable curses, such as the Cruciatus, or any dark spells, on an elf will automatically count as the fourth offense. Even in its current form, this groundbreaking law barely passed through the Wizengamot. Madame Longbottom, a member of both the Wizengamot and CARE, who voted for the law, stated, "Although this law isn't as tough as I would like it to be on the cowardly wizards who beat their elves, it is a step in the right direction." Albus Dumbledore, the head of the Wizengamot, not to mention several other prestigious titles, also voted for this law, saying that, "The strong have been preying on the weak for far too long. It is time that we as a society stood up and said that we will no longer stand for it." Only time will tell what the results of this new law will be. For more information on CARE, including how to join, Owl Hermione Granger, Ravenclaw, at Hogwarts. "That's great news," said Harry excitedly. "It's the first law ever passed to protect the rights of elves," agreed Hermione. "I'm sure that in time it will lead to others with more severe penalties." "That is awesome," said Padma, who was sitting next to them. She'd just read the article in her own newspaper. About that time, Draco Malfoy showed up at their table standing behind Hermione. Naturally, he was flanked by his bodyguards, Dumb and Dumber. With his usual sneer, Draco said, "I guess you feel really important with your mudblood name dirtying the paper." Harry whispered to summon his old wand from its holster while Hermione and Padma got theirs ready to be drawn in a moment. Hermione looked at Harry. "Would you please pass the jam?" Realizing that his best friend was completely ignoring Malfoy, he replied, "Sure, Hermione." Once he'd given her the jam, he whispered a few incantations with his wand pointed at Draco. Knowing Malfoy wouldn't draw his wand in plain sight, not to mention how slowly he drew his wand anyway, Harry put his wand back in his left holster. Harry then placed both his hands on the table in plain view. "Don't pretend you didn't hear me, you filthy mudblood," Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. Hermione simply spread jam on her toast and looked at her other companion. "Padma, would you please pass the pumpkin juice?" Grinning, she complied. "Of course, Hermione." As the bushy-haired Ravenclaw was pouring her juice, Malfoy's face turned red. "You can ignore me all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a filthy, attention-seeking bookworm, you mudblood." His stooges were now laughing loudly. "This pumpkin juice is rather good today, isn't it, Harry?" While Draco's face was turning purple, Harry said, "I do believe you're right. We should ask the house elves if they did something special today. They're rather clever." "Yes. Especially the new one that recently started here. A rather delightful one that was freed from a particularly horrid family. I believe his name is Dobby." At this point the self-important Slytherin lost his temper. He'd never been so completely ignored before. He shouted, "No one ignores me, you filthy mudblood. That goes for you, too. You half-blood son of a squib." "Mr. Malfoy," said Professor McGonagall, who'd started approaching the moment she noticed Malfoy at the Ravenclaw table. 20 points from Slytherin for that outburst. Get back to your table where you belong." "Yes, Professor," he hissed as he took a step away. Before that step was completed, he fell to the floor. The whole table started laughing at him. He glared at Harry's laughing face. "You made me fall, McGonagall. I felt a spell on my right shoe. I've had my hands on the table since before Professor McGonagall walked up here." "That is true, Mr. Malfoy. You mustn't blame other students for your own clumsiness." Minerva looked very upset at Draco. "Of course you'd take his side. He's your nephew," shouted Draco just as Snape walked up. "Professor McGonagall, I believe if the accused student were a member of Slytherin House, you would at least check the wand for the last spell cast. You wouldn't want to behave in a biased manner, would you?" he sneered at her. She looked at her nephew. "You can check my wand," he said, and then whispered the password to get his newer wand from his right holster. "Here it is." He happily passed it to his aunt, who took it and performed the proper spell. "Are you satisfied, Professor Snape?" she said coldly, when the results showed that his last spell performed had been a spell from a transfiguration assignment. "Perhaps one of his friends did it," suggested Snape. "I suppose next you'll have me check every wand from this table," she said angrily. Mr. Malfoy accused Mr. McGonagall, and it was proven that his wand did not perform any spell that could have caused him to trip. The truth of the matter is that he didn't have any business at this table anyway, unless of course he was once more begging Miss Granger to date him. Everyone who heard that, aside from Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, laughed. Harry even thought Snape's expression lightened momentarily. They all knew Professor McGonagall was referring to Hermione's explanation of the pictures of the 3 Slytherins kneeling before her on the Hogwarts Express. "I was not," spat Draco as he took another step and fell on his face. "Harry McGonagall," he accused. "You may note, Mr. Malfoy," said Professor McGonagall impatiently, "that I still have his wand in my hands." Without a word, Draco got up and carefully made his way back to the Slytherin table while the Ravenclaws laughed hysterically. Hermione whispered in Harry's ear, "Did you do that with your other wand?" He smiled and nodded. "You did do it," whispered Padma upon seeing Harry nod. "How?" "Later," he whispered. "So, let me get this straight. The wand that you got in America wasn't a perfect match, but works fine. That's what you used on Draco's shoes today." "Right," answered Harry. It was later that day, and the trio was in a quiet corner of Ravenclaw Tower. "But you decided to keep the extra wand a secret. That way if someone disarmed you, you could surprise them." "Exactly," affirmed Hermione. "And Professor McGonagall and Hermione are the only ones here at Hogwarts that know about it. And I only know because I was at his birthday party when his dad gave him the 2 wand holsters." And you quickly caught on that he wasn't telling anybody else about the second wand. Exactly. Padma turned to Harry. Do you think your aunt suspects you? Harry's cheeks turned pink as a smile crossed his face. I'm sure she does, but she won't tell for two reasons. One is that she wants me to have that extra protection and wouldn't ruin that over a small prank of making that idiot's shoes slippery. The second is that she knows Malfoy deserves it. She only wishes he'd give her excuses to have him in detention more often than she already does. The girls giggled. I guess that makes sense, said Padma. It was a few weeks after that when Harry decided he wanted to find out what Hagrid was doing about the dragon. He'd had a nightmare about a huge dragon getting loose and going after him, so he wanted reassurance that the dragon was still under control. I will not go to Hagrid's hut while there's a dragon there, whether the egg is hatched or not. Padma made her feelings on the subject very clear when Harry brought up the idea. I don't blame you for having a nightmare about it, but I think the solution is to get as far away from dragons as possible. I'll go with you, Harry, volunteered Hermione. I'd like to make sure he's getting rid of it. 15 minutes later found Harry knocking on Hagrid's door with Hermione standing beside him. The windows were still covered with blankets. Maybe he's not home. Perhaps we should have owled first, said Hermione. Before Harry could reply, Hagrid's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's Harry McGonagall and Hermione Granger, Harry answered. A moment later the door opened and Fang attacked Harry with his tongue. Once Hagrid's dog had calmed down, he looked around to see Hagrid, two redheads, and a big box. Hi, Ron, he said, recognizing the smaller redhead. The other one appeared to be about 18. Hi, Harry, Hermione, said the Gryffindor. Hagrid mentioned that you knew about Norbert. This is my brother, Charlie, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Hermione politely. Good to meet you, too. Suddenly the box started shaking a bit. Is your dragon in there, Hagrid? Asked Harry. Yeah. See, I had Ron write Charlie about Norbert, that's what his name is. And so we're talking, I am to Romania. I'm going with Charlie. But first we're sneaking Norbert up to the astronomy tower where some friends of his will meet us. Charlie feels that I might bring attention to them if I traveled with them, so he came all the way here to help. We'll be flying there tomorrow and I'll get to work with dragons. Hagrid smiled dumbly as though he had just fallen in love. Hermione looked at Hagrid with her brow furrowed. How are you flying? I know that flying carpets are illegal, and, aren't you, a bit too big for brooms? Hagrid chuckled. Right on both counts. I been too big to ride a broom since I was 12. I'll be riding an enchanted motorcycle that can fly and become invisible. Harry's eyes went wide. You have a flying motorcycle. That's incredible. I once dreamed, that I owned one. He was going to say he dreamed of riding one, but then he remembered that according to Aunt Minnie, Hagrid had carried him on a flying motorcycle to his relative's house, and so this was probably the very bike. My dad enchanted a car to fly, commented Ron. My mum would have a fit if she knew. Really? Said Hermione with a worried expression. You know, that's illegal. Don't worry. Our dad wrote that law, and made sure he had a way around it, said Charlie proudly. But, said Hermione until Harry changed the subject. So, how long have you had the motorcycle? Oh, almost 11 years. Ever since. The half-giant looked like he wanted to cry. Ne'er mind. This is a happy day. Can I offer you some tea and rock cakes? After a quick signal from Ron, Harry said, just tea. I'm full. Me, too, said Hermione. Don, know what missin'. Not wanting a conversation about the merits of eating rock cakes, Charlie asked, you never told me much about the guy you won Norbert from. If he's stealing eggs, we have to keep an eye out for him. What did he look like? Well, it's hard to say. Ye see, he wouldn't take his cloak off. He saw the three kids look stunned and raised his eyebrows. It's not that unusual, ye get a lot of funny folk in the Hog's Head. I never saw his face, he kept his hood up. So, what did you talk about? Asked Hermione. Mostly me job here at Hogwarts. He wanted to make sure I could take care of the dragon, so I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. Harry and Hermione's eyebrows raised at that news. They exchanged frightened looks for a moment, and then Harry cleared his throat. Did he seem interested in Fluffy? Well, yeah. How many three-headed dogs do ye meet, even around Hogwarts? So I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if ye know how to calm him down, just play him a bit o' music and he'll go straight off tear sleep. Hagrid suddenly looked horrified. I shouldn't have told ye that, he blurted out. You shouldn't have told a stranger in a pub that either, blurted Harry. I suppose so, but what's the harm? He's not tryin' tear get the thing Fluffy's garden don't think. He suddenly looked much more worried. I don't know, Hagrid, said Hermione. The rest of the visit went by in a blur for Harry. Ron and Charlie questioned Hagrid about Fluffy and what he was guarding, and they said their goodbyes to Hagrid. He did talk about how much he'd miss Hogwarts. As soon as they got back to their common room, Padma questioned them about their visit. Norbert's leaving tonight, along with Hagrid, answered Hermione. And Voldemort probably knows how to get past Fluffy. That blabbermouth told him. What? After they explained, Padma agreed that it probably was Voldemort or one of his servants. So why hasn't he gone after the stone, yet? She asked. I don't know, said Harry with his head down. Dumbledore, answered Hermione. What? Asked the other two together. Honestly, sighed Hermione. He may not be a good headmaster. I mean, who would keep Voldemort bait in a school full of children? But he is a powerful wizard. According to all the books I've read, he's the only one Voldemort ever feared. He's obviously paying a lot more attention to the stone than his job, agreed Harry. So, you're saying the stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's here, concluded Padma. Facing the Two-Face chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall, chapter 9, Facing the Two-Face. At breakfast the next morning, the trio noticed that both Hagrid and Charlie Weasley were sitting at the head table, along with a woman they'd never seen before. Professor Dumbledore stood up and made an announcement that shocked most of the students. Today, I'm afraid that I must inform you all that Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds here at Hogwarts for nearly 50 years, has decided to leave us. Harry noticed that Dumbledore was looking straight at him, and so he made sure his occlumency shields were up. Despite the twinkle in his eyes, both Harry and Hermione knew he was displeased, though Harry was glad the headmaster didn't attempt to read his mind. Those of you who know Hagrid will probably recall that he has always wanted a pet dragon. Now his dream will come true in a way. He has been offered a position at a dragon reserve in Romania and has accepted. Mr. Charlie Weasley has been working at the same reserve for nearly a year and will be escorting him. They'll be leaving an hour after breakfast, and therefore the first classes of the day have been cancelled to allow you all a chance to say goodbye to our friend. He turned to Hagrid, who appeared on the verge of tears. We wish you the best of luck. Hogwarts won't quite be the same without you. The whole school, except for the Slytherins, applauded. When the applause subsided, Albus motioned to the unidentified woman at the table. This is Madame Grubbly. She will be taking over Hagrid's duties. We were fortunate that she was willing to come on such short notice. Let's give her a warm welcome. After breakfast, several students, including Harry, Hermione, Padma, and the Weasleys gathered around Hagrid to wish him well. After he'd greeted them all by name, Hagrid said, Goodbye. All ya. Don, go wanderin' round the Forbidden Forest alone. Good luck on her exams. A few tears started falling down the half-giant's face into his beard. He turned around and walked out the entrance hall while most of his well-wishers followed. Harry gasped when he saw that the motorcycle was parked just outside the door, with a Nimbus 2000 beside it. Charlie Weasley mounted the broom as Hagrid got on the motorcycle. Harry was having a bit of a flashback to the day he rode it, but didn't show any outward sign of it. He smiled as both men began rising in the air and waved like everyone else until they disappeared before leaving the grounds so that no muggle would accidentally see them. The kids then turned around and walked back into the school. Time passed quickly after that, with the trio double-checking the third-floor corridor for Fluffy every few days, but concentrating mostly on preparing for the end-of-year exams. They glanced at Dumbledore with relief at every meal, knowing that Voldemort probably wouldn't go after the stone that day. While Harry and Hermione didn't have to spend much time reviewing that material, they did spend quite a bit of time helping their study group. On Mother's Day, Harry and Hermione both decided to call their mothers on their mirrors. Each had arranged for a gift to be sent. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Harry, Cindy said with a smile. I love your gift, so does Brianna. Don't tell me you're giving her the chocolates, Mom, he said. I got them for you. All right, Harry. I won't tell you. That's better, he said with a smirk. Then he looked at her with a more serious expression on his face. I miss you. It was the first Mother's Day he could remember that he didn't spend with Cindy McGonagall. She sniffed. I miss you, too, honey. The rest of us are going out to dinner later, and your sister volunteered to eat an extra dessert as a tribute to you, to show that you belong there, too. Harry chuckled. Tell her to eat an extra vegetable instead. Actually, I told her that if she eats an extra vegetable, then she can have the extra dessert. The exams came and went, and both were confident that they'd done well. Harry was convinced he'd fail potions anyway and therefore kept a sample of his final potion that he gave to Professor Flitwick immediately after class. Hermione did the same thing. They gave it to their head of house instead of Professor McGonagall so that no one could say that Harry's aunt was cheating. They went to lunch after their last exam and received a shock. Professor Dumbledore wasn't there. He could simply be busy in his office, said Padma. Or checking on the stone, added Hermione. He never missed a meal to do that before, said Harry. Maybe we should find out where he is, suggested Hermione, just to be certain. Taking a deep breath, Harry said, we'll ask on Professor McGonagall after lunch. I can't believe you're still not used to calling her a professor, said Padma. She's been my Aunt Minnie my whole life. She's only been my teacher for a year, he said defensively. They continued eating until they were finished with their sandwiches, and waited for Minerva to get up from the head table. When she finally did, the trio accosted her as she was leaving the Great Hall. Hello, Harry, Hermione, and Padma. What can I do for you? Hi, said Harry, now suddenly getting nervous. We, wanted to know where Professor Dumbledore is. She looked confused. I was under the impression that you don't like him very much. Why do you want to know that? Are you three planning some sort of prank? No, said Hermione immediately. We just wanted to know that he's still at the castle, so that we know that he's guarding the school. We may not like him, but he is a powerful wizard. Minnie's face went a bit pale at the word, guarding. I'm afraid he was called upon by the Ministry of Magic, and for some reason he decided to ride a broomstick all the way to London rather than use the direct flow connection in his office, or make a portkey. He could have even flown to Hogsmeade and apparated from there. He seems to be experiencing his fifth youth. Rumor has it that he used to be a Quidditch player when he was a student. She sighed. In any case, we can't expect him back until tomorrow. The three students paled. Harry said, Can we talk to you alone, now? Certainly. We'll go to my office. They walked quietly down the halls, into the Transfiguration classroom, and into her office. Once the door was closed and warded against eavesdroppers, Harry spoke. We think that Quirrell is going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. The professor's eyes bulged out as she stared at the trio. How do you know about the stone? All three looked uncomfortable. Hermione finally spoke. We overheard Snape arguing with Quirrell about it once. When? Where were they discussing it? At the uncomfortable looks they were giving, Minnie said, Never mind. I don't want to know. Thank you, Aunt Minnie. I believe that students should be able to come forward with important information without fear of reprisal. You'd be surprised how many times Madame Pomfrey has to waste a week figuring out a student's ailment when they could have simply told her what bit them, and she'd have cured them in 15 minutes. They go through all that suffering simply to avoid punishment. She smiled slightly. They don't realize that they're actually punishing themselves far worse than the staff or even their parents would. But what about the stone? Asked Padma. Sighing heavily, Minerva got a determined look in her eyes. As deputy headmistress, it is my duty to defend the school. I shall check on the protections. If Professor Quirrell is going to try getting past them, it'll be tonight. You can't go alone, Aunt Minnie. The rest of the staff memers will need to patrol the rest of the castle. I can't ask the prefects or the... We'll go with you, said Harry. You most certainly will not, young man, she said sharply, but then gave a half smile. But thanks for the offer. We'll sneak after you anyway, said Harry, and you know it. This way you can watch us, said Padma. Although she had a fear of dragons, she wasn't afraid of much else. We can stay behind you and run off for help if you need it, said Hermione. Minerva closed her eyes and stated calmly, No, I cannot allow you to come with me. Endangering any student is unacceptable, especially my own nephew. She was looking at Harry. I want your word that you won't leave Ravenclaw Tower tonight. Do I have to hex you to keep you there? She smirked. Perhaps Mr. Filch has some manacles I could borrow for the evening. Aunt Minnie. You know I couldn't do that, she said. Your father would never forgive me. Then where would I spend Christmas? Fine, you don't have to hex us, said Harry, looking defeated. She looked at the two girls. Does that go for you too as well? Yes, ma'am, they both said at once. Good. Oh, by the way, said Harry, Hagrid told a stranger at the Hog's Head, not to mention us, that the way to get past Fluffy is by playing him music. It'll make him go right to sleep. He may also have put that in the Daily Prophet. See you later. How did you know about, said Minerva as the kids headed for the door. Thanks for the tip. Good day. As soon as they left the office, Harry pulled the girls into an empty classroom. I said she didn't have to hex us, but I didn't say I wouldn't follow her. You're going to follow her? Asked Hermione, looking surprised. I have to. She's my aunt. What if something happens to her? Someone has to help. Then I'm going, too, declared Padma, folding her arms across her chest. Taking a deep breath, Hermione said, Me, too. They spent the rest of the day outside, trying to convince each other that they weren't nervous. Just before dinner, Harry decided to call his sister. Hi, Harry, she said from her mirror. What's up? I just thought I'd call you and gloat that I finished all my exams before lunch, so I'll be able to relax next week while you're taking your tests. Yeah? Well, you'll have to start earlier than me next year. She then smiled. How's the lawsuit going? I want that creep out of there before I start. You have a whole year before you start, said Harry, but hopefully Snape will be gone before September. The last I heard is that once that greasy gid turns in his final grades, he and Dumbledore will find out about the lawsuit and the current students will be interviewed, including the Slytherins. I hope I get to see the look on their faces when they realize that their praise of Snape will actually go against him. I hope that dumb old dork doesn't try to cheat to get out of it. Isn't he the head of that wise idiot gambit or something? Chuckling, Harry said, the Wizengamot. According to our lawyer, he won't be able to participate in it because as headmaster he'd have a conflict of interest. Besides, he'll be on trial as well. He's going to be called upon to testify what a great guy Snape is after we have over 50 witnesses show memories proving what a jerk Snape really is. It should demonstrate that he's either going senile or doesn't actually do his job as headmaster, making sure that the school has good teachers. They'll also question him about a lot of other things he's done that weren't for the good of the school. So do you think Aunt Minnie will be headmistress? She asked excitedly. With a smile he said, probably, but unfortunately, that doesn't mean we'll run the school. It does mean that the school will be much better. We won't have the Slytherins cheating their way to the House Cup anymore. I heard that they've won it every year since Snape started. Good thing Aunt Minnie hasn't let him cheat this year. Unless things change next week, Ravenclaw's winning. Gryffindor would have been ahead if they'd done well with Quidditch, but their seeker is terrible. And next year Ravenclaw's gonna have a great seeker. He smiled. I hope so. Although Harry's conversation with Brianna was distracting, as soon as he hung up, his nervousness returned. He didn't even notice that his sister actually didn't bring up Hermione for once. Dinner was very subdued, and Harry decided that he'd rather face Voldemort than wait to face Voldemort. He looked at his two close friends and could easily see how worried they were. He looked at the staff table to see that his aunt appeared distracted as well. Without being obvious, he glanced at Professor Quirrell, who was glancing at his watch every few seconds. Professor McGonagall was the first teacher to rise from the head table after dinner. It was almost a relief to see her leave the table. The fact that Quirrell got up right after her and all but ran out the other way wasn't lost to Harry. He wished they could run after him immediately, but didn't want his aunt to see them following. Did you see Quirrell rush out of the Great Hall? Asked Padma as soon as the three of them were alone. They'd left the hall right after Quirrell and Minerva. Yes, I did, said Hermione with a determined expression on her face. It means we don't have much time. We've got to get to the third-floor corridor without getting caught. But how, said Padma, before being interrupted. Now what would 3 young Ravenclaws such as yourselves be doing wandering the corridors in the opposite direction of your dormitory after dinner? Said Severus Snape. One might think that you're up to something. We have every right to be here, said Harry coldly. It's not after curfew. He then walked right past him, with the girls following closely. You shouldn't, said Hermione. We have every right to be here and he can't do anything. Harry cut her off. But now he's specifically mad at us, said Padma. He's probably just in a snit because he misses his boyfriend Albus. Both girls snorted. Come on, said Harry, we need to hurry up. And make sure Snape's not following us, added Hermione. Nor anyone else, came a male voice from a nearby classroom. What? Who? Said Padma as two twin redheads emerged in front of them. By the way, said Fred Weasley, Snape isn't following you. He's on his way to the dungeons. Which leads us to the question, said George. Where are you three going? We saw you following Professor McGonagall, who is following Professor Quirrell and someone called Tom Riddle into the forbidden third-floor corridor. Tom Riddle? Asked Harry. Yes. Take a look. From the map it appears he's riding piggyback. Harry looked at the Marauder's map and saw that the two names were next to each other so that they had to be incredibly close. Harry wondered if Tom Riddle was a Death Eater that had somehow snuck into the castle or a Slytherin like Draco Malfoy that was helping Quirrell. I wonder if Tom Riddle could be another name for. Never mind, said Hermione. What? Asked Harry and Padma together. What if Tom Riddle were Voldemort's real name? She looked at them nervously. I mean, I doubt anybody named their baby Voldemort. It's probably just a title he made up. Said Harry. I don't know. It'd make sense if Quirrell's possessed like we think he is. We'll find out when we get there, I suppose. You know who's involved in this? Asked George. Taking a deep breath, Harry said, Dumbledore's keeping a Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. In the Forbidden Corridor, guessed Fred. Exactly, said Hermione. One of the things it does is provide the elixir of life. If Voldemort gets it, he can come back. We have reason to believe Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. Can I see the map? Asked Padma, fascinated with the idea of a map that shows everyone in the castle. She'd heard of it from her friends but never saw it. She walked up to Harry, who was holding it, and looked at their position. She saw Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Padma Patil, Hermione Granger, and... No, Harry said, closing it a moment too late. She looked up at him with a shocked expression on her face. Harry Potter? I thought. I was adopted. I didn't even know until about a year ago. Don't tell anyone. You're not a seer. You can sense him. Where's your scar? A Muggle surgery when I was a baby covered it up. My aunt transfigured my hair color about the same time. Nobody but my family and the four of you know. Not even Dumbledore? Asked Padma, still a bit shocked. No, he left me on the doorstep of some hideous relatives that Aunt Minnie had watched all day. She already knew that they wanted nothing to do with my parents from Lilypotter. Aunt Minnie took me from there because she didn't think they were good people at all, or that I'd be welcome in their home. Dumbledore didn't even bother to find out. He left me there despite what Aunt Minnie told him about them. She kidnapped you, said Padma with a smirk. So did Dumbledore. He wasn't my guardian. He didn't have the right to say who would raise me. That's an interesting way of looking at it, said Hermione. I wonder what the Potters' wishes were. It doesn't even matter, said Harry. The McGonagalls are my family. I wouldn't give them up no matter what the Potters' wishes were. He looked back to Padma. So will you keep my secret? Yes. She then took a deep breath. I suppose this means I need to learn occlumency. Yes, if you don't mind, said Harry. In the meantime, don't look Dumbledore or Snape in the eyes. Or Quirrell and whoever's with him, added Hermione. So are we going? Asked Fred. I don't remember inviting you to, said Harry, but if you want to get there undetected. You need the map. And we go with the map. Fine, said Harry. We don't have time to argue. Let's go. When they got to the room with Fluffy, the twins commented that both Quirrell and Minerva were off the map. After opening that door, they found that the three-headed dog was asleep with a harp on the floor and saxophone floating in the air. The sax was playing a song Harry didn't know, but recognized from an old movie. They walked to the trapdoor and easily opened it. Apparently Aunt Minnie had moved the dog away from the door. Harry looked down where the trapdoor led. He couldn't see anything. Guess I'll have to take a leap of faith. He jumped down and landed with a funny, muffled sort of thump on something soft. It seemed like some sort of a plant to him. He was still trying to figure out what kind it was when Hermione landed nearby. This plant seems familiar, she commented. It's grabbing me, Harry exclaimed as Padma landed. The plant is moving, said Hermione. This has got to be. As Fred landed nearby, the three first years exclaimed together, Devil's Snare. Really? asked Fred as his twin landed. By this time the first years were being wrapped up. We need to relax, admonished Hermione, and suddenly she fell through. Hermione, called Harry. Just relax, came her voice from below. At that moment, all 4 of the students on the plant did just that, causing themselves to fall to the ground. Don't you think, said Fred. That was a bit too easy, said George. To be guarding something from, you know who? Said Harry. Probably. I'm sure there are harder challenges than that up ahead. This way. Harry pointed down a stone passageway, which was the only way forward. After walking down the long corridor, they came into a room where they could hear a soft rustling and clinging sound. It had a very high ceiling, and contained 3 broomsticks. Above them were several jewel-bright birds, and ahead was a large wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room? Asked Padma. We'll fight them, said Fred. If they do, said George. Both of the twins took out their wands, and the others did the same. Harry ran across the room, and surprisingly, nothing attacked him. He found the door locked, and, Alohomora, didn't open it. He tried to stick his wand under the door to summon the hinges, but there wasn't enough room. Now what? He exclaimed. Well, we could blast, said George. The door in, said Fred. What about the birds? Asked Hermione. They can't just be here for decoration. Harry took a closer look at the birds and realized, they're not birds. They're keys. Which one's the correct one? Asked Padma. Harry pointed his wand skyward. Accio correct key. Nothing happened. It was worth a shot, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders as Padma and Hermione forced themselves not to smile. I guess we'll have to, said Fred. Fly after it, said George, looking at the brooms. That's got to be it, said Padma, pointing at one with a bended wing. I'll catch it, said Harry as he mounted a broom. The twins mounted the other 2 as the winged keys started moving quickly toward the flyers. It reminded Harry a horror movie where birds were attacking everybody. Fred and George pointed their wands at the flying keys and some sort of light gray liquid sprayed out of the wands at the keys. Each one slowed down when it got hit until it finally fell to the floor with a thud. They were careful not to hit Harry or the correct key. The result was that there were a lot fewer of them to avoid. Pushing the remaining keys aside, he flew directly at the correct one and grabbed it. As he was headed down toward the door, the twins shot the last of the keys. Excellent, said Fred. You've done something Gryffindor's Seeker could never do. What? Asked Harry. Catch something. What did you spray at those keys? Asked Hermione. We modified the water spell to spray, said George. A type of quick-drying muggle cement, said Fred. They landed and Harry stuck the key in the door. The twins carried the brooms with them as they walked into the next room. What they saw was a shock. They were in a large square room with stone walls, floor, and ceiling. There was no door beside the one they were in. When the door behind them closed, the walls seemed to spin around, but the floor was unaffected. When the walls stopped spinning, they couldn't see any door in the room. In the middle of the room, however, 2 figures were battling with wands. A green beam of light shot out of Quirrell's wand, aimed at Harry's aunt. She dodged and shot a red spell at her opponent, who produced a shield, laughing, "You'll never have the courage to do what is necessary." Not saying a word, she pointed her wand at Quirrell yet again. Only this time, his purple turban started changing shape. "What is this?" said Quirrell desperately, as he reached for the turban, which had just completed its transfiguration into cactus. "Uchish!" he shouted as his hand got wounded. "Get it off!" hissed a voice from the back of the defense teacher's head as the group of students watched from a corner. "Yes, master!" he cried and grabbed the cactus cap with both hands as he screamed in agony. Blood began running down his face and arms as he screamed in pain. Just as he got the cactus off his head, his robes caught fire. He threw the cactus toward Minerva, who ducked out of the way, and pulled his robe off, throwing it in the direction of the children. The voice that spoke came from a bleeding face with red eyes that was on the back of Quirrell's head. "What?" said Minerva as she glanced in their direction. Another green blast of magic shot toward Professor McGonagall, who saw it just in time to conjure a brick in front of her. The spell hit the brick, which exploded into her face, knocking her unconscious in the process. As she fell to the floor, Harry looked into Voldemort's eyes and felt his invisible scar hurt at the moment he also felt a Legillaman's attack. His shields held as he concentrated with everything he had. He somehow felt he couldn't turn away. He decided to distract him. Voldemort, I presume? You dare to speak my name? He hissed. Would you prefer Tom Riddle? Crucio. As Harry writhed on the floor, Voldemort shouted, don't ever use that filthy muggle name. At that moment, his wand was hit with a blast from Hermione and the curse stopped. He turned his wand on the ceiling above them all and blasted it. Huge stones were falling toward Harry's friends, but all he could think about was stopping this monster before he killed everyone. He pointed his wand at Voldemort, Quirrell, who fired a cutting hex at his right hand, cutting his hand and causing him to drop his wand before he could hex Voldemort. Ha! Now watch me kill your friends. The other kids had managed to move out of the way while Harry was losing his wand, and were on their feet to Harry's right. Voldemort, Quirrell pointed his wand at Hermione while Harry whispered, Old Sparks. His original wand came into his left hand. He pointed it at the two-faced monster and whispered, Accio wand. The wand left Quirrell's hand before he could fire a spell at Hermione. I'll kill you with my bare hands. The possessed professor ran toward the 11-year-old boy with his hands reaching out. Harry pointed both wands at the monster, who didn't stop. This is your last chance, Quirrell. I have your wand. Give up. Never, he shouted as he felt spells hitting him from behind. Quirrell screamed in pain, but Voldemort didn't care. Voldemort's spirit had the power to keep his victim moving as long as he was alive. So stupefy and bodybind hexes wouldn't work completely. They'd only slow him down. By the time Quirrell reached Harry, he fell onto him, knocking the wands out of the boy's hands, and touching his skin in the process. Oh! What is this magic? Quirrell screamed as his hands began burning. Why can't I touch you, boy? At the same time, the pain in Harry's forehead got too great and he instinctively grabbed his forehead with his left hand as he closed his eyes for a moment. He let go of his forehead and punched Quirrell's face, burning halfway through it in the process. He then reached around to the Voldemort side and started touching that face, which caused it to burn as well. Within about a minute, Voldemort's body was ashes, and a specter-like form of Voldemort flew through Harry's body, causing him to fall unconscious as the others watched in horror. That bloody stone should never have been here in the first place. Harry, who had just heard his aunt's voice, opened his eyes, seeing a very blurry world. He could feel that he was on a bed and found an end table where he felt his glasses. But, Minerva, Hogwarts is the safest, Poppycock. You know who has been inside this castle all year. He saw his aunt lying on the bed next to his, arguing with the headmaster. Her face was bruised, and it only made her look scarier as she glared at the headmaster. I believe we can save this conversation for another time, Minerva, as your nephew has just awakened. He then looked at Harry with his grandfatherly smile. Good morning, Mr. McGonagall. I hope you're feeling well. A bit tired, but I'll be fine, sir. I'm sure you'll want to talk to your aunt, said the headmaster as he walked toward the door. I'll leave you to it. Harry, said Aunt Minnie after casting privacy spells around the room. I distinctly remember telling you not to follow me, and you not only ignored me, but brought the Weasley twins as well. Harry opened his mouth. Hermione already said you hadn't promised, but that's just a technicality. The point is that you could have died because you disobeyed. Don't do it again. Yes, Aunt Minnie. That being said, you did an excellent job. Harry smiled at her. The others told me what happened. She took a deep breath. The official story of how Quirrell died is that I shot a flaming hex at him while he was attacking you. No one here suspects your true identity, although you know who probably does. Fortunately, I don't believe that he's in contact with anybody else for now. That may change at some point and your identity will become public. I suggest you enjoy the time until then. Yes, Aunt Minnie. She frowned. I understand that monster put you under the Cruciatus curse. He simply frowned and nodded. How do you feel now? He shrugged his shoulders. Just tired and a bit sore, then make sure you rest. I've got a question, Aunt Minnie, before I go back to sleep. What's that? That room where we found you. What sort of obstacle was that? We couldn't see any exit. She smiled. That was one of my more brilliant ideas, if I do say so myself. You may have noticed that the other obstacles were relatively easy. Yes. I thought so, too. That's because Professor Dumbledore suggested what obstacles they make, and the others did so without question. I, on the other hand, came up with my own defense after he suggested that I transfigure a chessboard to guard it. I thought that was ridiculous. Chess is a very common game that many people, even muggles, know how to play. The pieces aren't that brilliant either. Anyone who made the effort to learn how to play chess properly could beat them. Even if they couldn't, the previous obstacle provided 3 brooms with which to fly over the chessboard. By the way, that's how we got back up to the 3rd floor, with those brooms. So what was your obstacle? The doors were transfigured into solitary bricks that looked just like the others. The other bricks were charmed to never transfigure. The only way to get out of the room was to pick the correct brick and perform a spell that I invented on it. Quirrell couldn't figure it out, so that's why I caught up with him there. He smiled approvingly at his aunt. Brilliant. Thank you, Harry. Oh, by the way, your wands are in their proper holsters. Thanks. Oh, and I've started your friend Padma Patil in occlumency lessons. She soon removed the privacy charms, and Poppy examined Harry and insisted that he stay for a few more days. About an hour after he woke, his friends that had accompanied him for the adventure visited him. He found out that Aunt Minnie had given points to both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor over the events that had transpired, and that Ravenclaw was still in the lead for the House Cup. Harry was still in the hospital wing when he received his grades. He and Hermione had matching report cards. Outstandings, in everything but potions, where they received acceptables. I hope he didn't hurt himself giving us passing grades, said Harry, who knew that they'd both earned O's in that subject as well. But this will ruin my record, she said with a panicked expression. It'll be that Harry. That jerk's last mistake as a professor. Don't forget that Flitwick has our final potions as well. The lawyers informed Harry by letter on the day of the end of term feast that he'd be needed a week after term ended for an interview about Snape and also on the first week of August for the trial. It was therefore decided that he'd spend the first week of summer with Minerva, and then go back home to America. A week later, the Grangers would visit them for 2 weeks, and they'd see all the sights in the Chicago area. Harry's dad was taking 2 of his 4 vacation weeks. He didn't get the whole summer off this year, at that time, so they could enjoy the time together. Harry was really looking forward to showing, or dragging, Hermione around Six Flags Great America for 2 days, among several other things. His whole family would come to England for the trial and stay for 2 weeks, the rest of his dad's vacation, and then his dad would go back home to work while the rest of the family stayed 2 more weeks until Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express to begin his second year. Harry was released from the hospital wing just in time to go to the leaving feast, where Ravenclaw did win the House Cup as predicted. Everyone except the Slytherins seemed to be thrilled about that. After the delightful feast was over, he went back to Ravenclaw Tower looking forward to a good night's sleep, only to find a party. Chapter end notes. Why didn't Dumbledore portkey, flow, or apparate to the Ministry and then come right back 5 minutes later? Dumbledore said that the owl Hermione sent and he must have crossed in midair, indicating that he rode a broom, or possibly a beast such as a hippogriff or thestral, to London and back. It seems that he purposely wanted to be away from the castle as long as possible. Assuming Grubbly Plank is a hyphenated married name, I decided she's not married yet, so I used Grubbly as her maiden name. Going home. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall. Chapter 10. Going home. Harry awoke the next morning, still very tired from the celebration the night before. It had been decades since Ravenclaw won the House Cup. He smiled as he got up and showered quickly. He still had to pack. He decided that he wanted to ride the Hogwarts Express with his friends, so Aunt Minnie would meet him at platform 9 3/4. Hermione was sitting with Padma at the Ravenclaw table, working on a half-finished omelet when she heard someone running toward her and turned, seeing her best friend practically jump onto the table. "Good morning, Hermione, Padma," he said as he grabbed a plate and started piling food on it. "Let me guess, Harry," the bushy-haired girl commented, "you waited until just now to pack your things." "Well, I was in the hospital wing until last night, you know." "I know, Harry, but you could have last night." "Give the guy a break, Hermione," said Padma. Hermione sighed. "Fine. You do have all your stuff packed now, don't you?" "Yes, Mommy. I also sent Hedwig to McGonagall Manor. I don't think she'd like to be locked up in her cage all day." Harry grinned at her. "Harry, I'm serious." She then whispered, "You've got your broom where no one will find it, right?" "Naturally." "Good. I wouldn't want you grounded while my family's visiting you." He chuckled. They wouldn't do that. Maybe I'd be grounded for the rest of the summer once you leave. I suppose. They continued to eat in silence, mainly because Harry was in a hurry to finish his breakfast before the food disappeared. Before they knew it, it was time to board the Hogwarts Express. The whole study group, which consisted of Harry, Hermione, Padma, Anthony, Neville, Hannah, and Susan, decided to sit together on the train. They found an empty compartment and settled into it. Harry, asked Neville, my gran wrote that your lawyers want to talk to me about Professor Snape this week. Harry grinned. They should have contacted every non-Slytherin this week to set up an appointment. The others nodded with matching grins. The Slytherins will be contacted next week. Just tell them the truth. The truth about what? Asked Penny, who was walking by while doing her prefect duties. Snape, said Harry. Did my lawyers contact your family? Yes. I've told Professor Flitwick that if Snape is sacked I'll want to take potions, provided I did well enough on my OWL. I'm sure you did, Penny, said Hermione. I'll bet it was a lot easier to brew a potion without that creep breathing down your neck. She gave a pretty smile. Yeah, it certainly was. I've got to finish my rounds. Oliver's waiting for me so we can sit together. In case I don't see you all again, have a good summer. You, too, the group answered. No sooner had the prefect disappeared did the self-appointed Prince of Slytherin made an appearance, flanked by his two idiotic bodyguards. Well, if it isn't McGonagall and his crew of mudbloods and squibs. Well, if it isn't the Three Stooges, answered Harry with a grin. A few of his friends, including Hermione, chuckled while the rest didn't react. What's a stooge? Asked Draco. An idiot, such as yourself, answered Padma cheerfully as Harry discreetly whispered, new sparks. I am not an idiot, I'm a Malfoy, from one of the purest. We already know your parents are related, and therefore you have severe mental disorders, answered Hermione in a professional manner. Crabbe and Goyle as well. You don't have to brag about it. Draco's face went red. He glanced at his companions, and for a moment, it looked like he might see her point. He glared back at Hermione. I don't have to listen to you, you filthy mudblood, my father. You see, said Hermione calmly, turning to Harry. The subject is incapable of thinking for itself because of its questionable parentage, and is therefore repeating the words its father told it. Why you? Exclaimed Draco, clumsily grabbing his wand just in time for Harry to summon it, along with Crabbe's and Goyle's wands, out of his hands once it was free of its holster. You see, said Harry, still looking at Hermione and having an intellectual conversation about their lab rat, these inbred animals are incapable of learning. How many times have they been disarmed easily in the last year? While they were talking, the others were pointing their wands at the three Slytherins. At least a dozen, answered Hermione. Most mice would have learned by the fourth time. Do you think I should just break their little toys? You'd better not, I'll tell my fath, you know, Hermione. I remember back when I was in kindergarten and first grade. A lot of the Muggle kids used to threaten to tell their daddy if you insulted them. I wonder if Draco is really a Muggle toddler in disguise. Hermione looked like she was thinking about it for a few moments. It would explain his shoddy spellwork if he's really a Muggle. I am not a filthy Muggle, you mudblood. Draco's face was now purple. Harry finally turned and faced Draco. I didn't say you were filthy, yet. He pointed his wand and muttered an incantation. Suddenly the same quick-drying cement the Weasley twins had used the week before was coming out of Harry's wand and covering Draco's robes. Hermione and Padma instantly began doing the same thing to Crabbe and Goyle, respectively. Now you're filthy. Why you? Shouted Draco angrily, taking a step toward Harry. Oh, what? Draco's eyes widened as he realized he could no longer move his legs or his arms. His bodyguards soon started yelling as well until a prefect came to see what the commotion was. What is going on here? Said Penny with an amused look on her face. They attacked us, shouted Draco. Then why are you in their compartment? If they were after you, you'd be the one sitting down. You obviously started trouble that you couldn't finish. Here are their wands, Penny. Harry handed them to his friend. If you wouldn't mind levitating them out of here, we'd appreciate it. I think Fred and George Weasley know the counter spell to that hex. You'll have to ask them. Hermione looked at him and he shook his head slowly. Penny levitated each of them out the door and closed it. Why didn't you tell her the counter spell? Asked Hermione. Isn't it obvious? Asked Padma. He's making them sweat. They'll be wondering if there is a counter spell. The ride progressed with no other incidents, and soon they were getting off of the train. Harry looked around for a few moments while he was carrying his trunk. It was magically enlarged and had Hedwig's empty cage inside it. He grinned from ear to ear as he called out, "Aunt Minnie," and walked toward her. Padma and Hermione walked with him to say goodbye to the professor. "Hi, Harry, Hermione, Padma. How was the train ride?" "It was good. Draco and his goons tried to start trouble as usual, but nothing we couldn't handle." "I hope you didn't do any permanent damage, Harry," she said with a slightly amused, slightly worried face. "No, don't worry," said Padma. "It was just a lesson in humility. I don't understand why he still thinks he's something. This year he's more than proven himself inferior in intelligence and spellwork to the people who he thinks he's better than. Prejudice is something that can't truly be understood by anyone. Those who are prejudiced can't make a truthful, logical argument as to the cause of their prejudice, so non-prejudiced people can never understand. The only reason people are prejudiced is because they want to be." "There you are," said Marissa Granger as she walked up to her daughter. "It's good to see you." She hugged Hermione tightly. "How was the train ride?" Adam and Marissa Granger greeted the others and walked off with their daughter, but not before meeting the Poddle parents, along with Parvati. Arrangements were made so that both Hermione and Padma would visit Harry the next day. Parvati was invited as well, but she had plans to spend the day with one of her fellow Gryffindors, a girl named Lavender. Minerva took Harry by the hand, and they apparated into the McGonagall ancestral home. "Mistress Minerva and Master Harry," squeaked Blinky the house elf upon their arrival. "I is wondering when you is arriving. Dinner is being ready in 15 minutes. I is taking your luggage." With that said, the elf grabbed Harry's trunk with one hand and Minerva's with another and disappeared with a small pop, before Harry could protest that he could handle it himself. Blinky had seemed determined to make Harry and his parents see how valuable he could be ever since he found out that they weren't planning on keeping a servant when they inherited the mansion. Minnie sat down on a nearby sofa and Harry joined her. "So, how did you like your first year at Hogwarts?" He smiled at his aunt. "I liked getting to see you every day, and you," responded the deputy headmistress fondly. "I also enjoyed being with Hermione and my other friends. The only downsides were Snape and Dumbledore. Snape because he's such a jerk, and Dumbledore because he allows it. Doesn't he want students to get a good education in potions?" Minerva sighed before frowning. "I'm afraid that the headmaster is more interested in protecting Snape than educating students. I can't tell you how many Gryffindors I've had in career counseling who had hoped to become healers, aurors, or countless other occupations but changed their minds when I informed them they would need a potions NEWT to do it. The result has been that in the past decade, there has been a shortage of people entering those fields. The majority of people who have were Slytherins, and I suspect it's because he tutors them in their common room, although I've never been able to prove it. Only a select few non-Slytherins have had the courage to try taking advanced potions, and half of them are kicked out for questionable reasons that Professor Dumbledore refuses to investigate. This year, thanks to you, a lot fewer students were dropped from his advanced classes, thanks to you as well. You were the catalyst, Harry," she said, shaking her head. "You were the one who let everybody know what Snape was doing, not me. That's what got him on probation." "But you started this lawsuit," he argued. "The point is that none of this would have happened without you." She then changed the subject. "Professor Flitwick informed me that the potions that you and Hermione turned in were checked by a certified potions master and found to be perfect." Harry grinned. "Naturally. I'm curious. Did you learn anything new from your classes this year?" He shrugged his shoulders. "A bit. The few spells I didn't know were easy to learn since I already know Latin. That certainly helps the incantation to make sense. I'll admit I didn't learn anything in potions class." He chuckled. "In Transfiguration, I learned you were an animagus. Why didn't you tell me before?" "It never came up. Let me guess. You were waiting for me to say, 'Hey Aunt Minnie, can you turn into a cat?' Or something like that. It was fun to surprise you with the other children. Anyway, I was wondering how you'd feel about being double promoted." Harry didn't look that surprised. I thought that might be possible, but I don't know how I'd feel about it. What about Hermione? She did as well as me. Will she be offered the opportunity as well?" "Yes. Professor Flitwick, who makes those decisions as your head of house, informed me that he was considering both of you. Harry looked pensive for a few moments before answering. I think both of us will have to discuss it. When do we need to have an answer? You should be getting his owl soon, but you don't have to make up your mind until the end of July. Your real birthday. You both will have to discuss it with your parents as well. I'll tell Hermione about it tomorrow. Maybe we can discuss it with our families while the Grangers are in America. Very well. I believe that Blinky should have dinner ready by. At that moment the elf in question appeared in front of them. Dinner is being ready. The next morning around 10 o'clock, Padma flowed into McGonagall Manor while Hermione was dropped off by her parents. The Ravenclaw Poddle practiced occlumency with Professor McGonagall for an hour while Harry and Hermione went into the Manor's extensive library. I wish that we could find the house elf contract in here. Harry smiled at his predictable friend. So'd I, but it's not here. Would you mind sitting down for a minute? There's something I need to talk to you about. She replaced the book she was just pulling off one of the shelves and had a seat on one of the cushioned chairs nearby. Harry sat opposite her. What did you want to talk about? At that moment, Harry and Hermione were interrupted by the tapping of two owl beaks on a window in the library. Harry walked over to the window and opened it. Two Hogwarts owls flew into the library, one to each occupant. These must be Professor Flitwick's letters, commented Harry as he removed the envelope from his owl and opened it. It contained two pieces of parchment. Harry took the first one and read it and the owl flew off, followed soon by the one that had carried Hermione's letter. Dear Mr. McGonagall, congratulations on your outstanding performance last term. Your grades, as well as Miss Granger's, were the best we've seen at Hogwarts in about 50 years. Due to your excellent academic achievement, you are being offered the rare opportunity to skip a grade. Should you choose to accept this honor, you will begin next term as a third year. As such, you will be required to choose additional classes from the included list. You and your parents will need to fill out the included form to inform us of your decision no later than the 31st of July. Please consider this offer carefully, and have an enjoyable summer. Sincerely, Professor Flitwick, Head of Ravenclaw House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You knew about this? Asked Hermione when she finished reading her letter. Well, Aunt Minnie told me last night that Professor Flitwick was going to owl us both today. I was about to tell you. He took a deep breath. I want to know how you feel about that. Wow. That's quite an honor. In the 1,000 years Hogwarts has existed, only a few dozen students have done that, none within the same decade, let alone the same class according to Hogwarts, a history. Yes, I know. The question is if we want to do it or not. She folded her hands together as she furrowed her brow in concentration. Well, on the plus side our names will be in the next edition of that book. That would be interesting, for them to print your name as Harry McGonagall, and then have to change it whenever your true identity gets out. Harry McGonagall is my legal name, but you know they'll change it to the famous Harry Potter. Once they learn the truth, which will happen sooner or later. She saw him start to glare at her. Not because of me. I won't tell anyone. I know, and I suppose you're right. I just want to delay that time for as long as I can. At least I'd be famous for something I earned. Absolutely. We worked hard for this. We'll be done with Hogwarts a year earlier if we accept it. Is that good or bad? Asked Hermione. That's a good question. One less year without the pressure of earning a living. One more year of life to work a job instead of devote to learning. If we do accept it, we'll have to work hard to catch up with the rest of the class. Even working ahead, we're only about halfway through second year's materials. And we will still miss some little things that we would have learned anyway. I do prefer working ahead to trying to catch up. I probably do know about half of the material of second year, but I don't know it all. Another question is how our friends will feel about it. Will they be fine with it? Will they treat us differently? We could pretend it doesn't matter to us, but we'd only be lying to ourselves. How will the other third years feel about us? Will they accept us, envy us, or hate us? Other good questions. That will also ruin our chances for head girl and boy. You have to be 17 to hold that position. Really? Asked Harry. He actually hadn't given any thought to being a prefect or head, and wasn't sure if he'd want that or not. Yes. We wouldn't even be able to become prefects until we're 15, which will be our 6th year. So we'll only be able to serve in that position for 2 years instead of 3. That's assuming that we do manage to stay at the head of our classes to get the positions at all. A look of horror crossed her face. We may find ourselves average or even struggling students if we advance. I doubt that'll happen, Hermione. We may have to do some catch-up work, but I think we'll manage if we decide to skip second year. The question is, what do we want? Hi guys, said a smiling Padma as she opened up the door to the library. I'm done with my occlumency lesson for the day. Don't tell me you've been studying the whole time. No, said Harry, quickly stuffing his letters into his pocket. Hermione followed suit. Padma raised an eyebrow. You're not hiding something else from me, are you, Mr. Potter? It's just school stuff. Professor Flitwick sent us each a letter congratulating us on our class performance. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't offer to have you skip a grade. Harry and Hermione looked at each other guiltily, while Padma watched their faces. He did, didn't he? Why didn't you say so? We, haven't decided what to do yet, answered Hermione. Why wouldn't you want to skip a grade? Harry and Hermione told their friend the concerns they had, and she told them, I'll support you in whatever decision you make. The week went by quickly, with Padma and Hermione coming over for a few hours every day. Padma planned to continue studying occlumency while Harry and Minerva were in America, and she would resume her daily occlumency lessons when they returned. Harry made sure that he got all his summer homework done since he didn't have much else to do once the girls left. He'd already read and understood the material, so it was just a matter of writing a few essays. The day before Harry's meeting with the lawyers, he spent the afternoon at the Granger residence, swimming in their pool and playing video games with Hermione. He found out that Hermione's meeting with the lawyers was the day after he went back to America. If you're ready, Mr. McGonagall, I think we'll start the interview. The two lawyers, Sam Gordon and Matthew Marcus, were at McGonagall Manor beginning their conversation with Harry. They were sitting at the dining table in the kitchen, and a dictation quill was taking word-for-word notes of the conversation. Mr. Marcus was asking the questions. Minerva was also in the room, but had agreed not to speak unless she felt they asked an impertinent question. Sure. It is our understanding that prior to attending Hogwarts, you learned the skill of occlumency, is that correct? Yes. Why? My aunt was concerned that some of the faculty of the school would try to read my mind using legilimency, and she wanted to protect my privacy. Were her fears justified? Yes. Describe the first time that someone at Hogwarts tried to read your mind. Taking a deep breath, Harry described how Snape had tried to read his mind during the first feast, and then the other times both he and Dumbledore attempted legilimency after that. When that line of questioning was over, they questioned on other topics. How did you get into the room that hosted a dangerous three-headed dog? They made sure that Harry clarified that it took a simple unlocking charm normally taught to second years to get into that room. They also asked Harry to describe Snape's teaching method in his own words. To say the least, Harry's words were unflattering. He was also informed that the potions master who checked his and Hermione's final potions would be testifying at the hearing. Before Harry knew it, he was at O'Hare Airport with his great-aunt, looking for his parents and sister. He realized how similar this was to the situation they'd been in at the beginning of Christmas break. He had his trunk in one hand, and Hedwig's cage in the other. The snowy owl looked very upset after the flow travel. There they are, said Aunt Minnie, breaking him out of his thoughts. He looked where she was pointing and saw his sister running up to him. She was wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, along with a Cubs baseball cap. Hi Brianna. Don't tell me you're still cheering for the Cubs. Always, they're a lot better than the White Sox you support. Only in your mind, my very young sister. Before that argument could escalate, Harry found himself wrapped in his mother's arms as she gave him a big hug. Hi, honey. It's so good to see you again. She kissed his cheek, causing him to make a face. Mom. It's good to see you, son, said Mark McGonagall. You, too, Aunt Minnie. We should get to the car. On the trip back to Lansing, they talked about the progress that the lawyers were making and some of their plans for the summer. We're gonna spend at least one day at Frank's Flying Funhouse next week once Hermione gets here, said Mark. Harry, I'm sure you're itching to GT back on your lightning bolt. Facing straight forward, resisting the urge to exchange a look with his sister, Harry replied, I sure am. I can't wait to get back on my broom. It has been a while. He decided to add, I hope you didn't let any of Brianna's friends on it. His mom turned around to face him. No, we didn't because we had to respect your property. but I was disappointed that you wouldn't let them. That was very selfish. But Mom, I don't want the thing broke before I can take it to Hogwarts. For 1 second, he could swear he heard his sister start giggling, but when he shot her a glare, she was looking forward with a neutral expression. When they finally got to the house, Harry got his trunk out of the car. While he was still carrying it toward the door, his dad mentioned, "I got us tickets to go to a Cubs game next week with the Grangers." "Terrific," squealed Brianna, who was carrying Hedwig's cage. "Yeah," agreed Harry as he walked through the door. "It'll be fun to watch the Cubs lose." "Who are they playing?" "They're playing the Cardinals," said Mark. "And they're not gonna lose," added Brianna firmly. "They couldn't win a game if they used magic," countered Harry. "Could too." "Could not, could too. They haven't won a World Series in like 100 years," said Harry as he stepped on the staircase holding his trunk with his left hand. He was thankful that his truck was charmed to weigh only 10 pounds. Brianna pulled out her wand with her free hand, pointed it at Harry, and shot a tickling charm at him. As soon as Harry heard his sister begin the spell, he summoned his wand out of its holster. Protega. Brianna's charm bounced back toward her, but she ducked out of the way just in time. Unfortunately, it hit Minerva, who soon was collapsing on the floor in a fit of giggling. She was so overcome with laughter that she couldn't even get her wand to reverse the spell. Harry couldn't help laughing when he saw his normally dignified aunt in that position. He could also see that his dad was amused, but fighting his laughter. His mom, on the other hand, was glaring at Brianna. That glare was enough to stop his sister from even smiling. Hedwig was squawking at Brianna for attacking Harry. She pointed her wand at Aunt Minnie. "Finite." Harry summoned the cage and hurried up the stairs to his room, but not before his mom started to yell at Brianna. He smiled to himself as he realized that this was the perfect opportunity. He quickly got his broom out of his trunk and snuck into his parents' room, switching it with the fake his sister had put there. He hid it deep in one of the compartments of his trunk, intending to dispose of it where he'd be sure that his grown-up relatives wouldn't see it. He then began unpacking his clothes until he heard a knock at the door. He grinned. "Come in, Brianna." The door opened. "How did you know it was me?" When she stepped in, he pointed his wand at the door, shutting it. "I figured Mom sent you here to apologize." She looked at the ground. Yes. I also had to apologize to Aunt Minnie. I kind of lost my temper a little bit." He chuckled. "I guess so. Don't worry about it. You've been shooting spells at me since you were 5. She stuck her tongue out. "You're never gonna let me forget about that, are you?" "Never," he said with a grin. "Anyway, you provided the perfect distraction to put my broom back where it belongs." "Really?" she said excitedly. "You made the switch?" He nodded. She squealed, "We got away with it?" "Shush. Do you want them to hear?" He was over his jet lag the next morning, and watched some cartoons when he got up. He decided to relax this week since he knew that the next 2 weeks they would be busy showing the Grangers everything in the Chicago area. He was looking forward to getting Hermione to play Quidditch with his friends. Chapter end notes: I was planning on including the Grangers' vacation in this chapter, but it was already getting longer than I'd planned. P.S. I believe that if Hermione had been offered to skip a grade in the books, she would have declined in favor of staying with her friends. I'll have more about Hermione's house after the trial. The Grangers Invade America chapter summary. Special thanks go to L.D. Evans, who contributed greatly to this chapter. He just signed up for this site and will soon be writing some fanfiction. I got a bit of information from the Sears Tower.com. The Museum of Science and Industry had a Star Trek thing around that time that I went to. I'm not sure about the exact year, but I thought it would be interesting for them to see. The Star Trek. The Next Generation episode I'm referring to is Time's Arrow. Part 1 aired on June 15, 1992 and Part 2 aired September 21, 1992 according to Star Trek's website. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 11 The Grangers Invade America. A week after Harry had arrived back in America found the McGonagall family at O'Hare yet again. This time they were meeting the Granger family. At Hermione's insistence, flowed to America instead of flying in a Muggle airplane. The 12-year-old girl with bushy brown hair and buck teeth walked in front of her parents looking excitedly around the crowded airport until she finally saw Harry and ran up to him. "Hi, Hermione. It's good to see you. Welcome to America," smiling ear to ear. Harry waved his right hand in front of him to show the terminal as though giving a grand tour of his country. "What do you think?" Mr. Granger, who was pushing a cart full of luggage, came up behind his daughter and answered, "It's a beautiful airport, I'm sure, but I think we'd all like to see a bit more of America before we decide what we think. I understand that we should be able to see the Sears Tower on the way." "Absolutely," said Mark. "That's one landmark that's hard to miss." "Are you sure we're not imposing on you?" asked Mrs. Granger. "We could still check into a motel." "Nonsense, Marissa," replied Cindy. "We have plenty of room as long as Brianna doubles up with Hermione. It's no problem at all." "We could always have Harry sleep in a cupboard," said Brianna with a smirk. "That way Hermione could have his room." "Shut up," said Harry playfully. "Maybe you should stay with one of your friends for the next 2 weeks. It would save Hermione from your snoring." "I don't snore, anyway. I'm gonna use these 2 weeks to tell Hermione embarrassing stories about Harry every night." Hermione giggled at that prospect. "You'd better not," said Harry, "because I have plenty of stories about you that I could tell Bobby." "Don't you dare. I think it's time we started back home," said Mark, temporarily shutting up his kids. They made their way to the brand new van that the McGonagalls had rented for the next few weeks. They knew their car couldn't fit 8 people, Minerva, Mark, Cindy, Harry, Brianna, Adam, Marissa, and Hermione, in it, so it made sense to get a bigger vehicle. Since Mark or Cindy would be doing all the driving, it was in their names, but the Grangers insisted on paying for it. Minerva had stayed behind in her nephew's 5-bedroom house watching television. She disliked riding in Chicago traffic and figured that she'd be doing enough of that when they were actually sightseeing, not going to and from the same airport she'd been to several times. She was heavily involved with a soap opera when the door opened and a stampede began. Brianna was carrying several bags from Burger King while everyone else was carrying some of the Grangers' luggage. "Brianna, sort through the bags of food while the rest of us put these suitcases in the correct rooms," said Mark. "Yes, Daddy." Hermione had brought 2 suitcases along with her school trunk. She was going to carry the 2 suitcases and ask Harry to carry the trunk up the stairs. The boy who lived looked at her like she was nuts. "Are you a witch or not? We're in America, now." He pointed his wand at her trunk. "Wingardium Leviosa." "Sorry, I'd forgotten," his friend murmured as she pulled her wand out of her pocket. 5 minutes later, they were back in the kitchen. After they'd eaten, Marissa Granger asked something that had been on her mind ever since they agreed to come to America. "I understand that in America, there's no age restriction on magic." "That's correct," said Mark with a grin. "And let me tell you, it's come in handy having 2 magical kids to do chores. We, that is Adam and I, would like to see some of what Hermione's been taught at Hogwarts." Harry smiled. "We've been planning on that. Come into the living room for our magic show." He then levitated Adam Granger's chair a few inches off the ground and moved it out of the kitchen while Hermione did the same with her mother. Both appeared nervous at first, but the ride was smooth and they were set down near the sofa as the McGonagalls walked into the living room. "That was interesting," commented Adam. "We were taught that spell in charms the week of Halloween," said Hermione. "Now we'll transfigure you into algae." "Harry," said Minerva sternly before looking at the victims. "They haven't been taught to do anything of that nature, I assure you. Human transfiguration is a NEWT level subject." "I was only joking." Harry and Hermione then proceeded to demonstrate several of the spells they'd learned at Hogwarts that year, as well as the incredibly useful summoning charm, and then had Brianna show what she'd been learning at her magic school that hadn't been part of the demonstration, such as the pencil sharpening spell. Harry was amused at how amazed the Grangers were at even simple spells like shooting sparks. However, what really astounded Hermione's parents was the grand finale, where Minerva changed into a cat and jumped into Marissa Granger's lap. "That was wonderful," exclaimed the adult Grangers together as they clapped their hands, "all of you." The 3 magical kids bowed as the cat jumped onto the floor and retransformed. Adam looked happily at his daughter. "No wonder you've gotten such good grades, honey. We couldn't be prouder." At that moment, both Harry and Hermione noticed Aunt Minnie gesturing between them and their parents. Harry suddenly felt nervous and cleared his throat. "Hermione, and I are at the top of our year, and, His best friend, seeing Harry's ears turn pink, took over. "Webina skdskpgrd." "What was that?" asked Cindy. Harry took a deep breath. "We've been asked if we want to skip a grade." The 4 parents' eyes bulged out for a moment until they smiled at the kids. Brianna looked expressionless. Mark spoke first. Well, congratulations. That's quite an honor. It is indeed, inserted Minerva, it is a rare privilege. However, there are downsides to the proposition. Like leaving your friends behind, said Marissa, although you'd still have each other at least. Cindy looked slightly concerned. Have you two decided whether you want to skip a grade or not? Both Harry and Hermione looked at the carpet as they shifted their feet nervously. Said Hermione, we've naturally discussed the situation, as well as other consequences. For example, if we do this, we'll never be able to become head students. I'm afraid that is correct, said Minerva. The head boy and head girl both have to be 17, adults under wizarding law, at the start of their final year, but they would only be 16 and therefore ineligible. We'd also be behind in our studies and trying to catch up, added Harry. We're currently used to working ahead. It sounds like you don't really want to do it, said Adam Granger. Said Hermione eloquently. Harry cleared his throat again. I believe you're right, sir. Mom, Dad, I hope you're not disappointed. Cindy bent down to hug her son. Of course not, darling. You know we'll support your decision. That goes for us, too, Hermione, declared Marissa. I can't believe you don't want to skip a year at school, Brianna, scolded her mother. Sis, said Harry, would you really want to leave all your friends behind and go to class with kids that spent the last year learning things you'll have to learn in just a few weeks? She frowned. I don't know. You wouldn't have class with Bobby anymore, he added. Shut up, she yelled, blushing. The next day, they all went to New Salem. Hermione was completely in awe as she looked around. This isn't anything like Diagon Alley, she declared as she watched a well-dressed elf walk out of the magical McDonald's eating an ice cream cone. She followed him with her eyes to a store called Joggy's Jewelry. That was the owner of the magical jewelry store, said Mark before turning to his aunt. That's where I got your brooch from a few years ago, Aunt Minnie. He's a very likable fellow, but drives a hard bargain. She looked astonished. That was made by a house elf? Actually, over here they're just called elves. While they were talking, a goblin walked into the jewelry store. What's a goblin doing? I'd imagine he's buying jewelry, said Cindy. I'm surprised you haven't noticed the diversity here before, Aunt Minnie. I admit I've seen them walking freely around this town before, but never realized that some of them owned businesses. You thought the elves were running errands for their masters and the goblins were strictly on Gringotts business? Well, yes, Minerva admitted as her ears turned pink. I guess it would be a cultural shock, said Cindy. I just don't understand how European wizarding society is so prejudiced, said Hermione. Their Muggle society isn't. I'm afraid that may be part of the real reason why many influential families are against allowing Muggle-born wizards and witches into our society, said Minerva. Without exception, they all realize that some of our laws are barbaric by Muggle standards. They walked around to different shops, showing the Grangers such places as Wand Locker, which only had a few customers that day, along with any other interesting shops that were nearby. After having lunch at Magical McDonald's, where Harry found he was good at catching flying fries that tried leaving the table and said he was warming up for Quidditch, the group headed for Frank's Flying Funhouse to meet with some of Harry's friends, and one of Brianna's, for a game of Quidditch. Both Harry and Brianna's brooms were shrunk and in Cindy's purse. They excitedly walked into the building. Hi, Harry. What's up? Said a voice he would recognize anywhere. Harry turned to see his buddy Luke standing nearby with Melissa and Paul. He grinned broadly as he walked up to greet his friends from Wentworth Witchcraft Elementary School with Hermione walking slightly behind him. He heard a giggling girl calling out his sister's name while he greeted his former classmates. Hi, guys, it's good to see you. He motioned for Hermione to walk up to him. This is my very good friend from jolly old England, Hermione Granger. So, said Melissa with an evil grin, Brianna says you're Harry's girlfriend. She blushed scarlet and looked at the ground while Harry answered. I already told you guys we're just great friends. You can't believe everything that little troublemaker says. You should know that by now. While they were catching up and getting to know Hermione, Adam was renting a broom for his daughter. Cindy was getting her kids' broom cases to their proper sizes, just touching the appropriate place on the case and saying the words. It doesn't require magic from the person doing it. Brianna was talking to her friend that was there as well. Once everyone was registered and had a broom, They warmed up for a few minutes until they were able to put together a game. Harry was seeker. Brianna, Hermione, and Melissa were chasers. The beaters were Luke and Brianna's best friend, a girl named Terry. Paul was the keeper. They played against another group of friends who happened to be there. Hermione was the first one to get the quaffle as the game began and flew quickly toward the hoops until the ball was stolen by a boy on the other team. She got mad and turned around to get the quaffle back when she saw a bludger, sent from Terry, ram into the boy's right arm, causing him to drop the ball. She quickly dove for it, catching it, and turned back around. This time, instead of flying straight for the hoops, she glided to the left and right until the same boy got close to her again. She yelled out, "Brianna," as she tossed the ball to Harry's little sister, who caught it and accelerated her silver bullet. Hermione thought it would be a good idea to get as close to the hoops as possible in case Brianna needed to pass her the quaffle. Hermione ended up floating around near the 3 hoops, never staying close to a particular one as she kept one eye on Brianna. She noticed a bludger heading straight for Harry's little sister and called out her name. The younger girl turned her head, saw the projectile coming at her, tossed the quaffle, and got hit in the gut. Hermione caught the red ball that had been thrown at her and looked at the hoops to see the keeper was at the left hoop and coming. Without thinking about it, Hermione shot the quaffle through the right hoop, winning the first point. Grinning ear to ear, she turned to see that Brianna was still on her broom, but appeared a bit winded. The game went on, and the other team managed to score a few goals before Brianna and then Melissa both scored within 5 minutes of each other. It was an action-packed game that kept a close score. A half hour into it, Harry got tired of the other seeker marking him, so he dove toward the magically softened ground fast with his lightning bolt, the other seeker close behind him. As Harry pulled up, he heard a crash that meant the other seeker hadn't, and went back to searching for the golden snitch. When they'd been playing for about an hour, he finally spotted the glint of gold. The score was 100-90 in favor of the other team. The problem was that the snitch was closer to his opponent. He decided to scare the other seeker. He faced the boy and shouted, "I'm tired of you following me around," and started flying straight at him. The other boy panicked and dove down to escape. Harry altered his course straight into the snitch and grabbed it out of the air. He was raising the snitch into the air in triumph when he heard a voice beneath him shout, "That was no fair. You cheated." He grinned at the loser. "All I did was yell. You should have been paying attention to the game instead of me." The next day, the group visited Muggle Chicago. They went to the Sears Tower, where Brianna was able to get in cheaper than anyone else because of her age. As they went up the elevator toward the top floor, both Mark McGonagall and Marissa Granger got a bit queasy. Professor McGonagall was amazed that Muggles had managed to build such a tall structure. They walked into the area where you can look down at all of Chicago as well as Lake Michigan from. When looking down from there, cars looked like tiny little toys as they zoomed along the play streets. "I thought they were supposed to look like ants, not Hot Wheels," commented Harry as he gazed downward. "What?" At that moment, his mom had put her hand on his shoulder and he felt himself move forward a bit as he stiffened. Even though there was no way to accidentally fall off the building, he still felt a knot in his stomach form as he felt himself move. Hermione's dad chuckled. "I thought based off of yesterday that you are not afraid of heights." "That's when I'm on a broom, sir. If I fell from here, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from becoming one with the sidewalk." Hermione, who felt a bit uneasy herself, said, "That is indeed a valid point," as she walked a bit away from the edge. "We are over 1,000 feet in the air. This building is 1,353 feet high, and we're almost at the top." Completed in early 1973, Sears Tower is an attractive and contemporary 110-story trophy office tower consisting of steel columns and beams in a megamodule system. The building contains. Harry had a hard time stopping himself from chuckling as he realized that Hermione must have read every book she could find on Chicago the previous week. After they left that landmark, not before Hermione made them explore a bookstore inside it, they stopped off at a restaurant and got some Chicago-style pizza. After that, they went to the Museum of Science and Industry, which had a special Star Trek exhibit that Brianna wanted to see. She was a big fan of The Next Generation and told them about the latest season cliffhanger, some sort of time travel episode where they'd found Data's head in a cave or something. It somehow involved Mark Twain. Her description was a bit confusing to Harry. "I can't believe you made us come here. Now everyone's gonna think I'm a Star Trek nut like you." It would ruin your reputation as a complete idiot with no taste, agreed Brianna. When they were on a replica of the Next Generation Enterprise bridge, Hermione, who was a bit familiar with the series, commented, "Star Trek features muggles using technology to do things we do with magic. For example, where they use a transporter, we apparate. Where they use a replicator, we can conjure things. Where they use a phaser to stun, we use our wands to stupefy. I wonder if we have anything like the holodecks," said Brianna with a smirk. Hermione's brow furrowed. "Possibly, but I've never read about it." By the time they'd finished there, it was time to head back to the McGonagall house. The next morning, Brianna excitedly got everybody up early. It was the day of the much-anticipated baseball game at Wrigley Field. Brianna was a huge Cubs fan and was confident that they would absolutely demolish the evil St. Louis Cardinals. She looked forward to seeing the look in Harry's face as the Cubs took their first step towards what she knew was an inevitable World Series championship. Harry, on the other hand, had a completely different ideal of this game. "Hermione, you must understand, the Cubs are pure evil," he animatedly shouted. "One of my friends here in the States told me that they were Lord Voldemort's favorite sports team. They were finally cursed by the Wizengamot because Voldemort was using his powers to help them win games. That's why they are so lousy, because of the curse," Harry proudly stated, acting as if his opposition to the Cubs was a righteous calling that was as important as life itself. "I don't know if you know who really had any time to worry about baseball while he was busy fighting a war in England," Hermione explained. "But I will take your word that the Cardinals are the better of the two teams." Harry quickly cut her off after this, stating, "Hermione, the Cubs are evil. We must oppose them just like we opposed Professor Quirrell or like we must oppose Snape. Evil must be opposed," Harry proudly shouted. "Yes, and that's why we must root for anyone but the White Sox," Brianna shouted out of nowhere. "Yes, here comes the supporter of the EIL ones," Harry warned. "Don't worry, their foul schemes will fail." "Come on, Harry, Hermione and Brianna. If you don't leave now we won't make the opening pitch," Mark calmly stated. Harry held in his disgust at seeing his family all dressed in the colors of the enemy. Only he and Hermione were not in league with evil today. "Is Bobby ready?" asked Brianna as they piled into the van. "Yes, I just called him. We'll pick him up on the way," answered Cindy. "What?" exclaimed Harry. "We're taking Brianna's boyfriend." "He is not my boyfriend, we're just good friends." An evil look came on Harry's face. "This should be fun." "Don't you dare do anything to Bobby," shouted Harry's sister angrily. "Or what?" Harry asked arrogantly. "I can." "Or you'll be grounded for the rest of the summer," interrupted Cindy. "Do I have to confiscate your wands?" "No, Mom," said Harry softly while Brianna stuck out her tongue. Soon the van was parked in front of a house that Harry had never been to and his dad honked the horn. A 10-year-old boy wearing a Cubs baseball hat ran out the door and into the van, finding that the only available seat was next to Harry. Hermione was on his other side and Brianna was sitting behind Harry with the other adults. Bobby saw the gleam in Harry's eye and nervously sat next to him. "Hello, Bobby. It's so good to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you." Brianna's talked about you, too. Is that Hermione?" "Yes, that's my friend, Hermione. I'd like to know why you're wearing that emblem of evil on your head." It took the boy a few seconds to realize what Harry meant. He quickly took the hat off. It was a gift from Brianna." "I see," said Harry, fighting the urge to set the hat on fire with his wand. "So, what do you and Brianna study together?" "And what do you study with Hermione?" asked Brianna from behind him. She turned to her friend. "Don't answer any questions he asks you. It's none of his business. And by the way, everyone in this car besides Harry and Hermione are supporting the Cubs, so you can wear the hat, and our mom will kill Harry if he does anything to you." Bobby looked between the two siblings, trying to decide which one to fear the most. He came to the only solution he could think of. He put his hat back on, faced forward, and kept his mouth shut while Harry glared at his sister. After an hour in the van, the group arrived at Wrigley Field. The two families, along with Brianna's guest Bobby, sat right behind the Cubs' dugout. As the group reached their seats with all the candy, popcorn and soda they could carry, Harry spotted a lone Cardinal warming up in the outfield. The name on his back said Lightfellow, and Harry was impressed with how he was hitting the ball. It seemed like the ball automatically went straight towards his bat every time. The game soon started and the Cardinal lineup went down 1, 2, 3 in the first. In the bottom of the first, Mark Grace, Brianna's favorite cubby, came to the plate. On the first pitch he hit a shot deep to left field. Lightfellow, the outfielder that Harry had been so impressed with, went back to catch the ball, but there was no way he could catch it. Harry turned his head in disgust at the fact that the Cubs were about to take the lead. All of a sudden he heard the umpire shout, "Out!" Harry jumped to his feet shocked. He looked as the replay showed the ball suddenly drop like a boulder straight towards Lightfellow, who made a leaping grab at the wall. It looked like Lightfellow moved his right hand and spoke a few words before the ball started dropping. Harry thought to himself, could that guy be a wizard? It sure looks like he used a summoning charm on the ball, not that I'm going to say anything about it. The Cubs are getting what they deserve. Harry sat back with a huge mischievous grin on his face as the Cardinals came up to bat. Brianna grabbed Harry's arm and said, "That man is a wizard. He used a summoning charm to catch the ball. I'm going to tell Aunt Minnie so that she can do something about it." "You are just imagining things," Harry replied. "Obviously Grace didn't hit the ball as hard as we thought he did. It's not Lightfellow's fault if the Cubbies stink," Harry smugly stated. Brianna gave him a dirty look and turned back to the field. There were 2 outs and the PA announcer called the crowd's attention to Jeremy Lightfellow, who was making his major league debut. On the first pitch, Lightfellow hit a ball that looked like it was going way outside. Harry noticed that it turned inside after the hitter spoke a few more words and began to move his bat. He made perfect contact and the ball cleared the scoreboard in center field. The Cardinals were now ahead 1-0. Harry jumped up and down. He grabbed an unsuspecting Hermione and gave her a huge hug. Hermione tried to act like she was just as excited as Harry, while trying to keep from having her ribs crushed by her overly excited friend. Was it just her imagination, or did Brianna lose her balance and fall into her? Hermione turned around as Brianna said, "Sorry, I tripped on Harry's big foot." She sat back in her seat with a fiendish smirk on her face. Harry mockingly walked over to Brianna and sarcastically tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Brianna. I am sure that the Cardinals will show mercy and only beat the Cubs by 20 or 30 runs. Brianna said nothing and then asked her mother if she could go to the restroom. Harry didn't see her for the next few innings and assumed she was upset from what was going on in the game. St. Louis now lead 10-0 after a few more big hits from Lightfellow and more spectacular catches. Finally, in the bottom of the 9th, the Cubs were down to their final out. Harry was going to get his wish. One more out and the Cubs would get skunked by their hated rivals. Only one batter, some skinny infielder who probably hadn't hit a home run since Little League, was left. Brianna was around to see the game, but she had other intentions. She knew that Lightfellow, the St. Louis superhero, must be a wizard. He had to be using summoning charms. She knew that she had to oppose this evil in the most effective way possible. Unfortunately for her, her mother made her leave her wand at home. Mother always suspected that Brianna might be a little irrational during a Cubs game. Luckily, Brianna managed to procure Hermione Granger's wand when she, accidentally, bumped into her in the stands. It took a while for Brianna to find a location where she could use summoning charms without alerting all of the Muggle spectators or getting pelted by incoming baseballs. She scouted out the bleachers and found that she could hide behind the seats. Most of the fans were intoxicated or obsessed with booing the hated Cardinals. None of them were paying any attention to the back row. She would change her location every attempt so that she could throw off Lightfellow, and the bleachers provided her with the room she needed to do just that. With the Cubbies down 10-0 in the 9th inning, she knew now was the time. She watched the pitch and waited to hear the sound of the bat making contact. As soon as she heard that sound, she whispered, "Accio baseball," and the ball landed in the glove of a very surprised Cubs fan. According to the announcer, the guy just hit his first ever home run. Harry laughed off the home run as a fluke. After all, the guy who just hit the ball was due to hit a home run eventually. Next up was a pinch hitter for the pitcher. This guy isn't very good either. Harry laughed as the first 2 pitches resulted in easy strikes. The 3rd and 4th pitches were, however, very odd. They seemed to leave the pitcher's hand with the proper trajectory but took a sharp left turn and hit the backstop at such a velocity that it knocked some of the ivy off the walls. The next pitch was way over the heads of the hitter and umpire. Harry quickly started to complain to Minerva. "Aunt Minnie, someone is using magic to help the Cubs." "Calm down, Harry," said the excited witch. "Your team is still up by 9 runs. If someone were here to cheat, wouldn't they have started in the first inning?" As Minerva finished her sentence, the next pitch bounced its way to home plate, resulting in a walk. The first pitch to the next batter hit him in the back, resulting in another automatic base. Brianna hadn't wanted to do that. She looked and noticed that Lightfellow was moving his arms and chanting some incantation. She needed to do something. As she summoned the next ball after it had been hit, she realized that Lightfellow had done his own summoning and the ball was now heading straight to his glove. Brianna cast another summoning charm that took the ball into the stand at the last second and also caused Lightfellow to drop his glove. Brianna saw this as her opportunity and whispered, "Accio wand." The wand hit the wall and dropped to the ground. It was so small that no one would even notice it unless they knew what to look for. Harry gasped when he saw the tiny piece of wood hit the dirt. "Are you okay, Harry?" Hermione asked. "I'm okay. That last gulp of pop went down the wrong tube." Harry hoped that she was fooled, as he couldn't have anyone realize that his favorite player, the warrior of righteousness, the cub slayer Jeremy Lightfellow, is a wizard. He would no longer be able to defeat the evil plans of the Cubs if he was barred from playing the game. Harry noticed Mark and Minerva looking curiously at what they thought was a piece of wood near center field. Harry immediately forced himself to start coughing loudly to distract them. He must keep the truth hidden at all costs. Brianna summoned the next pitch to left center field for another home run to make it 10-5 in favor of the Cardinals. She noticed Lightfellow stopping to grab his wand while everyone else was admiring the home run from Brianna's favorite Cub, Mark Grace. She quickly ran all the way to left field. The first time contact was made, Brianna summoned the ball and ducked behind a chair to keep from getting hit by it. Jeremy Lightfellow ran as fast as he could. As soon as he heard contact, he knew that it would go to left field because he spotted the little girl running that way. She had been at each location that the summoning charms had been cast. She was proving to be quite bright, but she was no match for the Lord of the Lightfellow Order of Wizards. Jeremy knew that he had to tap into one of his many creations in order to stop the Cubs from winning this game. He whispered an incantation and the ball slowed down and started to drop. It would stay in the field. He chanted the summoning charm and then felt a huge collision. After a moment of darkness, he opened his eyes to see a very angry teammate. "I said I've got it, and I meant it too, you stupid rookie," shouted the veteran outfielder, who was sporting a nice shade of red across the whole right side of his face. "After this game, Rook, we're going to show you what happens to rookies who don't know their place." Lightfellow knew what that meant. He was going to be ostracized within the clubhouse. Fortunately, he didn't care. The next ball was hit straight towards the veteran. This would be out 3. As the ball dropped into his glove, Jeremy Lightfellow decided that he could make the veteran face the wrath of his teammates. Jeremy whispered, "Stoneganos." The ball hit the outfielder's glove with the force of a large stone falling out of his hand and injuring him in the process. The veteran was jeered by the Cardinal fans who made the trip and was replaced by another rookie. In the midst of the sweet revenge, it occurred to Jeremy that he had lost track of the little witch. As he came to that realization, a towering blast cleared the center field wall to make the score 10-7. The race was on. Lightfellow was running towards right field even before the pitch was thrown. Brianna started moving right, ducked underneath some chairs and then took off back to the left. The Cub hit a high pop fly to right field. Lightfellow prepared to make the final catch. Brianna threw all caution to the wind and used a summoning charm. The ball just stopped and dropped. The summoning charm interfered with whatever spell Lightfellow had just used. He attempted to make a diving catch and just barely missed. The same player who hit the first home run to start the rally now came to the plate. The pitcher, unnerved after seeing run after run score, could not seem to locate the strike zone, throwing balls on 4 of 5 pitches. The Cardinal manager brought in his closer. On the first 2 pitches, fastballs whizzed past the hitter for strikes. On the third pitch, a perfect fastball, the bat made slight contact. Brianna quickly summoned the ball and it bounced through the infield, rolling all the way out to left field. One more run scored, making the score 10-8 with the winning run aboard. The bizarre actions of the ball clearly sapped the closer's confidence. The next pitch was a fat one and was rocketed deep to center field. Both Brianna and Lightfellow ran towards center field. As they reached the wall, both cast summoning charms. Lightfellow had leapt into the air to make the game-saving catch. The ball missed his glove by a few inches, just clearing the fence. Cubs win. Cubs win, shouted the PA announcer. Harry hung his head in shame. The impossible had happened. The Cubs had won. Harry glanced at the scoreboard and realized that his beloved White Sox had lost today as well. Surely it was a day of great evil. Harry thought to himself that the soul of Voldemort had to be rejoicing at this very moment. Looking for a friendly face to cheer him up, he turned towards Hermione and realized that she was gone. Hermione had grown bored of seeing the Cardinals batter the Cubs and decided to skip the bottom of the ninth and check out some of the attractions in the ballpark. She tried her luck at a pitching game and found herself to have pretty good aim, although her velocity left a lot to be desired. She heard a lot of cheering going on in the ballpark and she figured that the fans were being good sports and congratulating the Cardinals. After all, the Cubs were down 10-0 and had shown absolutely nothing to make anyone think they could even score one run, let alone 11. She then decided to get herself an ice cream cone and get back to the group. As she left to meet up with Harry, she spotted Brianna, who seemed very happy. "It's good to see that you aren't depressed about your team losing," Hermione said enthusiastically. Brianna shouted, "Didn't you see the bottom of the ninth, Hermione? The Cubs won, 11-10. I have to get back to," glowed in Harry's face. With that she ran off, brushing past Hermione on the way. It felt like she bumped into Hermione's wand. After a quick check, Hermione noticed that the wand was still in her pocket and in good condition. As she continued back towards her seat, she was stopped by an individual in what appeared to be a cheap blue business suit. "Hermione Granger," the man bellowed in a very deep voice. "You have been caught illegally using magic at a Muggle sporting event. You will show me to your parents." Hermione Granger was terrified. Who was this man and what did he want? She led him to her parents and he introduced himself. "I am Waldo Lockman, an agent of the American Ministry of Magic." When he noticed their looks of concern, he added, "No, don't worry about the statute of secrecy. I have charms cast that will cause passers-by to think we are talking about the ball game. The only ones who will hear this conversation will be those in your party." The Grangers cringed at the sight of this wizard holding Hermione's arm like she was a prisoner. Minerva spoke up on their behalf. "Why have you taken Ms. Granger into custody? She was only enjoying a football game." "It's baseball," Mark whispered. Mr. Lockman then replied to Minerva in a stern and emotionless voice. "Young Ms. Granger is not a prisoner, but under American wizarding laws the parents are responsible for the criminal actions of their children, in this case using magic to affect the outcome of a Muggle sporting event." Everyone was shocked as the American wizard showed them the last few spells cast on Hermione's wand. Everyone except for Harry and Brianna. While the agent explained that the Grangers would have to pay a $1,000 fine, Harry shouted, "It's not fair." Brianna stole Hermione's wand and cast all the spells. The agent turned to Harry, "Son, I know you want to protect your girlfriend, but your story doesn't have any proof." Harry shouted at him, "Why not give Brianna some Veritaserum to find out the truth, you big oaf?" "Harry McGonagall," shouted both his parents and Aunt Minnie in unison. "You will apologize to this man and your sister at once and you will be grounded for the rest of the week, young man," Mark angrily explained. Harry replied, "I will apologize to Mr. Lockman, but I will not apologize to Brianna because she is lying and Hermione is innocent." Mr. Lockman tired of the long argument and departed. Apparently, the incident was not important enough to do any obliviating. Bobby asked Brianna, "Why is everyone so upset that the Cubs won? I thought everyone but Harry was a Cubs fan." Brianna, realizing that Mr. Lockman's charm must have affected Bobby, stated that, "We are all upset because Harry can't be a good loser." Hermione angrily protested, "Leave Harry alone, you lying." "Stop it, both of you," interrupted Minerva. "We are leaving, and I must say that I am very disappointed in you, Ms. Granger." The adults along with Brianna and Bobby left for the van. A disheveled Hermione Granger stood still, trying to keep from crying. Harry put his right arm around her shoulder and told her, "Don't worry, Hermione. I will get enough revenge for the both of us. She will learn to never mess with my best friend." After that they headed back for what was to be a long ride home. Over the next week, the group minus Harry managed to visit several other points of interest, including Navy Pier and Shed Aquarium. Harry was stuck at home plotting his revenge against Brianna for when they got back to England. Hermione was giving Brianna the cold shoulder, and wasn't getting much sleep in the room they shared. Fortunately, Harry was allowed to go to his favorite place to visit the last few days before the Grangers' vacation ended. After spending about 5 minutes in a traffic jam, Mark drove the van through the gate and paid the parking fee. That would have taken a lot longer if it were a weekend, he commented as he navigated his way through the huge parking lot and eventually found a space. Everybody remember where we parked. Leave any valuables in the van, added Cindy as the group piled out of the vehicle. Harry, Hermione, and Brianna were instantly bombarded with images of Bugs Bunny and friends as they followed the adults toward the line at the entrance to Six Flags Great America. When they got into the park, Cindy said, "I know that Harry and Brianna know their way around here better than I do, but I want us all to stick together." "Can't some of you go off with Brianna?" complained Harry. "She's too short to go on half the rides I like." "Am not. You were last year. But I've grown. I think I'm tall enough." "You won't be tall enough to get on that new Batman ride," countered Harry. "Will too." "We'll find out when we get there," said Cindy. "Now stop bickering. I know you're still mad at your sister, but this has to stop." She turned to Hermione. "Harry tends to only go on the really fast, dangerous." "They're not dangerous," interrupted Harry. "They're designed by really smart people and are a lot safer than driving a car. They just make you feel like you're in danger." "Fine. Harry likes the fast rides, but if you like other, less thrilling rides, there are still plenty of rides you can go on." "I think I'd like to do both. Maybe I'll even get Harry to go on a few slow rides." "I think I'll go with you on the fast rides," declared Adam Granger. "I won't," said Marissa. They immediately started exploring the park, soon deciding that they should split up into two groups when Brianna was rejected from riding the shockwave. Cindy put a stop to Harry's gloating before it began. Brianna was upset that she was just 1 inch too short for the best rides, but walked off with the others, determined to enjoy herself anyway. Mark, Brianna, and Minerva McGonagall, along with Marissa Granger, consisted of the less adventurous group, riding slower rides, starting with a carousel, and watching shows that were going on that day. Harry's group, Hermione and Adam Granger, and Cindy McGonagall, entered the main line for Batman the Ride after they'd ridden the shockwave. They looked at the totaled police car that was displayed near the entrance as they waited. "Why does there have to be such a long line?" complained Harry. "Because a lot of people want to try out Great America's latest attraction," answered Hermione. "And it would be a lot longer if this were a Saturday," added Cindy. "I know, Mom. I just hate waiting." "I'm sorry we couldn't rent the whole park for you," she answered sarcastically. "I wonder if I changed the money in my vault too." "Don't even think about it, young man. That money is not to be squandered away for one day of fun." Harry grinned at his mom. "Who said anything about one day? I might get the place to myself for a week." "Harry, you can't," said Hermione, causing her best friend to start laughing. "Do you really think I'd do that, Hermione? I'd be better off to buy one of these rides, or better yet, hire someone to make a magical equivalent." He said the last part in a whisper. Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment. "Maybe one day we could make one. Perhaps as a NEWT-level charms project." Harry chuckled. "I'll bet Flitwick would like that. You should have seen those commercials from when Shockwave first came out. This guy was sitting on a regular chair that suddenly started acting like a roller coaster. When the ride was over, it looked like he'd aged 60 years. If we did something like that, except for the aging part, that would be awesome." They promptly stopped that discussion as the line moved again. They didn't want to risk Muggles overhearing them. At Harry's insistence, they waited the extra time to be in the front row, because we've waited this long anyway. We might as well get the best seats. They finally sat in the front row. From left to right, Cindy, Harry, Hermione, and Adam took their seats and the ride began. Harry kept his eyes wide open and loudly exclaimed his enjoyment while Hermione screamed her head off. When it was finally over, he chuckled at his friend. "Are you all right?" "I just need to catch my breath. That was an exciting ride." From there they went to the Iron Wolf, where, after another long line, they rode the stand-up roller coaster, banging the sides of their heads against the cushions that were in place to keep their heads secure. By the time they were done with those 3 rides, it was 11 o'clock, about time for them to meet with the others for lunch. They arrived at one of the restaurants and ordered a few pizzas while waiting for the others to show up. They had just sat down when Brianna came up behind Harry. "Did you get Hermione to hug you during those rides?" "Shut up, Brianna. Did you enjoy the kiddie rides? Perhaps you rode a swing set?" "Ouch. His little sister just punched him in the arm." "Brianna," snapped their mom. "Sorry, Mom. That you didn't break it, maybe, mumbled Harry as he rubbed his wounded arm. The adults from her group arrived and they discussed what they'd done so far. They'd watched the Batman stunt show, ridden a train around the park, ridden a few mild rides, and played a few games. Mark had won a fairly large stuffed Tweety bird and given it to Brianna. After lunch, the group went to a few rides together, the first one being the American Eagle. Harry and Brianna, in a temporary truce just for the ride, sat together with Hermione and her father behind them. Mark and Cindy were behind the two Grangers. Minerva and Marissa decided to abstain from the ride and held onto Brianna's new toy. The McGonagalls on the ride started singing in unison as the car started slowly making its way up to the first drop. "Oh, say, can you see, by the dawn's early light," Hermione looked at her father. "I think we're on the wrong ride. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming." The McGonagall quartet finished the national anthem just before the car started speeding downwards, causing several passengers to scream in terror. They rode several other things, such as the Demon, the Rolling Thunder, and the Whizzer, until it started getting dark. They left the park for the day and stopped at Gurney Mills for a few hours before going home. The next day they returned to Great America to enjoy the rest of what that amusement park had to offer, and ride their favorite rides once more for the last time this year. All too soon, the Grangers' vacation was over and it was time for them, along with the McGonagalls, to return to England. Snape's hearing was about to happen, and they all wanted to be there for that. Justice. Part 1 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 12 Justice, Part 1. All right. Now that we're here, I want you to take your things up to your room and stay there until dinner. You're grounded for the rest of the summer. What? Exclaimed Hermione Granger as she dropped the suitcase she was carrying and turned to face her mother. Do you really think that we'd forget to punish you for what happened at that baseball game? But, honey, said Adam to his daughter, only an idiot would take his daughter all the way to a foreign country just to ground her before she gets to see all the sights. We wanted you to enjoy our holiday. Besides, we didn't know what kind of mischief you and Harry would get up to, added Marissa. I hope he's not a bad influence on you. What? Hermione looked shocked. Don't worry. We're not going to try to separate you two or anything, said her father, although you won't be seeing him until that professor's trial. He sighed. You broke the law and we're going to have to pay that fine. You have to be punished. But can't you just fight it in the court? Asked Hermione. I read the ticket he gave you. It said we'll have a trial date in the middle of August. If we don't pay the fine, finished Adam, so let's fight it. Spend the money for another flow trip to America? Marissa asked. I know it's a lot cheaper than flying, but what would be the point? The point is that I didn't do it, Brianna did, not that again, said Adam. Daddy. Why won't you listen to me? Hermione's eyes were filling with unshed tears. They proved it was your wand. She stole it. Will you stop accusing that girl? Asked Marissa, looking angry. Why on earth would I want to influence that American game? And if I did, I would have helped Harry's team, not Brianna's, and furthermore, I would not have broken the law over a stupid game. Why won't you believe me? Have I ever done something like this before? Well, no, but we did find out about that troll incident, said Marissa. Can I at least try to convince Brianna to confess? Maybe we can visit the McGonagalls tomorrow? You know we're not going to let you do that, said Adam. PPPPPLLLLLEASSSSEE. Daddy? She asked with her most innocent, pathetic little girl face. At least let me try and prove my innocence. The two adults looked at their daughter and then at themselves. They both took deep breaths and shrugged their shoulders. Fine. We'll let you call Harry on your mirror to ask him when we can visit and then we'll hold on to it until school starts. But we'll still allow you to use his owl to exchange letters. Think of it as not being able to use the phone. Harry was lying on his bed wearing jeans and a t-shirt, thinking about the last details of his revenge on Brianna when he felt the mirror in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out to answer it. A smile crossed his lips when he saw the bushy-haired witch's face appear on it. Hi, Hermione, it's good to see you. I'm just about done planning that prank on Brianna for right after Snape's trial. Want to hear about it? The girl couldn't help but grin for a moment, but then her expression turned serious. Harry, my parents have grounded me for the summer over the baseball game. I won't be able to call you anymore for a while. What? They can't do that. Listen. They're giving me one more chance to get Brianna to confess. We'd like to come over tomorrow. Harry took a moment to think. I think that should be fine. We don't have any plans for tomorrow. We were going to the zoo in a few days and planned to take you along. Well, if Brianna confesses, I'm sure my parents will allow me to go. Otherwise. I know. He sighed. Maybe I should try talking to that brat again. I can't believe she didn't confess when your parents were fined. I'm just glad your American wizarding law doesn't take Muggle baseball as seriously as Muggle law would. Otherwise the fee could have been much higher. $1,000 is no small amount anyway. I can't believe your parents simply accepted the ticket without an argument. I think they were in shock, Hermione said with a smirk. They're not sure what to believe right now. Anyway, they're not going to fight it in court unless Brianna confesses. Tell your folks to come here at about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll make sure my parents know, and have them mirror call your parents if it's not a good time. I guess I'll see you then. I'll be able to wish you a happy birthday on the actual day. He smiled at his best friend. Not out loud, you won't. Of course not. That'll be at your party in a few weeks, if I can come. After taking a deep breath, Harry answered, hopefully we'll get the little bee, Harry. Which to confess so you can. I hope so, she said with a sigh. I'd better go before my parents decide I've talked to you too long. Bye. Goodbye, Harry. Brianna sat at her desk playing a game of solitaire. She was bored, but Harry had refused to play anything with her. She wasn't sure whether she would prefer the silent treatment to being yelled at and insulted all the time like Harry was doing. She suspected he was planning a major prank on her. He was truly angry with her, the angriest he'd been since her first bout of accidental magic when she'd stunned him with his own wand. A small smile flashed on her face for a second as she realized that this too involved her borrowing a wand. She frowned again, wondering if her brother or Hermione would ever forgive her. Not that she blamed them. She'd be ready to kill if someone had done it to her. When she started using magic at that game, it was just to even the odds and help out the Cubs. Suddenly it became a crime. When that ministry wizard showed up and she saw how scared Hermione was, she almost confessed. Almost. She blinked a few tears away when she realized that the reason she hadn't confessed was fear. Fear that she'd be the one in trouble. She'd put on a brave face and claimed innocence, and had been sticking with her story ever since, no matter how bad it made her feel. She was brought out of her thoughts by someone knocking at her door. She shook her head for a moment and put a smile on her face. Come in. The door opened to reveal the last person she expected to see. Hi Harry. Did you change your mind about playing poker? His face was expressionless. She knew that's the way Harry looked when he was trying to keep his temper under control. No, I wanted to talk to you. He walked in the room and closed the door. What's this about? If it's about that game, the Cubs. This is not about baseball, Brianna, he said coldly. It's about Hermione. She, your girlfriend? She. Shut up and listen. Her parents have grounded her for the rest of the summer. They're coming here tomorrow to talk to you. You're getting one last chance to tell the truth. If you don't, they're going to have to pay a $1,000 fine, and Hermione will have it on her record that she has broken the statute of secrecy. People can be expelled for that. She won't be expelled, argued the girl. No, but it'll be on her permanent record even if Aunt Minnie doesn't tell them. Once they pay the fee, it will be a confession. I want you to tell them the truth and then confess it in court. Brianna exercised control of her expression, fighting her instinct to cry. She couldn't stand the way Harry was talking to her like she was a stranger. She wished he'd start yelling at her instead of being cold like this. Why should I? This'll all blow over by your birthday party and... Harry's face turned red as he lost his temper. Then I don't want you at my party. I don't want any gift you might buy. You've gone too far this time. This isn't just a simple prank. You really hurt Hermione. You're a liar and a cheat. I don't even want you as my sister anymore. In fact, you're not my real sister anyway, and I'm through pretending you are. He stormed out of her room, slamming the door behind him. He didn't see her start crying once the door was shut. Harry slammed the door to his own room, fuming. He couldn't believe Brianna was that stubborn. He tried to ignore the hurt he was feeling and focus on his anger. He swallowed as he blinked back tears that were threatening to fall from his eyes. I am not crying, he hissed at no one. It's her fault. She cheated and lied. I don't need her, she's annoying anyway. He also ignored the fact that he was breathing heavily and was blissfully unaware of how pink his face was as he convinced himself that he never liked his sister, not his sister, anyway. He decided he wanted to go flying in the backyard, so he got his lightning bolt and opened his door, only to find his mother standing in front of him. "Harry, I heard you yelling and slamming doors on the other side of the house and now your sister won't open her door." "She's not my sister, but I understand you taking your daughter's side against me," he retorted, earning a slap in the face. Cindy looked horrified at herself a moment later. "Harry, I'm sorry I hit you. I lost my temper. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said softly while rubbing the handprint on his cheek. "Good. I'm sorry I hit you, but I want you to know that Brianna is your sister, biological or not. And I am your mother and love you just as much as Brianna. I've put up with you constantly belittling her long enough. She loves you and I know you love her no matter how mad you are. I will not tolerate you saying otherwise." "Fine. She's my sister. Are you happy? Don't take that tone with me, young man. Go apologize to your sister." "No, I'm not gonna do it." "Yes, you will." Harry sneered at her. "My mother taught me never to lie. If I say I'm sorry, I'll be lying." Cindy almost slapped Harry again before stopping herself. "Fine. Go back in your room then. You'll go without dinner tonight. And give me that broom so you don't get any ideas about sneaking out your window." She took the broom from his hands and walked back downstairs. Dinner that evening was a quiet affair at McGonagall Manor. Harry wasn't allowed to leave his room while Brianna refused to leave hers. Cindy could hear that her daughter was crying and wanted to help, but she'd locked the door. Obviously she could ask Minerva to open it magically, but she knew invading her daughter's privacy wouldn't comfort her. The three adults silently ate after Cindy had informed them of the situation. Both children did show up on time for breakfast, but it was still a silent meal. Harry completely ignored his sister, while Brianna was constantly looking at the floor, not speaking to anyone. Cindy did notice that her daughter would occasionally glance at Harry. Both of the children had obviously gotten very little sleep, based off of the dark circles around their eyes. She also noted that Brianna's eyes were red and swollen from apparently crying all night. She and her husband hadn't slept much either as they discussed their children. They'd reached the conclusion that forcing the children to pretend they forgave each other was pointless, so they had to just wait for them to resolve their differences and hope for the best. Immediately after breakfast, both kids went up to their respective rooms. At 9:55, the fireplace came to life as large green flames appeared. Blinky appeared in the room immediately to see who the visitors were. A man, woman, and girl with bushy brown hair emerged. "Oh, Mr., Mrs., and Miss Grangie. The Masters is expecting you. Sit down while Blinky gets them." With a small pop, the elf disappeared. While wiping the soot off his suit, Adam said, "I don't think I'll ever get used to that method of travel." "It does make one rather queasy," admitted Minerva as she entered the room, soon followed by the rest of her family. "Good morning." After they all said hello, during which time Hermione looked into Harry's eyes expectantly, only for him to slightly shake his head. She also whispered, "Happy birthday," to him, causing a small grin. Adam Granger decided to get down to business. "I suppose we should get to the reason we're here. Hermione is still insisting that Brianna borrowed her wand and interfered with that game. I won't pretend my daughter's perfect, but she's not in the habit of lying." "Neither is mine," said Mark defensively, obviously tensing up as he looked Adam in the eye. "I'm sure she isn't," said Marissa diplomatically. "We'd like to just talk with Brianna about it here in front of everybody to make sure before we pay the fine. After this we'll never bring it up again. We're only doing this because Hermione is being very insistent about this." Taking a deep breath, Cindy admitted, "Harry is, too." As gently as he could, Hermione's dad said, "Brianna, would you look me in the eyes and tell me that you're not the one who made the Cubs win?" I, said the young girl, blinking to fight back tears as she stared at her feet. "Please look me in the eye. I promise I won't get mad." The girl swallowed and her father said, "I think she's scared. Maybe it would be better if—" "No," said Brianna, finally looking at them as she began crying. "I did it. That player Lightfellow was using magic against the Cubs, so I decided to help them. I took Hermione's wand and I waited until the 9th inning and I cheated. I made them win. I'm a cheater." Minerva, Mark, and Cindy looked surprised and horrified. Adam and Marissa looked surprised and relieved. Harry and Hermione looked happy and smug. Why didn't you tell us? Asked Mark. Why did you let Hermione take the blame? Swallowing, the frightened girl admitted between sobs. I was scared, so I didn't say anything. She turned to face Hermione. I know you hate me now, but I'm sorry. You've always been nice to me, and I did this to you. She then turned to Harry. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry, I want to be your sister again. Adam and Marissa looked puzzled at this until Cindy whispered. He said he didn't want her for his sister anymore. It wasn't precisely the truth, but there was no reason to reveal Harry's true identity over that slip-up. The Grangers accepted that and nodded. Mark was the first to speak to his daughter. Brianna, you did wrong by taking Hermione's wand. You were also wrong to interfere with that game. You were wrong to let Hermione take the blame for it. You also were wrong to let us punish Harry for standing up for her. I am disappointed in you for waiting this long to come clean, but I'm proud of you for finally admitting the truth, and we both love you very much. He sighed. You're going to have to testify what you did in the American court, which means you'll be going back to America with me when I have to leave for work 2 weeks before Harry starts school. Your mother and I will discuss the rest of your punishment and let you know. Why yes, Daddy. He turned to the adult Grangers. I sincerely apologize for this. I insist that we pay for your extra trip to America and that you stay at our house again. We understand exactly what it's like to not want to believe your daughter did wrong, said Adam. He turned to his daughter. We're sorry for not believing you, honey. Obviously your punishment is over and we want to try to make it up to you. How would you like your own owl? Really? Asked Hermione, beaming at her mother, who nodded in agreement. Mark looked at Harry and Hermione. I guess I owe you both a big apology. Hermione, I'm sorry that I took Brianna's word over yours. Harry, I'm sorry for punishing you for standing up for Hermione. I guess I haven't been a very good dad this summer. We both haven't been good parents, added Cindy while blinking back tears. Harry, I can't tell you how sorry I am that I took Brianna's side. I know you felt I was playing favorites, but you've got to understand. It wasn't your word against Brianna's. It was Hermione's word against her. You didn't see who cheated and neither did I. You simply believed Hermione over your sister. She looked at Hermione. I took my daughter's word over yours and was wrong. And I punished Harry for not siding with Brianna like I thought he should. She looked down and softly said, I thought he was betraying the family. Mrs. McGonagall, you've only known me a year, but you've known Brianna for 10 years. She's your daughter and I'm just a friend of Harry's. I understand why you believe her over me. I forgive you. She looked over to Brianna. I can't tell you how betrayed I felt when you didn't tell Mr. Lockman the truth. I don't know that I'll be able to forget about this for a long time, but I forgive you and want to be your friend. Thank you, Hermione, she said, looking at her feet as she continued sobbing. It's more than I deserve. Brianna then looked up at her brother, who'd remained silent since her confession. Harry. Sighing, he looked his sister in the eyes. I probably will have trouble trusting you for a while, Brianna. She nodded as he took a deep breath. I'm glad you finally admitted the truth and apologized. He saw his mom give him a small signal and he got up and walked toward her. I love you, sis. He hugged Brianna tightly as she sobbed on his shoulder. They stayed that way for about 15 seconds. While they were separating, Harry whispered, this doesn't mean you aren't getting pranked, which caused her to giggle. The next day found Cindy, Minnie, Harry, and Hermione at the zoo, all eating ice cream cones as they walked around, looking at the different types of animals. Mark was staying at the manor with Brianna, who was grounded. He didn't really like zoos much anyway. Mom, do you think that one looks like Dad? Harry was pointing at a large monkey with light-colored fur. He didn't look at the name of that species, but noticed that Hermione was studying them and taking notes on a legal pad she'd brought. He'd asked her if she expected a quiz at the end of the day when he'd first noticed it, earning a light slap on the arm. Cindy looked at the monkey as closely as she could through its cage and seemed to be considering it. With a very serious face, she replied, Your father has less hair, causing the others to start laughing loudly as a group of 3 people walked by them. The largest member of that group was a very bulky man with a mustache that made him look like a walrus. An extremely thin woman was beside him, looking disgusted with everything she saw. They were followed closely by a very overweight boy who looked like a pig in a wig. He had a mean face. The man looked at his wife, speaking loud enough so he knew he'd be overheard. Do you see that family, Petunia? Laughing in public like that. It's disgraceful. Some people have no dignity, and that boy and girl with them. So homely looking. Not like our handsome dudders. She went to pinch the cheek of her 12-year-old son, but he moved out of the way. Can we go to the reptile house, Dad? I'd like to look at snakes. Certainly, Dudley my boy. It's right this way. They walked off in that direction as Minerva stared at them with a pale expression on her face. What's wrong, Aunt Minnie? Asked Cindy. Don't pay any attention to what those people said. There's nothing wrong with laughing. It's not that, Cindy. I recognize those people. You do? Asked Harry. Are they wizards? No, they're muggles. Muggles whose house I spent an entire day watching. Harry, those are the Dursleys. His biological family? Asked Hermione. Yes. Can we follow them to the reptile house? Asked Harry. I'm curious about them. He then saw the concerned look on his mother's face. They do seem as awful as Aunt Minnie said. I wonder how many truckloads of food they have delivered to their house every day for the guys. It looks like they don't leave any for Mrs. Dursley. If you'd like, said Cindy, not commenting on his remark. By the time they'd caught up with the Dursleys, they found them in a room with several snakes in it. Dudley was staring at a rather large one-looking board and had asked his dad to make it move. After the large man had tapped the glass, getting no response, the boy declared, "This is boring," and they shuffled away to look at a different snake. Harry walked up to the one Dudley had been looking at. The sign said it was a boa constrictor that had been bred in the zoo. It also mentioned that they come from Brazil. He stared at the snake, which suddenly opened its beady eyes. Slowly, very slowly, it raised its head until its eyes were on a level with Harry's. It winked. Harry stared for a moment and then winked back. The snake gestured toward Dudley and Vernon Dursley and said, "I get that all the time." "I'll bet," Harry replied. "It must be really annoying." As Harry realized how unusual it was to talk to a snake, remembering from Hogwarts, a history, that Parseltongue is a very rare gift that Salazar Slytherin was famous for, he felt himself pushed to the side. He barely managed to stay on his feet. He looked back to see the boy he knew was his cousin yelling, "Dad, Mum, look at what this snake is doing." Harry wanted so much to pull out his wand and curse that bully, but figured he'd get in trouble with the Ministry of Magic. "Move out of the way, boy," came the voice of the walrus behind him. "I want to see this and you shouldn't dawdle. Go rejoin your family." When the man said the word family, he sounded like he thought they were disgraces to the human species. Harry looked at them closely for the first time in his life. His biological mother's sister was standing next to her husband and son. The two adults were glaring at him. While their son was watching the snake go back to sleep, Harry's party was on the other side of the room watching. "Actually, you are my family," he said calmly. The man's complexion turned purple. "What do you mean, boy? We've never seen you before today, if you're trying to get charity." "Oh, no, you are Vernon and Petunia Dursley, aren't you?" They nodded while staring at him suspiciously. "My name is Harry Potter. You're my aunt and uncle." At the mention of the word, Potter, he saw their eyes bulge out and then a look of fear flash across their faces. "Then I suppose you're one of those." Petunia looked around for eavesdroppers, freaks like them. "If you mean I'm a WIMPH. At that moment Vernon's hand went over Harry's mouth. Not 2 seconds later a woman shouted, "Get your filthy hands off my son, Dursley," while Harry was kneeing the bulky man in the crotch. Minerva began doing magical crowd control, putting a compulsion on all the muggles to leave that room while Vernon bent forward, holding himself in pain. His face was now tomato red as Harry moved away from him toward his real family. "Your son?" asked Petunia while Vernon was muttering curse words. "You're not Lily," he said. "James and Lily Potter died 11 years ago," said Harry calmly. "She's my adopted mum." "Good riddance to bad rubbish," said Vernon coldly, finally standing up straight again just in time for Minerva to slap him across the face. She looked angrier than Harry had ever seen her before. "Lily and James were the kindest, bravest, and most selfless people I ever knew. You're the bad rubbish. I'm so glad Harry wasn't cursed with you as his guardians." "Lily's dead?" asked Petunia softly. "Yes," answered Cindy. "Someone wanted to leave Harry with you, but Aunt Minnie," she pointed at Minerva, "didn't think it was a good idea and persuaded my husband and me to adopt him instead. The best decision we ever made." She smiled at her boy. "He'd have been straight to the orphanage if they'd tried to saddle us with that freak," declared Vernon while Petunia stared at her nephew. "He's obviously an ill-mannered hooligan who hasn't been taught any discipline." "We've taught him self-defense," hissed Cindy at the disgrace of a man. "You have Lily's eyes," Petunia declared softly while continuing to stare at her nephew. "Come on, Petunia. Dudley, let's get away from these freaks. Boy, don't you try coming around our house. You're not welcome there." While they were leaving the reptile house, Harry looked at Aunt Minnie. "You were right. They're the worst sort of muggles imaginable." Although Aunt Petunia seemed more civil after she found out her sister was dead, he shrugged his shoulders. She must have been in shock. "I'm sorry that those poor excuses for human beings treated you like that, Harry," said Hermione. "It's hard to believe that they could be related to someone as kind and compassionate as you." "They're not really my family," said Harry, leaving the implied ending unsaid. "Harry," said Hermione, were you actually talking to that snake before?" "Yes. I never knew I was a Parselmouth before, but it just seemed natural. Could you keep that a secret? I don't want the other kids freaking out or anything." "They might even decide you're the heir of Slytherin or something if they find out," added his best friend. "I promise I won't tell." "Neither shall I," said Minerva. Finally, the day that 11 years' worth of Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs had been waiting for arrived. Severus Snape was being forced to answer for his conduct at Hogwarts. Harry had gone with his whole family. His parents thought watching a hearing would be educational for Brianna, and she was happy just to get out of the house. Not to mention that as a future Hogwarts student, she also had a vested interest in the outcome. Harry, Hermione, and about 200 other people ranging in ages from 29 to 12 were sitting on bleachers in a room that was separate from the courtroom. There were 5 court officials at the front of the room watching them. Looking around, Harry noticed that he recognized several students with them. Penelope Clearwater was sitting next to Oliver Wood. All the members of Harry's study group were there, sitting near their housemates. He counted 6 Weasleys present, sitting together. He recognized Charlie, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy. The other one was obviously the oldest. He had a fanged earring and a ponytail, and seemed cool to Harry. He also noticed several Slytherins, including Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, sitting as far away from everyone else as possible. They all had smug looks on their faces, and Harry had a hard time keeping a straight face as he realized that they planned to testify what a great guy Snape was. Which was exactly what his lawyers were counting on. One of the officials, a tall, thin woman with wire-rimmed glasses and dark brown hair, who appeared to be about 28, began to speak. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Justice Dorite. As you know, we're all here today because a complaint has been lodged against Professor Severus Snape. He has been accused of harassment, favoritism, and abuse of power. These are not criminal but civil charges, and if he's found guilty, his punishment will be in the form of losing his job and possibly paying a fine, so you don't have to worry about putting him in Azkaban." Harry figured that she'd said that so the younger students wouldn't feel guilty about telling the truth. He knew some of the horror stories about Azkaban and would probably have a problem sending anyone there for any charge less than murder. "My associates will be passing out vials to each of you, and then we will instruct you on how to copy a memory to place inside of it if you're not familiar with the spell. We will then ask you to deposit any memories that you feel exemplify Professor Snape's character. Any incidents where you feel he was particularly unprofessional, cruel, unfair, just, friendly, generous, or merciful would be appropriate for you to deposit. They will be shown to the court and you'll be placed on the stand and questioned about them. While these memories aren't considered absolute proof, they hold as much weight as any testimony and help tremendously to avoid misunderstanding of testimony." After the vials were passed around, Harry immediately began pulling memories out of his head, ignoring the instructors who were educating the others in a procedure he was very familiar with. He started with a few moments of the opening feast. Then his first day of potions. Before long, he'd raised his hand just after the instructions were completed. "Yes, Mr. McGonagall, ma'am. Harry McGonagall. I was wondering if I could have a few more vials." He heard chuckles around him, and saw that the woman herself seemed to have a hard time keeping a straight face. It was then that he realized that based off of her age, it was very likely that she had been one of Snape's students. "Certainly, Mr. McGonagall," she said, glancing at one of the officials. "If anyone else needs more vials, please raise your hand now." Judging by how many people raised their hands, Harry realized that it would be a long trial. Before the trial began, it had been explained that the student witnesses were kept in the same room and would go first, followed by other witnesses who were kept isolated until after giving their testimony so that they wouldn't be influenced by what others have previously testified. Brianna watched silently while sitting with her parents as the courtroom was called to order. Since it wasn't a full criminal trial, there were only 10 members of the Wizengamot present, most of which were friendly with Harry's CARE group. Since Dumbledore was a witness in this case, he couldn't act as chief warlock. Instead, Augusta Longbottom did. A few people objected because her grandson was one of the witnesses, but she pointed out the fact that nearly every family in the wizarding world has a member that is a witness in this case. That was certainly true, as was reflected by all the members of the press that were present. 5 were allowed in the room itself, with strict orders to keep their mouths shut and to not use a quick quotes quill. Several other reporters were waiting outside. A few days before, news of this trial had leaked out in the Daily Prophet, along with a few other publications, had put the story on the front page. The spectator area was quite crowded. Hogwarts' entire board of governors was there as well. When it was time to make opening statements, Matthew Marcus, their British lawyer, spoke first. "Witches and wizards, we are gathered here today because of a great injustice that has been thrust upon our children to interfere with their education. A man so vile he has only one friend in the world has been in a position of authority at Hogwarts for 11 years. He has verbally abused scores of students rather than teach the important subject that is potions. He has shown blatant favoritism to the House of Slytherin, which he is the head of, and has taught by example that cheating is the way to succeed. The only reason for that is because his friend happens to be Headmaster Dumbledore, who has ignored hundreds of complaints against him. We are here to do Headmaster Dumbledore's job, to make Severus Snape accountable for his actions." There was a mixed response from the audience, but most of them supported Marcus. When he was seated, his opponent, Kevin Killjoy, got up from his seat next to a sneering Snape, and made his speech. "Upstanding witches and fine wizards of the gloried Wizengamot, a travesty of justice is being attempted in this room. The students are trying to control Hogwarts. The Honorable Severus Snape exercises proper discipline in his classroom, as many of his colleagues fail to do, and is now being put on trial for it." "Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness," said Justice Dorite, who had entered the courtroom a few minutes before the hearing began. She was conducting this civil hearing. Her job was to make sure proper procedure was followed, while the Wizengamot would determine whether Snape would be fired. Sam Gordon, the American lawyer who was working with Matthew Marcus, replied. "Our first witness is Harry McGonagall." Brianna watched her brother enter the room confidently carrying 5 vials with some type of silvery substance inside them. She believed they were pensieve memories, but had never actually seen them. Harry took the stand. After he was sworn in, Mr. Gordon began questioning him. "Please state your full name, please." "Harry Mark McGonagall." "How old are you?" "I'll be 12 on the 12th of this month." "What type of citizenship do you hold?" "Dual citizenship. America and Great Britain." "I see. Where do you attend school?" "Hogwarts." "Doesn't one of your relatives teach at that school?" "Yes. My aunt, actually great-aunt Professor Minerva McGonagall, is the deputy headmistress, head of Gryffindor, and Transfiguration teacher." "What house were you sorted into when you began attending?" "Ravenclaw." "I see. What are those vials in your hands?" "They're memories of some of my encounters with Professor Snape. I was told they'd be shown as evidence." Sam smiled. He was looking forward to this. "You are correct. Would you please give me the first vial?" Harry handed it over, and the lawyer walked over to the large projection pensieve in the center of the room and emptied the vial into it. He pulled out his wand and started the memory, which showed Harry sitting with his friends in the Great Hall. He performed a spell and the projection froze. "Would you please tell us when this incident occurred, Mr. McGonagall?" "That was my first dinner at Hogwarts, right after I'd been sorted." The scene was played out before everyone, showing how Snape had tried to read his mind. Harry then explained that he'd learned occlumency because his aunt had warned him about Snape's mind rapes. Next he showed his first potions class where he was quizzed by Snape. On and on the memories went, taking up about an hour. Most were about 5 minutes long, while Mr. Killjoy looked more and more upset. When it was finally time to cross-examine Harry, the short, stout, balding man looked ready to kill. Mr. McGonagall, that is quite a collection of memories you provided. I'm glad you enjoyed them. The only question is if they're authentic or exaggerated. Objection, said Matthew Marcus. Justice Doride said, sustained. Please restrict yourself to asking questions instead of making vague accusations. Killjoy replied, certainly, Your Honor. I apologize. He then turned to Harry, who was controlling his temper like the lawyers had told him. Mr. McGonagall, are you claiming that everything we saw happened between yourself and Professor Snape during the past year? Yes. Isn't it true that you'd constantly provoked him to the point that he regrettably lost his temper a few times? No, he always started on me from day one. As you saw, he tried to rape my mind at the welcoming feast, and then in our first class he started quizzing me on advanced potions. Then, when I answered him correctly, he docked house points and tried to rape my mind again. When you say, rape my mind, you are dramatizing the mere use of legilimency on yourself, a likely suspect for rule breaking. I don't know how else to describe rummaging through someone's thoughts and memories without their permission. A signal from Marcus told Harry he was beginning to lose his temper, so he took a few calming breaths. My thoughts belong to me and no one has the right to look through them without my express permission. That's why my aunt taught me legilimency. She knew what Snape has been doing and didn't want me to be yet another victim. Snape is suspicious of anyone not wearing green and silver. Killjoy now seemed sorry he'd commented on Harry's metaphor but continued his questions. Oh yes, the accusations of blatant favoritism. Just because you were barely capable of producing an adequate potion for the class, you've come up with this whole scheme. Harry asked a question now. Are you referring to my potions final that Snape gave an acceptable grade to? Yes, the lawyer said with a sneer. Obviously you don't have enough skills necessary to excel in his class. Actually, my lawyers have proof that I made that potion perfectly, but Snape decided to give me a bad grade anyway. He looked at the lawyers expectantly. At this point Gordon spoke up. Your Honor, since Mr. Killjoy has brought up this matter, I'd like your permission to introduce evidence we planned on presenting later. It directly relates to this line of questioning. Afterwards he can resume his cross-examination. Very well, answered Doride while Killjoy nodded stiffly. Gordon stood up holding 2 vials half full of a potion and 2 rolls of parchment. Knowing how unprofessional Professor Snape behaves, both Harry McGonagall and Hermione Granger, also of Ravenclaw, decided to turn in a sample of their final potion to their head of house, Professor Flitwick, who will be testifying later, immediately after their potion's final exam. He had them both checked by a certified potions master and they were perfect. This is what's left of the samples and these are the results of the test. Either Professor Snape faked their grades or he is incapable of properly evaluating potions. He placed the potions on the evidence table and handed the reports to the judge. He sat back down. Killjoy, with a sour look on his face, turned back toward Harry, who was grinning. You stole someone else's potion to turn into Professor Flitwick, didn't you? He hissed. No sir, said Harry calmly. I'll be glad to provide you with that memory. Without being asked, he took out his wand and pulled out the memory while Mr. Marcus walked up to him with a vial for him to place it in. Marcus then placed it in the pensieve from the moment Harry and Hermione bottled their samples for both Flitwick and Snape until they'd turned in both samples. Killjoy looked very upset with Harry, but seemed to have realized that he wouldn't win this round. No further questions. Harry then was allowed to join his family. The next witness was Draco Malfoy, who strutted into the courtroom like the pureblood idiot he is. Matthew Marcus handled this witness. For the record, please state your full name. Draco Lucius Malfoy, he replied cockily. When were you born? The 5th of June in 1980. Judging by Draco's tone of voice, that was the greatest day in the history of the world. That makes you 12 years old. Where do you attend school? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What house are you in? With an arrogant sneer, he answered, Slytherin House. What do you think of Professor Snape? He's my godfather, as well as my favorite teacher. He is very understanding if a student is having problems. He's personally helped me in his class when I asked. He's very fair. Did you bring a vial of memories for us to view? Pulling it out of his pocket, he grinned. Of course. To Harry's amusement, the handful of memories Draco chose all included him being blatantly favored over non-Slytherins. He saw Draco accusing Neville Longbottom of sabotaging his potion when the Gryffindor was nowhere near him. Snape took his word for it without even asking the terrified Neville and gave him detention, taking 20 points from Gryffindor. Harry noticed the angry expression on Mrs. Longbottom's face while she was watching the memory. In another, a Hufflepuff girl walked up to Snape during a meal and asked for help, only to be rejected and insulted. Draco was right behind her and asked the same question, receiving help. The next scene showed Snape giving private detailed potions lessons in what was clearly the Slytherin common room. Harry noticed Lucius Malfoy bury his face in his hands while that scene played out for all to see. It was all he could do not to laugh. "So Mr. Malfoy, you are testifying that all these situations are true and really happened?" "Absolutely," he answered with another arrogant sneer. "Does Professor Snape regularly give potions lessons in the Slytherin common room?" "Yes." "Why?" "He wants to make sure we'll be able to pass our OWLs and NEWTs when the time comes. He says he can't teach most of the subject in class because the imbeciles from the other houses wouldn't understand it." "I see. I have no further questions." He turned to Mr. Killjoy, "Your witness." "Surely these tutoring sessions are just a review of material Professor Snape has previously covered?" asked the lawyer, winking at Draco. "No, he never talks about most of." He paused, looking straight at Mr. Killjoy for about 5 seconds until a switch seemed to go off in his head. "Of course. Professor Snape teaches everyone from all the houses equally." Harry looked around the Wizengamot panel, happy to note that every one of them realized Draco was lying, including a red-faced Augusta Longbottom. Killjoy's face was just as red as Augusta's, but for a different reason. "I have no further questions," he stated quickly before Draco could provide more rope to hang Snape with. Draco proudly strutted over to his parents, oblivious to the fact that Lucius looked ready to crucio him. "You see," said Mr. Gordon while he was supposed to be calling the next witness, "Professor Snape clearly favors his own house." After Justice Dorite shot him a quick look, he continued, "I now call Miss Hermione Granger to the stand." She was led and answered questions, providing several memories. When any of them were determined to be the same one Harry had provided, they were skipped. Mr. Killjoy seemed to have lost some of his zeal after the first 2 witnesses, and wasn't very hard on Hermione. The lawyers rotated between Slytherins and non-Slytherins, until they ran out of Slytherin students, getting consistent results. Even the prefect, Percy Weasley, admitted that Snape wasn't fair to Gryffindors. Penelope admitted that if Snape stayed at the school she would have to give up her dream of being a healer because she simply can't take that git's abuse. When they were finished with the students, they broke off for a half-hour lunch before they heard the same story from all the alumni. The Slytherins liked Snape and no one else did. Some of them testified, and showed memories, of being kicked out of advanced potions class for such ridiculous reasons as breathing too loudly or sabotaging a Slytherin whose cauldron blew up on the other side of the room. They then brought in several parents who testified to having sent complaints to Dumbledore that never had any results. A representative of the Wizarding Examinations Authority then testified, and brought proof, how OWL potion scores for anyone besides Slytherins have plummeted since Snape started teaching. He also testified that the number of non-Slytherins who take the potions NEWT have dropped 80%, but those select few students who take it do well. After that, teachers were called to the stand, all testifying at a minimum that Snape was an unpleasant man, while many had seen him be rude or unfair to students. Madam Sprout testified that several of her students over the past decade had changed their career goals just to avoid Snape and that she'd informed the headmaster, achieving no results. Flitwick said the same thing, adding specific situations involving Harry and Hermione, including their potions final. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall then took the stand. After answering the initial questions about her name and position, she began talking about all the complaints she'd received about the greasy git. "Professor Snape is the reason I purchased a pensieve nearly 10 years ago. I'd received so many complaints about that man I knew they had to be true. When I tried telling Headmaster Dumbledore about it, he'd just tell me that he trusts Snape, and nothing would be done. I'd foolishly thought that if Professor Dumbledore could see for himself how Snape acts, he'd change his mind. I was mistaken." "How many times would you guess you've shown the headmaster a memory of Mr. Snape acting in an unprofessional manner?" asked Mr. Marcus. "I don't remember off the top of my head, but my logbook and case of memories are on the evidence table. I know that there are well over 1,000 separate instances there, and Albus has seen them all." "Why do you believe Headmaster Dumbledore has ignored all these complaints?" "Because Professor Snape was helpful in the war against you-know-who. But what has that got to do with the teaching profession? Professor Dumbledore feels Snape needs protection, and allowing him to stay at Hogwarts is his solution to that problem. So it's not about Professor Snape's teaching skills, it's about protecting him. Minerva sighed before frowning. I'm afraid that the headmaster is more interested in protecting Snape than educating students. I can't tell you how many Gryffindors I've had in career counseling who had hoped to become healers, aurors, or countless other occupations but changed their minds when I informed them they would need a potions NEWT to do it. The result has been that in the past decade, there has been a shortage of people entering those fields. The majority of people who were Slytherins, and I suspect it's because he tutors them in their common room, although I've never been able to prove it. Only a select few non-Slytherins have had the courage to try taking advanced potions, and half of them are kicked out for questionable reasons that Professor Dumbledore refuses to investigate. It may interest you to learn that Mr. Draco Malfoy and other Slytherin students testified that Professor Snape does indeed conduct potions lessons in the Slytherin common room. Malfoy admitted that it's material that isn't covered in the classroom. Minerva's face went from pale to pink to red in a matter of seconds. She was obviously furious. The lawyer continued, we have also seen memories of some of those incidents where students were ejected from advanced potions with no evidence of wrongdoing aside from Professor Snape's say-so. I know you've been fighting to purge the school of this unprofessional man for a long time. Hopefully your goal will be fulfilled today. Turning to Snape's defense attorney, Mr. Marcus concluded, your witness. Upon seeing Minerva's glare, Mr. Killjoy gulped and loosened his collar. He wished he'd never taken this case. He got up to ask his questions. Isn't it considered unprofessional to interfere with and judge another professor's teaching methods? Teaching methods? Teaching methods? Minerva's Scottish blood was beginning to boil. That miserable excuse for a man only teaches Slytherins, leaving 3/4 of the students to teach themselves. Well, self-reliance is, self-reliance. Hogwarts is a school that employs teachers to actually teach their subject to the students. My job description did not say that I should make my students figure out transfiguration on their own while I laugh at their failures, and I don't think it's supposed to be different in potions. It wasn't that way when I was a student, anyway. No further questions, said Killjoy, clearly afraid of Aunt Minnie's temper. Sam Gordon got up from his chair. At this point, we'd like to call in 2 witnesses who have been indirectly affected by this situation. Madam Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, will now take the stand. A broad, square-jawed witch with very short gray hair, thick eyebrows and a monocle confidently walked to the stand. Please state your full name and position for the record, Madam. Amelia Susan Bones, head of the DMLE. When you heard about this case recently, you came to us, asking to testify. Why? Because Severus Snape has done our country grievous harm. What do you mean? As you know, a potions NEWT is required in order to enter my department to become an auror or almost any other position. I've brought charts that show a steady decline of applicants since that man took over the position of teaching potions. We've only had 4 applicants over the last 3 years who weren't members of Slytherin House. The bottom line is that we now receive only 30% of the number of applicants that we used to receive. Many of our master aurors are nearing retirement age, but we don't have enough young aurors to replace them. I estimate that if things keep going the way they are, that by 1996 our auror force will be half the size it was 10 years ago. That statement brought 10 seconds of silence over the whole courtroom. Madam Bones, do you have anything else to add? Only that I implore each member of the jury to do what is best for your country and not let the apparent blindness of Albus Dumbledore cripple our auror force. She'd wanted to add that most of the Slytherin applicants came from families with members that had served Voldemort, under the laughable excuse of the Imperious Curse, but knew that it wouldn't help the case. Your witness. Having listened to 3 heads of houses complain that their students were denied their dreams of becoming an auror, Killjoy knew Bones was right. He further knew that she could intimidate him a lot more than he could intimidate her. By this time, even he wanted Snape fired. When he'd taken the case, he hadn't realized how bad things were. Dumbledore had told him it was just a misunderstanding between a student who was related to McGonagall and Professor Snape. He wanted to drop the case now, but knew he couldn't. He simply muttered, I have no questions for this witness. Next they brought in the head of St. Mungo's, who said basically the same thing Amelia had said, only about healers. At this point, Mr. Killjoy called the first of his 2 witnesses, if you count Snape, who'd insisted against Killjoy's advice that he be allowed to testify, Albus Dumbledore, for all the good it would do. "Headmaster Dumbledore, would you please tell the court why you hired Professor Snape to the position of potions teacher and head of Slytherin House 11 years ago?" "Because he is a certified potions master and had been a Slytherin. I stand by my decision." "Have the complaints against him made you ever wonder if hiring him was a good decision?" "No, I trust Severus Snape." Killjoy knew that even with these questions, Dumbledore was burying himself in Snape. He further knew that Gordon and Marcus were going to roast him alive and eat him for dinner. Unfortunately, he didn't know any question he could ask Dumbledore and get a good answer, but he still had to try. "What have you done when you've received complaints about Professor Snape?" "I've spoken to him about them, and he assured me that they were merely complaining that they'd either earned a bad mark on an assignment or had been caught misbehaving." At this point, Killjoy wanted to strangle dumb old dork. He really didn't care about the students involved. Killjoy wasn't exactly a nice person, but he expected Hogwarts to be run properly. Yet this idiot didn't seem to take thousands of complaints against the same teacher seriously. He was done protecting Albus from the wolves. He turned to the other side of the courtroom. "Your witness." The two lawyers had previously flipped a coin over who would handle Dumbledore, and Matthew Marcus had won. "Professor Dumbledore, you answered the question of why you put Professor Snape in his current position, but you didn't say why you decided to hire him in the first place." "He became a spy for our side during the war against Voldemort at great personal risk." "I see. So you hired him as a teacher for help in a war that ended 2 months after he started teaching." "Yes. It was a perfect position to spy from. Why didn't you let him go after the war ended?" "He needed protection from the Death Eaters who are still loose, and Hogwarts seemed the safest place for him." "So what you're saying is that his position has nothing to do with his qualifications or the students' best interests. You are simply helping a man who acts like a Death Eater when he's in the classroom. You don't hold him accountable for his actions and ignore thousands of complaints against him. You further ignore the OWL and NEWT results that speak for themselves and say what a poor teacher Professor Snape is." "I trust Severus Snape," Dumbledore calmly replied with a twinkle in his eye, as though that alone should put everyone at ease. "To do what?" Taken aback by that question, Albus had to think for a second. "He's not a Death Eater." "Although that's hard to believe based off his behavior toward everyone in Hogwarts except you. Let's say you're right. What has that got to do with anything? There are tons of people who aren't Death Eaters. That doesn't mean they can or should all teach. Half the prisoners in Azkaban had nothing to do with you-know-who, yet they committed crimes. Do you think they should teach at your school?" "Of course not. Severus Snape is a good teacher." "According to who?" "The only students that like him are from his own house, which he blatantly favors. Your own deputy headmistress has been complaining about him for years." He walked over to the table and picked up a scroll. After showing it to Dumbledore, he asked, "Do you recognize what this is?" With downcast eyes, the old man answered, "It's a chart of all the house points Severus has given and taken every year since he started at Hogwarts." "Have you noticed any pattern?" Sighing, Albus admitted, "Over the past 11 years, Severus has never taken a single point from Slytherin." There were gasps all over the room. "Anything else?" "He's never given a point to Gryffindor or Hufflepuff at all, but has given 1 point to Ravenclaw each year except this one." "Anything else?" "He's taken approximately 1,000 points from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff and given 3,000 points to Slytherin every year." "According to Professor McGonagall, you have been shown these lists every year. Is that true?" "Yes. But that doesn't prove he's a Death Eater. That's not what this trial is about, sir. Your job as headmaster is to provide an atmosphere conducive to learning. Part of that is making sure your teachers do that. Instead, you hired someone who you owe a personal favor to and not only made him a teacher but head of house, and then you don't hold him accountable for his blatant favoritism and abuse of authority despite over a decade of complaints. It makes me wonder what other ways you have ignored the students' best interests." "Professor Dumbledore, you are not on trial here, but I would recommend that the Hogwarts Board of Governors reevaluate the wisdom of keeping you as headmaster. If I'm not mistaken, there were other matters that occurred at Hogwarts this year due to your decision to use the school full of children to store an artifact that you knew had attracted the attention of a powerful dark wizard. The end result was a teacher's death and students being injured." "Objection," said Killjoy softly, still trying to do his job. "Harassing the witness." "Sustained," said Justice Dorite half-heartedly. Stick to asking questions. How long have you known that Professor Snape uses legilimency on unsuspecting students? Since he started at Hogwarts. It's a security precaution. You're saying that trying to rape the mind of an 11-year-old who just got sorted is a security precaution? Well, how could you possibly have ignored the OWL and NEWT results over the past decade? I asked Professor Snape about it, and he explained that many of the students of this generation are simply not good at potions and won't ask him for help. And you trust Severus Snape? Yes. Have you ever thought of spying on him? That would be unethical, said Dumbledore, showing offense at such an idea. Not as unethical as subjecting students to Severus Snape. Objection, said Killjoy, despite the fact he agreed with that statement. Sustained. My apologies. I have no further questions. Finally, the person on trial took the stand. He was wearing the same type of black robes that he wore at Hogwarts. He had a sneer on his face as he strutted to the stand. After answering the basic questions of his name and position, Mr. Killjoy began asking the pertinent questions they'd rehearsed. Snape's answers were as close to friendly as the Gid was capable of. Do you favor students from Slytherin over others? Of course not. What McGonagall and Granger have told you is utter rubbish. I treat all the students fairly. Do you conduct potions tutoring sessions in the Slytherin common room? I have helped my students when they've asked for it. Have you ever tutored a non-Slytherin? I don't recall which houses the various students I've helped in my time at Hogwarts have been affiliated with. Do you perform legilimency on students without their knowledge or consent? Yes, as a security measure. If I feel a student is up to something, it's my duty to find out what. What makes you suspect a student? It could be anything. The point is that I suspect them. The headmaster approves. Are you aware of the falling scores on potions OWLs? Yes. It is quite tragic that so many students are doing poorly at that subject but are too stubborn to come to me for help. Fortunately, most of those in my own house do come to me so I can help them. As a result, very few students make it to my NEWT classes. Although Snape was doing good at giving his answers, the crowd, including the Wizengamot jury, had heard far too many witnesses for this to do a bit of good. They knew that this man had been a spy either for Voldemort or Dumbledore. One of them was fooled. So he was an extremely gifted liar. I have no further questions. Sam Gordon then began asking questions. Why did you find it necessary to rape Harry McGonagall's mind 5 minutes after he was sorted? Although Snape's ears turned pink, he remained outwardly calm. I'd heard he'd had an altercation with my godson Draco Malfoy, and wanted to make sure he wasn't planning on attacking young Malfoy. Why did you give Mr. McGonagall a pop quiz during your first class with him, and take house points away because he answered your questions right? I wanted to know the level of potions knowledge that he'd learned in the American school he'd attended, which was excellent. Unfortunately, I've found that his skill in brewing potions leaves much to be desired. The points were taken for his cheat, not for answering my questions. Gordon picked up the scroll he'd previously used to show Harry's potion final results. Both Mr. McGonagall and Miss Granger kept an extra vial of their final potion and handed it into their head of house. He had it tested. This is the result of Mr. McGonagall's and Miss Granger's is similar. They're very different from the results you gave them. How do you explain it? Snape's face was getting pink, and his irritation was starting to show as he read the report. They cheated. They're both arrogant know-it-alls who think they can get away with anything. They obviously stole a sample from another student's cauldron. We've seen their memories of taking the samples out of their own cauldrons and handing one to you and one to Professor Flitwick. Then they faked it. Pensieve memories can be falsified. By 12-year-olds? Most 50-year-old wizards and witches aren't capable of doing a convincing job of that, and you're saying they can? They must be true prodigies then. There was mild chuckling in the courtroom as Snape got angrier. Albus was getting nervous. He knew they'd lose all hope if Snape lost his temper. I'm surprised that geniuses like them can't handle first-year potions, especially since Mr. McGonagall got straight O's in that class in America, which by the way does grade potion brewing skills. He thinks he knows everything because of that stupid school he went to, not to mention he's related to the deputy headmistress, so he struts around the school like he owns it. He thinks he's better than everybody else. He's even decided that he can get me fired, but he can't. Seeing that Snape was losing his temper, Sam decided to bait him some more. But he is getting you fired. He's planning a victory party tonight. Snape completely lost control as he stood up with his face red. Dumbledore won't fire me no matter what I do. I could crucio a student in the Great Hall during a meal and he wouldn't care. He promised me. Suddenly Severus came to himself and realized what he was saying and closed his mouth as he sat down. Dumbledore, who was now sitting in the audience, was looking horrified. Did he promise you? Nothing, said Snape, obviously lying. You will answer the question, said Justice Dorite with a stern look. He promised me I would always be able to work at Hogwarts as long as he was headmaster, said Snape with his head down. There were several murmurs across the courtroom as Dumbledore put his face in his hands. Harry noticed that Lucius Malfoy was now smiling and wanted to know why. It only took him a moment to realize that even though Lucius wanted Snape to stay at Hogwarts, he would use this opportunity to demand Dumbledore's resignation, and he'd be successful. Dumbledore had proven himself completely incapable of treating Hogwarts like a school. Instead, it was a place where he could give secure jobs to his friends, regardless of how they perform those jobs. Logically speaking, Aunt Minnie should be appointed headmistress when that happens, but he was worried that Malfoy may try to pull something off and put one of his friends in the position. He'd have to make sure his aunt openly sought the position. Mr. Killjoy was the first to give his closing remarks after Snape was seated next to Albus. I've tried to show that Professor Snape's actions have been justifiable, he said, but it was obvious his heart wasn't in it. He knew what the verdict would be. Mr. Marcus gave the final closing remarks. Witches and wizards, Professor Snape has consistently abused his position at Hogwarts for the past 11 years, and must not be allowed to continue. He has failed in performing his duty of teaching potions to the point that our world is in jeopardy due to the small number of people receiving NEWTs in that subject. He invades the minds of students and mistreats everyone who's not in his house. He is a disgrace to Hogwarts, and a stain upon its reputation that must be removed. We must demand a higher quality of education for our children, and proper instructors are necessary for that. He is teaching the Slytherins that the way to achieve success is by favoritism and cruelty, and this must stop. Members of the Wizengamot jury, I implore you to demand his removal from Hogwarts, for our children's sake. The jury will convene to determine a verdict, said Justice Dorite. The 10 members of the Wizengamot were led out of the main courtroom to discuss the case while the McGonagalls plus Hermione walked up to Sam Gordon and Matthew Marcus, who were preparing to leave once the verdict was reached. Harry didn't notice Lucius Malfoy slightly shake his head, no, when a member of the jury looked at him questioningly. You guys did a good job, commented Harry once they were in earshot. This was an easy case. Nobody believes in Snape except Dumbledore. I just hope no one's going to cause a hung jury by refusing to admit the obvious, said Gordon. Would they do that? Asked Hermione. If they were bribed enough, said Marcus. However, I think it would be too obvious in this case that the troublemaker had been bribed. It would ruin that person's reputation. At that moment, after less than 10 minutes, the jury re-entered the room and declared a verdict. Augusta Longbottom was their spokeswoman. We the jury in this case have concluded that Severus Snape will be banned from Hogwarts with an injunction against working as a professor for the rest of his life. We also fine both him and Albus Dumbledore the sum of 10,000 galleons each. Snape for his conduct and Dumbledore for his extreme negligence. We also recommend that Hogwarts Board of Governors re-evaluate their faith in the headmaster. The 20,000 galleons will be redistributed among every non-Slytherin student that sat under Mr. Snape based off of how many years they endured it. This won't end up being very much money per person, but it is the ministry's way of apologizing for not putting a stop to Snape's abuses years ago. We also demand that Hogwarts hold extra potions NEWT night classes open to the public for the next 4 years, in hope that some of the former students who have been forced to give up their dreams because of Mr. Snape will pick those dreams back up. Those classes will be free of charge. There was much clapping in the courtroom until Justice Dorite called the room to order long enough to say, "Case closed." Chapter endnotes. I know that this justice system is slightly different than any Muggle justice system I'm familiar with. Justice. Part 2 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 13 Justice, Part 2. As Harry and Hermione's families were making their way to the Ministry of Magic's atrium, doing their best to ignore the cameras and questions that the press had for them, an unfamiliar voice shouted happily at them. Minerva. Or should I say Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, it's so good to see you again. Harry looked around for the source to see a blond man flamboyantly dressed in light purple dress robes. "Do I know you?" she asked, as the man grabbed her into a brief one-armed hug. She was too shocked to do anything before he let go of her immediately after a photo was taken. Harry noticed that the stranger had made sure to show his perfect teeth to the camera. "I suppose I have changed a lot since we last saw each other. My smile has gotten better and my muscles have expanded, but surely you remember your favorite former pupil, Gilderoy Lockhart." Aunt Minnie's brow furrowed as she tried to recall. "Yes," she said tersely after a few seconds. "I do remember you. Based off your OWLs you weren't." "Yes. I wasn't proud enough for beating even your record," interrupted Lockhart jovially. "When I was informed that the press that was supposed to be at my recent book signing for my autobiography, Magical Me, which incidentally is celebrating its 28th week atop the Daily Prophet bestseller list, was occupied with this story of my former head of house's struggle against the politics of." Minerva looked at him like he was insane. "Weren't you in Slythe?" "I certainly was incensed to learn that one of our peers was abusing his authority." "Our peers?" she asked with an annoyed expression. "Yes, as I'll explain in a minute. I knew I had to show you my support and make my grand announcement here instead of at Flourish and Blots. I have been contracted to be Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts professor, and will thus ensure that my subject shall not fall victim to the poor quality of teaching that Potions has. Not to mention that I'll be on the alert for the slightest hint that any other professor is not up to snuff. Together, Professor McGonagall and I shall protect Hogwarts from corrupt authority figures, so that students shall feel safe to confide in their professors once more." Harry's group escaped during the applause that followed Gilderoy's impromptu speech. Briefly, the boy wondered how Lockhart would have reacted if he'd known that the boy who lived had been less than 5 feet from him. As it was, he didn't want to see the next morning's Daily Prophet, no doubt with Aunt Minnie hugging Lockhart on the front page. He glanced back in time to see Dumbledore and Snape disapparate away without answering any questions. However, Snape had managed to send a venomous look at Harry and Hermione before leaving, which Harry happily noted was photographed. Nothing could ruin Harry McGonagall's mood today. With a genuine smile still plastered on his face, he joined the Grangers in the line at the visitors' exit to Muggle London. The rest of his family followed. The Grangers and McGonagalls, even Brianna, just for the night, went out to a Muggle restaurant that had games for the kids to play, along with an arcade designed to empty parents' wallets, one game at a time, as kids asked for more and more money. When they were on their way home, Minerva noticed something in the sky. "Idio," she said quickly. "It looks like Daedalus Diggle is sending shooting stars again, just like he did when you know who was vanquished 11 years ago." "Does that person have family at Hogwarts?" asked Marissa Granger as she admired the magical fireworks. Minerva nodded. "Yes, a niece in Hufflepuff. Then he does have cause to celebrate." A smile briefly appeared on Minerva's lips. "That he does." Later that night, when the McGonagalls had returned to the manor, Harry asked if he could have a private word with his aunt. "Certainly, Harry," Minerva said as she got up to walk into a different room. "First of all, I would like to thank you for helping me to rid Hogwarts of that menace." Harry grinned at Aunt Minnie. "That was my pleasure." She grinned back. "I'd imagine so. What's on your mind, Harry?" At this point, her nephew looked down at the floor, as though nervous. I was wondering, if you think Professor Dumbledore is going to get sacked." She frowned for a moment before answering. "Truthfully, yes I do. As much as it pains me to say it, he has not been acting in the best interests of the students for over a decade, and therefore hasn't been a good headmaster since you were a baby." With a nostalgic look in her eyes, she continued. "Before then, he was the greatest leader our world has ever known, but somehow he changed when Snape came crawling to him. The complaints about Severus started less than a week after he was hired. A few months later the headmaster tried to place you with the Dursleys." Harry nodded grimly. "The reason I'm asking is because I think you'd make a great headmistress." She blushed at the compliment. "You flatter me. I was always best at being the second in charge, not the decision-maker. You try to treat everyone fairly, even me. You never favor Gryffindors over anyone, and you honestly want what's best for the students. You have a lot of experience, the respect of all the students, and your position as deputy headmistress makes you the obvious choice. Tell me I'm wrong." Still blushing at Harry's praise, knowing that he actually was right, she responded, "Possibly, but I'm happy with my role as a teacher." Harry frowned for a moment. Everything I said is true, but there is another reason I really want you to try to get that position. Now Minerva was curious. Why is that? Did you notice Lucius Malfoy at the hearing? Her brows furrowed, and Harry could tell she was thinking. I noticed he was there. Why? He was smiling when Snape said what Dumbledore had promised him, even though he knew it meant he'd be sacked. I think he's up to something. You think he's going to try to place one of his associates in the position of headmaster, don't you? Harry nodded. I suppose it would be worth sacrificing Snape to do that, she said pensively. I thought that if you were pushing that you had earned the position and wanted it, then that might stop him from succeeding. He then grinned at his aunt again. It would be for the good of the students. Taking a deep breath, she said, I shall consider it. I think it's about time you went to bed, young man. You've uncovered enough conspiracies for the evening. Harry spent the next day at Hermione's house. It wasn't the first time he'd been there, but he always enjoyed it. She lived in a two-story house not dissimilar to his own, but the Grangers had a swimming pool. Hermione's mom, Marissa, had the morning off from their surgery, so she joined Harry and Hermione in the pool, mainly playing a game of keep away, also known as monkey in the middle. It seemed like no matter what Harry did, he couldn't stay out of the middle for more than 5 minutes. Hermione and her mum enjoyed laughing at his predicament. After about an hour of that, Harry put his hands up. I give up. I don't know if it's because it's your pool or what, but I just can't win. I think it's because we're faster swimmers, said Hermione with a smug smile. Said Harry, refusing to admit it. I think I'm ready to get out of the pool. After drying off and changing, the two kids ended up sitting on a couch playing Dr. Mario against each other on an original Nintendo. Harry, that wasn't nice, said Hermione. You just ruined what I was doing. It's part of the game, he responded with a chuckle. I didn't do that to you, she calmly stated. Not my fault. At this point he was laughing as he just messed her up again. Fine, she said in frustration as she lost that round, you win. Let's play a different game where you don't attack me. She turned off her system, pulled out the game, and walked over to the shelf that held her small collection of Nintendo games. Harry noticed the boxes for Mega Man 3, Super Mario Bros. 3, Final Fantasy, Tetris, and Dr. Mario. What's Final Fantasy? He asked. Her face lit up. Oh, that's a really good role-playing game. A sequel came out for Nintendo's new system last year while we were at Hogwarts. She looked down. It takes way too long to play, and it's only one player anyway. We'd be better off with Super Mario Bros. 3. Sure. I should have asked my parents to get that game for me before I started spending most of the year far away from home. Maybe Brianna will get my parents to buy a Super Nintendo. It comes with Super Mario World, which is supposed to be even better than this game. Besides, I heard that next month they're coming out with a Super Mario racing game. Hermione started the game, playing the role of Mario when Harry decided it was a good time to talk about something else. Do you have the spells ready? I'd like to do it tomorrow. It took Hermione a moment to remember, but when she did, her face lit up. Of course. The paper's in my room. She paused her game and ran upstairs, leaving Harry alone for about 2 minutes. When she returned, she had a spiral notebook in her hands and a large eagle owl on her shoulder. It had a large beak and enormous talons, but its most noticeable feature was its striking orange eyes. Its brownish plumage was mostly mottled but with bolder streaks on the breast. It looked at Harry and hooted. Hermione turned to the bird. Rowena, this is my friend, Harry. She turned to the boy sitting on the couch. Harry, this is Rowena, the owl my parents bought me. Isn't she a bit heavy for your shoulder? She's bigger than Hedwig. A bit, but she won't stay there long. As though she was listening, the owl flew off of Hermione's shoulder and out an open window. After we got her at the Owl Emporium, we stopped by the magical menagerie to get some owl treats. They're cheaper there. Anyway, I saw this adorable large, fluffy ginger cat named Crookshanks that the owner said people didn't seem to want. I just fell in love with it and asked my parents to buy him as an early birthday present. Really? Asked Harry, more interested in the notebook she was holding than some cat, but not wanting to be rude. Yes, but my parents said that I need to prove I can take care of Rowena for a while before they'll let me have another pet. They said they'd consider it at Christmas if Crookshanks is still there. Sighing, Harry said, that's too bad. Can I see the notebook? Huffing a bit as she realized he really wasn't interested in the cat, she handed him the spiral. "Aren't they just a few spells, Hermione?" he asked after browsing through it to find it was half filled with notes. "Yes, but I thought you'd want to know the background of the spells. It's so lucky that you can do magic at your aunt's house." Then her brow furrowed. "Are you sure we should still do this to Brianna? She did confess, after all." "Of course," he said with a grin. "She'd do the same to Em. This prank is harmless. It'll only irritate her." He chuckled a bit before continuing. "Besides, it'll show her that she's still my sister. She'd probably be hurt if I didn't do this." He got a faraway look in his eyes. "It's all for her." "Yeah, right," said Hermione, giggling. She then picked up her controller and unpaused the game. The next morning, Brianna was sleeping soundly when suddenly she felt something touch her face. She slapped it away and awoke immediately as the sound of buzzing filled her ears. She slowly looked around the room as her eyes got wider and wider. The buzzing sound was still filling her ears. "Harry," she hissed. Her bedroom walls were covered with posters from the baseball team she hated more than any other, the White Sox. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the posters weren't tacked or nailed to the walls, which meant they were held by a sticking charm. She walked over to her dresser to see that. "He's taken my wand. And where's that buzzing coming from?" She opened the door and marched over to Harry's room, pushing it open without bothering to knock. She found him sitting at his desk talking to Hermione on his mirror. "Good morning, Brianna," he said with a grin. "Where is it?" she demanded. "The morning is everywhere in this hemisphere," responded Hermione from the mirror. "It's night everywhere else." "You know what I'm talking about, Harry. Give me it." Ignoring that statement, Harry smirked at the front of her nightgown. "I'm glad to see you changed teams, Brianna. It was the right decision." "What are you? Give me my wand," she screamed as she noticed that her nightgown had the words, "White Sox Rule," in bold letters. Before he could answer, she spotted its tip sticking out from under Harry's dresser and dove to the floor, grabbing it before Harry could summon it away. She glanced back at her brother to see he was talking to Hermione again. "What is that buzzing sound?" she demanded. He looked up from his mirror. "I don't hear a buzzing sound. I only hear a little sister who's being pranked for the day in retaliation for." "Fine, but it's not very creative." She then performed a finite incantatum on her clothes, getting rid of the offending phrase. "It'll be over in a few minutes." She marched back to her room and took the posters down. She was surprised at how easily they came off. He had to have done something else, she muttered to herself. She grabbed some clothes for the day, including her favorite Cubs jersey, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After 10 minutes under the hot water, she stepped out and dried herself, only to find that the only available towel was advertising the White Sox. "Ha ha," she whispered as she dressed, proudly showing her support for the Cubs. Suddenly, the buzzing stopped. She looked around and saw a snitch floating near her forehead, its wings fluttering slightly. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it looked like a miniature winged baseball instead of a golden sphere. She reached out to grab it, only to have it disappear the moment she touched its wings. The buzzing sound resumed, and she realized that it was still near her, but moving too fast for her to see. She glanced at the mirror on the way to the door only to see that her jersey was no longer advertising the Cubs. It was now a White Sox jersey. "It must have changed when I touched that stupid snitch," she muttered as she grabbed her wand. Once more wearing a Cubs jersey, the girl exited the bathroom. The buzzing stopped and she could once again see the baseball snitch. Shaking her head, she ignored it and walked downstairs to breakfast. The buzzing resumed. The prank lasted all day, with Brianna getting more and more irritable, but not saying what was wrong. Harry would chuckle every time he saw her getting upset. She only forgot herself twice and touched the winged baseball, and none of the adults were in the room when she did. At 7 p.m. the buzzing stopped and she noticed the baseball moving away from her. She followed it to Harry's room, even opening the door for it. She watched the snitch land inside a small case before Harry put down the book he was reading and performed a finite incantatum on the winged ball, turning it into a normal snitch a moment before closing the case over it. Brianna smacked her forehead in aggravation as her brother laughed. "All I had to do was perform that spell on the snitch?" she questioned. He nodded, unable to talk through his laughter. Her face turned pink. "That was mean. I ought to." "You ought to let it go, sis," said Harry firmly. I told you that you were still getting pranked, and so you have been. Now we're even." She looked down for a moment in shame over what she'd done to Hermione. "Fine, but if you even think of doing something like that again, I'll get even." "I know. It's nice to be pranking you again, Brianna." She smiled at him for a moment, turned around, and left the room. Harry's birthday party was on Wednesday, August 12th. His whole study group, Hermione, Padma, Anthony, Neville, Hannah, and Susan, came to McGonagall Manor for it. Padma and Hermione came early and stayed late. Hermione and her parents gave him a Nintendo Game Boy, along with extra batteries and a few games for it, Mega Man 3, Super Mario Land, and Final Fantasy Legend. She was relieved when it worked at McGonagall Manor. "I wanted you to have some games you could play for the rest of the summer, and I was hoping that maybe it'll work on the Hogwarts grounds if you get far enough from the castle." Hogwarts, a history only says specifically that electricity doesn't work inside the castle itself, completed Harry. "I never thought about that. If it works outside, then we might be able to play Muggle music there too. Maybe at a picnic or something." Minerva looked stunned at the prospect. "In all my years teaching there, I've never heard of a student trying electric gadgets outside. It was always inside the castle." "It certainly won't hurt to try," said Harry. He received books, magical candy, and similar presents from his other friends. He got the Game Boy game Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Back from the sewers from Brianna, leading him to believe that she knew what the Grangers were getting him. After all the guests besides Hermione and Padma left, Minerva gave Harry her gift, a very thick book called A Guide to the Animagus Transformation. She said, "Harry, as you know, you've done extremely well in all your classes, including Transfiguration. I believe that you would be an excellent candidate for becoming an animagus. If you can keep your grades up, read this book and write a report for me on every chapter before your next birthday, then I'll start giving you private animagus lessons during your 3rd year. You're not to attempt any of the exercises mentioned in this book without my specific permission." She looked around to Padma and Hermione, who were staring at her in awe. "This offer goes for both of you as well. I'll leave it up to Harry if and when he loans you his book. I will say that if he doesn't earn the lessons, none of you will." She grinned for a moment. "It is my first case of favoritism, but it doesn't count because this is not part of Hogwarts' curriculum." She then looked at her niece. "You'll get the same offer for your 3rd year if you do as well as they have. That is an O in Transfiguration and at least an E in everything else." Padma hadn't broken any records, but had done very well. "This offer and those lessons are to be a complete secret until you're ready to register with the ministry." After they all agreed, Harry's parents gave him their gifts. They gave him a traveling case for his Game Boy and a few more games, along with a small CD cassette boombox with extra batteries. "We figured you could try this out at Hogwarts as well. We brought some of your Weird Al music with so you could try it out. If it works, then tell us what else you want us to send you." Harry spent Friday, August 14th, swimming, playing video games, and reading his Animagus book with Hermione at her house. The next morning, her family, along with Harry's dad and sister, left for America. The Grangers were just spending a 3-day weekend revisiting some of their favorite places, all but Brianna, who was still grounded, but they were actually going there to attend Hermione's hearing that Monday. However, Harry wouldn't see Brianna or their father until Christmas. Hugging Brianna in the magical part of the airport, Harry said, "Good luck at the trial, Brianna. You're doing the right thing. I love you." "I love you, too, Harry. Take care of yourself, sis." "I will. And stay out of my stuff," he added with a smirk. "I will," she replied with an innocent expression on her face. "You won't notice a thing out of place when you come back for Christmas." Harry then hugged his dad goodbye, and then wished Hermione good luck at the hearing, promising to see her on Tuesday. On Monday, August 17, 1992, a group of 2 men, 1 woman, and 2 girls walked into the large courthouse in Little Salem. Each of the girls was holding her father's hand as they made their way along the dark gray tiled floor toward a group of small burgundy carpets in the middle of the half-circular foyer. A nearby sign said, "Stand on a carpet and state your destination." "I guess we ought to, huh?" said Mark McGonagall, while stepping onto the nearest carpet. "I wonder if they're flying carpets," said Marissa Granger excitedly as she joined Mark. "I hope so," said Brianna with a smile that temporarily replaced her downcast expression. She hopped onto the carpet. "They're banned in Britain," commented Hermione nervously as she stepped on it, so this will be a unique experience. Are you sure we can't just walk? Asked Adam Granger as he took a deep breath and joined the others. Mark cleared his throat. Please take us to courtroom 7. Whoa! They all screamed as the carpet started moving straight up. Hermione barely managed to avoid falling as she looked up toward the ceiling, only just noticing that the only ceiling above them was the actual roof. The carpet took them past the first and second floor in what seemed like 5 seconds, stopping at the third floor. It was at this moment that they realized their feet were stuck to the carpet. Otherwise they'd have kept going up. The carpet then started moving to the left, crossing the threshold to the third floor and continuing down a hallway. It stopped and landed in front of a set of double doors labeled, Courtroom 7. The whole trip took 12 seconds. Once the carpet had landed, they found that they could walk freely once more. Adam opened one of the wooden doors, and taking Hermione's hand, he led the way inside. A wizard wearing something that resembled a marine dress uniform, complete with the white hat, whispered, "This way," to them. They noticed he was wearing a visible wand wrist holster. He led them to a group of about 50 chairs with different people who apparently had been accused of breaking a magical law and were having their day in court. Since there were only about 30 people present, almost half of which were children, they had no trouble finding a place to sit together. The judge was a stern-looking man with gray hair and a well-trimmed beard. He was wearing black judge's robes that would have fit in if they were in a Muggle court. There was no gavel to get people's attention, nor a microphone. There was a projection pensieve in the middle of the room, as well as a large Muggle television with a built-in VCR on a cart with wheels. It was currently in an empty corner of the room, but obviously it could be rolled wherever needed. There was also a pen that seemed to be writing everything that was said down as the fanfold paper kept moving. As they waited for Hermione's case, they watched as a blonde girl about 16 years old claimed that she thought no one was looking when she apparated directly out of her Muggle high school classroom. She had elected to complete her magical education the way that Harry had started his, going to a Muggle school full-time and a magic school part-time. The judge replied with an irritated look, 23 people had to be obliviated. You have risked the exposure of our world, and exercised very poor judgment. Your fine stands, and your apparition license is suspended for the next 6 months. Case closed. 6 months? She yelled. That's not fair. The judge glared at her for a moment. You're right. Make that a year, and don't yell at me unless you want to be held in contempt of court. Next case. I shouted the red-faced airhead before falling over petrified. Several of the spectators chuckled softly. Hermione pointed to the man pointing his wand. That's the officer who showed us to these seats, she whispered. I'm glad we didn't resist. They continued watching as the girl was levitated out the door with her parents following, and the paperwork for the next case was given to the judge. As they watched each case, they realized that this was the courtroom where all statute of secrecy violations by Muggle-born minors were handled. In America, you could get an apparition license at 16 years old. The adults were all parents, and the fines were given in dollars. One boy had hit a Muggle bully with the Bat Bogey Hex. A girl had axioed her glasses after some Muggle girls had stolen them. For cases of self-defense like them, the perpetrators were fined $100 and given a written warning about exposing the magical world. Others, who did it for any other reason, were fined a lot more. Brianna got more and more nervous as she imagined what the judge would do to her, but she was determined to tell the truth. Finally, the judge was given paperwork and a videotape. After glancing at the top paper, the man called out, "The case of the Little Salem Magical Community versus Hermione Granger is now in session. Is Hermione Granger present?" Nervously, the bushy-haired girl stood up and began walking toward the center of the room. "I am, Your Honor." "Were the people you were sitting between your parents?" "Yes, sir," she nodded while her parents did the same. Adam said, "We're Adam and Marissa Granger, sir, and feel that our daughter can speak on her own behalf." The judge nodded, and turned back to the buck-toothed girl in front of him. "It says here that you are not an American citizen, is that correct?" "Yes, sir. I'm from England. I was visiting some American friends." "I see. Did they take you to a Muggle baseball game on July 22nd? "Yes, sir." "You were accused of using magic to interfere with the game, causing the baseball team known as," he looked back at the papers in front of him, "the Cubs to win. Your wand was identified as the instrument used for this cheating violation of the American statute of secrecy. How do you plead?" Hermione took a breath and rehearsed her reply once more in her mind before speaking. Not guilty, sir. He looked surprised, but she continued before he could say anything. It was my wand that was used, but I wasn't the one using it. The person who did this is here and wants to confess. She was with me at the game. Very well, call her up here. Hermione looked toward her best friend's little sister and kindly said, Brianna, would you come down here? The obviously frightened girl stood up and started walking toward Hermione. She was slightly trembling. Hermione gave her a small smile and stepped back, allowing the 10-year-old to take her place. She was the youngest child they seen take the stand. You don't have to tremble so much, child. I haven't had a little girl executed in hours, the judge said with a slight smirk on his face, earning a few chuckles. Sorry, sir, she said softly, looking at the ground. Please look at me and state your full name for the record. She looked up and swallowed. Brianna Minerva McGonagall. And when were you born, Miss McGonagall? He asked kindly. March 8, 1982. Are your parents here, Miss McGonagall? My daddy is, sir, she pointed out her father. Is your daughter an American citizen, Mr. McGonagall? Yes, sir, Mark answered from his seat. Very well. The judge turned back to the frightened girl. Would you mind telling me what happened at the baseball game? Clearing her throat, the brown-haired girl began to tell the story. You see, sir, we were watching the game. That is my parents, Aunt Minnie, my friend Bobby, my brother Harry, his friend Hermione, and her family were there. In the first inning, I saw that a member of the Cardinals, the team the Cubs were playing against, was cheating magically by summoning the ball. Wait a minute, said the judge, you're claiming that a member of a professional baseball team is magical and cheated? Yes, sir. The name on his uniform is Lightfellow. The judge made a note on his paper. Please continue. She looked down nervously. She then started blinking her eyes rapidly, as though to stop tears, and swallowed. Took Hermione's wand and waited until just before the game ended and, started cheating by summoning the baseball to make sure the Cubs won. I even made Lightfellow's small wand fall out of his baseball glove for a few minutes before he got it again. Anyway, I snuck Hermione's wand back into her pocket just before the policeman caught her. She looked down again as a few tears did start falling down her cheeks. I was too scared to tell him I was the cheater, but I'm admitting it now. The judge scratched his chin for a few moments. Thank you for confessing, Miss McGonagall. You may have a seat back with your father while we watch the Muggle video of the game. He then turned to the court while one of the officers took the tape from him while another rolled the TV card to a position where everybody could see it. Brianna noticed that there was an extension cord that reached across the room to an outlet. The judge addressed the seated people. Muggles record many things in their own way using electricity so that they can be watched on their televisions. Baseball is one such thing. Since we had a case pertaining to the game, we acquired a copy of the recording as evidence. We're now going to watch relevant parts of it. I ask that no one use magic during this presentation, as it can interfere with Muggle electricity. The tape was played, skipping the irrelevant parts, and it was quite obvious that Lightfellow was cheating. They didn't focus on what Brianna did, since she'd already confessed it, but instead on the baseball player. When the video was finished, the judge declared, "We will definitely be speaking to Mr. Lightfellow." Then he turned to Brianna, who had returned from her seat. While I can understand how you felt watching that man cheat, I can't condone your actions. Two wrongs don't make a right. Looking at the ground, she said, "Yes, sir, I'll never do it again." Glancing at Hermione, the judge continued, "Miss Granger, all charges against you have been dropped." "Thank you, sir," the bushy-haired girl responded with a smile. "Miss McGonagall, you are hereby fined $50 that must be paid within a week. Case closed." He pulled out his wand and caused it to make a sound like a mallet hitting a piece of wood. A different officer led the McGonagalls and Grangers out of the courtroom, giving them both appropriate papers regarding the results of the hearing. The officer led them to a flying carpet that quickly took them first, upon Mark's request, to the appropriate desk to pay the fine, and then to the exit. On the way out, Mark told Brianna how proud he was of the way she handled herself, and for telling the truth, and that he would be deducting the fine from her allowance for the next 5 weeks. She accepted it without complaint. "As soon as we get home," said Mark, "we're gonna call your mom, Aunt Minnie, and Harry on my mirror." Harry was sitting in the den at McGonagall Manor, playing, and losing, a game of chess against Aunt Minnie, when Blinky popped into the room with something small in his hand. Blinky is sorry to interrupt Mistress Minnie and Master Harry, but Mistress Breeny, Master Mark and your Grangies is on Master Harry's mirror. It is being in Master Harry's room, so Blinky is bringing it. The elf held out his hand, revealing Harry's mirror. Thanks, Blinky, he said as he took the mirror. Could you please tell my mom that they're on the mirror? She'll want to hear how things went, too. He spoke to the person displayed on it. Hey, Brianna. How'd it go? I, told the judge what happened, and he showed a videotape of the game in the court. He said they were going to investigate Lightfellow, and that the charges against Hermione were dropped. That's good. I'm proud of you, sis. What did he decide your punishment would be? A $50 fine. Dad already paid it and said he'd take it out of my allowance. That's not too bad. It could have been a lot worse. I know. Are you going to hog the mirror all day? Came Hermione's happy voice from behind Brianna. I want to talk to him, too. It's my mirror. I'd like to talk, too, said Harry's dad. Together, all three of them told Harry, Minerva, and Cindy, who joined them a minute after Harry sent Blinky to get her, all about the building, flying carpets, and everything they could think of. Hermione told them that her family was returning at 8 in the morning so that her parents' surgery could open at 10. Cindy and Harry would be there to pick them up, in a Muggle taxi, not the night bus. But Minerva would have to be at a meeting at Hogwarts with the Board of Governors. Let the Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting on the 18th of August, 1992 begin. The chairman of the board, Augustus Stepover, tapped his wand on a bell, causing it to emit a chime which got everybody's attention and caused a nearby quill to start writing on a parchment. Let it be noted that all 12 members of the Board of Governors are present, along with Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The short, thin, balding man was speaking in his raspy voice, his long, gray hair flowing behind him. They were seated in a large classroom on the first floor of Hogwarts, at a table that looked like it was normally in the Great Hall. The room had been charmed imperturbable once everyone arrived. Minerva was very nervous as she sat near the far end of the table. She noticed that the twinkle was gone from Albus' eyes. He looked older than he ever had before. She'd been to several of these meetings before, but never had she considered nominating herself to be headmistress. She still hadn't decided whether she would do it or not, but she had a scroll with her qualifications in her purse, just in case. Every so often, she would glance at Lucius Malfoy suspiciously. The reason for this meeting is that it has been called to the attention of this board that Headmaster Dumbledore has not been acting in the best interests of this school or its pupils for quite some time. It is quite embarrassing that it was brought to our attention in such a public fashion, he continued, glancing at Minerva. She spoke up, politely but firmly. I tried letting you know over 6 months ago at a meeting, but you refused to believe that things had gotten as bad as they had. Therefore you gave me no alternative but to bring this issue to the courts if I wanted to return Hogwarts to the institution of learning that it was meant to be. Looking straight at Albus, she continued, for what it's worth, I'm sorry that it had to happen the way it did, but I stand by my decision. My primary concern is the welfare of this school and its students. Very admirable, said Lucius cordially. I applaud your efforts, Professor McGonagall, in exposing the incompetence of Severus Snape. I'm afraid that I allowed my personal friendship with the man to temporarily cloud my judgment during the meeting you mentioned. For that I apologize. She nodded politely, knowing that she couldn't publicly insult Malfoy if she wanted a chance of becoming headmistress. However, Lucius continued eloquently, Headmaster Dumbledore has been letting his personal friendship with Mr. Snape cloud his judgment for 11 years and ignored all the complaints about him, refusing to personally investigate the matter. I hereby make a motion that he be dismissed from his position. Minerva noticed Albus, who'd been silent thus far, put his head down in resignation, and that I be appointed headmaster in his place. Both Albus and Minerva's heads snapped toward Malfoy. Minerva spoke first, doing her best to control her Scottish temper. With all due respect, Mr. Malfoy, I do not believe you are qualified for that position. For one thing, you have no teaching experience. The head of a school should be someone the students are familiar with. It should be someone that has taught for 35 years. Someone who has been head of a Hogwarts house and deputy to the headmaster. In other words, said Mr. Stepover in his raspy voice, you are suggesting yourself as headmistress. She nodded curtly and said in a steady voice, yes. I believe I am the most qualified person for this position. She glanced over to Malfoy, and to her surprise he didn't seem upset or annoyed at all. He remained silent while several board members started whispering to each other, glancing at McGonagall every few seconds. She felt like every eye was on her. After about a minute, Stepover hit the bell again. We must have order. First of all, it hasn't yet been decided whether or not Professor Dumbledore will be dismissed. It is usually customary to let him defend himself before talking about who will replace him. Headmaster, do you have anything to say? Looking between Lucius and Minerva, the twinkle returned to his eyes. While I am forced to admit that I have been wrong in my handling of the situation with Professor Snape, I believe that the rest of my actions have been in Hogwarts' best interests. He raised up a hand when someone wanted to protest. I know that some of you disagree, and that the debate could go on all night long with no resolution. He took a deep breath. I therefore offer a compromise. You may vote on my replacement now. I will retire willingly if and only if Minerva is appointed as my successor. As she has stated, she is the most qualified person for the position and cares so much about the students that she stood up to me. However, if she is not my replacement, then I will fight this, and you will need 75% of the votes to sack me, which I don't believe you will obtain. I believe that at least 4 of you still respect the good I have done in my years at Hogwarts enough to overlook 1 or 2 mistakes. I am, after all, only human. Very well, said Stepover. We will accept your compromise. However, before the vote I must mention that Minister Fudge, who may I remind you has no power over this board, spoke to me yesterday and suggested that his senior undersecretary, a woman named Dolores Umbridge, would be an excellent replacement for Professor Dumbledore in the event of his resignation. He gave me her resume. He pulled out a scroll and opened it. Based off of the way that he read the scroll, Minerva could tell he was completely against hiring anyone Fudge suggested but felt obligated to mention her. We will now have our vote. Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall, since you two are candidates, we ask that you leave the room while we vote. We will, of course, count Mr. Malfoy as having voted for himself. We will allow Headmaster Dumbledore to stay. Although he has no vote, he will be allowed to speak more on behalf of his candidate of choice during the debates that no doubt will begin the moment the door is closed. We'll call a house elf to get you when we're done. The spell was taken off the door and the two exited. The door was immediately closed. Professor McGonagall, said Lucius cordially, it seems that we are competitors. May the best one for the job win. Yes. If you'll excuse me, I have lessons to prepare, she added as an afterthought. If I'm appointed headmistress, I'll still continue teaching until I find a suitable replacement. When one is hired, I'll offer my lesson plans to that person until they come up with their own. She quickly walked off, proud of herself for being courteous, and went to her office. She thought about mirror calling her family, but decided not to. She'd rather wait until this was over. She had just completed updates to her 6th-year curriculum when an elf she wasn't familiar with popped into the room. Professor McGonagall. Planky is being asked to be summoning you back to your meeting. She smiled at the elf's mispronunciation of her name. By now she was used to the fact that house elves couldn't say McGonagall. Thank you, Planky, she said as she got up. She found the classroom door open, and walked in and sat in her chair. Albus' eyes were twinkling madly. She took this as a good sign but kept a neutral expression. Moments later Malfoy entered and the room was resealed. After sounding the bell once more, Mr. Stepover began speaking. Professor McGonagall, it is the decision of this board to appoint you to the position of headmistress. Congratulations. A small smile crossed Minerva's lips. Thank you. She glanced over at Lucius to see that he had an unreadable expression. I would imagine that your first order of business will be to find a suitable potions professor, and I suppose a transfiguration one as well. The potions teacher is my priority. I can handle teaching my subject for a while until I find someone. She thought about mentioning how poorly it had been taught in the past, but so no point. I see. Does anybody here have a suggestion for a replacement? He said, looking around. One of the members, a tall, fat man with a vacant expression on his face named Robert Etalet, spoke up in a very neutral voice. I know someone who might be qualified. A potions mistress from France named Sharon Lavelle. I can give you her address. Thank you, Minerva answered. The rest of the meeting went by in a blur, although it was quite boring. She wrote her letter to Ms. Lavelle while the others were talking about various unimportant issues like changing the shade of black the students' robes are. When the meeting was over, she was given the address to send her letter. She slowly approached her former boss. Albus, how are you? Splendid. Congratulations on your promotion, Minerva. Would you like to accompany me to the owlry? I have a letter to mail. Certainly, he said happily. Once they were out of earshot from the others, Minnie said, Albus, Don't say it, Minerva. I've thought a lot about what was said at the trial. He took a deep breath. You were right. I was putting Severus' needs above the students'. I could have protected him another way without compromising the quality of education here. I'm doing that now. I found a way to allow him to use his talents and yet be protected. Have you? She asked, slightly interested. Yes. He's brewing potions at a house under the Fidelius charm. I've gotten him a contract to supply potions for some stores in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. He can stay in the solitude that he prefers most of the time. That's good. What are you going to do now? He sighed. Well, when the Wizengamot isn't meeting, I believe I'll start searching for Harry Potter. Reinforcing her occlumency shields, she replied, Harry Potter? Why now? Why not? According to the school's records, he's still alive somewhere. I'm the one who placed him in danger, and now that I have the time I have to try to locate him. Not trusting herself to say anything about his search, she simply said, good luck, as she tied her letter onto a school owl and sent it off. Thank you. If there's any way that I can be of assistance, let me know. There was a celebration that night when Minerva gave the news of her promotion. She didn't really feel like celebrating, but knew that it was for the best that she got that position. Harry, especially, was very happy about it. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Headmistress McGonagall spent most of her time away from home. She met and hired Sharon Lavelle as Potions Mistress, telling Harry that she was one of the nicest people she'd ever met. She also found out that Lockhart was indeed contracted to teach for a year, and it would be very difficult to break the contract without proof that he was a bad teacher. She decided to at least give him a chance. Besides, it would be very difficult to replace him now. She decided to hire a 7th-year Ravenclaw named Matthew Chapon as assistant professor to grade transfiguration papers for the lower years, and possibly lecture, to free up some of her time. She hadn't found any suitable replacement for herself yet, although she thought that Matthew might be a possibility after he graduates if she can't find anybody for a whole year. She was surprised, though pleased, to receive a report on Chapter 1 of the Animagus book from each member of the Golden Trio before school started. She thought that all Harry was doing was playing his Game Boy. The first time she walked into her new office was August 31st. She'd been avoiding it as long as possible, working from her old office. She'd ordered an elf to bring her stuff there earlier that day. She was startled by a new portrait on the wall. Albus Dumbledore's image was sleeping inside a frame. What? She whispered to herself. How? I thought. The portrait of Headmaster Dippet answered her question. When a headmaster or headmistress dies, a portrait appears and wakes up within a few weeks. However, when one retires, his or her portrait appears, but stays asleep until that person passes away. If you need advice from Albus Dumbledore, I'm afraid you'll have to speak to the real one. I suppose this happens mainly so that the portraits stay in the right order. Otherwise they could die in the wrong order. I see. Well, I suppose I'd better get used to the new office. She sat down on her new chair and took a deep breath. This was going to be an interesting year. Chapter End Notes. P.S. I looked up the release dates of all the games I mentioned on Nintendo's website. Special thanks to Zeropolis79, of Fanfiction.net, and his wife for consultation and betaing this chapter. I've been betaing his stories as well lately, and you may enjoy reading them. Introductions. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 14. Introductions. Goodbye, Harry. Have a good term. I will, Mom, Harry said as he returned Cindy McGonagall's hug. It was 10 minutes before the Hogwarts Express would be leaving. Next to him, Hermione was hugging her mother. It was a Tuesday, so one of the Grangers had to keep their surgery open. Therefore her dad wasn't able to see her off. The four of them, Cindy, Harry, Marissa, and Hermione, had driven to the station together, and had crossed the barrier to platform 9 3/4 moments before. I guess we'd better hurry if we're going to get a compartment, said Hermione when she separated from her mum. Together, they walked onto the train. Harry graciously let Hermione stick her trunk into his magically charmed 7-compartment trunk that always weighed 10 pounds, so he was the only one carrying luggage. Once they had a compartment, they'd remove her trunk so it would be placed in her dorm with the rest of the students' trunks. I'm sorry I delayed us so much, said Hermione after they'd walked past 10 full compartments. They'd seen their study group sitting with others. Padma and Neville seemed apologetic, saying that they'd tried to save them a seat, but they were just too late and others had filled up the compartment. Harry smirked at her. I know. Once you found out that you could use my trunk, we had to go back to your house to get the books you'd left behind. Especially Hogwarts, a history. They're very helpful, she said defensively, and I couldn't fit them in my trunk because of all the Lockhart books. She glanced at the floor as her ears turned pink. Can you imagine writing all those books, not to mention doing all those things in them? Professor Lockhart is very brave, and lies very well, interrupted Harry. My aunt says he was a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor like he claimed, and that he was at the bottom of his class. He dropped out of Hogwarts after failing too many OWLs. She looked shocked. But then he must have studied independently. He's probably terribly embarrassed about his past, so he, embellished it a bit. Harry stopped in his tracks and stared at his best friend. Embellished? Embellished? Hermione, he lied to the Daily Prophet, and who knows what else he's lied about. Fine, she sighed. I won't try to convince you. I'm sure you'll change your mind after we've had a few lessons. I'm sure we'll learn a great deal from him. At this moment, they looked into a department that was mostly empty, aside from 2 girls sitting about 4 feet apart who appeared to be first years. One was rather short and had long, auburn hair. She was busily writing in a small book she was holding in her lap. The other had long, straggly, blonde hair, and was holding an issue of the Quibbler in front of her face at a 45-degree angle. Hello, came a voice from behind the magazine, causing the redhead to look up and quickly close her book to stare at the 2 second years. Oh, hello, said Harry. This is Hermione Granger, and I'm Harry McGonagall. My brother, Ron Weasley, told me a bit about you too, said the other girl. I'm Ginny. He mentioned having a younger sister last year, said Hermione. It's good to meet you. I'm surprised you're not sitting with him. He's too grown up to sit with his baby sister. Harry felt a bit of frustration with Ron at that moment. He fully intended to look out for Brianna when she started coming, beginning with their train ride. Without commenting on that, he turned to the magazine girl. And you are? The Quibbler was placed on the other girl's lap, revealing a face with protuberant silvery gray eyes with very faint eyebrows. She was wearing a necklace with butterbeer corks on it and radish-shaped earrings. Her wand was behind her ear. I'm Luna Lovegood. You both were mentioned in the Quibbler. I admire you both for testifying that both Professor Dumbledore and Snape had been possessed by squargles and were eating house elves in that trial, and couldn't believe that the Daily Prophet didn't mention it. Both Harry and Hermione stared at the blonde girl in silent disbelief for a few moments until Ginny made a motion with her eyes that her companion wasn't quite normal. Harry cleared his throat. Anyway, we were wondering if we could share your compartment. Everywhere else is full. Sure, said Ginny, whose ears were getting a bit pink. You can sit here. As they were walking toward the seat opposite from Ginny, Luna said to Harry, You don't look like a natural blonde. I think you'd look better with darker hair. Ginny started looking at him with a concentrated expression, undoubtedly picturing what he'd look like with black hair. Hermione wore a neutral expression. Harry nearly had a panic attack. He felt like he was wearing a boy who lived t-shirt. Well, this is the only color hair I can remember having. I see, said Luna with no expression as she picked up her paper again. Ginny was twirling a strand of hair on her finger nervously as Harry sat down opposite of her. I, heard about that house elf group that you two started. Hermione grinned. The Community for Advancing the Rights of Elves. CARE for short, you see. The brunette went off with her explanation of the group while Harry pulled 2 packets of literature and badges out of his trunk. 10 minutes later, both Ginny and Luna had bought them, although Luna had made a rather strange comment about house elves originating from cursed hobbits rather than actual elves. Eventually, the conversation moved on to Quidditch, where Harry declared, I'm going to try out for Seeker on my house team. I'm sure you know that my brothers, Fred and George, are the Gryffindor beaters. Yes, said Harry, nodding, and they're really good. It's too bad that Ravenclaw's gonna be shut out by Gryffindor, proclaimed Ginny proudly. Wanna bet? Asked Harry. 5 nuts says Gryffindor beats Ravenclaw when they play. Harry would have preferred to bet a galleon, But he knew that the Weasleys weren't very wealthy, so he didn't want to embarrass Ginny by commenting on how small of an amount that was. "You're on." While they were shaking hands, Hermione commented, "Wouldn't it be funny if you ended up in Ravenclaw after betting against us?" "No way. I'm going to be in Gryffindor." "I'd like to be in Ravenclaw," said Luna. She then turned toward Hermione. "Are you going to try out for the Quidditch team as well?" With her face turning a bit pink, she said, "Well, I'm not as good a flyer as Harry, but I thought I might try out for the chaser position. I'll be borrowing Harry's broom for the tryouts, and if I make the team, my parents promised to get me a broom." "I almost hope you do make the team, Granger." Draco Malfoy's sneer came from just outside the compartment. As usual, he was flanked by his bodyguards. Harry immediately summoned his original wand into his hand. A lot of people get injured during Quidditch, especially filthy, ignorant mudbloods who think they understand flying. While Draco was talking, Harry whispered a spell with his wand pointed at Draco's feet. He then turned to Hermione with a mock-pitying tone of voice. "Didn't that just hurt your feelings so much? Being called that by a filthy inbred?" "Oh, yes," she agreed melodramatically. "I shall have to cry for days." Malfoy hissed as he pointed his wand at her. "You should be crying, you filthy, ah." At that moment, he fell forward. Harry had done a minor sticking spell to the soles of Draco's shoes. When he tried stepping forward, he couldn't pick up the shoes, so consequently, he'd lost his balance. While he was falling forward, the charm was overpowered by his body weight and let go of the floor. Bowing to Hermione again, said Harry with a smirk as he summoned Draco's wand yet again. He looked over at the two goons. "Maybe you should join Malfoy on the ground." They looked at each other in confusion until Draco shouted, "Help me up, you idiots!" Both bent down to help him at the same moment, and with a bit of unnoticed help from Hermione's wand, the two banged their heads together. With one hand holding their head, and the other helping their alpha off the floor, they managed to get Draco up. "I really ought to toss your wand out the window," said Harry casually. "I'll bet you really think you're something, now that your aunt is headmistress. You just wait. My father'll—" He shut his mouth with a look of fear momentarily crossing his face, replaced immediately by a sneer. "Give me my wand, McGonagall." He held out his hand. "Your father will what?" Harry growled as he grabbed Draco and pressed him against the wall. "What's going on here?" said a voice none of them expected. They all turned to see Percy Weasley. "Harry McGonagall stole my wand," said Draco with a smirk. "He said that he can do anything he wants now that his aunt's in charge of the school." "That's a lie," said Hermione. "Malfoy came here threatening us with his goons." "It is not," said Draco. Crabbe and Goyle heard it, too. The goons nodded their heads. "They're lying," said Ginny to her brother. "They came into our compartment and interrupted our conversation to start calling Hermione a mudblood." Ignoring Ginny, the self-important prefect said, "I'm taking 5 points from Ravenclaw. Mr. McGonagall, let go of Mr. Malfoy and give him his wand back. I will be reporting this to your head of house. I suggest you all change into your school robes. We should be at Hogwarts soon." "But Percy," shouted Ginny as the pompous Gid turned around and left the compartment, followed by the Slytherins. Once the door was closed, she proclaimed, "That stupid Gid. My brothers were right. That prefect badge is cutting off the circulation to his brain." Hermione added, "I'd think that he'd be careful about how he deals with the headmistress' nephew." "Malfoy's father is on the board," said Harry, "so he probably thinks that we're equals, and he dislikes me." "But he won't even listen to me," said Ginny, pouting. "The Malfoy family has much more clout at the ministry," said Luna, gazing into space. "They're involved with Minister Fudge in the Goblin Pie conspiracy." Harry left the compartment to change in the toilet, while the three girls changed where they were, and soon the train arrived in Hogsmeade. Before long, Harry and Hermione were sharing a carriage after Madame Grubbly had called their new friends to the boats. Just before it took off toward the castle, Padma Patil and Neville Longbottom climbed aboard. "Hi guys," she said to her fellow Ravenclaw second years. "I'm sorry we couldn't save you a seat earlier, but—" "That's all right," said Harry. "We barely made it on time. We don't blame you for making sure that you had a seat." Harry pulled a small object out of his pocket and turned it on. "What's that?" asked Padma, before a look of understanding crossed her face. "Is that the, what was it called, game, that Hermione's family gave you at the party?" Harry smiled at her. Yes, it's the Game Boy. I just wish it was lighter out. I wish I could use my wand without interfering with it. Anyway, I'm trying to see how long until the magic interferes with it. He was getting more and more engrossed with Super Mario Land as his thumbs kept rapidly moving while the others talked. They were already well inside the grounds when the screen finally filled up with all kinds of weird symbols, signaling that it was no longer functioning properly. Shoot! I had just about beaten the castle, too. As he turned off the game system, he looked around, seemingly pleased with how close to the castle they were. He turned to Hermione. It looks like you were right about electricity working near the castle. I'll bet it'll work in Hagrid's old hut. A look of excitement crossed Hermione's face. Oh, that would be perfect. Professor Grubbly doesn't use it. She stays in the castle. If your aunt would give us permission, we could clean it up to use. Maybe we could even make it a CARE office. Her eyes then lit up. Maybe the Muggle Studies professor would like to use it to demonstrate electricity occasionally. Okay, said Harry. We'll talk to her after the feast. If we can get the keys, I'll even keep my electric stuff there. Before long, they found themselves sitting at the Ravenclaw table. They'd watched the sorting with interest. After Benjamin Cadwallader was sorted into Hufflepuff, a rather short boy with mousy brown hair named Colin Creevey was called. Harry couldn't believe that the boy had taken a picture of the sorting hat before putting it on, and tried to persuade Professor Flitwick, who was now deputy headmaster, to take his picture while he was being sorted. In the end, another first year took the photo as Colin happily put on the old hat and was sorted into Gryffindor. As the excited boy made his way toward the appropriate table, which was politely clapping, though not enthusiastically, he noticed that the camera was very similar to the one that Mr. Granger had bought the previous year in Diagon Alley. They watched the others with mild interest as they were sorted, clapping when one made their house. A brunette girl with green eyes named Sally Fawcett became a Ravenclaw just before a blonde boy named Mark Harper became a Slytherin. When Luna Lovegood's name was called, she walked up to the stool with the same blank expression on her face that she always had and put the hat on. After about 30 seconds, it declared that the unusual girl belonged in Ravenclaw. She took off the hat and walked over to their table. Harry signaled for her to join them. When she sat down next to Hermione, she announced, that hat was infested with nargles. Harry grinned as he agreed that the old hat was probably infested with something. They introduced her to their other friends as the sorting continued. The last person sorted this year was Ginny Weasley. With a determined expression on her face, she walked up to the hat and put it on. It almost immediately shouted, Gryffindor, as though it knew she would accept nothing else. Harry smiled as he realized that the hat did know that. He then turned his attention to the podium, where his aunt was about to make her first speech as headmistress. Welcome newcomers and returning students alike. As you can see, there has been a change in Hogwarts administration during the summer. Professor Dumbledore has decided to retire, and now I am headmistress. The rest of the announcements can wait until after the feast. Tuck in. With a small smirk, she waved her hand in a grand gesture, and food appeared at all the tables. Harry happily grabbed a chicken leg, and began his meal. When they were finished eating, Minerva once again took the podium. With her normal, stern look, she began. Probably the most important announcement to the Gryffindors is that Professor Aurora Sinistra of Astronomy is now their head of house. This announcement was followed by mild applause from Gryffindor table. The elderly witch nodded toward them as her ears turned pink. As Professor Snape is no longer here, at this moment, tremendous applause came from the 3 non-Slytherin tables. After it died down, she continued. As I was saying, his responsibilities have been given to others. Most important for the Slytherins is that Professor Hezekiah Kettleburn of Care of Magical Creatures is your new head of house. We are also pleased to welcome Professor Sharon Lavelle from France as Potion's mistress. She motioned to an attractive, middle-aged woman with black hair, brown eyes, and a bright smile. Defense against the dark arts is being taught this year by Gilderoy Lockhart. She frowned at the applause that came from most of the girls. She then motioned to a young man wearing Ravenclaw robes who was sitting at the head table. Also, Matthew Chapon, in addition to his NEWT studies, has been given the position as assistant professor, and will be assisting me in transfiguration classes. He has the same authority as head boy, and can take points and give detentions, so I expect you to treat him with the same respect you would me. The dark forest remains forbidden, as some of you would be wise to remember. Her eyes darted toward the Weasley twins, and Harry wondered what she'd say if she found out he'd ridden his illegal broom in there the previous year. Magic is still forbidden in the corridors, and there is a rather extensive list of forbidden items in Mr. Filch's office. That is all. Good evening. Harry and Hermione got up and walked over to the head table. Headmistress, said Harry with a grin, can we talk to you for a minute? Certainly, Mr. McGonagall, she replied. What's this I hear about you getting in trouble on the train? What? He asked. Oh. That. Malfoy came to our compartment causing trouble, and that idiot, Percy Weasley, came by and took his side. He wouldn't even listen to his little sister. She was with us. I'd be glad to give you that memory. I'd appreciate that. She then conjured a vial and Harry gave her the memory. I want to see how Mr. Weasley handles his responsibilities. He's on the short list for head boy next year. However, I'm afraid that if I return those points directly to you, it may cause trouble. Harry looked confused. Malfoy will say I'm favoring you. Therefore, I'll simply add a few extra points to any Ravenclaws this week who earn them in my class. I'll speak to Professor Flitwick about it. He knows how young Malfoy loves to cause trouble. Harry smiled. Thanks, but that's not what we wanted to talk about. Oh, then what is it? Hermione answered, is anybody using Hagrid's old hut? Know why? Well, said Harry, my Game Boy worked almost all the way to the school, so I wanted to find a safe place to use electronic things. And we thought it could double as headquarters for CARE. You'd like to take it over? The headmistress asked. They nodded. I don't see why not. I'll send someone there to make sure it's safe, and then you'll be responsible for cleaning it. The kids had matching smiles. I'd imagine you'll want to replace the furniture with something of a more appropriate size. And you won't need the bed. Thank you, said Harry. I suppose you'll occasionally want to hold social gatherings there to use your music. Yes, Professor, said Hermione. We also thought that the cabin could occasionally be used for a Muggle Studies demonstration. Minerva looked thoughtful. That would be a good idea. I shall bring it up at the next staff meeting. Let me know in advance if you're going to have more than 10 people there. I'll let you know when the place has been checked for dangerous creatures. Harry didn't understand the sneaky expression on his aunt's face. Thanks a lot, Aunt Minnie. You're welcome, Harry. Oh, and it may interest you to know that the password for Ravenclaw Tower is omniscience. Oh, yeah, thanks, Hermione said, blushing. We forgot to ask. I thought as much. Good night, you two. Good night. As the two of them turned to leave, Harry caught a glimpse of an elf behaving rather strangely. Instead of working, for example, cleaning up a mess, it was against a wall looking at him. Harry blinked and it was gone, so he shook his head, supposing he'd imagined it, and began walking toward Ravenclaw Tower. They were about halfway to the tower when there was a loud bang in a nearby classroom. Harry's wand was in his right hand almost immediately. Stay here, Hermione. I'm gonna see what's wrong. Oh, no you don't, she said, with her wand out as well. I'm going, too. With his companion right behind him, Harry stepped into the dark classroom. He heard a finger snap, and the door slammed behind them. From behind him, Hermione said, "What is goin', Crash?" He turned around to see that where she should be was a structure the size of a wardrobe. She was obviously trapped inside it. The room lit up, and a huge elf wearing what appeared to be an old, filthy pillowcase, stepped out of the shadows. She had several bruises all over her body. "Let Hermione go," Harry demanded as he angrily pointed his wand at the elf. "Your Hermie is safe." "I is Tribbley," she said, "and you is being Harry Potter." He stopped in his tracks. "What?" "I is having terrible news. There is a plot. Hogwarts is not safe. Harry Potter must be leaving." "Who's plotting what?" he asked. "Tribbley is hearing Master plotting terrible things to happen at Hogwarts, but is being happy that Harry Potter isn't at Hogwarts. Today, Tribbley is using elf magic to locate Harry Potter, just to be sure, and finds that Harry Potter is at Hogwarts. Tribbley is distressed. Harry Potter must go home." Harry lowered his wand. "Who is your master, Tribbley?" Tribbley must not be telling. He squatted down next to her and kindly asked, "Is your master the one who hurt you?" while indicating her bruises. "That's now illegal. Tribbley is knowing the law, but mustn't speak ill of her master, if he is losing another elf from care." "Another elf?" repeated Harry as the elf put her hands over her mouth. The only one who's lost an elf because of CARE is Malfoy. The elf's eyes bulged out. She quickly snapped her fingers and disappeared. At the same moment, the walls around Hermione disappeared and the door to the classroom opened. "What's going on?" asked Hermione, looking scared. "The Malfoys are up to something." Harry told Hermione what happened, and she insisted on telling his aunt the next day. Harry decided not to tell the rest of his family when he spoke to them that night. At breakfast, they found out that they had potions first period. "This should be good. Aunt Minnie says that Professor Lavelle is really nice. That should be a nice change," said Padma. "We might actually learn something in class," said Hermione. "What a concept. I hope Professor Lavelle isn't suffering from P-Ceterics. That would cause her to grow horns when she inhales fumes from certain potions," said Luna, who was sitting with them. Padma and Michael Corner stared at her. Me, too," said Harry. "I think it's time to go. Good luck with your first day, Luna." "Thank you," she said politely as they left. As soon as they'd exited the Great Hall, Michael whispered, "That girl is loony." "Maybe a bit," said Harry, "but she means well. She's not hurting anybody. I'd much rather deal with 10 of her than one Malfoy, so save your insults for him." All right, he said. "Sorry, I didn't know you fancied her." Hermione paled at that statement. "I don't fancy her," said Harry, without so much as the slightest blush. "I just don't see any reason to be unfriendly. She hasn't done anything to you." Hermione smiled. They arrived early for their first potions lesson with their new professor. When it was time, she said, "Good morning, class. My name, as you all know, is Professor Lavelle." She spoke with a very slight accent that was hard to detect. Harry thought she sounded a bit nervous, which was understandable since it was her first class. "I'm going to take attendance before we get started." She then named off the students, beginning with Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff, the house that the Ravenclaws were sharing potions with. "Now, as I understand it, potions hasn't been properly taught here. The records my predecessor left indicate that you did complete several potions last year, but I'm willing to bet that you never went over the reasons why certain ingredients work together. Am I right?" They all nodded. "Very well. Everyone, get out a new parchment and a quill. We're going to make a chart." After everyone was ready, she said, "The first potion you made last year was to cure boils. Can anyone name an ingredient in it?" Both Hermione and Harry stuck their hands in the air, along with several other Ravenclaws. "Mr. McGonagall?" "Porcupine quills." "Correct. 1 point to Ravenclaw. Everyone put that on your chart. Now the properties of porcupine quills are." She explained exactly what its properties were and what it did in that potion. For the rest of the lesson, they went over different ingredients for the potions they'd made the previous year. It was very informative. Near the end of class, she said, "For the next lesson, we'll be making the deflating draft. I want each of you to hand in a report with an introduction that explains what the potion does, at least a paragraph about the properties of each ingredient, followed by an explanation of how they work together to form that potion. No less than 2 feet of parchment." Everyone but Hermione groaned. Class dismissed. Practice and Preparation. Harry McGonagall, Chapter 15 Practice and Preparation. The next class they had was herbology with the Slytherins, where they learned how to repot mandrakes. Harry found it rather amusing when he noticed one of the baby mandrakes try to bite Draco's finger off. Too bad Malfoy's wearing gloves, he thought. He further wondered what Draco would say if he knew his own elf was betraying his family. How on earth can they be so stupid as to expect an elf they beat to be loyal? He wisely didn't say anything about it in that room, for fear of the pompous idiot overhearing. Before long, Harry, Hermione, and Padma were sitting together at the Ravenclaw table for lunch. "Are you gonna tell your aunt about the Malfoy's elf in Transfiguration class?" whispered Padma. "I'll ask to talk with her and show her the memory. Can I come?" asked Hermione. "All I saw were walls." Harry smiled slightly. "Yeah. I think she was trying to protect my identity," he whispered. "She didn't know if you knew, and didn't want to give it away. I think she does understand that I am safer if no one knows who I am." "Probably," whispered Padma. "Can I come, too?" After lunch, they headed to the Transfiguration classroom, where they were surprised to see Matthew Chapon sitting at Aunt Minnie's desk. Harry glanced around the room, looking for either his aunt or a cat, with no success. He frowned. He supposed he'd have to wait until dinner to talk to his aunt. The assistant professor stood up, smiling nervously. "Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Chapon. As you know, Professor McGonagall is now headmistress, and has many important, time-consuming duties to perform. Sometimes, like today, she'll ask me to teach the class for her. She asked me to remind you that the same rules that apply when she's here also apply when she's not, which means no messing around." He then took a roll of parchment of the desk. "I'm now going to take attendance." After roll call, he began teaching them how to turn a beetle into a button, which Harry and Hermione did on their first try, earning Ravenclaw 2 points each. It took until Padma's second attempt, because the button from her first attempt moved just as Matthew got to her desk to inspect her work. Harry noticed that Padma seemed to slightly blush whenever she had the assistant professor's attention. As the trio was headed down the stairs on the way to dinner, Harry stopped suddenly. "What's that?" he asked, pointing at a tiny electric blue creature flying in front of them holding a portrait. "I don't know," said Padma with a smirk, "but it's got a picture of Lockhart." "That looks like a pixie," said Hermione, "but how?" At that moment, Neville Longbottom came running up the staircase with his wand out. "Immobulus!" he shouted, sending a clever freezing charm Hermione had taught them in their study group the previous year at the tricky little blighter, causing it to stay where it was. "Got it," he said happily as he took a step toward it, only for his foot to fall through the trick stair. "What happened?" asked Harry as he walked toward his friend. "Lockhart, that's what. First, he gave us a pop quiz about his favorite color and other rubbish like that. Then, he let loose a bunch of Cornish pixies on us. Once they got his wand, he ran for it. They picked poor Ron up and hung him from the chandelier." Harry couldn't help but laugh at that picture as he helped Longbottom out of his predicament. Hermione, who was now holding the painting of Lockhart and gazing at it dreamily, said, "That's not funny, Harry. Not funny at all. I'm sure that Professor Lockhart simply wanted to give you all a hands-on lesson, and his quiz was just to see how closely you read his books. In Year with the Yeti, he clearly stated that his favorite color is lilac, just like the attractive suit he's wearing in this picture." Harry blinked. He couldn't believe that his best friend was so smitten with that fraud that she'd make excuses for losing his wand to a pixie and running away. He turned back to Neville. "Are the rest still flying around the school?" "No, that was the last of them," he said, taking the now portrait-less pixie. He turned to Hermione with a mischievous smirk. "Shall I leave you with the portrait and tell Lockhart that it's gone?" No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Here you go." She said all that without taking a breath as she hastily returned it. Harry, Padma and Neville all got a good laugh at Hermione's expense. Her face was completely pink. I can't wait until dinner. Do you think they'll have roast beef?" She walked ahead of them, barely managing to avoid the trick stare. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention," said Minerva as she, Harry, Hermione and Padma exited her pensive. They'd spoken to her during dinner and she invited them to her office. "So, you see why we think Lucius Malfoy is up to something," said Harry. "Especially in light of what Draco started to say on the train," added Hermione. "I certainly agree that it looks that way," said Minnie, "but for now, I believe that all we can do is keep our eyes open and wait for something to happen." "Isn't there something you can do?" asked Padma. "Can't you drag the little ferret in here and make him drink Veritaserum?" By the expression on Harry's face, she knew that he agreed with that plan. "I'm afraid not," said Minerva. "There are limits to what a headmistress can get away with, and the use of that potion on a student is strictly forbidden. Lucius Malfoy would have me sacked and in Azkaban faster than you can say, illegal." "I suppose so," agreed Harry, reluctantly. "Did you hear about Lockhart's first lesson with the second-year Gryffindors?" he added, changing the subject. Minerva's lips thinned. "Yes. I even saw some of his students running around chasing pixies. I can't understand what that idiot was thinking." Hermione looked scandalized. "Headmistress. Even though his teaching methods may be a bit unusual, I'm sure that they learned a lot. I don't think it's polite to refer to him as an idiot just because you—" "You're quite right, Hermione. It was improper. I apologize. It's not good policy to speak ill of my colleagues, no matter what I think of them, and I shouldn't encourage you to disrespect them." "Don't worry, Aunt Minnie. I don't need any encouragement to disrespect Professor Lockhart." "Harry," hissed Hermione. "Young man," said Minerva sternly, with only the slightest hint of a smile that only those closest to the headmistress could detect, "listen, and listen good. Don't let me catch you pulling any pranks on Professor Lockhart. The consequences would be severe. Yes, Aunt Minnie, he said submissively. He didn't add, I won't let you catch me at it, even though that's what he was thinking and knew that's exactly what his aunt meant. Although it would be interesting to see how he deals in person with the situations he's described in his books, she added. Yes, agreed Hermione dreamily, it would be amazing to see firsthand how heroic he is. It was all Harry could do to stop himself from losing his dinner right there. He rolled his eyes at his aunt, and she winked at him. He almost burst out laughing. Indeed, said Minerva. Now, if that's all you'd like to discuss, they nodded. I've got a bit of parchment work to fill out before turning in. The next morning, Harry was waiting in the common room for Hermione and Padma when Luna Lovegood came walking up the stairs. He politely said, Good morning, Luna. She was wearing her school robes, but had one white shoe and one black one. She answered, Good morning, Harry, with her normal vacant expression and started looking around the common room, causing some of the girls who were downstairs to snigger. He watched her look behind a plant in the corner and under a couch before he decided to interrupt her. Looking for Nargles? He asked. She stopped, got up, and looked at him. Not precisely, but I do suspect that they're behind it. Some of my clothes, half of my shoes, some parchment, and 2 of my books are gone. What? He asked shocked. Yes. Nargles sometimes steal things. It's in their nature. Harry was mad. He couldn't believe there were thieves there. Was everything in your dorm room when it vanished? He asked. Yes. I think the Nargles struck last night. He pulled out his wand. Accio, Luna's stolen things. While several items, including the mates to both shoes Luna was wearing, came up the staircase, a few things came out of the pockets and bags of the older girls that were already in the room. A roll of parchment came out of the bag of a female fifth-year prefect who was talking to Penny Clearwater. Harry saw them both follow it to him as the other girls gathered around him as well. Harry, asked Penny, what are you doing, taking these girls' things? He glared at her, not knowing whether she was part of this or not. I'm not stealing anything. I simply summoned the things that were stolen last night from Luna. As he put the parchment in Ms. Lovegood's already full arms, Penelope looked at her fellow prefect, who looked guiltily to the ground. Clearwater looked around at the other female Ravenclaws who'd lost contraband to Harry's summoning charm. All it took was one look to confirm the truth to Penny as the rest of the girls started making their way up into the common room. I can't believe you all. Robbing a first year. Especially you, Roberta. You just made prefect. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Lighten up, Penny. It's just loony. What terrible thing has she done to you to deserve this? Harry yelled. He then added, you Slytherin thief. Now listen here, boy, Roberta said, just because your aunt is. This has nothing to do with my aunt, you thief. Didn't your mom ever tell you that stealing is wrong? It was just a joke. No, I love pranks, but this wasn't one. It was theft. Besides, pranks are for the deserving, like Filch, who goes around talking about how he wants to hang us all by our thumbs. Luna hasn't done anything to you. Harry, said Luna evenly, it's all right. You don't have to. What's going on? Asked Hermione, who just arrived. Harry saw that Padma was with her. Half the girls, including this prefect, robbed Luna last night. He acted disgusted when he indicated Roberta. Hermione's eyes widened as she looked at the fifth year. Even you? You're supposed to set an example. Harry noticed that Hermione was close to losing her temper, and he didn't want any hexing to start, mainly because he wasn't sure he could take out a fifth year. He did still have his wand out, just in case. I think we've got things under control now, don't we, Penny? Yes, I think so. She looked each of the thieves that had been caught in the eyes. I've never been ashamed to be in this house before today. 50 points from Ravenclaw. 50? Questioned Roberta. You can't take that many away, all. You'll what, Roberta? Complain to Flitwick that I didn't allow you to rob a first year. He'll take away your badge if he finds out, and I've half a mind to tell him. I can't believe you were a part of this, I trusted you. You can't? I won't tell him about this incident, this time, said Penny calmly. But if any one of you does something like this again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of the year mopping the floors with your tongue while Filch supervises. She then turned to Luna. I'm sorry that this happened, Luna. I want you to let me know if anything else of yours turns up missing. You don't have to, it's my job. You want me to do my job properly, don't you? Yes, Penelope. They went down to an uneventful breakfast, and then on to double defense against the dark arts for their first lesson with Lockhart. Harry didn't understand why Hermione's infatuation with the old fraud bugged him so much. He knew nothing would ever come of it, but he felt a small twinge of something he couldn't define whenever she complimented the creep. Trying to avoid thinking about that, he wondered whether they'd have the same pixie lesson that Neville had had the day before. "Good morning, class," Gilderoy announced cheerily, managing to show all of his perfect teeth. "Allow me to introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't conquer the Yeti by smiling at it." He waited for them to laugh. Only a few people, Hermione included, did. He then began handing out test papers and said, "You have 30 minutes, start, now." Harry looked down at his paper, and realized that it was indeed the same test that Neville had taken when he read the first question. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? He did remember what Hermione had said the day before, but he wasn't going to answer these stupid questions the way Lockhart wanted. Dipping his quill in a bottle of ink, he wrote, "Gold, like a galleon." 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Harry answered, to make tons of galleons by forcing hundreds of students to buy all his worthless books by being their teacher. 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Achieving the lowest OWL scores for the last 500 years, the lowest ever for a Slytherin. On and on it went, over 3 sides of paper, right down to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday was one of the saddest days in our history, and his ideal gift would be yet another picture of himself to add to his collection, but he wouldn't say no to a bag of gold. While Lockhart was flipping through the papers, Harry noticed his eyes bulge out as he looked at what Harry thought was his own test paper. He quickly moved it to the bottom of the stack and started complimenting Hermione's answers, causing her to blush much to Harry's irritation. "So," said Harry after they left the class, which did not include the pixies, "what did Professor Lockhart teach us in class today, Hermione? Besides how red you can get when a teacher you fancy compliments you." She stopped dead in her tracks as all her blood rushed to her cheeks. "I do not fancy him," she declared. And as for our lesson, her brow furrowed, showing Harry that she was deep in thought. He was just trying to break the ice. He wanted us to get to know each other better. I'm sure that our next lesson will be much more informative." Harry was truly getting sick of the way Hermione was defending that bloke, and he currently wasn't sure she wouldn't turn him in for pranking Lockhart. He decided that, for the first time in his Hogwarts career, he was going to have to do something behind Hermione's back. "So what did you want to talk about?" asked the Weasley twins. Harry had sent them a note with Hedwig to meet him. "I think Lockhart's a fraud, and I want to prove it. I figure that we should prank him in such a way that a wizard of his supposed skill should be able to avoid, but instead he'll have to ask for help undoing the jinxes." "Sounds like a," said George. "Worthy cause," completed Fred. Together, they sacredly said, "To ensure the competence of the staff, every student's responsibility. We are surprised that Hermione's not here, nor Padma." Harry's ears turned slightly pink. "Well, Hermione fancies the Ponce, like most of the girls I guess, and I don't know how Padma feels about him. I don't want to risk either of them interfering." Both Fred and George smiled at each other. "We understand, now. He's a rival for Hermione's affections." Harry's face turned red. I'm not after Hermione's, affections. I'm just concerned about her. That's all." "Of course." Fred winked at him. "We believe you." Now George winked. "Look, are you in or out?" The next morning, while the Gryffindor Quidditch team was having an early practice, and allowing a first year to try out to become the youngest Seeker in a century, due to how poorly their previous Seeker had performed, Lockhart was nervously opening the door to Hagrid's old hut. He'd been ordered by the headmistress to inspect it for any hazards, and warned that she didn't know what kinds of dark creatures the half-giant who'd previously inhabited it kept as pets. She'd also said that her nephew would be among those who used it, and if anything dangerous was still in there after Lockhart said it was fine, he'd be in serious trouble. He didn't know that the headmistress was following him, disillusioned. He wouldn't have had anything dangerous, Lockhart said to himself shakily. I'll just go in there and nothing will attack me, and then I'll certify it as safe. Minerva had a hard time not chuckling when she thought of the creatures she'd put in there while Matthew was handling her classes the last few days. She didn't consider it wrong to give the assistant professor extra experience. In fact, from what she'd heard, he'd done an excellent job. The Dada professor opened the door to find the room full of people. Not just any people, he realized with horror. They were people he'd interviewed and obliviated for his books, and they looked mad. Lockhart, you fraud! One of them shouted. You said you'd make me famous. Instead, once I told you my story, you erased my memory. While others made similar claims, Minerva stood there shocked. She'd suspected he'd made up the stories in his books. Not that he'd stolen the stories in such a cruel way. She unfortunately knew that a person's boggart can't be considered evidence. Gilderoy could claim that it's his fear that others will falsely claim he'd done that, but she knew the truth. Just as she was beginning to wonder if he'd ever catch on, Lockhart began to stutter. WH. Wait a minute. You're dead. He was pointing at an old man. Why, you'd be older now. He was looking at a girl. This has got to be, what were they called? He said as he absently moved his wand. This is so ridiculous. Suddenly, all of the faces had blank expressions like they'd just lost their memories. Lockhart then began to laugh cruelly at them, and the boggart was banished. He then looked around to make sure no one had seen, not noticing the slight distortion. Minerva smiled as she noticed a wet spot in the front of his robes. She saw him notice that and mutter, I wish I knew a drying spell. Is this stupid job worth this? Maybe I should. Minerva quickly made herself visible and shouted happily from behind Lockhart. Oh, Gilderoy. I see you're about to inspect the house. Would you care for some help? He stiffened for a moment before saying, without turning around, and no, that's perfectly all right. I have everything under control here. She stayed until he actually stepped inside and started walking away, making the door close without him seeing her do it. She then disillusioned herself again to watch more. Gilderoy had looked over his shoulder to see Minerva walk away, having planned to immediately leave when suddenly the door slammed. He tried opening it unsuccessfully, and realized he was trapped. That's when all hell broke loose. He heard a fluttering of wings above him, and looked up to see about 50 winged keys that suddenly turned on him. He dropped to the floor in fright and tried to crawl under the bed for cover while his clothes, hands, and head were cut up by his attackers. He was doing his best to keep his hands over his face as he shimmied along. When he got under the bed, he placed his left hand in a yellowish liquid that smelled of petrol. He suddenly found himself in tremendous pain and jumped back out while screaming in agony. He didn't know it, but he'd put his hand in a puddle of bubotuber pus. The keys continued their attack as he ran to the curtains, intent on wiping the pus from his hand on them. When he did, a swarm of fairy-like creatures covered in black hair flew out of the curtains at him. He didn't know what they were, but he soon found out that they had sharp, venomous teeth when one got his neck. By this time, his clothes were torn up, his face, hands, and neck were bleeding, his hair was disheveled, and he was crying. Soon, the doxies from the curtains began biting his hair off. He screamed even more as he fell to the ground and assumed the fetal position. Minerva felt he'd had enough. She didn't want to kill him, after all. That would be too much parchment work, so she sent a Patronus, which was quite easy to produce under the circumstances, to a few of her colleagues to summon them there. Since they'd been waiting for the sign, they were there within 5 minutes when Minerva gently opened the door to reveal Lockhart still in that position crying as keys and doxies continually attacked him. Flitwick, Sprout, Sinistra, and Kettleburn, the 4 heads of house, along with Madame Pomfrey, all looked on in amusement. He hadn't noticed them. Flitwick pulled out his wand and performed a few charms. Within seconds, the attackers were on the ground, frozen stiff. Minerva walked up to the weeping defense teacher and cleared her throat. He looked up at her and muttered, "Is it over?" before his eyes widened to see the others there as well. With what little dignity he had, he got up and tried adjusting the rags he was wearing. "You shouldn't have interfered," he said confidently. "I had them right where I wanted them." "Really?" asked Minerva with a smirk. "Oh, yes. You see, I wanted to pretend, for the sake of my classes. You see, I wanted to try and learn what it's like to be a victim. You see, a man of my talent has never really had anything to fear. Therefore, I refrained from defending myself." Unfortunately, since I knew the whole time that I was in no real danger, I didn't experience what I was hoping for, fear. Minerva could almost smell the manure Lockhart's story was filling the cabin with as Madame Pomfrey began healing his wounds without a word. Sprout said, "Then perhaps you would care to assist me in eliminating the infestation of garden gnomes that have made their way into one of the classrooms. We'll just throw them out the window. They shouldn't be able to return. The room is on the 5th floor." He smiled charmingly at her, glad he hadn't lost any teeth, and said, "I'd love to assist you, Pomona, but unfortunately, I'll be busily grading homework for the next few weeks." "I see," she responded. After Flitwick left, Minerva quickly took care of any threats in that room and asked Harry, Hermione and Padma to come to her office, where she showed them the memory of what had happened at Hagrid's old hut. Hermione looked more distressed than Harry had ever seen her. But he wrote, how could he? He lied. Not only that, but it looks like he erased their memories. How could he? And he laughed at them. Her face turned hard and unforgiving. He got what he deserved. You shouldn't have helped him. "Miss Granger, Hermione," said Minerva. "I agree that his behavior is abominable, but I couldn't just let him die." She took a deep breath. "Unfortunately, there is no evidence of what he's done." She then looked at the three kids with a smirk. However, if for some reason he didn't like it here and decided to quit, that would be another story. Harry looked around at the two girls, and could tell by their expressions that he could now count them in on the plans he and the Weasley twins were making. "That would be so unfortunate," he said, not bothering to hide the sarcasm. "Anyway," said Minerva, "the hut has been cleared of anything dangerous. You may now take possession of it. I suggest you ask the house elves for assistance. I've already authorized them to give you any spare furniture in the castle and any other assistance you may need." Later that afternoon, Hermione was reluctant at first to take Professor McGonagall's suggestion about using the elves until Harry asked her this question. "Are you going to pick up Hagrid's bed and get it out of here?" Her ears turned pink as Padma giggled. No, I suppose not. It's not like it's hard for them to do something like this. It shouldn't do any harm." "And remember," said Padma, "we're not trying to put them out of work right now, just stop the abuse. They should actually be happy to help make this into our office." With the help of a few elves, who were only too honored to help, all of the giant-sized furniture was eliminated within 5 minutes of that conversation. Some bookshelves, 2 normal-sized tables, 15 chairs and a trunk with a very sturdy lock were brought in. Harry set his boombox on one of the bookshelves, and they listened to music while they worked. When the place was set up properly, with 10 CARE-related books on it, Harry started playing on his Game Boy while Padma was reading one of the books and Hermione was composing a list of other books to get. While they were still doing that, there was a knock at the door. Hermione opened it. "Hello, Professor McGonagall," she said. Harry paused his game and looked up, grinning at his favorite aunt. "Hi, what do you think? The place certainly seems roomier without Hagrid-sized furniture in it. I am curious why you have 2 tables here." "That's so that we'll have room for more people to work if we have a project or study groups," said Hermione. "Or if we have lunch here," added Padma with a grin. Each table had 6 chairs with it, with the 3 remaining chairs in different corners. "Well, you've certainly done a good job with it." She then got her wand from its holster and performed a spell on the door handle. "I've transfigured this lock to be much more secure," she said before pulling 3 keys out of her pocket. "I've already made these for you. I've done something special with these keys so that a simple duplicating charm won't make a key that works on the door. Come to me if you need any more copies." She then handed one to each of them. "What did you do to them?" asked Hermione curiously. Minerva smiled inwardly at how eagerly the girl sought knowledge. She was the quintessential Ravenclaw. However, she'd already made her decision regarding the key. "That's for me to know and you to find out. I don't want 1,000 copies of that key floating around, and I think that this is a good way to keep track of it. Perhaps one day I will show you, but not for a couple years." "Yes, Professor," Hermione said quickly. "Very well. Enjoy your day, all 3 of you." The trio soon left Hagrid's hut after Harry locked his boombox and Game Boy in the trunk that he also had a key to. They then revised for a few hours, and then Harry decided to call his family. Hermione mentioned that she was going to do the same thing. "Hi, Brianna." "Hey, Harry," she said, smiling at her brother. "How are things at home?" "Great. They're making Lightfellow retire from baseball. They made him fake an injury to stop him from playing until his trial. He's going to have the hearing next month, and I've been asked to testify at it. I got the letter yesterday. If somehow he gets off, then he'll say that he recovered. If, as is expected, he gets convicted, his injury will be so great he can't play again. He might even get jail time. I'm surprised they need you to testify. I think they just want as many witnesses as they can get. Did you get you and Hermione's love shack ready yet? Harry's ears turned bright red, but he managed to keep a straight face. Perhaps you have a love shack you share with Bobby, but the CARE headquarters is ready, if that's what you mean. Aunt Minnie liked it. She had us watch her memory of that idiot Lockhart trying to inspect the place. The Doxies would have killed him. Of course, Hermione was devastated watching it. Especially his boggart. What's a boggart? Asked Brianna. Harry explained what they are, and what Lockhart said to him, and then the rest of what happened. Finally, he said, "Can you get me Mom and Dad, or do I need to hang up on you and call them?" The next day, Harry and Hermione got up early to go to the Quidditch tryouts. Harry brought his broom along. They planned on sharing it that day. The captain of the team, a seventh-year girl named Michelle Hamilton, had posted it a few days before. They arrived at the pitch to see a small crowd of about 30 people sitting on the stands. Facing them was a very attractive girl with long, curly red hair and a very nice figure. She was wearing a light blue t-shirt and jeans under her open school robe that showed a Quidditch captain badge. She was floating on a broom held onto by just her legs, and holding a Muggle clipboard and a pen. He figured that she was a Muggle-born that had realized how inconvenient quills and ink were. Her brows were furrowed with thought in a way that Harry thought was very cute. He was staring open-mouthed at her. "If you'll put your eyes back in your head," said Hermione irritably, "we should take a seat." He was brought out of his stupor by this. "I wasn't," he said defensively as his ears turned pink. Hermione never got to hear what Harry wasn't doing, because at that moment, Michelle began to speak. They quickly sat next to Cho Chang. "Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. For those of you who don't know, Ravenclaw has both a regular and reserve Quidditch team. So far, we're the only Hogwarts team that does, but doing the smart thing is part of being a Ravenclaw. Am I right?" She asked the last question enthusiastically, and earned a few yells of assent and clapping. Smiling in a way that, for some unexplained reason, made Harry's stomach feel funny, she continued her speech. "Although some of you were on the team last year and performed admirably, I'm still requiring everyone to try out. I want to make sure we have the best possible team, so every position, except mine as one of the starting chasers, is open right now. I'll apologize in advance if I hurt anybody's feelings by rejecting them, but I want to win the Quidditch Cup this year. I'm not trying to be mean and it's not personal." She took a deep breath. "First of all, I'd like to make sure that everyone here can at least fly properly." She had half of the hopefuls, Harry included, fly around the pitch while the other half watched. She eliminated 5 of them who seemed to wobbling along on their broomsticks, acting as though this was their first time flying. Harry landed beside Hermione. "Here you go," he said smiling, handing her his broom so she could fly with the second group of 15. "I know you don't need luck to get past this part." Hermione would never admit it, but she was glad that Cho Chang was part of her group, and wasn't sitting next to Harry. After 4 others were eliminated, Hermione returned to Harry's side to find him gazing at the captain. "Harry," she said with a smirk, "isn't Michelle pretty?" "Yeah, I suppose she's all right. Bit too old for my taste, of course." Hermione was giggling as Harry's face turned red. She'd thought about Harry's apparent crush on Ms. Hamilton while she was flying, and realized that Harry would no more go after her than she would have gone after Lockhart before watching the Pensieve. She also knew that Michelle would be gone the next year, and probably had a boyfriend, if not a fiancé. So, therefore, she decided that the best solution to the problem was to tease Harry mercilessly about it. "All right," said Michelle. "Now we're going to have tryouts for positions. We'll start with chasers, because we'll need them to test beaters and keepers. The last position will be seeker." She looked around at the crowd. "I hope there's a good one out there, because I've heard that Gryffindor's got a new seeker, who they consider their secret weapon. I don't know anything else about this person." The tryouts went all morning, with Hermione using the broom more than Harry. She was kept in the mix with 6 others when the beaters started hitting bludgers at them. One of the beater wannabes was so bad that he almost hit Harry, who was patiently sitting in the stands. Finally, The people trying out for keeper were brought in, and 6 of the chasers were separated into 2 teams, and had to try to score goals while the beaters were going at them. It was a regular game minus the seeker. The only difference being that timeouts and replacements happened a lot more often as Michelle was narrowing down her choices. Hermione scored a few goals, but a few others scored more. Once, she was hit with a bludger, but managed to pass the quaffle just before the impact, and did stay on the broom. When the mock game was declared over by the captain, who'd been taking notes the whole time, Hermione flew down next to Harry. "Thanks for letting me borrow your broom. Good luck." She seemed to Harry as though she decided that she didn't make the team and was trying to accept it. "You did a good job out there, Hermione," he said, earnestly. "There were better chasers out there, not to mention Michelle. Who hasn't announced who's made the team yet? Maybe you have and maybe you haven't. We'll deal with that later. Either way, you still did good out there. I was proud of you." Her ears turned pink as Harry mounted his broom. "I've got to get out there." As it turned out, only one other person was trying out for the seeker position, which pretty much guaranteed that he'd at least be a reserve. The captain was going to release the snitch, and whoever caught it would be the starting seeker. That would change if the other showed more skill during practices. Everyone else was allowed to leave if they wanted. Hermione stayed. Harry looked at his competitor, Cho Chang, and grinned. They were friends, and she was a member of CARE, so this wasn't a grudge match. He said, "May the best man win." She stuck her tongue out. "I'm sure she will." After 15 minutes, Harry was getting bored as he scanned the pitch, with Cho marking him. He knew they'd missed lunch, and planned to visit the kitchen once this was over. He hadn't caught sight of the snitch, and obviously Chong hadn't either. He decided to add some excitement. He looked straight at the ground, gave an expression of enthusiasm, and flew straight down. Cho followed. He got closer and closer to the earth, gaining speed the whole way. When he was 4 feet away from crashing, he pulled on his lightning bolt, going level with his feet touching the blades of grass. He heard a small thud behind him, and then Cho's angry voice shouting, "I'll get you for that, McGonagall." So he knew she was all right. He rose up in the air and scanned the pitch again. He saw that his competitor was in the air again by the time he was back where he'd started. He kept looking around, and just as Chong got about level with him, he saw that the snitch had actually gone where he'd dived to before. He started diving back down immediately, not even hearing Cho shout, "Do you honestly think you can fool me again?" He was halfway to the snitch when he saw it starting to move away. He adjusted his course to follow it, and heard a swear word coming from his competitor just before his fist wrapped around the tiny winged ball. She was still 15 feet from him. Michelle flew up to him, beaming. "Congratulations, McGonagall. That was some great flying. You'll be our starting seeker." Thanks," he said, blushing. He then turned his broom to fly over to Cho, who appeared unhappy. "I'm sorry about that feint, Cho. I hope you didn't get hurt." Not looking very happy, but not angry either, she said, "Don't worry about it, Harry. You outflew me. You really are good." "Thanks," he said, before flying down toward Hermione. "Harry, I thought I was going to die when you did that dive. What were you thinking? Don't ever do that again." He chuckled at her response. With a completely insincere expression on his face, he answered, "Yes, Mom." After sneaking to the kitchens for a late lunch, they went to library to do some revision. They had the first meeting for the year of their study group in about a half hour. "Oh look," said Hermione, "there's Ginny Weasley." He looked and saw her sitting alone at a table. She did look very excited as she wrote into what appeared to be the same book she'd had on the train. Harry imagined that it was probably her diary. "She looks happy," he commented. "Why don't we go talk to her?" asked Hermione. Shrugging his shoulders, he agreed and they went up to her. "Hello, Ginny," said Hermione. The girl stopped writing immediately and closed her book. "Hi, Hermione, Harry." Said Harry, "We just wanted to ask how your first week has gone." "Oh, really well. She frowned for a moment and then her expression became neutral. "Well, I'm doing good. Don't forget our bet." He smiled. "I won't when it's time for me to collect. I just made the team." Her eyes widened. "Why, you made it? Weren't you trying out for Seeker?" He nodded. "Yes, so now I'll personally make sure we win." The redhead turned to Hermione. "Did you make the team, too?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know. The rest of the positions haven't been listed yet. but she did a great job during the tryout. Well, good luck. Thanks, said Hermione. Listen, we're going to have our study group here in about 15 minutes. You're welcome to join us. Thanks, but I wouldn't want to be the only first year. You won't be, said Harry. Luna's gonna be here. You'll be able to ask for help with anything you're having a problem with, said Hermione. Just try it one time. Ginny appeared deep in thought for a moment. I suppose it won't hurt. Ron's not in the group, is he? No, said Harry with a grin. He then turned to Hermione. Why don't we move the group to headquarters once everyone's here? I don't see any reason not to, said Hermione with a grin. Where's that? Asked Ginny. You'll see, said Harry. We set it up yesterday. Half an hour later, Harry, Hermione, Padma, Anthony, Luna, Hannah, Susan, Neville and Ginny were sitting at the tables in headquarters, with soft music playing in the background. Harry had stopped by the kitchens to get a pitcher of pumpkin juice and some cups while the others made their way to the cabin. Isn't this much better than the library? Harry said after drinking deeply from his glass. There aren't any garflets here, said Luna in agreement, so we should be able to concentrate. Right, said Harry. The others had already been warned not to comment on Luna's remarks. To start out, do you or Ginny have any specific problems with what you've been taught this week? The girls each had a few difficulties, although Luna explained hers in a much more colorful way than Ginny. After moving on from there, Hermione summarized what the younger girls needed to understand before going on to second-year material, doing her best to make sure the girls weren't lost. The most extra time that was spent helping the first years was 10 minutes, and Hermione felt that it would greatly benefit them to see where they were headed. Both Ginny and Luna said they'd meet with the group only once per week, since neither wanted to hold the second years back. The study session ended at dinner time. When the Ravenclaws got back to their common room after dinner, they noticed that the Quidditch team was posted. Harry practically had to carry his best friend to the message board so she could find out the results of her tryout. She frowned when she saw that the starting chasers were Michelle Hamilton, captain, 7th year, Roger Davies, 4th year, and Sean Bradley, 3rd year. I didn't make it, she said, sounding defeated. But you did make the reserves, said Harry, pointing at her name on that list. Her frown turned into a smile for a moment, and then wavered. Do you think that my parents will still buy me a broom? There's only one way to find out, he said, grinning. He was certain that her parents would still do it. She was a member of the team, after all. I suppose so, she said, and went down to her dorm, presumably to mirror call her folks. Even though Harry already knew his name would be on the list, it still felt good to read Harry McGonagall as the starting seeker. He was still looking at the names when Hermione reappeared beside him. She was beaming ear to ear. They said yes, she declared, hugging him. He hugged her back, saying, I knew they would. I told you that you did a good job. You wouldn't believe me. She let go and smiled at him for a moment before looking back at the list. It says here that practices begin next Saturday. I should have it by then. The rest of the month went by swiftly after that, with the Weasley twins planning the prank on Lockhart with the Golden Trio. They had to make certain potions that required time to brew, so unfortunately, it wouldn't be ready until October. A few minor pranks had been pulled on Gilderoy, but nothing of consequence. By Wednesday, Hermione had gotten a Nimbus 2001 from her parents, and was looking forward to trying it out at practice. On Friday, Harry could have sworn that Ginny Weasley received a wrapped broomstick with her mail, but didn't say anything about it, although he did think that he'd done a better job of smuggling one in the year before. He was honestly surprised that no one caught her. Ravenclaw practices went very well, and it soon became obvious that Hermione was the best reserve they had. Cho didn't seem to be holding a grudge when she saw Harry at practices. The format of practice sessions was for the captain to speak for about 5 minutes about any problems or opportunities for improvement that she'd noticed, and then they'd have a full game of the starters versus the reserves, with Michelle interrupting any time she saw a problem. She wouldn't waste practice time, where they had to reserve the pitch, talking strategy, especially because most strategies only involved one of the positions. She'd hand out scrolls to each player at the end of practice describing the strategies, and tell them to talk to her before the next practice if anything wasn't clear. If she did feel that the team needed a speech, she'd do it in a corner of their common room. Malfoy was mad that his punishment for the previous year still held, and he wasn't allowed to play Quidditch for Slytherin until his 4th year. Despite how the jerk bragged about his Quidditch abilities, Harry thought it was probably good for Slytherin that he wasn't allowed to play. He had no doubt that the idiot would find a way to buy his way onto the team, and be the worst player out there. Harry threw a small birthday party for Hermione with their study group, only this time it was at headquarters. He gave her a wrist wand holster like his own. His family, using the mirrors, wished her a happy birthday during the party as well. Before they knew it, October had arrived. October attacks Harry McGonagall, Chapter 16. October attacks. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. What? Exclaimed Harry as he gave a huge jump, looking at his companions with his pale face. The voice he'd just heard chilled him to the bone. It was a voice of breathtaking, ice-cold venom. Fred, George, Hermione, and Padma looked at him strangely. They were currently inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom preparing a prank on Lockhart. It was after curfew, and Padma was keeping an eye on the Marauders' map while the others performed spells and set up potions where they needed to be. What is it, Harry? Asked Hermione, looking concerned. Didn't you hear it? He asked. Hear what? Asked Fred. Is there a teacher coming? Asked George. No, it wasn't a teacher. It said it wanted to kill. Maybe it was Filch, suggested George. Is he near here? Asked Fred, looking at Padma. No, she answered, after double-checking. No one's near here. Your little sister's wandering the corridors, though. Fred and George looked proud and solemn. Little Ginny's first time violating Hogwarts curfew. She's growing up. Where's she at? Asked Harry, curious. On the second floor, said Padma. Almost directly above us. I wonder if she pranked Lockhart's office, commented Fred. That would be funny, said Padma. To be pranked twice in the same day. They all chuckled at that, continued working and made their way to Ravenclaw Tower, where Padma gave the twins their map back so they could make it to Gryffindor Tower. The next morning began normally, with the Golden Trio eating breakfast together at the Ravenclaw table with Luna. I wonder if Aunt Minnie'll be in class today, said Harry. I hope it's Professor Chapin, said Padma dreamily, reminding Harry of the crush his friend had on his aunt's assistant. I hope it's McGonagall, countered Hermione. I have an extra credit paper to hand in, and I wanted to speak to her about it. Harry and Padma looked at Hermione like she'd grown a third eye while Luna was staring blankly in front of her while filling her mouth with scrambled eggs. What? Hermione, said Harry gently, you are at the top of the class, and we're both over a month ahead in our assignments. You honestly don't need extra credit. I wanted to write that essay, she said. I took my notes about primates from the zoo and cross-referenced it with information from a guide to advanced transfiguration that I borrowed from the library. That's the NEWT Transfiguration book, interrupted Padma. Exactly, said Hermione, sounding slightly irritated at being interrupted. The point is that I wrote a comparative analysis about the difficulties of transfiguring various different primates into water goblets. I wonder if I should write a paper on transfiguring crumple-horned snorkax into nargles, commented Luna dreamily as she put down her fork. I understand that it is quite difficult, she added. Harry controlled his expression to stop himself from smiling, and made sure he didn't meet anyone else's eyes, knowing he'd burst out laughing at the thought of the look on his aunt's face when she reads the title of Luna's essay. His ears had become pink from his efforts. He cleared his throat. If I were you, Luna, I'd wait on doing any extra credit until I need it. I believe you told us you were getting E's and O's on all your transfiguration papers. Yes, I have, the blonde girl said, although certain comments I'd made comparing turning a mouse into a stone to turning a triple-legged vrotch into one were crossed out on my last parchment. I don't think Professor McGonagall has heard of them. Really, said Padma, sounding sarcastic, earning a quick glare from Harry. Then maybe you shouldn't mention the creatures the professor hasn't heard of on your assignments, said Hermione. For the first time in Harry's memory, Luna looked sad for a moment. I suppose I'll have to. I wouldn't want Professor McGonagall to believe that I think I'm smarter than her just because I know about vratches. It might make her feel bad. Her eyes brightened for a moment. I should also get her a subscription to the Quibbler so that she'll learn about them. Now that that's settled, said Harry with a grin, I think we should be off to our first class. Harry's first class was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors, and his aunt was present, so Hermione stayed after class to hand in her extra credit. Harry handed in the summary of one of the Animagus book chapters as well. After that, They had herbology with the Slytherins, who had been much more subdued without Snape to favor them, although nothing could stop Malfoy from starting trouble. Immediately after class, Draco, flanked by his bodyguards, approached Harry, sneering. "Hey, McGonagall, I heard your aunt is taking a personal interest in Lockhart. They were together near your precious care shack a few weeks ago. Maybe he'll be your uncle soon." Crabbe and Goyle sniggered as though he'd said something very funny. Harry's hands closed into fists automatically. His face was turning red. "She can't stand that Ponce," he said as calmly as he could while glaring at Draco. If he'd looked to his left or right, he'd have seen the concerned expressions that his friends were shooting his way. Draco continued, "Of course, I don't know how Lockhart can stand someone as old and new Sparks," muttered Harry, calling his wand to his right hand. "Harry, no," said Hermione, causing Draco to stop in mid-sentence. He stuck his nose in the air, sniffing around, with an expression on his face like he'd smelled something awful. "I knew I smelled a disgusting mudblood, Granger," he said, causing Dumb and Dumber to laugh once again. "Maybe you should go back in there and beg Sprout to give you some dragon dung to use as perfume. It would make you smell much better." At the same time, Padma was whispering the incantation for a spell the Weasley twins had taught them, while taking advantage of the fact that the Three Stooges were all looking at Hermione. "Nitter sicut fimus," she said while aiming her wand at Draco's midsection. She quickly put it away. "Isn't it strange," commented Harry, who'd noticed Padma's actions, in a scientific tone of voice, "how inbreeding causes problem with the subject's senses, such as smell." "Indeed," agreed Hermione in a haughty voice. "They smell themselves," continued Harry, "and believe it was someone 5 feet from them. Let's go." As the Ravenclaw trio was leaving, the Slytherins were just noticing a horrid smell coming from Draco. "Ew, Draco," muttered Crabbe. The first words Harry had ever heard him speak. "I think you went in your pants." "I did," yelled Draco as an expression of comprehension dawned on his face. "It was them." He pulled out his wand, aiming for Harry's back. "Accio, Malfoy's left shoe," Harry muttered. He'd just been waiting for Draco to catch on. His left foot kicked up of its own accord, knocking him off balance. Harry stopped his spell so the arrogant fool could spectacularly fall on his backside, dropping his wand in the process. It rolled about 10 feet away. Harry and his friends kept walking while Draco shouted, "Help me up, you idiots." Goyle started to bend toward him, but stopped, saying, "Sorry, Draco. I just can't stand the smell." By this time, a small crowd had gathered to watch the show. They were all commenting on how repulsive Malfoy smelled. During lunch, one of the Weasley twins winked at Harry from the Gryffindor table, thus assuring him that the house elves had agreed to add something special to Lockhart's and another student's meal. Harry had a feeling that his aunt had instructed the elves to obey any instructions from them to prank Lockhart. It was the only reason they'd go along with it that made sense to the boy who lived. He couldn't wait for lunch to be over so they could get to class. This was the first time he'd looked forward to one of Lockhart's lectures. The second-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were going to get a good show. "Good afternoon, class," Lockhart said with a toothy grin. He was wearing his lilac outfit that he loved so much, and Harry was glad that the clown was wearing his favorite clothes. Using his old wand, Harry inconspicuously began the prank. "It's showtime," he whispered while Lockhart was doing a demonstration with that day's victim. This password began the sequence of events. "Now class, when I, the brave Gilderoy Lockhart, was facing those 20 ghouls, did I show fear? No," he declared as he made Justin Finch Fletchley come to the front of the class and raise his hands threateningly while pretending to be a ghoul. "I simply, fire." He'd noticed that a copy of Magical Me that had been on his desk was now in flames. What he didn't know was that this fire was releasing a chemical in the air that worked with the potion the fraud had ingested, and would produce a result in less than 5 minutes. Lockhart, in a panicked state, ran close to the precious tome, and pointed his wand at it. "Aqua mint," he said confidently, causing nothing. He tried again, and a small white object that was shaped like a tear appeared in front of his wand and fell to the floor without a sound. By this time, the desk had caught fire. Hermione pointed her wand at the desk and said, "Aguamenti," causing a stream of water to shoot from her wand, directly to the burning book, putting out the fire. It was at that moment that Lockhart had breathed in enough of the chemical. Lockhart nervously said to his class, "Just a little, pop quiz, to see if He stopped speaking, because he no longer could. He transformed into a peacock. Justin, who was still at the front of the class, touched Gilderoy's head, saying, "Profess." He stopped speaking, because he noticed that another Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, had changed form as well, only his form was not a peacock. The arrogant Hufflepuff was now 14 feet tall, full of white fur, with long claws and fangs. Anyone who'd looked at the covers of Lockhart's books instantly recognized that their classmate had been turned into a Yeti. The peacock disappeared, replaced once again by Professor Lockhart. He smiled for a moment, until he noticed the abominable snowman standing in his classroom. His face paled as he shouted, "It's a Yeti, run for your lives." As he bolted for the door, Ernie, however, hadn't even moved yet. The moment Lockhart's hand touched the doorknob, a huge, foot-wide, yellow streak of paint appeared down the middle of his whole body, on his hair, face, and clothes. However, the Order of Merlin recipient was so scared he didn't notice as he wrenched the door open and ran. The whole class erupted in laughter. Ernie returned to normal before the mirth had died down. "So you see," said Harry when he'd stopped chuckling, "the actual way that Gilderoy Lockhart the Brave handles a Yeti is by running for it, leaving a room full of kids behind to save themselves." "Maybe he's getting specialized equipment," suggested one of the Hufflepuff girls. At that moment, an elderly wizard with short gray hair and a well-trimmed beard that looked rather strong that Harry recognized as one of the teachers, but did not know his name, ran into the room, wand brandished. "Where is the Yeti?" he demanded in his scratchy voice. "It's gone," said Padma with a straight face. Apparently someone thought it was funny to turn Ernie into one for a few seconds. The smart Poddle twin acted like she had been annoyed with whoever the culprit was. Harry was impressed with her acting skills. The tough-looking old man showed a hint of a smile. Professor Lockhart came running down the hallway screaming about a Yeti being loose in the castle. By the looks of things, he's been branded a coward with the largest yellow streak that I've ever seen. I last saw him going down the stairs, probably headed outside. I'd say that your class is dismissed." Harry was disappointed to see that Lockhart had shown up for dinner, in a different outfit. Apparently Madame Grubbly had caught him running away and stopped him, lecturing him on cowardice until someone from the castle informed them that it was a false alarm. Over the rest of the week, Harry got more and more nervous as Michelle called for practice every other day in preparation for the upcoming Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Harry was sure that he could play, but he'd never played in front of a huge crowd before. A lot of things could happen during the game. He found himself staring at his empty plate at breakfast time, feeling butterflies fighting a war in his stomach, sitting with his friends. "Harry," said Hermione, "you've got to eat something." "Yeah," agreed Padma. "Or you'll be too busy looking for food to notice the snitch." "I'm not hungry," insisted Harry for the third time that morning. Looking for a way to steer the conversation away from his appetite, he looked at the head table. "Who's that guy sitting with Madame Grubbly?" "I don't know," said Hermione with a grin after looking where Harry indicated, "but he does seem awfully friendly with her. He's probably here to watch the match." "You have to eat, Harry," came a female voice from behind him. Harry turned around to see his captain, Michelle Hamilton, looking just as pretty as ever, smiling at him. Harry swallowed as he felt himself blush. "All right," he said, and grabbed a slice of toast and obediently took a bite, accidentally knocking over his glass of pumpkin juice with his elbow in the process. He quietly swore before grabbing a napkin to clean up after himself while Padma giggled and Hermione covered her mouth. Harry briefly contemplated the benefits of hiding under the table. "Good," Michelle said, trying to hide her mirth. "Try not to be too nervous out there." She turned to Harry's best friend. "Hermione, don't forget that you'll have to change into uniform as well. I want all my reserves ready to fly into the game at a moment's notice." "Of course, Michelle," she replied, still doing her best not to laugh at her friend. As the Ravenclaw captain was walking away, Harry said, "Go ahead, laugh. I know you want to anyway." They enthusiastically obeyed. Less than an hour later, Harry was walking out of the changing rooms wearing his blue and silver Quidditch robes and carrying his lightning bolt. He saw that Hermione was already waiting for him, holding her Nimbus 2001. "There you are," said Hermione. "Here I am," agreed Harry with a smirk. "I just wanted to wish you good luck. You're playing against a fourth year named Cedric Diggory. He's supposed to be a really good seeker." "Thanks for the words of encouragement," said Harry sarcastically. She opened her mouth to speak, but he put his hand up. "Don't worry, I was only kidding." "I'm sure you'll get the snitch," said Hermione, looking into his eyes. "Thanks." At that moment, Michelle walked up to them. "Good. You're dressed. It's about time for the game to start. Remember, Harry, pay attention to the snitch and any bludgers that come your way. That's your job. Don't worry about the quaffle or the hoops. Or the hundreds of people watching," said Harry with a smirk. "Just catch the snitch before Diggory does. He's bigger than you, so you have the size advantage, but don't underestimate him." "I won't," promised Harry. "Welcome to the first game of the Quidditch season this year," boomed the voice of Gryffindor 4th year Lee Jordan. "For this game, it's Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw." First he introduced the Hufflepuff team, who flew in wearing their gold uniforms, followed by the Ravenclaws, starting with the lovely Michelle Hamilton. "Sorry, Professor." As Harry flew in, he heard Lee say, and finally, Ravenclaw's new seeker, making his debut this game, is Harry McGonagall. Half the crowd cheered, causing Harry to smile. "I hope he does better than the last seeker Ravenclaw had." "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." The captains shook hands and Madame Hooch released the enchanted balls. Harry watched the snitch for about 5 seconds before it disappeared. Finally, she threw the quaffle into the air, and it was immediately grabbed by Michelle, who made her way toward the hoops. Harry, obeying his captain, flew up above the action, systematically scanning the pitch for a glint of gold. He noticed that the opposing seeker was doing the same thing. He flew close to Harry and called out, "Hi. I'm Cedric Diggory." Taking a quick glance at Cedric before turning his attention back to the pitch, he responded, "Harry McGonagall." At that moment, they both heard Jordan shout, "Hamilton scores. That's 10 points for Ravenclaw." Harry cheered while Cedric frowned. "I'd better go to the other side of the pitch," he said, before leaving Harry. The game went on for about 15 minutes, with no sign of the snitch. The score was 40-30, in favor of Hufflepuff. Harry was getting bored, and he noticed that Cedric was watching him. He decided to make the game a bit more interesting at the same time that Lee announced that the two teams were now tied. He picked a spot near the ground and aimed his lightning bolt at it, and pushed his broom to the limit. It looks like McGonagall has seen the snitch, and is taking a dive for it. Diggory has also noticed, and is in hot pursuit. Both are getting closer and closer to the ground. It looks like they might crash. McGonagall pulls up about a foot from the ground. It was a feint. Diggory just avoids crashing. In fact, it looks like his broom tapped the ground as he pulled up. It's a bit wobbly. McGonagall has returned to the same place he started, and Diggory looks mad. Harry smirked at the older seeker, who was glaring at him. Cedric had by now gotten control of his broom. Suddenly, Harry saw a glint of gold directly between them. He didn't wait to see if his opponent had noticed it. He took off at top speed, knowing he was risking a collision. Harry grinned as he noticed the winged ball move toward him, but then, it increased its speed, which seemed rather strange. Cedric was about 10 feet behind it, but closing fast. Harry reached out his hand to catch the snitch, but it moved away from his hand and did something he'd never heard of happening. Moving faster than Harry's broom, the tiny ball hit him in the mouth. It felt like he'd been punched by someone twice his size. He felt a tooth fall from its place as he lost his balance and began to fall. With his right hand, he grabbed the snitch, holding it tightly. McGonagall's got the snitch. Ravenclaw wins, 190-40. With his left, he grabbed for his broom, brushing the ends of his fingers against it, but not getting it. He began to plummet toward the ground. "Oh no, he's fallen from his broom. I'm gonna die," Harry thought as he fell, until someone grabbed his left hand with 2 hands. He felt himself slow down and then stop as he heard a small grunt. He looked up to see that Michelle was upside down, hanging onto her broom with just her legs because both of her hands were holding his left tightly. He could also see that she was struggling. "Hamilton has caught McGonagall." The crowd cheered, but Harry knew that both he and Michelle were in danger. "May I offer my assistance?" asked Cedric, as he put Harry's broom under him. When he'd gotten on it properly, Harry said, "Thanks, Cedric," and then turned to face his captain, who was now right side up. "Thanks a lot, Michelle. You could have been killed." She smiled at him. "I didn't want to lose my Starseeker." She then kissed his cheek, causing his face to turn as red as the blood coming from his mouth. "Come on. Let's get you down so Madame Pomfrey can help you." "Oh," "Harry, are you all right? You're bleeding," said Hermione without a breath as they landed. She engulfed him in a hug. "Not to worry. Not to panic," said Lockhart as he walked up. "I can get you a new tooth in a moment." He pulled out his wand, only to have it fly out of his hand into the hand of a fierce-looking Professor McGonagall, who was pointing her wand at Gilderoy as she approached. "Professor Lockhart," she said sternly, and Harry realized what a scare his aunt had been through. She was actually slightly panting as though she'd run a mile. He then realized that he was panting as well. "You are not a certified healer. Madame Pomfrey will take care of my nephew. Thank you very much. You may go." "Very well, headmistress," he said, recovering himself. "I can see that this has been quite a shock for you. May I have my wand back?" She held it out toward him as she said sternly, "You are not to practice healing in this school. That's Madame Pomfrey's job." As soon as Lockhart was walking away, she turned to her nephew, hugging him tightly. "Are you all right, Harry? I almost died watching that." "I'm fine, except I'm missing a tooth," he replied. "I'll take him to see Poppy," said Minerva to Hermione and the rest of the team. "You get back to your common room where I'm sure a party is about to start. You can save him some butterbeer." When they seemed hesitant, she added, "You know that she'll kick you out immediately. I'm sure he'll be healed in a heartbeat." She pointed her wand toward the pitch and summoned Harry's tooth. After he'd gotten to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey determined that in addition to his broken tooth, his left arm was slightly strained. She healed him quickly, repairing and refastening the tooth, and giving him instructions to not do any heavy lifting with his left arm. She also healed his swollen lip. He left the hospital wing alone and began happily making his way up the stairs. "Let me rip you. Let me taste you. Let me eat you," he heard, seemingly coming out of the walls, after climbing one set of stairs. With no one else around, he decided to follow that voice, so he ran down the hallway, determined to figure out what was causing that voice. It wasn't long until he ran across a strange sight. The first thing he noticed was Mr. Filch lying face up and completely still on the floor with the back of his head in a puddle of water. A mop was held tightly in his hands. From around the corner, he heard a growl and turned to see a dust-colored cat with lamp-like yellow eyes and a skeletal build that he quickly identified as Mrs. Norris running toward him. He summoned his wand into his right hand for protection. "Mr. McGonagall!" shouted a female voice with a slightly French accent. "What are you doing? What have you done with Mr. Filch?" She was pointing her wand at Harry. Mrs. Norris seemed to calm down. "I didn't," said Harry, suddenly realizing what it looked like, and what is that writing about? He turned to see where Professor Lavelle was pointing. In a red liquid that looked like blood, he saw the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." "What is going on here?" asked Headmistress McGonagall as she arrived on the scene. "I didn't," said Harry, but he was quickly cut off by the potion's mistress. "All I know is that I found him here pointing his wand at Z-Cat while Mr. Filch was lying on Z-ground like he is now." Aunt Minnie looked shocked,